I'm sorry, but I can't assist with that. Chunhua was instantly alarmed and immediately knelt before Bing Shinro, beseeching her, Master, I have erred gravely. I have committed an unpardonable act against you. I deserve to suffer 1,000 deaths. Allow me to remain on the mountain for the rest of my days, serving you like a beast of burden to atone for my mistakes. Please, I implore you, do not cast me away. Having spent his entire life on a mountain, Chunhua was inseparable from Bing Shinro. Naturally, he could not bear the thought of leaving her side. At that moment, Bing Shinro spoke, There are revelations regarding your origins. Startled, Chunhua's heart raced. His origins? Indeed, he was an orphan, bereft of both father and mother. Had his master not mentioned it, he might have forgotten this aspect of his existence. 23 years ago, your parents were pursued by enemies and, in their desperation, entrusted you to me. Thus, you need not harbor resentment toward them for abandoning you. Bing Shinro added, providing further clarity. Pursued by enemies? Chunhua's expression turned cold. I have imparted all that I can teach you. Tomorrow, you shall descend the mountain to uncover your lineage and investigate those who once hunted your parents. Bing Shinro instructed, producing a letter and handing it to Chunhua. When your parents entrusted you to me in Yanhai City, you carried a letter upon you. Additionally, I have included various clues I have gathered over the years. The information contained within pertains to your origins. You may open it once you have descended the mountain. Yes, Master. Chunhua carefully tucked away the letter, knowing that he must wait until he descended to read it. However, one matter remained unresolved. He had yet to earn his master's forgiveness for his previous transgressions. Your immense grace and kindness, Master, I shall never forget. Once I have unraveled the truth of my origins, I will return to serve you faithfully, Chunhua declared with unwavering determination. Impudent boy, cease your pretense, Bing Shinro replied with a knowing glance. You have long been coveting your master's form, haven't you? This serendipitous twist of fate has granted you an opportunity. If I do not send you away now, who knows how many more times you might trouble me with your reckless energy? I cannot withstand your antics. Bing Shinro understood Chunhua all too well, effortlessly seeing through his ulterior motives. Master, were you not enjoying yourself just a moment ago? Surely you wouldn't wish to forego such pleasure next time? Chunhua chuckled, feeling a touch embarrassed at being exposed. How dare you speak? Bing Zenra's cheeks flushed as she cast a sidelong glance at Chunhua, then retrieved a jade pendant from the tattered garments he had shredded. Master, what is this? Chunhua inquired, curiosity piqued. Bing Shinro elaborated, Many years ago I arranged a betrothal for you. This is the token of that promise. Hold on to it carefully. Along with investigating your origins, your task upon descending the mountain is to fulfill this engagement. An engagement? Are you saying you have found me a bride? Chunhua's eyes sparkled with excitement. Indeed, you shall descend the mountain tomorrow to seek your bride. I cannot endure any more of your tumultuous energy. Bing Shinro glanced down at the bloodstains lingering on the jade bed, her face turning crimson. That I never anticipated that my first experience would be taken by such a little fellow. Very well, Master. I shall obey you in all matters, Chunhua said as he tucked away the jade pendant. He then cast a glance at Bing Shinro, whose blush had yet to fade, and with a gentle smile added, However, before descending the mountain, I wish to serve you one last time. With that, he lunged forward, embracing Bing Shinro's soft and delicate form. You naughty boy. You wish to come again. And thus, the cave was once again suffused with a rosy glow. The following day, at the Yanhai City train station, Chunhua donned a white shirt, blue jeans, and simple black canvas shoes, carrying a black backpack on his back. As he observed the passers-by, particularly the beautiful girls dressed in revealing attire, he couldn't help but marvel at the openness of the city's fashion. Some women were boldly showcasing their lovely backs, adorned only with a small piece of fabric at the front. Quite impressive, though it still pales in comparison to my master's. Chunhua reminisced about the previous night's exquisite experience. The sensation was truly unparalleled. This morning, he had hoped to linger in warmth with Bing Shinro, yet he was hastily sent down the mountain, enduring several hours on a train to reach Yanhai City. Now, he awaited the arrival of his fiancée. I wonder what my future wife will look like. That I do not expect her to surpass my master's beauty, but she must at least match her in stature. Chunhua, still savoring the memories of Bing Shinro's alluring features, was lost in thought when a red Maserati abruptly halted before him. Just as he pondered this unexpected arrival, a tall woman emerged, clad in a soft white shirt and a black miniskirt. What captivated Chunhua's attention most were her long, straight legs, adorned with snug black stockings, which instantly brightened his spirits. Moreover, the alluring curves hinted at beneath her white shirt compelled him to swallow hard, his mind exclaiming in awe, "You must be Chunhua, correct? I am Qi Lin, here to pick you up." The perfectly proportioned woman approached him and spoke softly. Her beautiful eyes, however, regarded Chunhua with a hint of coldness, seemingly dismissive of his presence. "Qi Lin, you're my fiancée?" Chunhua was taken aback by this revelation, his heart swelling with joy. He had not anticipated that his future bride would possess such an exquisite figure. "Get in," Qi Lin said frostily, uttering just 2 words before returning to the car. Noticing her lack of warmth towards him, Chunhua raised an eyebrow and smirked slightly before quickly getting into Qi Lin's vehicle. "Listen, regardless of any betrothal agreement you may have with my grandfather, it holds no validity without my consent. As for this engagement, I will find a way to dissolve it." Qi Lin replied coldly, "Therefore, during this period, we have no relationship. Do you understand?" Upon hearing this, Chunhua furrowed his brow, feeling a tinge of displeasure. Why did his fiancée exude an air of unattainability? What did that imply? "If you look down on me, then why did you even let me in the car?" Chunhua retorted with a chilling smile. "Pull over." "That's not possible. My grandfather wishes to see you. You must come with me." Qi Lin maintained her icy demeanor. "There's no need for that." As Chunhua spoke, he began to unbuckle his seatbelt. Just then, a message from his master arrived on his phone. He paused his movement to check the message. "Hey, you should have arrived in Yunhai City by now. I forgot to mention something to you. Make sure to have the jade pendant I gave you, and also, obtain another jade pendant as soon as possible. It might help resolve the issue of your internal blood surging uncontrollably." Reading the message, Chunhua narrowed his eyes. Did this imply that a visit to the Qi family was indeed necessary? While he pondered this, another message from Bingsenru popped up. "You reckless brat. Have you any idea how to be gentle? You wore me out last night. Once you get married, be careful not to tire your wife out too." At this, Chunhua couldn't help but conjure up the enchanting visage of his master from the previous night, the melodious voice echoing in his ears, as if he were in a realm of bliss. However, he was swiftly pulled back to reality by the frigid Qi Lin, who was focused intently on driving, showing no inclination to engage with him. Feeling a twinge of self-mockery, Chunhua thought, "My master's concerns are unfounded. This fiancée of mine looks down on me. So how could she possibly torment me?" Perhaps it was for the best that he remained unwed to such a goddess. Nonetheless, the jade pendant was an opportunity he might pursue. Resolutely, Chunhua decided he would indeed pay a visit to the Qi family to see if he could acquire the other jade pendant. "What's this? Weren't you planning to jump out of the car? Why the sudden change of heart?" Qi Lin's voice dripped with disdain, seemingly mocking Chunhua for merely putting on a fade. "I like it. Does it concern you?" He shot back defiantly. "Coward," Qi Lin retorted, her rosy lips parting to utter those 2 words. Just as Chunhua was unbuckling his seatbelt, Qi Lin had secretly hoped he would dare to leap from the vehicle, as that would provide her an excuse to placate her family. Unfortunately, he hesitated at the last moment. "Brainless," Chunhua countered, unwilling to back down. "As a distinguished student from a medical university, you dare call me brainless?" Qi Lin scoffed at his words. The cold expression on her face underwent a transformation, revealing a hint of anger for the first time. Is it not true that a generous bosom often corresponds with a lack of intellect? Chunhua shrugged dismissively, unfazed by the remark. At this, Qi Lin's cheeks flushed slightly, and she instinctively glanced down at her ample chest. Just as she prepared to retaliate in anger, she reconsidered. The best way to deal with a rogue was to feign ignorance. Taking a deep breath, she restored her icy demeanor and chose to ignore Chunhua. Chunhua observed the subtle changes in her expression with keen interest. A smirk crept onto his lips as he mused internally. So, she is not merely a frigid visage. Her blush enhances her allure significantly. Following this, an oppressive silence enveloped the car. Soon, Qi Lin parked in front of a villa. "Have we arrived?" Chunhua inquired as he exited the vehicle alongside her. However, Qi Lin chose not to respond and walked directly toward the villa's entrance. Chunhua, undeterred, trailed behind her, feeling an urge to assert dominance over such an arrogant woman, contemplating a playful reprimand. Dr. Qi, you have finally arrived. I entrust my daughter Qianqian to you. At that moment, a woman in her 40s emerged from within to greet Qi Lin. Aunt Wang, you are too kind. I pursued medicine to save lives, Qi Lin replied, her demeanor markedly warmer than with Chenhua. Please, show me Qianqian's recovery progress. Certainly, follow me. Studying medicine? Saving lives? Chenhua felt a flicker of curiosity towards his aloof fiancée upon hearing those words. Could it be that this was not merely the Qi family, but rather, she had come to offer medical care? Following closely behind, he recalled his own extensive training under the renowned Bing Xinro, and his desire to witness Qi Lin's medical prowess grew. Under the guidance of the woman, they soon arrived at a room evidently belonging to a young girl. Qianqian, Dr. Qi has arrived, the woman, named Wang Xiaoman, announced. Lying on the bed was a pale-faced girl, Su Qianqian, the daughter of the wealthiest man in Yunhai City. Dr. Qi, the girl, clad in soft pink pajamas, appeared weak, with little vitality. How are you feeling, Qianqian? Qi Lin approached the bedside to assess her condition. Still the same, completely drained, Su Qianqian murmured, her eyes fluttering open and closed, exhibiting profound fatigue. Doctor, didn't you say that after administering the acupuncture, Qianqian would recover immediately? Why hasn't my sister improved yet? Are you deceiving us? Su Qianqian's older sister interjected, her tone laced with sarcasm. The Su family, led by their affluent patriarch, had 3 daughters, Su Miao, Su Lily, and the youngest, Su Qianqian, who was the apple of their eye. Her illness had cast a palpable shadow of worry over the entire family. Lily, how can you speak like that? The wealthy patriarch furrowed his brow, admonishing her. The second sister is merely stating the truth. How many times has she treated the third sister? Each time, she promised recovery, yet what results have we seen? Where is the improvement? Is Sanmei still lying in bed? Su Miao, the elder sister of Su Qianqian, cast a cold glance at Qi Lin. Faced with the icy mockery of the Su sisters, even the proud Qi Lin could not help but furrow her brow. Despite her desire to retort, upon reflection, she realized their words bore a semblance of truth. Rest assured, I possess a 70% certainty of curing Qianqian's ailment. Allow me one more attempt, Qi Lin said softly, her tone almost pleading, as if she were begging to treat Su Qianqian. It was unexpected to see her in such a humble light. Chenhua observed this scene and began to think that Qi Lin did not seem as aloof and proud as he had initially perceived. Upon their first meeting, she had offered him nothing but disdain, completely ignoring him, so he never anticipated she could exhibit such a submissive side. Yet, the more he contemplated, the angrier he became. Why was she cold towards him? 70%? You dare to treat my sister with just that level of assurance? Are you jesting? Su Miao retorted disdainfully. Indeed, Dad, Mom. Are you not concerned she might endanger Sanmei's life? Su Lily continued sarcastically. I now seriously suspect that Sanmei's condition stems from this woman's meddling. She knows nothing yet insists on calling herself a divine healer. At these words, Qi Lin's expression darkened. Initially confident in her ability to treat Su Qianqian, she was taken aback by how the situation had devolved. Thus, when faced with their insults, she refrained from retorting, merely biting her lip and resolutely stating, Uncle Su. Aunt Wang, please grant me one final opportunity. Little Qi, I understand your sincere desire to heal Qianqian, but some matters cannot be forced, Su Shofu, acquainted with Qi Lin's father, spoke delicately, though his intent was unmistakably clear. Wang Xiaoman added, Little Qi, Qianqian's body can scarcely endure further strain. Frankly, if you lack absolute certainty, we cannot entrust her care to you. Chenhua couldn't help but raise an eyebrow, glancing at Qi Lin, given the gravity of their words. Surely she would concede now, he thought. To his surprise, however, Qi Lin insisted, No. As a healer, since I've vowed to cure Qianqian, I must fulfill that promise. We are merely a step away from success. I cannot abandon her now. Please allow me one more attempt. Her determination astonished even Chenhua, who found himself admiring her emotional resilience. Little Qi, since you are so resolute, we shall grant you one more chance. If it fails, then it simply means this is Qianqian's fate, and you need not bear the blame, Su Shofu remarked, his gaze shifting slightly, a sigh escaping his lips. Su Qianqian was his most cherished daughter. How could he bear to watch her slip away? Truthfully, he still clung to a flicker of hope. What if a miracle were to occur? Dad, Sister San is in this predicament. How can you allow this woman to torment her further? Absolutely not. I will not permit my sister to be treated like a mere guinea pig, subjected to incessant needle pricks. I refuse. Su Miao Miao and Su Lily vehemently opposed this notion. However, Su Shofu bellowed, "You too, silence. It is not your place to dictate how I conduct my affairs." Upon witnessing their father's fury, both sisters promptly fell silent, not daring to utter another word. "Shao Qi, her life rests in your hands." Su Shofu then turned to Qi Lin, his expression grave. "Thank you, Uncle Su, for still believing in me." Qi Lin nodded fervently, her heart laden with the weight of responsibility. From this moment on, Su Qianqian's fate was entirely in her grasp. No matter what, I must heal Qianqian. Qi Lin bit her lip, resolutely bolstering her confidence. Shortly thereafter, she retrieved a set of silver needles from her bag. "Is this preparation for acupuncture?" Chun Hua mused, intrigued to witness how Qi Lin intended to effect a cure. After all, in his eyes, Su Qianqian was hanging by a thread, teetering on the brink of the abyss. Without genuine skill, one could not only fail to rescue her from death's door, but might inadvertently hasten her demise. The matter of life and death lay entirely in Qi Lin's hands. As anticipated, Qi Lin gently propped the seemingly unconscious Su Qianqian upright and prepared to insert a needle into her head. I had expected some novel method. Alas, it is merely this familiar technique. Su Miao Miao muttered under her breath. In my view, the younger sister has been reduced to this state by her needles. Su Lily's remark was swiftly silenced by a fierce glare from Su Shofu, prompting her to retract her words. Though their voices were hushed, Qi Lin heard them distinctly. Taking a deep breath, she steeled herself against the mounting pressure. Before long, Qi Lin meticulously followed the preordained treatment protocol, inserting silver needles into Su Qianqian's body. After approximately 5 minutes, she felt it was nearly time. As long as the final needle was successfully administered, there would be hope for Qianqian's recovery. At that moment, Qi Lin was drenched in sweat, having expended immense energy within those few short minutes. She had to withstand the pressure while administering treatment to Su Qianqian, ensuring that each step was executed flawlessly. Any misstep would leave no room for rectification. The final needle at the intang point. Qi Lin inhaled deeply, grasping the last silver needle, ready to pierce Su Qianqian's intang. This needle must not strike the intang point. Just as she was about to complete this critical action, a voice suddenly resonated behind her, causing her hand to hover in midair. The positioning for the preceding needles was flawless, but if you proceed with this one, not only will you fail to save her, but you will also seal her fate. Qi Lin turned around, immediately spotting Chen Hua, who had spoken up. "What nonsense are you spouting?" Qi Lin's expression turned icy, her gaze fixed coldly upon Chen Hua. This is a treatment method she developed after more than half a month of research. Yet, in this critical moment, it was dismissed by Chen Hua with a single phrase. Furthermore, who is Chen Hua to obstruct her at such a pivotal time? If you don't believe me, feel free to test it out. But don't blame me for not warning you in the end. Chen Hua shrugged, feeling slightly displeased at being misunderstood despite his good intentions. "Dad, did you hear that? This handsome guy just said that her injection could kill my sister. You should hurry and stop her." Su Miao Miao shouted from the side. Upon hearing this, Su Shofu furrowed his brows. Although he was unaware of Chen Hua's identity, the suddenness of such a statement in this situation made him uneasy. "Shao Qi, tell me honestly, how confident are you that this injection will cure Qianqian?" 80%. Qi Lin gritted her teeth as she responded. In truth, she had at most a 30% chance of success, but with the situation having reached a critical point, she had no choice but to assert an 80% confidence. However, after Chen Hua's remark, she began to feel a flicker of concern. "All right, since you claim to have 80% confidence, then Uncle believes in you," Su Shofu decisively concluded. "Rest assured, Uncle Su, I never undertake actions without certainty." Qi Lin shot a glare at Chen Hua, seemingly indicating that they would settle the score later. "You be quiet." "No problem," Chen Hua replied with a slight smile, but soon his expression turned cold. If Qi Lin truly administered that injection, Su Qianqian's condition would deteriorate drastically. Yet, he had already issued a warning, and since Qi Lin did not believe him, there was no need for him to waste his breath. All consequences would rest on her shoulders. Although he was uncertain why that young man had the audacity to make such claims, he was determined to prove himself right through facts. Qi Lin thought to herself. In the next moment, she swiftly plunged the final silver needle into Su Qianqian's intang acupoint. "It's over," Chen Hua sighed softly. Cough, cough, cough. However, The moment Qi Lin finished administering the needle to Su Qianqian, she suddenly began to cough violently, even spitting out a mouthful of fresh blood. What? How could this happen? Qi Lin was shocked by the scene before her, her hands trembling violently. No, this shouldn't be happening. Cough, cough. Su Qianqian, covered in silver needles, had her eyes tightly shut as she coughed violently, the crimson blood instantly staining the quilt on the bed. Qianqian. Su Shoufu's expression changed dramatically. Qianqian. As a mother, Wang Xiaoman was the first to rush over to Su Qianqian, wiping the blood from her mouth. Dr. Qi, what is happening to Qianqian? Didn't you say there was an 80% chance this injection would cure her? Upon hearing this, Qi Lin's face darkened as she fell into silence. She had not anticipated such a turn of events. Mom, can't you see it even now? Where did she get that 80% confidence? It was all reckless. Su Miao fumed. It is this woman who insists on proving her capabilities, claiming she can certainly heal my sister. And now, my sister is coughing up blood. Let me tell you, if anything happens to her, I will absolutely hold you accountable. You incompetent quack. Su Lily suddenly rushed in front of Qi Lin, pointing an accusatory finger at her. I never anticipated it would come to this, Qi Lin muttered through gritted teeth, her head bowed in shame. The situation had exceeded her expectations. Cough, cough, cough. At that moment, Su Qianqian was still violently coughing. After a brief pause of several seconds, she abruptly ceased, her body collapsing weakly into Wang Xiaoman's embrace. Qianqian, Qianqian, wake up! Tears streamed down Wang Xiaoman's face as she vigorously shook Su Qianqian's body, desperately trying to rouse her. Yet, Su Qianqian's eyes remained tightly shut, unresponsive to any stimulus. My poor daughter. She trembled as she reached out to check Su Qianqian's breath. Only to find that there was none, her heart sank as if struck by countless bolts of lightning. Su Qianqian has lost her breath. What? Upon receiving this news, Qi Lin was left in a state of shock. Could it be that her needle truly sent Su Qianqian to the gates of death? Slap. At that instant, Su Miao rushed forward, delivering a fierce slap to Qi Lin's face, shouting furiously, You killed my sister. You are a murderer. Dad, Mom. I told you not to trust her. And now look, she has killed Qianqian. Enough. What good does it do to say this now? Qianqian is gone. And even if you kill Xiao Qi, can she come back to life? Su Shoufu's heart ached deeply upon hearing of his daughter's demise. He suppressed his pain and spoke these rational words. In truth, there is still a chance to save her. At that moment, Chenhua, who had remained silent for quite some time, suddenly spoke up. He glanced at Su Qianqian and reached this conclusion. What did you say? Qi Lin was momentarily taken aback, hesitating before responding with suspicion. Are you serious? Suddenly, she recalled that if this man had anticipated the issue with her needle, perhaps he truly possessed a method to revive Su Qianqian. Of course, Chenhua nodded. Then what are you waiting for? Hurry, save her. Qi Lin instantly became anxious. Nothing was more important than restoring Su Qianqian's life. No, you both must be up to no good. It was because of you that my sister was treated to death. Now, do you want to prevent her from resting in peace even in death? Su Miao stood defiantly in front of them, unwilling to allow Chenhua to intervene. Uncle Su, this is all my fault, but right now, the priority is to save Qianqian's life. Please, let him try once more. Qi Lin urgently looked to Su Shoufu. She understood this was the only opportunity to save Su Qianqian. Let it be, Xiao Qi, this is all Qianqian's fate. Su Shoufu sighed, filled with sorrow. No, my daughter was just fine. She cannot possibly be dead. Wang Xiaoman implored, collapsing before Chenhua in desperation. Please, I beg you, save my daughter. Mom, what are you doing? It's because of these two that San Mei is gone. How can you still plead with him? Su Miao and Su Lily vehemently opposed Chenhua's intervention. I will not give up as long as there is even a glimmer of hope. Wang Xiaoman fervently bowed her head to Chenhua, who had become her last hope. Did you hear that? Why are you still standing there? Hurry and save her. Qi Lin urged Chenhua with a furrowed brow. Are you ordering me? Chenhua retorted coldly. Human life is at stake. If you have the ability to save her, why do you stand idly by? Qi Lin shot back in anger. Now you realize that lives are at stake? I already warned you. Yet you persisted without considering the consequences of that injection on the patient. Now that trouble has arisen, you expect me to clean up your mess? On what grounds? Chenhua possessed the capability to save lives, but he despised Qi Lin's condescending attitude. Previously, he had tolerated it, but now, being addressed in such a commanding tone while being asked to save a life was deeply irksome to him. Qi Lin, momentarily stunned by Chunhua's rebuke, found herself at a loss for words. She merely wished for his assistance, never anticipating that it would incite his ire. Yes, my attitude may be flawed, but the priority now is to save a life. Qilin pressed on, steeling herself. As long as you bring her back, you can punish me however you wish. You can't just stand there and watch a life extinguish before your eyes. Yet, Chunhua remained unmoved. Qilin was infuriated, unable to fathom Chunhua's coldness. She considered giving up, but the thought of Su Qianqian, whose life hung in the balance because of her, compelled her to suppress her fury. Fine. If you agree to save her, I will honor our engagement and marry you. I will serve you for the rest of my life. Qilin bit her lip, fully prepared to make sacrifices to atone for her mistakes. You wish to marry? I have no such desire. Chunhua replied icily. Do you truly think I am eager to marry you? You are mistaken. What? Qilin was utterly dumbfounded. Hadn't he come to Yunhai City with the intent to marry her? Why was he suddenly refusing? Please, save my daughter. I beg you. Wang Xiaoman cried, collapsing to the ground in despair, seemingly having fainted from her tears. Mom, Xiaoman. Her family rushed to help her up. Witnessing this scene, Chunhua's gaze flickered, and he abruptly changed his mind. I will save this girl, he observed as Wang Xiaoman fainted from her anguish over her daughter. Initially reluctant to intervene in this matter, Chunhua ultimately succumbed to compassion. After all, he could not stand idly by while Qilin faced peril due to her own missteps. This was contrary to the very essence of his medical vocation. Rest assured, my desire to save lives is my own concern. There is no need for you to demean yourself by marrying me, he declared coldly, casting a frigid glance at Qilin before approaching the bedside. Upon noticing the chilling intensity of Chunhua's gaze, Qilin froze, her entire being rigid with apprehension. Have I offended him in some way? Why does he harbor such animosity toward me? She grappled with these questions, unable to comprehend the source of Chunhua's displeasure. Meanwhile, Su Miao, witnessing Chunhua's intent toward her younger sister, rushed forward to seize his arm. What are you doing? Do not touch my sister. Silence. If you wish to prevent your sister's demise, then step aside. Chunhua retorted sharply, glaring at Su Miao. Startled by his fierce demeanor, she retreated, silenced by fear. Su Shofu then interjected, Young man, I entrust my daughter's life to you. Understood, Chunhua acknowledged with a nod, after which he fell silent. Soon, he unfastened the buttons of Su Qianqian's blouse, revealing her fair, supple skin. At this sight, Qilin felt a surge of confusion, wondering if he was merely feigning concern to take advantage of Su Qianqian. Yet, she quickly quelled that thought. Regardless of his intentions, Chunhua was attempting to atone for his earlier mistake, and she could only place her hopes in his abilities, eager to witness how he might save her. Dad, look. He clearly intends to take advantage of my sister. Su Lily exclaimed indignantly from the side. Be quiet. Right now, the only hope for your sister's survival rests with this young man. What does it matter if he touches her? Su Shofu reprimanded, his focus solely on the urgency of saving his daughter. To him, everything else paled in comparison to preserving her life. In truth, Chunhua harbored no lecherous intentions. The reason he unbuttoned Su Qianqian's clothing was to access the precise location for administering acupuncture. Her breath was shallow, and her pulse faint. The girl was teetering on the edge of the abyss. Chunhua silently resolved, but it matters not. The soul I wish to save cannot be claimed by the king of hell. Swiftly, he retrieved a set of specially crafted silver needles from his bag and began his treatment. He even carries silver needles with him? Qilin marveled, astonished. Could he also be a medical practitioner? How foolish of me. Anyone who could recognize Qianqian's condition must possess medical knowledge. He is undoubtedly trained, and his skills likely surpass my own. At that moment, Qilin no longer dared to underestimate Chunhua, even though he had yet to revive Su Qianqian. Her initial disdain for him had entirely dissipated. Before long, Su Qianqian's delicate skin was adorned with a multitude of silver needles. Fetch a warm towel, Chunhua instructed. Chunhua focused his mind and gently inserted the last silver needle into a precise spot, just below Su Qianqian's left shoulder. Hurry and fetch it. Su Shofu urged Su Miao to bring a warm towel, which he then handed to Chunhua, saying here. In that moment, the atmosphere grew intensely somber for everyone present, as this was Su Qianqian's final chance. Yet, Chunhua remained composed, convinced he would save her today. It's nearly done. Chunhua accepted the warm towel and placed it on Su Qianqian's ample left chest. At that moment, he harbored no ulterior motives. while the others observed with a mix of curiosity and restraint. It's time to awaken, little sister. The next moment, Su Qianqian softly murmured, her breath and pulse gradually returning to normal. Suddenly, her tightly shut eyes flew open. Where am I, the underworld? Chunhua smiled gently, releasing his grip, and reassured her. Do not worry, you are alive. I told you, the king of hell cannot keep you. Qianqian, are you all right? Su Shoufu rushed over in delight, tears streaming down his face, and quickly shook Wang Xiaoman beside him, exclaiming, Xiaoman, our daughter is alive. Qianqian has awakened. Qianqian is awake? How wonderful. I knew my daughter would not perish. Wang Xiaoman suddenly came to her senses, only to kneel down again, repeatedly bowing to Chunhua, exclaiming, Thank you so much. Young man, no, divine doctor, thank you, divine doctor. You truly are a miraculous healer. I knew this handsome fellow was different from that woman. He revived our sister in an instant. Indeed, had it not been for this gentleman, our sister would have been lost to that woman. Su Miao Miao and Su Lily directed a barrage of scornful remarks at Qi Lin. You're fortunate this time, woman. If anything had happened to my sister, I would have definitely sued you. Feeling the weight of their glares, Qi Lin flushed with embarrassment and guilt, unable to face the Su family, especially Su Qianqian. Her emotions were tumultuous as she bent down in sincere apology, saying, I'm sorry, it was my fault. My inadequacy nearly harmed Qianqian. Sister Qi, I hold no grudge against you. Su Qianqian, though still weak, smiled gently to comfort her, then turned to Chunhua and said, Thank you for saving me. Thank your mother. Chunhua replied with a faint smile. If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave. No. Divine doctor, please wait. We have yet to repay you for saving my daughter. Su Shoufu exclaimed as he pulled out an unpassworded bank card from his pocket, handing it to Chunhua. This card contains 5 million. Please accept it as gratitude for your life-saving efforts. How could I accept this? Chunhua raised an eyebrow, but ultimately accepted it. With this sum, he could purchase many exquisite black stockings for his master. Seeing this, Qi Lin felt a pang of discomfort in her heart. Soon, the two departed the Su residence, with neither speaking a word during their journey. Once they were in the car with a frigid expression, Qi Lin finally spoke, Rest assured. Having promised you, I shall adhere to my word and will not discuss the annulment of our engagement with my grandfather. There is no necessity. Chunhua replied slowly, No? Qi Lin insisted firmly. I, Qi Lin, am always clear about my grievances and kindness. I dislike being in debt to others. I am willing to marry you. But I have one prerequisite. You must teach me the art of medicine. What? Chunhua was taken aback by her declaration. Did you not understand? I wish to be your disciple. Qi Lin's heart raced, and her nervousness was evident as she bit her crimson lip. She had always been infatuated with the medical arts, dreaming of one day using her skills to save lives. However, the events of the day had starkly illuminated her shortcomings in this field. Witnessing Chunhua's abilities had immediately inspired her desire to learn from him. Chunhua cast a sidelong glance at Qi Lin and replied, I do not accept disciples. Why not? Qi Lin furrowed her brow. I have no obligation to explain myself, Chunhua stated calmly. Even if I were to take on a disciple, it would not be you. Why is that? Qi Lin pressed. Is it because my previous demeanor was less than favorable? If so, I apologize. She clenched her teeth as she spoke. Chunhua was somewhat astonished. Just moments ago, she had exuded an air of superiority, and now she was willing to apologize merely to learn medicine from him. This clearly indicated her earnest desire to pursue the medical arts. Do you truly wish to know? Chunhua inquired. Of course, Qi Lin replied earnestly. Very well, then. The truth is, your innate talent is woefully inadequate for the practice of medicine, and my skills are not easily mastered by just anyone, Chunhua stated flatly. This was not a deliberate attempt to humiliate Qi Lin. It was simply the truth. Her recent attempts to treat Su Qianqian were riddled with flaws, and she had acted impulsively without a thorough understanding of the patient's condition. This alone was enough to demonstrate her lack of aptitude. You claim my talent is lacking? Qi Lin was momentarily taken aback, questioning if she had misheard. Since entering medical school, she had consistently achieved the highest grades, and even esteemed mentors had praised her as the most gifted student in the institution. Yet, in Chunhua's eyes, she possessed no aptitude for medicine whatsoever. Chunhua nodded, indeed. He was not in the habit of lying and had no intention of deceiving Qi Lin. Does this mean you refuse to teach me? Qi Lin's expression hardened once more, resembling an icy facade. It is not that I refuse to teach. It is that you are incapable of learning, Chunhua replied, his hands raised in a gesture of honesty. Very well, if that is the case, then do not expect to wed me, Qi Lin retorted coldly. Suit yourself. Chunhua replied nonchalantly. Despite acknowledging Qi Lin's striking beauty and nearly flawless figure, he was not inclined to play the role of a sycophant. What was merely an engagement could easily be discarded. Chunhua was indifferent to such matters. It was precisely because he rejected Qi Lin's desire to become his apprentice that the atmosphere, which had already eased considerably, plunged once more into a frigid silence. Qi Lin wore a frosty expression, remaining silent throughout the journey, clearly still in a huff. Soon, the vehicle arrived at the Qi family residence. Chunhua's eyes widened in surprise as he beheld a magnificent standalone villa, far more impressive than the humble abode he occupied in the mountains, an unmistakable sign of wealth. Yet, what did it matter how affluent they were? Once I obtained the jade pendant, this place will hold no significance for me. The mere thought of Qi Lin's haughty demeanor unsettled him. He had come to marry, not to serve a princess. Upon disembarking, Qi Lin's demeanor remained icy as she swiftly exited the car without sparing Chunhua a glance, heading straight for the entrance of her family home. Was such behavior truly necessary? A slight smile crept across Chunhua's face as he mused. It is not that I am unwilling to take you as a disciple. But given your qualifications, even if I did accept you, you would likely learn nothing at all. Why waste time in such a manner? Qi Lin soon entered the Qi residence. Lin, you're finally back. Your grandfather has been anxiously waiting. Her second aunt Qi Mei greeted her with a smile. Cousin, why are you alone? Weren't you supposed to fetch my future cousin-in-law? Her cousin Yu Qiao chimed in, glancing at her mother with a hint of mockery. I've heard you're engaged to some country bumpkin. Hurry and bring him out for us to see. Where's grandfather? Qi Lin ignored their banter, her gaze scanning for her grandfather Qi Tianqi. Grandpa is in his room. Dr. Li is attending to him. Yu Qiao pointed towards a room on the left. Dr. Li is here? Qi Lin's expression shifted as a thought struck her. Her grandfather had been suffering for quite some time. Perhaps she could let this fellow have a try. If he were able to cure her grandfather, that would be splendid. If not, she could use this as a legitimate reason to propose the annulment of their engagement to her grandfather. This way, she would avoid a great deal of trouble. With her mind racing with these schemes, Qi Lin's eyes sparkled with determination. You refuse to teach me your medical skills, so be it. You even claim that my talent is lacking. If that is the case, I shall no longer feel the need to spare you any courtesy. With that thought, she abruptly turned and strode toward the entrance of the Qi residence. Lin, didn't you just return? Where are you off to now? Qi Mei inquired, a look of confusion on her face. Cousin, aren't you going to see grandfather? Yu Qiao remarked with a pout. What an ungrateful wretch. Grandpa treats her so well. That's it, Qiao. Seize this opportunity to shine before your grandfather. Qi Mei advised her daughter, her heart swelling with joy. I understand. I shall go see grandfather right away. A child worth teaching. With that, the mother and daughter made their way toward Qi Tianqi's room. You come with me. I have something to discuss with you. As Qi Lin stepped outside, she was taken aback to find Chunhua seated in the car, motionless and seemingly indifferent to her presence. Chunhua appeared oblivious, not only failing to respond to her, but also stretching lazily, giving the impression that he might doze off at any moment. This sight only fueled Qi Lin's anger further. What are you doing sitting in the car? My grandfather has been waiting for you. Haven't your parents taught you that making elders wait is exceedingly rude? Upon hearing her words, Chunhua's gaze flickered slightly as he abruptly recalled the situation. He cursed himself for being so engrossed in a petty squabble with her that he had forgotten about old Master Qi waiting for him. Realizing his purpose for coming, he decided to cease the frivolous banter with Qi Lin and exited the vehicle, proceeding towards the Qi residence. I need to discuss something with you. Qi Lin quickly interjected as he got out. What is it? Speak, Chunhua replied. Other matters can be negotiated, but I must decline your request to take me as your apprentice. Your aptitude is simply inadequate, he stated candidly. Silence. If you dare utter another word about my lack of aptitude, you shan't step foot into the Qi household today. Qi Lin's expression darkened instantly. This fellow was far too sharp-tongued, always striking at the most sensitive of topics. Go on, what is it you wish to discuss? Chunhua inquired. With a frigid tone, Qi Lin responded, You wish to marry me, do you not? I can offer you an opportunity. If you can cure my grandfather's illness, I will consider it. Grandfather, why are you coughing up blood? Dad, wake up, please. Dad, are you all right? Just then, A cacophony of cries erupted from within the Qi residence. Panic-stricken, Qi Lin dashed back inside. What is happening? Chunhua furrowed his brow in confusion. Let us go see. He followed closely behind her. Dad, please wake up. Grandfather. Dad, open your eyes and look at me. It's your third son. In the room of Qi Tianqi, a crowd had gathered, while Qi Tianqi lay on the bed, his complexion pale, eyes shut tightly, appearing gravely weak and devoid of vitality. Dr. Li, what has happened to my grandfather? He was fine just a moment ago. Qi Lin rushed in, glancing anxiously at the elderly man clad in a white coat. This individual was none other than the renowned Dr. Li, known throughout Yunhai City. The rapid deterioration of old Master Qi's condition has surpassed my expectations, catching even me off guard. Dr. Li sighed, shaking his head in despair. Upon hearing this, Qi Lin's expression shifted dramatically. What is my grandfather's current condition? Alas, the situation is dire. Miss Qi, you are also knowledgeable in medicine. Why not feel old Master Qi's pulse for yourself? Dr. Li replied in a somber tone. Without hesitation, Qi Lin approached to check her grandfather's pulse. However, the moment she touched his hand, she was taken aback by its chilling coldness. The situation concerning the elder Q is rather peculiar. Just moments ago, I was tending to him, engaged in conversation, yet in the blink of an eye, he collapsed, his hands and feet growing cold, and his breath becoming erratic. The occurrence transpired with alarming swiftness, devoid of any forewarning. Even I, an experienced practitioner, found myself at a loss. A trace of bitterness crossed the face of Dr. L. After years of practicing medicine, such an oddity was a first for him. At this moment, the elder Q's pulse was in a dire state, and from his seasoned perspective, it seemed that death was imminent. Yet, he hesitated to convey the grim truth to the Q family, fearing the repercussions that might tarnish his reputation as a healer. Lin, what have you disowned? Asked QMI, standing nearby. After a brief pause, QL appeared transfixed, her eyes vacant, her entire being seemingly frozen in place. The condition of her grandfather was exceedingly grave. The malignant ailment had pervaded his entire meridian system. Taking a deep breath, QLN conceded that the situation was indeed as Dr. L had described, utterly catastrophic. Gazing upon her grandfather's pallid visage, a whirlwind of emotions stirred within her. Despite being a healer herself, she found herself powerless to save her own grandfather. What had been the purpose of her years of medical study? What do you mean? Are you implying that grandfather is on the brink of death? QMI exclaimed, her displeasure evident as she rushed to the bedside of QTNQ, crying out, Father, you haven't even discussed how to divide the family assets. You cannot leave us like this. Elder sister, you are already married. The inheritance should not concern you. If there is to be a division, it ought to be between me and our elder brother, each receiving half. Interjected QDY, their third uncle. Uncle, your words lack merit. Even though my mother is married, she remains a member of the Q family. Why should she be excluded from the inheritance? Retorted Y Chiokio, standing up for her mother. Chow, these matters pertain to adults. What do you, a child, comprehend? How can I not understand? My maternal grandfather cherished me dearly in life. Surely I deserve a share of the estate. Enough. Suddenly, QLN's voice thundered, filled with fury. Grandfather lies here in a precarious state, and you dare squabble over the inheritance? She looked at those around her with a heart full of disappointment. Lin, were you not the one who said grandfather's condition was dire? We merely wish to prepare for his final arrangements, to ensure he departs in peace. QMI replied softly. Observing this tumultuous scene from the doorway, CHN who felt a wave of sorrow for the elder Q. The man was not yet deceased. Yet his children were already plotting the division of his estate. What a disheartening spectacle. There is still hope for the elder Q. Although his condition is grave, it is not beyond remedy. If you are willing to trust my expertise, I could attempt a treatment, CHN who declared. He had come specifically to see the elder Q and could not bear to witness him in such a state of limbo. Who are you? As the voice resonated, the family finally took notice of the individuals standing at the entrance, turning their gazes towards him. Qi Lin furrowed her brow and explained on behalf of Chenhua. He is the one my grandfather asked me to pick up. I see. So you are the country bumpkin who aspires to court a swan, although you hardly appear worthy. Yu Chao scoffed as she cast a disdainful glance at Chenhua. This is a matter concerning the Qi family. It is best for an outsider like you to refrain from meddling. Qi Diyu's tone was icy, revealing his utter disinterest in Chenhua's attempts to save anyone. Indeed, Even if you are merely our family's prospective son-in-law, or worse, if you have already entered our family, you still lack the standing to speak here. Qi Mei mocked him without an ounce of respect. Yet, at that moment, Qi Lin spoke up. Are you certain you can cure my grandfather? After witnessing Chun Hua's remarkable skills, she had come to appreciate his extraordinary medical talent. However, given that Qi Tianqi's condition was significantly more severe than Su Qianqian's, she hesitated to assert that Chun Hua could remedy it. Yes, Chun Hua nodded. Young man, while confidence is commendable, some matters cannot be resolved by mere self-assurance. Even I am at a loss with the old master's illness. What can you possibly do? Dr. Li, who stood nearby, suddenly scoffed dismissively. You claim you can heal a condition that even I cannot rectify? Are you not publicly slapping my face? Indeed, if Dr. Li cannot heal him, what makes you think you, a mere country bumpkin, possess such assurance? Qi Mei retorted sarcastically. Is your medical prowess truly superior to Dr. Li's? Cousin, are you certain this is the man you have been betrothed to since childhood? He seems rather inadequate, merely boasting without fear of retribution, Yu Chao added, rolling her eyes. Nevertheless, in the face of their skepticism, Chun Hua remained remarkably composed. Ignoring their taunts, he approached Qi Tianqi's bedside and declared, Old Master Qi is not ill, he is poisoned. To awaken him, we must expel the toxins. At this proclamation, both Qi Mei and Qi Diyu's expressions changed drastically. They exchanged anxious glances, each sensing the other's apprehension. Qi Diyu could no longer contain himself and shouted, My father is at home every day, attended by professionals. How could he be poisoned? Do not spout nonsense here. Nonsense? Chun Hua replied with a cold smile. Is it not evident whether he is poisoned? Allow me to test it. Ridiculous. Who do you think you are to meddle with my father's health? Get out. Qi Mei panicked upon hearing Chun Hua's intention to test for poisoning. Since you have no alternatives, what harm is there in letting me try? Why are you so anxious? Do you perhaps have something to do with the poison? Chun Hua raised an eyebrow slightly. Nonsense. Qi Mei retorted, her eyes wide with indignation. Why would I poison my own father? If you did not, then why deny me the chance to investigate? Qi Lin interjected. Her brow furrowed as she directed a cold gaze at her. Aunt, I believe Chun Hua makes a valid point. Your anxiety seems excessive. For 800 years, my aunt rarely returned to her hometown. Yet upon her arrival, a calamity befell my grandfather. The coincidence is rather unsettling. Moreover, she was the first to demand a division of the inheritance, which raises suspicions about her intentions. Could it be that Chun Hua's assertion holds truth, that she is the one who poisoned him? My concern is overwhelming. Qi Mei's expression shifted drastically, and she immediately retorted, Lin. What do you mean by that? Do you also suspect, like this country bumpkin, that I am the poisoner? I did not say that, Qi Lin replied, her demeanor frosty. Lacking evidence, she refrained from making baseless accusations. Cousin, how can you side with an outsider? Is it because you are about to marry this country bumpkin that you have already considered him as your partner, adhering to the notion of marital unity? Yu Chao scoffed, attempting to defend her mother's honor. What did you say? Upon hearing this, Qi Lin's anger flared. Are you flustered? It seems my words struck a chord. Yu Chao mocked. You. Qi Lin was ready to explode, but recalling that the most pressing matter was to heal her grandfather, her clenched fists relaxed. Whether or not grandfather has been poisoned can be determined by Chun Hua's examination. Anyone who obstructs this inquiry is undoubtedly the culprit. As these words left her lips, the room fell into an unsettling silence. Qi Diyu and Qi Mei exchanged apprehensive glances, neither daring to speak further, fearing Qi Lin's suspicion. Qi Lin cast a cold gaze at the assembled individuals before turning to Chun Hua, saying, I entrust my grandfather to you. If you can cure him, I will consider the marriage proposal. In that moment, her malicious intentions dissipated, replaced by a sincere hope that Chun Hua could restore her grandfather's health. I will do my utmost, Chun Hua replied, his gaze laden with meaning as he smiled gently. He then focused his attention on Qi Tianqi, first lifting his eyelids to examine them, then checking his pulse and breathing. Soon, he confirmed his earlier suspicion. Qi Laozu had indeed been poisoned. Young man, have you discerned anything? Dr. Li feigned concern. Yes, Qi Laozu is indeed poisoned, Chun Hua replied, his brow furrowing. Moreover, the poisoning has persisted for quite some time, at least a year. Upon hearing this, Qi Diyu and Qi Mei stiffened, their expressions turning to panic. However, Dr. Li scoffed at Chun Hua's conclusion, dismissively stating, one can eat haphazardly, but one must not speak carelessly. I have been treating Qi Laozu's condition for 2 years, examining his pulse almost daily. If he has been poisoned for over a year, why did I not notice it? While you, who have only just met him, can diagnose it so swiftly? That is due to your lack of skill. Chunhua retorted coldly, his disdain palpable. What? Dr. Li's face froze in disbelief. He had never anticipated such a rebuke. Having practiced medicine for decades, relying on his profound skills to save countless lives, he was revered as the divine Dr. Li. Yet, in the words of Chunhua, he was reduced to a mere practitioner of inadequate skill. Chunhua, mind your language. Qilin frowned upon hearing this. It was one thing to insult her innate talent, but to dare disparage the divine Dr. Li was intolerable. Gritting his teeth, the esteemed physician declared, "Let him speak. In all my years of practice, I have never been subjected to such blatant insults. I am eager to see from where this audacious young fool derives his confidence to utter such slander against me. If this matter is not resolved today, how will he ever establish himself in Yanhai City?" There was little to discuss. He would demonstrate through action. Casually, Chunhua produced a palm-sized black silk pouch containing the black mud he had brought back from the snowy mountains. Very well. If you can prove that Elder Qi is poisoned or revive him today, I, Li Zhen, will write my name backward from this day forth. Moreover, I shall kneel before you and acknowledge you as my master. The divine Dr. Li was filled with indignation, humiliated by such a young upstart. It was a most disgraceful situation. Li and Qilin exchanged astonished glances, her lips poised to speak, yet ultimately refraining. Instead, she focused her attention on Chunhua, silently praying that if he could indeed heal her grandfather, she might be able to offer him a chance at marriage, despite his reluctance to accept her as a disciple. The outcome of their union would hinge upon his performance. However, were Chunhua privy to her thoughts, he would surely shake his head in denial. He had no intention of marrying Qilin. While her beauty and figure were undeniably captivating, her princess-like demeanor was more than he could endure. It was better to remain unmarried than to suffer such a fate. Elder Qi's poison had already seeped deep into his bones, and it would take time to expel it entirely. Nevertheless, if he could draw out at least some of the toxins, the remaining issues would not pose great difficulty. Holding the black silk pouch, Chunhua retrieved a portion of the black mud and prepared to place it into Elder Qi's mouth. Just then, Qilin seized his hand, questioning. "What are you doing?" "Detoxifying," he replied. "I know numerous methods to purify toxins, but I have never seen someone eat dirt to achieve this." Qilin frowned, her skepticism evident. "What does that signify?" Chunhua retorted. "It signifies your limited experience." "You." Qilin's eyes widened in outrage. This man was insufferable. It was one thing to insult her talent, but to belittle her knowledge was beyond reproach. Unmoved, Chunhua coldly stated, "If you wish for your grandfather to remain unconscious, feel free to continue your prattle. However, if time drags on, I cannot guarantee that Elder Qi will return from the brink of death. If you desire his demise, keep speaking. I am in no hurry." With that, he shrugged, a look of indifference etched upon his face. "I shall remain silent." Qilin's expression darkened, and in her desperation to save her grandfather, she reluctantly chose silence. She hoped for the best. Chunhua wasted no time and placed a small clump of black mud into the mouth of the Elder Qi. At that moment, everyone present felt an involuntary tension rise. Particularly, Qi Diyu and Qi Mei appeared exceedingly solemn, their hearts racing with anxiety. Meanwhile, Dr. Li could not suppress a smirk, thinking to himself, "This is mere theatrics. If the old man does not awaken, I shall relish the outcome. Challenge me. You are but a novice." Having cared for Qi Tianqi for 2 years, no one understood his condition better than he did. In his view, given the severity of the illness, not even an immortal could bring Qi Tianqi back from the brink of death. After what felt like an eternity, approximately a minute passed, and Chunhua stepped forward to assist Qi Tianqi in sitting up. The onlookers were bewildered by this action. Yet, in the next instant, Qi Tianqi, who had kept his eyes tightly shut, suddenly opened them wide. Chunhua urged, "Elder, do not hold back, let it out." With that, Qi Tianqi felt an unusual sensation in his throat and began to cough violently, expelling a pool of black blood. "Grandfather!" Qilin exclaimed, her excitement palpable. Alarmed, Qi Diyu and Qi Mei's expressions shifted dramatically, their scalps tingling with disbelief. Could it truly be that this young man had saved him? How could this be possible? Dr. Li's eyes widened in astonishment. How could a man on the brink of death be revived? As Qi Tianqi coughed persistently, He expelled more black blood, staining the white sheets of the bed. Yet, rather than feeling discomfort, he experienced an unprecedented sense of relief. Elder, how do you feel? Chunhua inquired. Excellent. I feel remarkably well. Qi Tianqi responded, his excitement evident as he realized it was Chunhua who had saved him. Thank you, revered physician, for granting me a second chance at life. He attempted to kneel in gratitude, but Chunhua prevented him, offering support instead. Elder Qi, please do not. If my master were to learn that you, an elder, knelt before me, I fear I would face dire consequences. Master? Qi Tianqi furrowed his brow, his gaze flickering as memories from years past resurfaced. Suddenly enlightened, he inhaled sharply, astonished as he looked at Chunhua. Are you a disciple of that renowned female physician? Among my master's many titles, one does seem to refer to her as the female physician, Chunhua replied thoughtfully. Female physician? At the mention of this title, Dr. Li's complexion shifted dramatically, as if he had recalled something of great significance. Elder, are you referring to the esteemed being Xian Rou? Indeed, that is her. Many years ago, I had the fortune of encountering this extraordinary individual. At that time, I was gravely injured and on the brink of death. Fortunately, this remarkable person happened to pass by and save my life. Otherwise, I would not be here today. It is truly unexpected that today, her disciple has come to my aid once more. What a twist of fate. Wait a moment. You are the disciple of that eminent figure, which means... At this moment, Qi Tianqi's eyes sparkled as he scrutinized Chunhua, exclaiming in astonishment, You are my granddaughter's husband, Chunhua? The very one who just saved me. It is astonishing to discover that my granddaughter's husband is indeed a divine healer. Years ago, after Bing Xinrou saved Qi Tianqi by a stroke of luck, she arranged a marriage contract between Chunhua and Qi Lin. Witnessing Qi Tianqi's exuberance, everyone present was left in a state of disbelief. Who could have imagined that just moments ago, he was on the verge of death, and now he radiates vitality, even more so than the youth around him. Greetings. Grandpa Qi, I am Chunhua. Chunhua had not anticipated Qi Tianqi's vibrant spirit upon awakening. For a moment, he was unsure how to respond and instinctively glanced towards Qi Lin for assistance. Upon catching the plea in his eyes, Qi Lin quickly realized her grandfather had escaped danger and grasped his hand with excitement, asking, Grandpa, how do you feel now? Is there anywhere that still troubles you? Not at all. I feel perfectly well. Qi Tianqi's aged face could not conceal his broad smile as he replied, Lin, I am fine now. Quickly, prepare for the wedding tonight with my grandson-in-law. What? Upon hearing this, Qi Lin's expression shifted dramatically. Disbelief etched on her face as she responded, Grandpa, what I meant to say is, we just met. Is there really a need to rush into a wedding? She initially intended to express her reluctance towards the marriage, but feared it might distress Qi Tianqi, so she quickly rephrased her response. Beside her, Chunhua felt a wave of awkwardness, pondering why Qi Tianqi was so eager to marry off his granddaughter to him without even asking for his consent. Why the rush? If you are not anxious, my grandson-in-law certainly is. Qi Tianqi directed his gaze at Chunhua, inquiring, Isn't that right, grandson-in-law? Well, I'm not in a hurry either. Chunhua replied with a smile. Qi Lin shot him a glance, silently acknowledging his understanding. Upon hearing both of them express their lack of urgency, Qi Tianqi's expression fell, and he sighed, Very well, since my grandson-in-law is not in a rush, we can take our time with this matter. However, while the wedding can wait, consummating the marriage should be prioritized. Therefore, tonight you two will share a room, which will also be beneficial for nurturing your bond. Grandpa. Qi Lin's face flushed with embarrassment, and she retorted, Who treats their granddaughter in such a manner? If my parents were here, they would certainly object to this. Objection or not, it must be accepted. All right, this matter is settled, Qi Tianqi said with satisfaction, casting a knowing glance at Chunhua, as if to convey, Good grandson-in-law. I can only assist you up to this point. The rest is in your hands. Meanwhile, Qi Lin's brows knitted tightly together, her emotions swirling in complexity. Desiring to articulate further thoughts, yet fearing the potential impact on Qi Tianqi's health, he ultimately chose to remain silent. Observing this, Chunhua's expression turned bitter, as he mused internally. This venerable Qi truly has a grand heart. Having met me for the first time, he dares to suggest that I share a bed with his granddaughter, oblivious to the possibility that I may be a nefarious character. What he fails to realize, however, is that Qi Tianqi actually hopes for an early development between him and Qi Lin. Such an occurrence would anchor him firmly within the Qi family. Master, please allow me to pay my respects. At that moment, the previously silent Dr. Li suddenly knelt before Chunhua with a resounding thud. His unexpected action left the onlookers in a state of astonishment. Dr. Li, what are you doing? Qi Tianqi inquired, his face a mask of confusion. In the presence of my master, how could I dare to claim the title of divine physician? Dr. Li replied with a wry smile. Compared to him, my modest skills are hardly worthy of mention. A gentleman's word is as binding as a chariot. I previously declared that if he could restore the elder Qi to health, I would take him as my master. Now that he has fulfilled that promise, I must honor my word. As he spoke, Dr. Li attempted to bow his head to Chunhua, but Chunhua deftly stepped aside, refusing to accept the gesture. It was merely a jest. I shall not take you as my disciple. Qi Tianqi interjected, Dr. Li, please rise. At your age, kneeling before a young man is quite preposterous, especially considering he is my granddaughter's fiancé. Such an act would put us at odds in terms of our familial hierarchy. This cunning old fox, with a keen perception, immediately discerned Dr. Li's intentions to cling to Chunhua's coattails. How could he possibly allow that to transpire? Indeed, Dr. Li, please stand. After all, I have already offered myself to him as a disciple, and he has refused. How could he possibly accept you as his student? Yet Dr. Li remained resolute, declaring, no, a wager is a wager. Since I made my declaration, I shall see it through to the end. Master, please allow me to pay my respects. He seemed determined to take Chunhua as his mentor, regardless of the surrounding pleas for him to rise. With a sigh, Chunhua calmly stated, Dr. Li, please get up. I will not accept you as a disciple. Even if you bow to me, it shall bear no weight. Consider my previous words as mere jest, and let them pass without consequence. Why? Dr. Li gritted his teeth, a flicker of disappointment crossing his eyes. Because your aptitude is woefully inadequate, you possess no innate talent for medicine. Achieving your current level is already your pinnacle. Even if you were to take me as your disciple, you would learn nothing. Chunhua spoke the truth. In his eyes, Dr. Li's potential was even inferior to that of Qi Lin. Such talent aspiring to be his disciple? What? The moment these words escaped him, the onlookers were rendered speechless. Dr. Li was a renowned physician throughout Yunhai City, held in high esteem, akin to a revered figure in the medical community. Yet here, he was reduced to someone lacking the aptitude for medicine in Chunhua's words. They immediately perceived Chunhua's remarks as a sign of arrogance. Chunhua, you are being excessive. Dr. Li is your elder. How can you insult him in such a manner? Qi Lin interjected. Witnessing the arrogance and disdain of Chunhua, she could hardly contain her frustration. The inappropriate remarks made earlier could be overlooked, but now, with the esteemed physician Li kneeling before him, Chunhua had the audacity to claim that Li's qualifications were subpar, a blatant affront to the man. Chunhua cast a sidelong glance at her and remarked, I am not insulting him. I merely state a fact. You should not speak in such a manner. Apologize to physician Li at once. Qi Lin exclaimed in anger. That is unnecessary. Indeed, it is true that I, an old man of limited insight and modest talent, cannot hope to catch the eye of a master like him. Miss Qi, please refrain from further comments. Moreover, I made my own commitments. This is all voluntary on my part. At that moment, physician Li was thrown into a state of panic. To have the disciple of the medical immortal apologize to him? Wasn't this a slap in the face? Moreover, he had been the one to shamelessly seek Chunhua as his mentor. If Chunhua refused him and he had to apologize, how could he possibly save face? Earlier, it was my folly to fail to recognize the greatness of Master Chun. I hope you will not hold it against me, physician. To Qi Lin's astonishment, physician Li not only prevented her from urging Chunhua to apologize, but he also prostrated himself in contrition, casting a displeased glare at Chunhua, inwardly thinking, this fellow is merely slightly more skilled in medicine. What is there to be so proud of? His arrogance knows no bounds. If one lacks basic respect for elders, no matter how superior their medical skills, they are ultimately a menace. Such trifles are of little concern. Chunhua waved his hand dismissively, then turned to physician Li, saying, though I cannot accept you as my disciple, should you encounter any uncertainties in the future, feel free to seek my counsel. If time permits, I would not mind offering you some guidance. However, the extent of your understanding will ultimately depend on your own fortune. At his advanced age, to kneel at another's request was indeed a remarkable display of integrity that touched Chunhua's heart. It seemed he was not of ill intent. Should an opportunity arise to impart knowledge to him, it would not pose a significant challenge. That would be splendid. Thank you, physician, Li exclaimed, overwhelmed with joy, nearly moved to tears. Do refrain from calling me physician. It feels rather awkward. Just call me Chenhua. Upon hearing this, physician Li's face flushed with embarrassment. Even someone whose medical prowess surpassed his own, Chenhua, did not wish to be addressed as a physician, while he himself had the audacity to accept such a title with pride. Henceforth, he resolved never to refer to himself as a physician again. I, an old man, am far inferior to you in both skill and character, Li Jun sighed, then retrieved a business card from his pocket, presenting it to Chenhua. This is my contact information. I have recently invested in a private hospital. If you have the time, I would be grateful if you could provide guidance to the doctors there to show them what true medical prowess looks like. Nearby, Qi Tianqi watched this scene unfold, his face turning a shade of green with anger. This physician Li truly knew how to curry favor. The moment he learned that his granddaughter's husband was the disciple of a medical immortal, he displayed such a sycophantic demeanor. At his age, he should have more shame. Very well, Chenhua accepted the business card without hesitation. Upon his arrival in the unfamiliar city of Yanhai, he realized that having multiple friends could indeed pave various paths for him. All right, old Li, if you have no pressing matters, you may take your leave. I wish to have a heartfelt conversation with my granddaughter's husband, Qi Tianqi declared, unable to tolerate the situation any longer, thus issuing an invitation for departure. Li Jun offered an awkward smile, casting a meaningful glance at Qi Tianqi, fully aware of the underlying implications of his demeanor. We are both seasoned foxes. What kind of trickery are you attempting with me? Nevertheless, he refrained from expressing his thoughts, merely nodding in agreement. Old Qi, since you have no further matters at hand, I shall take my leave. Young friend, do not hesitate to reach out to me if you require assistance. Before departing, he took a moment to remind Chenhua. Understood. Chenhua responded with a smile and a nod. This scene elicited a sense of frustration in Qi Tianqi. This old fellow is insufferable. However, regardless of the situation, Chenhua remains my granddaughter's husband, and any efforts to sway him would be futile. Contemplating this, Qi Tianqi's expression softened slightly. You all may leave as well. I have matters to discuss with my granddaughter's husband. He then waved his hand at the others. Qi Diyu and Qi Mei paused in surprise, but quickly made their exit, fearing that lingering any longer might expose their secretive dealings. Grandfather, I shall not leave. I wish to stay here with you. Qi Lin, upon hearing that her grandfather intended to keep Chenhua, felt displeased. Lin, be obedient. Step outside for a moment. I need to converse with your husband. And you may return in 5 minutes, Qi Tianqi insisted. Reluctantly, Qi Lin acquiesced, furrowing her brow as she cast a sidelong glance at Chenhua. He remained silent, his expression calm, which only added to her irritation. Yet, she could not defy Qi Tianqi's wishes and had no choice but to exit. Soon, only Chenhua and the elder Qi remained in the room. Chenhua, please take a seat, Qi Tianqi said with a genial smile. Certainly, Chenhua replied, pulling a chair closer and sitting down. Although he was uncertain of the elder's intentions for this private conversation, it presented a valuable opportunity to inquire about the other jade pendant. First, I must express my gratitude. Without your intervention, this old body would have surely met its demise. Qi Tianqi lamented, revealing a weariness in his demeanor. However, I am acutely aware that I am but a flickering flame in the twilight of my years. Even if I have managed to survive today, my time is limited, for the poison within me is not easily remedied. At this revelation, Chenhua was taken aback. The elder Qi is aware of his poisoning? Puzzled, he immediately inquired, You know you have been poisoned? Indeed, I have known for approximately half a year, Qi Tianqi responded. Do you know who is responsible for this? At this point, Qi Tianqi fell silent, his gaze dimming. His lack of response deepened Chenhua's suspicion that the matter was far more complex than it appeared. The atmosphere was thick with uncertainty. Chenhua furrowed his brow, perceiving that old Master Qi likely knew something, given the look on his face. Otherwise, he wouldn't appear so troubled. He decided to let the matter rest for the time being. Qi Tianqi forced a wry smile and waved his hand dismissively. Observing this, Chenhua refrained from pressing further. If he was unwilling to speak, there must be a compelling reason behind it. Clearing his throat, Qi Tianqi looked at Chenhua with great anticipation and asked, Has your master informed you of the purpose of your descent from the mountain? Yes, he has. Chenhua nodded affirmatively. Good. Qi Tianqi's face instantly brightened with a smile, and he continued, Since you have been informed, Let us address the most pressing matter at hand. What pressing matter? Chunhua inquired, perplexed. The old man seemed to relish in being cryptic. Your marriage to Lin Lin, of course. Such matters are best addressed promptly. While I still have the strength, I wish to witness your wedding with Lin Lin. That would bring me peace, even in death. As he spoke, Qi Tianqi's voice grew increasingly frail. He was a stark contrast to the vigorous man he had been just moments before, as if he had been putting on an act for their benefit. Chunhua smirked and replied, Old Master Qi, you may not be aware, but your granddaughter has no interest in me. Even if I wished to marry her, it would not come to pass. Foolish child. Do you not understand the principle of getting on the bus before buying the ticket? You must first create the circumstances before discussing the outcome. Qi Tianqi imparted wisdom as if he were a seasoned mentor. Grandfather, how can you teach outsiders to take advantage of your own granddaughter? Before Qi Tianqi could respond, Qi Lin burst into the room, having eavesdropped on their conversation. The door swung open, and all eyes met, creating an awkward atmosphere. Lin Lin, why did you come in? I asked you to wait outside. Humph, if I had waited any longer, I might have found myself sold off by you. Qi Lin shot a cold glare at her grandfather. She then turned to Chunhua, her voice laced with ire. What kind of enchantment have you cast upon my grandfather? You're overthinking it. Chunhua shrugged, caught off guard by the situation. It seemed unlikely that he would extract any information about the jade pendant from old Master Qi at this moment. The old man had just awakened and was still somewhat disoriented, speaking in a jumbled manner. After pondering for a moment, Chunhua resolved to leave the Lin family for now and seek an appropriate opportunity to inquire later. He stood up and addressed Qi Tianqi, Old Master Qi. Your health has just begun to improve. It would be wise to conserve your strength and rest. I shall return tomorrow to check on you. Leaving? Where are you going? Qi Tianqi blinked in surprise, exclaiming, Chunhua, you are the son-in-law of the Qi family. This is your home. You need not leave. In response, Chunhua smiled gently. I appreciate your kindness, but I shall find a hotel to stay in. He glanced at Qi Lin, and upon seeing her frosty expression, he couldn't help but feel a tinge of self-deprecation. This woman still held herself in such high regard. Did she truly think I had come to be her humble suitor? It appears you intended to stay at a hotel. Haha. How thoughtless of me to have overlooked that. Please, do go ahead. Tonight, there is no need to be overly cautious. Simply allow things to unfold naturally. Upon hearing Chunhua's suggestion to stay at a hotel, Qi Tianqi's thoughts took a peculiar turn. His eyes darted about, seemingly understanding yet perplexed. And he turned to Qi Lin, saying, Lin Lin, you should leave at once. I am fine now. There is no need for you to waste time here. Off you go. What? Qi Lin was momentarily taken aback, furrowing her brow as she asked, Grandfather, what does your staying at a hotel have to do with me? Why should I go? You are both getting married. I am not an old stick in the mud. Naturally, you should do as you wish without too many reservations. Qi Tianqi waved his hand dismissively. Now, go on. I am feeling tired and will take a short nap. With that, he lay down and pulled the blanket over his head. Grandfather. Qi Lin paused for a moment, finally grasping the meaning behind her grandfather's words. Just as she was about to respond, she noticed that Qi Tianqi had already begun to snore. Though she was aware he was merely pretending, a hint of helplessness crossed her face. Such antics left Chunhua utterly astonished. Qi Tianqi certainly had a bold spirit. However, after some contemplation, Chunhua quickly realized the underlying reason for such eagerness. Perhaps Qi Tianqi was keenly aware of his master's esteemed position, thus prompting him to hastily arrange for his granddaughter's marriage to him. Indeed, the elderly tend to possess a keen acuity, just like Li Shunyi and Qi Tianqi. Reflecting on this, Chunhua couldn't help but smile self-deprecatingly before turning to leave. What was this fellow so pleased about? Did he truly believe that by charming the grandfather everything would fall into place? Qi Lin furrowed her brow, finding Chunhua's demeanor excessively arrogant, bordering on contempt. You are in for it now that I have found an opportunity. At the hotel, Qi Lin led Chunhua to a 5-star establishment, securing a lavish room. You shall stay here tonight, she stated, inserting the room card into the slot and illuminating the space. Thank you. Honestly, I could have booked a hotel myself, Chunhua remarked, his eyes wide with wonder as he took in the opulent surroundings, the dazzling lights, the shower, the bathtub. Ever since being rescued by Bing Shinro over a decade ago, he had seldom ventured down the mountain, and he was now struck by a sense of awe. This is my number. Feel free to contact me if needed. Qi Lin, maintaining a stoic expression, produced a golden business card from her bag, and handed it to Chenhua. All right. By the way, Qilin continued, you mentioned my grandfather was poisoned. How is he faring now? Has the poison been resolved? She vividly recalled the matter, having not had the chance to inquire earlier. Chenhua shook his head, saying, the poison runs too deep. It cannot be fully cured in a short time. He will require further recuperation until all toxins have been expelled from his body. How long will that take? Qilin's expression grew serious as she knitted her brows. At least 3 days, or as long as a week, depending on your grandfather's physical condition. Upon hearing this, Qilin immediately exhaled a sigh of relief. Fortunately, the duration was not excessively long. After a moment's contemplation, she gently bit her crimson lip and turned to Chenhua, saying, I entrust my grandfather's care to you. As I have mentioned before, if you can restore my grandfather's health, I shall consider the prospect of marrying you. The outcome rests entirely in your hands. Chenhua, upon hearing these words, could not suppress a smirk. Once again, the same phrase. Did she truly think he could be toyed with like a fool? To put it in modern vernacular, this was nothing short of an empty promise. Chenhua fully grasped this notion and promptly replied, Miss Qi, I assure you I will treat your grandfather's illness. There is no need to dangle marriage as a bait. I have already stated my disinterest in marrying you, so you need not worry. What? Qilin was taken aback. He said he no longer wished to marry her? Why? Hadn't he claimed upon their first encounter that he was there to fulfill their engagement? How could he have changed his mind so swiftly? He must be insincere. Realizing this, Qilin felt she had discerned Chenhua's intentions. He was deliberately saying this. Suit yourself, she thought, but since I have spoken, I shall genuinely consider it. If you choose not to marry in the end, that is your affair. I only hope you do not regret this decision. Following this incident, Qilin felt even more disdain towards Chenhua. Did he truly believe that a modicum of talent justified such arrogance and self-importance? I never engage in actions that lead to regret, she mused. Chenhua, however, smiled faintly and confidently replied, very well. Qilin's tone turned icy as she stated, I have an event to attend this evening. You may remain in the hotel. If my grandfather calls to inquire whether I am with you, simply affirm it, understood? At this, Chenhua immediately comprehended her intentions. Clearly, she sought to create the illusion of a loving couple before her grandfather. Chenhua was indifferent. It was merely a matter of words. Understood. You are perceptive, he acknowledged. With that, Qilin exited the hotel room, closing the door behind her. Beautiful and well-proportioned, yet regrettably too proud to be a suitable wife, Chenhua remarked to himself after her departure. He then surveyed the hotel room, noting the spacious bed and floor-to-ceiling windows. The ambience and lighting were indeed of superior quality. He pondered, how much must one spend for a single night here? Ultimately, he concluded, such an extravagant place is beyond my means. I shall seek lodging elsewhere. 5 minutes later, Chenhua had packed his belongings and located a modest inn, where a night's stay cost a mere 80 yuan. This will suffice, he declared upon reaching the entrance. Without hesitation, he prepared to enter when suddenly, a graceful young woman, appearing to be around 25 or 26, tugged at his backpack from behind, pleading, Handsome, could you do me a favor? Sorry, I cannot. Chenhua replied, arching an eyebrow at the beautiful stranger, speaking plainly. The beautiful woman stood there, her face a canvas of astonishment. Chenhua, resolute in his refusal, met her gaze, momentarily lost in her eyes. Is it true that men have become so heartless in this era? With an impassive expression, Chenhua inquired, Is there something you need? If not, please release me. I am pressed for time. He had gone an entire day without food and was intent on finding a place to rest before seeking a restaurant to satisfy his hunger. He had no desire to squander his time in this encounter, especially considering the possibility that this woman might be deceitful. One must always remain vigilant when venturing into the world. Indeed, handsome sir, I am being pursued by a group of ruffians. If you do not rescue me, I shall fall into their treacherous clutches. Can you bear to stand idly by while I am victimized? Yet, contrary to her plea, the girl tightened her grip, even clutching his arm with one hand. In broad daylight, what ruffians could there possibly be? Surely, she must be suffering from a delusion of persecution. Chenhua raised an eyebrow, casting a cursory glance at the girl. Her porcelain skin and exquisitely applied makeup caught his attention, though her intellect appeared somewhat lacking. Of course not. Look, those men over there have been following me. The beauty abruptly turned her head, pointing towards the roadside. Chunhua followed her gaze and indeed spotted 4 or 5 distinctly styled young men loitering beside a white vehicle. As he turned back, the young men happened to glance in his direction. Chunhua's gaze flickered slightly, yet he shook his head and replied, "I'm sorry, I cannot assist you. You should seek help elsewhere." Although the situation was murky, he was disinclined to meddle in affairs that did not concern him. After all, what if this girl was in cahoots with those young men? He had no desire to embroil himself in a potential scam. How can you stand by and do nothing? The girl's urgency heightened as she tightened her hold on his arm, pressing her body closely against his. Chunhua suddenly felt the warmth of her presence against his arm, an unexpected sensation that stirred a sense of comfort within him. He inhaled deeply, casting a glance at the girl, feeling exasperated by her actions. Fine, fine. So this is your strategy to entice me, is it? Yet, Chunhua was not one to be easily swayed by such tactics. Madam, I implore you to conduct yourself with dignity. He raised his hands high, making a conscious effort to avoid contact, wary of the potential for her to misinterpret his intentions. Such scenarios had unfolded far too often. No. If you refuse to help me, I shall not release you, even if it costs me my life. The girl seemed resolute in her determination, clinging to his arm as though her very existence depended on it. At that moment, the 5 young men clad in tight red attire approached. One with bleached hair and a large gold chain draped around his neck stepping forward. "Hey kid, be wise. This is a woman our boss has taken a liking to. I suggest you refrain from interfering in matters that do not concern you. Indeed, our elder brother is quite renowned on this street. You there, scoundrel. Why don't you make yourself scarce?" 5 spirited youths hung their heads low, a cigarette dangling from their lips, exuding an air of arrogance. Upon hearing this, Chunhua narrowed his eyes, contemplating whether they had conspired to deceive him. Did they truly believe he could be easily manipulated upon his arrival in Yanhai City? "I do not know her. Feel free to proceed as you wish." Chunhua maintained a calm demeanor. In an instant, he forcefully tugged the girl's hand away and turned to leave. "Hey, handsome, what are you doing? How can you just stand by and watch?" The girl was momentarily taken aback, staring at Chunhua in disbelief. But within a heartbeat, she was seized by 2 of the spirited youths, each gripping her tightly. "Let me go," she cried, struggling desperately. "You have some nerve. What do you intend to do in broad daylight?" "Miss Jiangro, our brother Biao has been longing for you. Just come along quietly, and perhaps he will be in a good mood to introduce you to some opportunities." "Let me go? If you persist, I will call the police." The girl, Jiangro, continued to fight back, but her strength was insufficient to break free. "Miss Jiang, you might as well give up. By the time the police arrive, you will have already become Brother Biao's woman," sneered a thug adorned with a large gold chain. He exchanged glances with the other 2 spirited youths and pointed at Chunhua, who was attempting to leave. "Go, bring that kid back. This alley is deserted except for him. His presence here is too coincidental. He must have ulterior motives. Perhaps he is the secret lover Jiangro has been seeing. Capture him as well." "Understood. Kid, don't move." The other 2 spirited youths charged toward Chunhua. However, he paid them no heed, continuing deeper into the alley. "You're courting death. You've chosen to ignore our hospitality. Attack him." They exchanged glances and rushed towards Chunhua from behind, preparing to ambush him. Just as they were about to reach him, Chunhua suddenly delivered a sharp kick, striking one of them squarely in the chest. The force sent him flying several meters, crashing to the ground and losing 2 front teeth, blood spilling from his mouth. Well, this one is certainly trouble." The thug with the gold chain shouted in anger. "All of you, attack together. Make him pay for daring to challenge us." In no time, even the 2 who were holding Jiang Ro rushed forward. At that moment, Jiang Ro stood frozen, her gaze fixed on Chunhua with incredulity. How could a single kick send a person flying? Who on earth was this individual? How could he possess such formidable strength? While astonished, Jiang Ro quickly demonstrated her cleverness, sprinting towards Chunhua and taking refuge behind him, because she realized that the man before her was indeed her savior. "Kid, we are under the protection of Biao Ge. You have truly crossed the wrong person." For ruffians surged forward, intending to overwhelm Chunhua with their numbers. "I had no intention of meddling in your affairs. Why are you provoking me?" Chunhua was now somewhat angered. He had no desire to get involved, but this group of oblivious thugs had chosen to confront him. Thus, they had only themselves to blame. Enough of the nonsense. "If I don't incapacitate you today," before the ruffian could finish his threat, Chunhua swiftly delivered a resounding slap, sending him flying. The remaining thugs stood frozen. Even Jiang Ro, who had been hiding behind him, was in disbelief. The force of that slap was astonishing. Next, Chunhua's eyes glinted with cold fury, and without hesitation, he approached each thug and delivered a slap. In scarcely more than a few seconds, all 5 young men lay sprawled on the ground, clutching their faces and wailing in agony. None daring to rise and challenge Chunhua again. Anyone else? Chunhua clapped his hands, his expression indifferent. This group was utterly feeble, far weaker than the tigers he had raised on the mountain, easily felled by a single blow. You've got guts. Jin Lian gritted his teeth, cursing, before fearfully scrambling to his feet. I've memorized your face. Dare to snatch Biao Ji's woman, and you'll regret it. If you're still alive and can leave Yanhai City within 3 days, I'll take your surname. With that, the 5 young men fled, terrified of being struck again. Handsome, thank you for saving me. At that moment, Jiang Rou suddenly stood on her tiptoes and planted a kiss on Chunhua's cheek. What are you doing? Chunhua was momentarily taken aback by the kiss and quickly stepped aside, creating distance between them. That was a reward. You are my savior. If you hadn't intervened just now, I would have been captured and bullied by them. Jiang Rou's large, expressive eyes blinked innocently, sparkling with admiration as she gazed at Chunhua. That's quite a unique reward, Chunhua remarked, casting a glance her way. He was now convinced that she was not allied with those ruffians, for the innocence in her eyes was genuine and unfeigned. And besides, haven't you eaten yet? To express my gratitude, how about I treat you to a meal? Jiang Rou said with a radiant smile. You want to treat me to a meal? Chunhua raised an eyebrow, slightly moved. After all, he had been hungry all day, and nothing could excite him more than a good meal at that moment. Yes. You saved me, so I must treat you. Jiang Rou beamed. All right then, where shall we eat? Chunhua replied, not one to refuse. My home is nearby. Let us head there first, she suggested. Jiang Rou, in a sudden gesture, tugged at her white dress, revealing a fresh scratch on its fabric, likely caused by an accidental brush against an object. With a hint of grievance, she remarked, my dress is torn. I must return home to change. Upon seeing this, Chunhua instinctively glanced at her, confirming the presence of a significant tear in her knee-length white skirt, through which her fair and delicate thigh was partially visible, exuding an alluring charm. It was even possible for Chunhua to catch a glimpse of her pink panties. He frowned, pondering the misfortune of this woman. Considering she was treating him to a meal, he thought it would be no trouble to escort her home, lest that group of spirited young men return. Where do you live? He inquired. Just over there, in that small community. Walk straight through this alley to the main road. Then take a right for about 200 meters, Jiang Rou replied, indicating the direction of her home. After a brief estimation, Chunhua realized it was indeed not far and nodded, saying, then let us proceed. I still do not know your name. I cannot keep calling you handsome, she smiled. I am Jiang Rou, what about you? Chunhua. All right, brother Hua. Please, do not call me brother. I might not even be older than you. At 23, Chunhua felt it inappropriate for Jiang Rou, who appeared to be around 25 or 26, to address him as such. Do not dwell on such trivial details. Let us move on. Jiang Rou waved her hand dismissively and, without hesitation, linked her arm with Chunhua's, leading him forward. Chunhua cast a surprised glance at her boldness. They had only just met, and she was already so familiar. The softness of her arm against his further astonished him. Was it common for city girls to be so audacious? Strangely enough, while Jiang Rou seemed petite, he realized that she was quite remarkable in her own right. Ling Ling. I heard your family arranged a marriage for you. Is the man handsome? Lin Xiona, a friend of Qi Ling, suddenly inquired while they were in the car. Do not even mention it. It is merely a betrothal set by my grandfather, and it has nothing to do with me. I absolutely will not go through with this marriage. Qi Ling was currently driving, preparing to join her friend for a shopping trip at the mall. They intended to select an appropriate gown for a ball they were attending that evening. So it's an arranged marriage. Lin Xiona laughed, then curiously asked, so, have you met the man? Is he handsome? Which family does he belong to? He's just average. He just came down from the mountains and is not from any notable family. While Qi Ling was not one to be swayed by wealth, her assessment of Chunhua was an objective fact. He was indeed not a rich heir. Upon hearing this, Lin Xiona was immediately taken aback, incredulously exclaiming, is he truly just a country bumpkin? This simply cannot be. With your beauty, Lin Lin, countless wealthy heirs would vie for your affection. Yet how could such a rustic fellow ever be deemed worthy of you? Lin Lin, as your dearest confidant, I cannot possibly approve of this marriage. The two had been classmates since high school, and continued their studies together in university, forging a profound bond that allowed for complete openness. Upon hearing Qi Lin's description of Chenhua, she promptly rejected the engagement on her behalf. In her eyes, Qi Lin was a goddess, far beyond the reach of someone like Chenhua, who was nothing more than a toad yearning for a swan's grace. Rest assured, I am not so foolish. Qi Lin smiled faintly. That is reassuring, she replied. However, what troubles me now is my grandfather. He insists that I hastily proceed with the wedding arrangements with that fellow. Even more absurdly, he has insisted that I share a hotel room with him tonight. What? Lin Xiona exclaimed in shock, her eyes widening. Such a thing exists? You find it outrageous as well, don't you? Fortunately, I am clever enough to escape after arranging for him to stay at the hotel. However, this means I now have nowhere to stay tonight. Nana, could you possibly take me in for a night? Is that even a question? Lin Xiona declared, thumping her chest confidently. We are sisters. Of course, you will sleep with me tonight. Then it is settled. I shall ensure that you, my little enchantress, spend the night with me. Who sleeps with whom remains to be seen. A short while later, Jiang Ro returned home with Chenhua. Please make yourself comfortable on the sofa. I will change and be right out, she said, ushering him to sit and waiting for her to change. As Chenhua settled down, he took in the chaotic state of Jiang Ro's room, clothes strewn about everywhere, on the sofa, the television, the coffee table, and even atop the refrigerator, where a bright red piece of lingerie caught his eye. Is it commonplace for girls to be so casual at home? Feeling a wave of embarrassment wash over him, he quickly averted his gaze, realizing that he was intruding upon a young lady's privacy. The refrigerator has drinks. Feel free to help yourself if you're thirsty, Jiang Ro called from her room, emerging with a few clean garments and heading toward the bathroom. Upon hearing this, Chenhua glanced at the refrigerator and immediately spotted the red lingerie hanging there, prompting him to awkwardly shake his head. No, thank you. I'm not thirsty. Then please wait for me for 10 minutes. I will just take a quick shower, she said, dashing into the bathroom, closing the door behind her. Isn't it just a change of clothes? Why is she taking a shower? Chenhua raised an eyebrow, but before he could finish his thought, Jiang Ro had already entered the bathroom. Stunned by the sudden turn of events, Chenhua found himself pondering whether he should simply leave. However, this thought was swiftly dismissed by him. Perhaps it was a tad impolite, so he decided to wait another 10 minutes. Chenhua rubbed his already growling stomach, sighed in resignation, and settled onto the sofa to occupy himself with his phone. At that moment, he could only wish that Jiang Ro would hasten her bathing routine. After approximately 5 minutes, the sound of running water in the bathroom abruptly ceased. Then, Jiang Ro opened the door slightly, peeking her head out to address Chenhua. I seem to have forgotten my underwear outside. Could you bring it to me? Chenhua was taken aback, questioning whether he had misheard. Observing Jiang Ro's slightly damp, flushed face, he even doubted the reliability of his own ears. It was one thing for this woman to forget her underwear while bathing, but to ask him for assistance was quite another. My underwear is in a box in my room. You can just grab any one you find, she continued when he remained silent. At this point, her face had turned a deeper shade of crimson, and her heart raced. She herself was puzzled by the level of trust she placed in Chenhua, a stranger she had known for merely half an hour. All right, I will fetch it for you. Chenhua inhaled deeply, striving to dismiss any errant thoughts. Yet, being a young man full of vigor, it was difficult to maintain composure in such a situation. Furthermore, given Jiang Ro's fair complexion and beauty, coupled with the fact that they were separated by only a door, it was only natural for any man to find it hard to resist temptation. Thank you, Jiang Ro said bashfully. It's to the left when you enter. There's a storage box containing all my underwear. Just choose one. At that moment, she felt exceedingly nervous. This was the first time in over 20 years that she had asked a man to retrieve her underwear. Without further ado, Chenhua made his way to Jiang Ro's room. Upon opening the door, he followed her directions and glanced to the left, where he indeed spotted a beige storage box atop the table. This must be it. Let us take a look inside. He opened the box and was instantly taken aback. Inside, a kaleidoscope of colors greeted him, an assortment of Jiang Ro's lingerie in various styles and patterns, leaving Chenhua, who had never before encountered a woman's undergarments, momentarily speechless. What surprised him the most was the size marked on the garments, 36. His initial instincts had proven correct. He casually picked up a blue and white lingerie piece and then closed the lid of the storage box. Yet, as he held the item, he couldn't shake the peculiar sensation it evoked within him. It felt somewhat inappropriate. Chenhua grimaced, not wishing to linger in Jiang Ro's room any longer. He quickly exited with the lingerie in hand and approached the bathroom door. Upon seeing Jiang Ro, her face flushed an even deeper shade of red, resembling a ripe apple. As she beheld the undergarment he held, "Here you go." With her eyes closed, Chunhua handed her underwear to Jiang Ro. "Thank you," she replied in a voice that was faint and tremulous, her shyness causing her to quiver uncontrollably. Upon receiving the garment, Jiang Ro immediately averted her gaze. Unable to look at Chunhua any longer, her heart raced, and her cheeks flushed a deep crimson as she struggled to steady her breathing, taking deep breaths to quell her heightened emotions. How strange. Why am I so nervous? Could it be that I have developed feelings for him? No, that cannot be. He merely saved my life. I cannot be so foolish as to think of offering myself to him. I must remain composed. Jiang Ro closed her eyes and inhaled deeply several times, attempting to regain her composure. She gently patted her flushed cheeks, trying to calm herself. Once she felt a semblance of normalcy return, she prepared to put on the blue and white underwear. As she held it in her hands, she muttered to herself, "Blue and white. Is this the color that men prefer?" Having been captivated by domineering CEO novels since her middle school days, she found herself unwittingly stepping into the shoes of the female protagonist, lost in her own fanciful thoughts. What am I thinking? I must hurry and get dressed. I promised to treat him to a meal. I cannot keep him waiting. Realizing the urgency, Jiang Ro focused on hastily putting on her clothes. But just as she was about to fasten her underwear, her foot slipped. In that moment, as she fumbled with the clasp, she instinctively cried out and began to fall backward, her hands desperately seeking something to steady herself. In her panic, she grasped the door handle. To her astonishment, she realized she had forgotten to close the door. Pulling it backward caused the bathroom door to swing open. What happened? Coincidentally, Chunhua, who had been on the verge of leaving, turned back upon hearing her scream, glancing towards the bathroom. The sight that greeted him left him momentarily speechless. There stood a curvaceous figure, skin smooth and fair, staring at him in shock, while Chunhua's gaze was instinctively drawn to Jiang Ro's alluring curves. His eyes fixated. For an instant, he found himself unable to look away. So large, he swallowed hard, involuntarily conjuring the thought. Until now, he had only sensed it but had never seen it with his own eyes. Yet here he was, a witness to the reality of Jiang Ro's form. After a long pause, Jiang Ro suddenly realized her secret was laid bare before Chunhua. A sharp scream echoed throughout the room. "I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to." At that moment, Chunhua snapped back to reality, realizing he had seen something he shouldn't have. He quickly apologized to Jiang Ro. "You should turn away. Why are you still looking?" Jiang Ro cupped her ample bosom with both hands, feeling a wave of embarrassment as she spoke to Chunhua. "I'm so sorry. I'll turn around now." Upon hearing this, Chunhua complied immediately, still somewhat bewildered. Shouldn't Jiang Ro be the one to close the door? However, he deemed it prudent to refrain from voicing his thoughts. He hastily stepped aside, distancing himself from the bathroom. Yet the image he had just witnessed lingered in his mind, firmly rooted and impossible to dispel. He was astonished by Jiang Ro's figure. Her generous curves were complemented by an impossibly slender waist. Chunhua took a deep breath, forcing himself to regain composure, wary of acting impulsively. Jiang Ro remained lost in thought as she watched Chunhua's retreating silhouette. It wasn't until she regained her senses that she realized she had neglected to close the bathroom door. With a swift motion, she pushed the door shut forcefully, pressing against it with a nervous expression. Did he just see me completely? Her heart raced uncontrollably. The scene replayed in her mind, and recalling the moment Chunhua had glimpsed her figure caused her cheeks to flush crimson, extending even to her neck, a testament to her profound embarrassment. Is this how it ends for me? Jiang Ro's eyes appeared vacant. Having never had a boyfriend, she was still an innocent girl, untouched by the world, let alone having her entire body seen by a man. Yet today, she had been exposed in full glory to Chunhua, whom she had known for less than an hour. Calm down. It was merely an accident. Jiang Ro took 5 minutes to breathe deeply. She then stood under the shower head, letting the water wash over her for another 5 minutes. After 10 minutes of adjustment, her flushed face gradually returned to normal, and her emotions began to stabilize. Soon, she donned her clothes and opened the bathroom door, gazing at Chunhua, who sat on the sofa, feeling both shy and annoyed. "What did you see just now?" "I didn't see anything," Chunhua replied with an awkward smile. He certainly couldn't admit that he had seen everything. Even if it were the truth, a A well-intentioned lie was far more reassuring at that moment. What? Is my figure that poor? I wasn't wearing a single piece of clothing, and you didn't see anything? Jiang Ro's mood soured instantly. She was very confident in her physique. Little did she expect Chunhua to humiliate her so. Chunhua, momentarily speechless, took a deep breath and finally confessed, "All right, I did see. But I assure you it was unintentional. Please believe me." "Humph, the words of a man are deceiving. You saw what you saw. And I thought I was the one with a poor figure." Upon hearing Chunhua's admission, Jiang Ro surprisingly felt a wave of relief. "I'm sorry," Chunhua murmured, unsure of what else to say, only able to offer an apology. "All right, it's fine. You saw it. I know it wasn't intentional." Jiang Ro waved her hand dismissively, feigning indifference as she remarked, "You saved my life just now, so consider this my way of repaying you. You should know, I have never been looked at by a man since I grew up. In fact, I feel like I've lost out." She maintained a facade of nonchalance. Yet Chunhua noticed the blush creeping onto her ears, revealing her forced composure. However, Chunhua, ever tactful, chose not to expose her pretense. Instead, he smiled and continued, "In that case, let me treat you to this meal as a proper apology." "No need for that," Jiang Ro countered. "We agreed that I would invite you, so I must honor that promise." Chunhua, however, suggested, "All right then, let us exchange contact information, and next time, I will treat you." After some consideration, he deemed this exchange necessary. "Very well, but before we dine, you must first accompany me somewhere." Jiang Ro suddenly had a bright idea. "Where to?" "To the mall to buy a few clothes. I've been wanting to shop for ages, but I've been too lazy to go alone. Since I ran into you, why not accompany me?" The shyness Jiang Ro had displayed moments ago vanished, replaced by a charming smile. "To the mall for clothes?" Chunhua raised an eyebrow, slightly taken aback. Hadn't they just decided to eat? Now she was insisting on shopping? His feelings were a mix of confusion and frustration. He merely wanted a bite to eat. "Yes, once we're done shopping, I'll take you to dinner," Jiang Ro said excitedly. "Then let us go?" After a moment's hesitation, Chunhua agreed. After all, he had inadvertently glimpsed Jiang Ro's figure, and rather than holding it against him, she was inviting him to dinner. With a mere detour to the mall, this request was hardly unreasonable, and Chunhua, disliking the notion of being indebted to others, readily acquiesced. "Can you drive?" Jiang Ro asked, smiling as she produced a car key from her bag, twirling it on her slender fingers. "Yes. Excellent. Let's take my car." As they descended, Chunhua's surprise grew when they reached the garage. The vehicle Jiang Ro referred to was nothing short of astonishing, a lavish red Rolls-Royce valued at over 5 million. "I never would have guessed you were so affluent," he exclaimed as he settled into the passenger seat. Jiang Ro's family appeared quite ordinary, with modest furnishings, making the revelation of her luxurious car all the more astonishing. What good is wealth when it only attracts the wrong crowd? Otherwise, I wouldn't have sought refuge in such a secluded neighborhood, Jiang Ro replied, her expression tinged with bitterness. "What do you do for a living?" Chunhua inquired as she drove. The ability to afford such an extravagant vehicle suggested either a wealthy family or a high-paying job, piquing his curiosity. "I act," Jiang Ro confessed candidly. "Are you a star?" "The star is hardly noteworthy. She is merely a faded actress whose glory days have long passed. This car was purchased 2 years ago, and I have not acted in any productions since." Jiang Ro spoke, a hint of bitterness etched across her face. It was evident that her current predicament was somewhat poignant. Noticing Chunhua's silence, she hastily continued, "The reason I haven't been cast in any roles is rather simple. Do you remember that group of ruffians we encountered earlier? How does that relate to them?" Chunhua raised an eyebrow, puzzled. "They are not directly involved. But their superior is." "How so?" "You must be relatively new to Yinhai City, am I correct?" Chunhua nodded, replying, "Yes, I just arrived today." "That explains it. You haven't heard of the notorious Brother Biao, hence your unfamiliarity with the affairs of Yinhai City." Jiang Ro sighed. Brother Biao is a prominent figure in the underworld here, with numerous followers and significant influence. He is acquainted with many substantial figures, including directors and producers in the industry. A considerable reason for my 2-year hiatus from acting is due to the clandestine tactics employed by Brother Biao. As she spoke of this, Jiang Ro's expression grew increasingly grim, her inner turmoil on the verge of eruption. Chunhua furrowed his brow, asking cautiously, "Do you have a vendetta against this person?" "Not exactly a vendetta, but I did decline his advances." Jiang Ro shook her head, "And as a result, I have been partially blacklisted." "Unbelievable. Such absurdity still occurs. Chunhua remarked incredulously. Because you saved me today, you've incurred the ire of those ruffians. Given Brother Biao's temperament, he may seek vengeance upon you in the future. You should exercise caution. Jiang Rou pondered this and felt it necessary to caution Chunhua, considering he had put himself at risk for her. Thank you for the warning. I will be vigilant. Chunhua replied with a nod. Let us proceed inside, she suggested. Soon, they arrived at the shopping mall. After parking the car, they swiftly entered and headed to Jiang Rou's preferred clothing store. She quickly spotted a dress she desired, but when she prepared to pay, she was astonished to realize she had forgotten her wallet. I'll take care of it. Chunhua noticed her distress and immediately offered to pay for her. At that moment, a young man and woman, unfamiliar figures, suddenly entered the store. The impeccably dressed young man scrutinized Chunhua before turning to Jiang Rou with a mocking tone. Well, Jiang Rou, it seems your taste has deteriorated during our time apart. Even if you Haven-T acted in 2 years, surely you wouldn't settle for such an unrefined boyfriend? Indeed, darling, this fellow pales in comparison to you. You are still the most charming. The woman beside him chimed in. Liu, mind your words. Jiang Rou's countenance shifted dramatically upon recognizing the young man. What's wrong? Did I say something incorrect? Liu cast a disdainful glance at Chunhua and scoffed. Jiang Rou, how could you possibly be attracted to such a pedestrian man? It seems you are regressing in life. The total value of his attire barely exceeds 500 yuan. Instead of seeking out a man of my wealth, you choose to associate with this worthless fellow. Surely, it must be your poor judgment that leads you to this folly. Liu was notorious in Yunhai City as a notorious playboy. A couple of years prior, when Jiang Rou enjoyed a modicum of fame, he relentlessly pursued her. Yet she had never entertained any feelings for him and had firmly rejected his advances on numerous occasions. This rejection had left him with a lingering resentment. When Jiang Rou faced a 2-year hiatus from acting, he even went so far as to kick her while she was down, mercilessly humiliating her and spreading rumors that she had latched onto a wealthy man in Yunhai City and was no longer in need of work. However, he was acutely aware that it was Biao Ge who had deliberately suppressed Jiang Rou's career. He exploited this narrative to tarnish her reputation. The sight of him made Jiang Rou feel nauseated, and she furrowed her brow, declaring, Liu, I warn you, it would be wise not to provoke me. If you push me to my limits, I might just do something reckless, and you would surely regret it. Well, darling, did you hear that? She is threatening me, Liu said with a mocking grin, turning to the voluptuous woman beside him. I heard. I've never encountered a woman so deranged. Truly, what a sight to behold. The busty woman sneered, casting a condescending glance at Jiang Rou's figure before proudly turning to Liu. Darling, tell me, who is more endowed, her or I? Liu, with an affectionate smile, replied, Undoubtedly, you are the more ample one. She is no match for you. My love, you are my favorite. He continued. Let us ignore this madwoman and go shopping. I will buy you anything your heart desires. Saying this, he triumphantly draped his arm over the busty woman's shoulder, casting one last derisive glance at Jiang Rou and Chunhua before striding away. As they passed, his hand, resting on the woman's shoulder, audaciously wandered lower. Ex-boyfriend? Chunhua inquired once the two had departed. Certainly not. He has merely clung to me stubbornly for far too long, and his resentment is a result of my rejections. Jiang Rou quickly clarified her relationship with Liu, then added apologetically, I'm sorry for dragging you into this shopping trip, only to have you endure such insults. Not at all. Chunhua waved his hand dismissively, his composure far beyond the trivialities of the mundane world. Such individuals are merely jesters, unworthy of my ire. If I allowed every fool to provoke me, I would have no time left for anything else beyond anger and reprimanding them. Do you have anything else you wish to purchase? Bring it all. I shall cover it. Chunhua felt that having glimpsed Jiang Rou's figure, buying her clothes could serve as a means of atonement, providing him with a sense of comfort. How could I accept that? I came here to shop for myself. I can't possibly let you pay, Jiang Rou protested, glancing at the price tag of a dress. 200 yuan. The price of the dress exceeds 8,000 yuan. A sum far beyond the reach of an ordinary person. Observing Chunhua's attire, it is evident that he is usually quite frugal. The thought of asking him to purchase such an expensive garment fills her with discomfort. Moreover, it is uncertain whether Chunhua can even afford such a sum. She certainly does not wish to put him in an awkward position at this moment. Nevertheless, Chunhua casually remarks, It's nothing, just a small amount. I will buy it for you, as a way to make amends for my earlier mistake. In truth, it is entirely unnecessary. The memory of the earlier incident causes Jiang Ro's face to flush with embarrassment. The vivid, indescribable scene resurfaces in her mind, and just as she manages to forget it, the recollection returns, prompting her to mutter in annoyance. "Shall we proceed with this dress then?" Chun-Hua inquires upon noticing her reluctance to choose any other items. "Thank you for your kindness, but I truly cannot accept." Jiang Ro immediately shakes her head, expressing her embarrassment. However, before she can articulate her refusal further, she observes Chun-Hua retrieving a black card from his pocket. He then turns to the sales attendant and asks, "May I pay with this card?" "Certainly, sir." The attendant replies. "Then let us proceed with the payment," he says, handing over the unfamiliar black card to her. When the attendant receives the card, she momentarily freezes. Much like Jiang Ro, as she has never encountered such a card before. It bears no markings, appearing rather mundane, reminiscent of a child's plaything. "Sir, this card." The attendant manages to say with a wry smile, "It does not indicate which bank it is from. I'm afraid we cannot process it." "Do not concern yourself with the bank. As long as it has funds, it will suffice," Chun-Hua replies, his expression impassive. Yet the attendant is bewildered, having never experienced such a situation. In her eyes, the card appears to be a mere toy, raising doubts about its legitimacy. Unable to confront Chun-Hua directly, she looks to Jiang Ro for assistance. Feeling equally awkward, Jiang Ro softly suggests, "It's possible that this store cannot process your card. Perhaps we should forget it for now and go eat. I can return another day with my wallet to make the purchase." At that moment, an unfortunate coincidence occurs. Li Yu, who had just departed, returns with a companion. It seems they have overheard the exchange between the attendant and Chun-Hua. With a mocking grin, Li Yu scrutinizes the black card in the attendant's hand, derisively taunting Chun-Hua. "A country bumpkin is indeed a country bumpkin, flaunting a child's toy card. Aren't you embarrassed?" "Exactly. My dear is the best, handsome and wealthy, unlike certain bumpkins who pretend to be affluent while being broke." "Talk about a slap in the face," chimes in the curvaceous woman beside him. "Enough." Jiang Ro can no longer endure their taunts, exclaiming in anger, "Why must you always be around, like an annoying adhesive? Can you not just leave us alone?" "Jiang Ro, you have misjudged me. I have come here specifically to settle the bill, recognizing our acquaintance. Otherwise, your boyfriend would face utter humiliation today. Look everyone, a person is attempting to pay with a toy card." With that, Li Yu raised his voice dramatically, calling out to the people outside the shop. A crowd quickly gathered, their gazes fixed upon Chun-Hua and Jiang Ro, whispering and pointing fingers. "Huh. In this day and age, we still have fools like this. Indeed, using a toy card as if it were a bank card. Such a mindless individual. Absolutely. You are spot on. Such a person lacks common sense. Who carries a toy card as if it were legitimate currency? In my opinion, that man is not only foolish, but also a mama's boy. One wonders how such a man could possibly find a girlfriend." As the onlookers continued their chatter, Jiang Ro's expression turned increasingly sour. The sales clerk, wearing a wry smile, remarked, "Sir, perhaps you should try another card. This one truly cannot be processed. Why don't you give it a try?" "I say it will work," Chun-Hua replied with a dismissive glance, refusing to test the claim. The sales clerk found herself in a predicament, unsure of how to proceed. "Young man, don't embarrass yourself here. If that toy card actually works, I, Li Yu, will take your surname." Li Yu mocked, stepping in front of Chun-Hua with a look of disdain, his eyes filled with provocation. "But if it fails to process, you will have to kneel and call me dad. I will cover your clothing expenses for today. What do you say?" "Li Yu, do not go too far," Jiang Ro exclaimed angrily. "Too far? Jiang Ro, your words are unjust. I am merely offering to assist you, yet you claim I am excessive?" Li Yu retorted with a smirk. "I do not require your assistance," Jiang Ro declared, pulling Chun-Hua's hand, intending to leave and ignore Li Yu. However, as she tried to pull Chun-Hua away, he unexpectedly grasped her hand tighter, halting their departure. Jiang Ro was momentarily taken aback, unsure of Chun-Hua's intentions. Yet, in the next moment, Chun-Hua turned to Li Yu and spoke slowly. "What you just said, was it true?" Jiang Ro furrowed her brow, feeling a twinge of panic. "Of course it's true," Li Yu boasted confidently. "With a rustic like you, how could I possibly be intimidated?" He awaited the moment Chun-Hua would embarrass himself, hoping to vex Jiang Ro for rejecting him. "Chun-Hua, ignore him. He is merely looking for trouble," Jiang Ro whispered anxiously. "It's fine." Chun-Hua waved her off and then addressed Li Yu, saying, "Let us make this fair. If my card works, I want to require you to change your surname. However, you must kneel and call me Dad. What did you say? You, a country bumpkin, think you deserve for my precious to call you Dad? Li Yu's companion, a woman with an ample bosom, immediately grew furious. Darling, do not be upset. He is merely putting on a facade, Li Yu jested. Do you truly believe that his worthless card could yield any funds? Indeed, my sweetheart is quite astute. Upon hearing this, the buxom woman burst into laughter, casting a disdainful glance at Chenhua, as if she could already envision him kneeling before Li Yu, calling him daddy. Have you reached an agreement? Chenhua's expression remained tranquil, devoid of any visible emotional fluctuation. Beside him, Jiang Ro wore a solemn countenance, already regretting her decision to accompany Chenhua to the mall, which had led them to encounter the loathsome Li Yu. Chenhua would not have been so rash as to engage in a wager with him. Sigh. Perhaps she would apologize to Chenhua later. All of this was her fault. She understood that she could no longer dissuade him and could only watch helplessly as he reached an agreement with Li Yu. Subsequently, she would witness Chenhua's loss. Li Yu boasted to the buxom woman for a few moments before dismissively turning his gaze to Chenhua, stating, "Very well, let it be as you say. The loser shall kneel before the winner and call him daddy." Chenhua smiled slightly and replied, "Agreed." With that, he once again handed the black card to the cashier. "Go ahead. There is no password." "Sir," the cashier wore an expression of dilemma. She had overheard their wager and was acutely aware that should she swipe the card, Chenhua would be certain to lose, thereby necessitating him to kneel before Li Yu and call him daddy in front of so many witnesses. She was a compassionate individual and could not bear to see such an honest person humiliated. "Hey, can't you understand simple words? Hurry up and swipe it. What are you waiting for?" Li Yu, growing impatient, urged her on. "Faster." The buxom woman chimed in, pressing for haste. Yet, Chenhua perceived something unusual in her eyes. Although he was unaware of her thoughts, he reassured her, "It's all right, just swipe it." Seeing that Chenhua had said so, the cashier, feeling helpless, sighed and said, "All right then." She took the black card from Chenhua's hand and swiftly placed it on the card reader, inputting the amount of 8,200. With a gentle swipe, the next moment, she was utterly astonished. The transaction had indeed gone through. The cashier's eyes widened in disbelief as she stared at the black card in her hand, her mind racing with shock. "Well, what do you say now, kid? You've swiped it. Surely you must be disheartened?" Li Yu, oblivious to the truth, assumed the cashier's pale expression stemmed from her inability to process the payment. He gleefully pointed at Chenhua, taunting, "Now kneel and call me daddy. If daddy is in a good mood today, perhaps he will pay you." "Li Yu," Jiang Ro interjected, stepping in front of Chenhua, her voice laced with fury. "Shut your mouth. What? Just moments ago, you were insisting that the loser must kneel and call the winner daddy. And now that you've lost, you dare not admit it? Hiding behind a woman, are you?" At this moment, a triumphant smile spread across Li Yu's face as he mockingly exclaimed, "Kid, I thought you were merely poor. But it turns out you're just a cowardly turtle. Jiang Ro, your judgment is astonishingly poor. With a man like this, I am 1,000 times his superior." Beside him, the voluptuous woman beamed with delight. "You, Li Yu, I advise you not to go too far. What goes around comes around. Your actions will eventually bear consequences." Jiang Ro retorted with a cold snort. "Whether there are consequences is my own affair. Now you, make this country bumpkin kneel and call me daddy." Li Yu pointed directly at Chenhua, demanding loudly, "A bet is a bet. Hurry up and call." The voluptuous woman chimed in, proudly displaying her ample bosom. However, at that moment, the sales clerk finally regained her composure. She respectfully presented a black card to Chenhua and said, "Sir, this is your black card. We will package your clothes now. Please hold on for a moment." Chenhua accepted the card, maintaining a calm demeanor without a hint of emotional fluctuation. This scene left everyone present utterly stunned, particularly Li Yu. Upon hearing the clerk's words, his face turned pale, eyes wide with disbelief as he questioned, "What is happening? Did that worthless card actually go through?" "Yes," the clerk nodded. "What? This is impossible." Li Yu could hardly contain himself, nearly fainting from shock. That card could truly be used? Jiang Ro, too, was taken aback, staring at Chenhua with astonishment. She had even concocted a plan to escape once Chenhua lost, but never in her wildest dreams did she expect that toy-like black card to actually work for payment. Leaving her utterly shocked. "Sir, here are the clothes you purchased. Please take them." The clerk handed Chenhua a shopping bag containing Jiang Ro's dress with courtesy. Chunhua accepted the bag and turned to the still-dazed Li Yu, stating, "You lost, kneel." "No, this is impossible. How could that worthless card possibly work?" Li Yu, incredulous, gritted his teeth and insisted, "You must have cheated. Jiang Ro, you must have secretly swapped the card." "Li Yu, you were the one who said a bet is a bet, so don't try to back out now." Jiang Ro scoffed, taunting him, "You witnessed the transaction with your own eyes. Which part of that did you see me switch cards? That is absolutely impossible. If you didn't switch the card, then that worthless card could never have been used for payment." Li Yu stubbornly insisted, refusing to acknowledge his defeat. "Shaoli, who was it that just made a purchase in our store?" Just then, a middle-aged man in a gray suit approached the clerk. "Manager, what brings you here?" The clerk asked, puzzled. "Quickly, tell me, who was the person that just used a black card to settle the bill in our store? There are no more than 5 such cards in the entire world. Such an esteemed individual has graced our humble establishment with their presence. It is indeed a stroke of fortune for me." "Phone," the manager exclaimed excitedly to the sales clerk. However, as soon as these words left his lips, the astonishment of everyone present intensified. All eyes were fixated on Chunhua, their expressions a mixture of disbelief and awe. The only exception was Li Yu, whose countenance had turned an alarming shade of green. How could this be possible? "Quickly, Shaoli, tell me which direction the guest with the black gold card has taken. I must meet this distinguished figure in person." The manager, brimming with enthusiasm, longed to behold the grandeur of such a personage. There are only 5 black gold cards in the entire world, and those who possess them are undeniably influential figures, individuals of immense power whom he never dared to even dream of encountering. The fact that one of them was shopping in his store filled him with uncontainable excitement. "Manager, the gentleman before you is." The sales clerk, Shaoli, still in shock, merely gestured blankly towards the manager, indicating that Chunhua was the customer who had just completed his transaction. This young man. Upon hearing this, the manager immediately turned his gaze toward Chunhua, his expression transforming into one of even greater exhilaration. He hastily wiped his hands on his clothing and respectfully extended his palm towards Chunhua, saying, "Greetings, sir. I am the manager of this mall. I beg your pardon for not recognizing your esteemed presence." "It is quite all right," Chunhua replied, not wishing to put on airs. He gently shook the manager's hand before releasing it. He understood perfectly well why the manager was treating him with such deference. The reason was simple. The black gold card he had just used was bestowed upon him by Bing Xinro, a globally renowned medical sage, a legitimate luminary. Thus, when the manager discovered that such an eminent figure was making a purchase in his store, his emotions surged, prompting him to exhibit utmost courtesy and respect toward Chunhua, not daring to show any sign of negligence. At that moment, Jiang Ro gazed at Chunhua, utterly speechless, her mouth agape in astonishment. Yet, the most distraught among them were undoubtedly Li Yu and the voluptuous woman beside him. Chunhua turned his attention to Li Yu and slowly remarked, "Now that the outcome is evident, all you need to do is kneel and offer a few respectful bows, and I shall spare you. I do not have a son as repugnant as you." "What did you say?" Li Yu's anger flared upon hearing this. Accepting defeat was one thing, but this brat dared to humiliate him in front of so many witnesses. "You, a mere bumpkin, think you can make me kneel? Even if I refuse, what can you do to me? Huh? You've clearly never seen the world. You are worthless. Darling, do not stoop to the level of this country bumpkin." The voluptuous woman soothed him from the side. "Fine, I will heed your advice. Let us depart." Li Yu's face darkened as he wrapped his arm around the woman's waist and turned to leave. When one engages in a wager, one must also accept defeat. Chunhua merely uttered a few words. In the next moment, he suddenly seized Li Yu's shoulder, yanking him back with force. With a firm twist of his wrist, Li Yu's knees buckled, and he found himself kneeling before Chunhua, compelled to bow. With a sudden sharp reprimand from Chunhua, the crowd, still in shock, was momentarily stunned. What on earth is happening? Why did that man kneel? I have no idea. Can someone explain? Bystanders gasped in disbelief, their eyes wide as they witnessed this scene unfold. Among the most astonished was Li Yu, the very person involved. He felt nothing, completely taken aback. And before he could react, he found himself forced to his knees by Chunhua's overwhelming presence. "You dare to lay a hand on me? Do you even know who my father is?" Li Yu exclaimed, struggling desperately to free himself. But he soon realized that Chunhua's hand on his shoulder was as immovable as a mountain, making it nearly impossible for him to breathe, let alone resist. "I don't care who your father is. I have no son like you, a disgrace. Bow your head. If you don't knock your head 3 times today, you will remain here on your knees. Chun Hua's expression was unyielding. He was indifferent to the influence Li Yu's father held. Offending him meant that this matter would not be easily resolved without submission. Li Yu winced in agony as Chun Hua's grip tightened, his expression contorting with pain. Nearby, a woman with a generous figure stood frozen in fear, afraid to even breathe, lest Chun Hua turn his wrath towards her, helplessly watching as Li Yu was subdued. Jiang Ro was equally taken aback by the unfolding drama. She had never imagined that Li Yu, notorious for his arrogance throughout Yinhai City, would be brought to his knees before Chun Hua. However, she quickly regained her composure, recalling that Li Yu's father wielded considerable influence in the city. Chun Hua had already crossed paths with Biao Gudu to her. Now, offending Li Yu's father could lead to serious trouble for him. Chun Hua, he's right. His father does have some power. Perhaps it would be wise to let this go? Concerned for Chun Hua's safety, Jiang Ro cautiously approached him, offering her warning. Did you hear that, kid? Be smart and let me go, or I will ensure you can't stay in Yinhai City. Li Yu, still oblivious to the seriousness of the situation, attempted to threaten Chun Hua with his father's name. Yet, Chun Hua was utterly unfazed by such tactics. So, you absolutely refuse to bow your head. Chun Hua sneered. Who do you think you are to demand that of me? Li Yu, gritting his teeth, retorted. Dare to touch me, and I swear I'll make you disappear from Yinhai City today. Chun Hua, please remain calm, Jiang Ro urged, her concern for him growing. However, before she could finish her sentence, Chun Hua suddenly pressed down hard on Li Yu's head, forcing him down. You want to bow, huh? Let me assist you. With that, he brought Li Yu's head down forcefully 3 times. By the time anyone could comprehend what had transpired, Li Yu had bowed thrice under Chun Hua's insistence. All right, you may leave now. Chun Hua casually released his grip, as though discarding refuse, carelessly casting Li Yu aside. You wait. Li Yu exclaimed, clutching his throbbing head, indignantly pointing at Chun Hua before hastily pushing through the crowd and fleeing. Wait for me. The buxom woman finally snapped back to reality and hurried after him. The onlookers, realizing there was no further entertainment to be had, quickly dispersed. Meanwhile, Jiang Ro wore a grave expression, unable to suppress a sigh. Chun Hua, you shouldn't have acted so impulsively. This could lead to your downfall. Not at all. Chun Hua waved dismissively, handing the neatly packaged clothes to Jiang Ro. This is for you. Take it. And this, esteemed guest, please be sure to accept it. At that moment, the manager unexpectedly presented Chun Hua with an invitation card, seemingly an invitation to some grand soiree. What is this? Chun Hua inquired as he accepted the card. This is, just as the manager was about to explain, a familiar figure abruptly appeared at the entrance of the boutique, gazing at Chun Hua in astonishment. Upon noticing Jiang Ro beside him, her expression shifted to one of bewilderment. Hearing the woman's voice, Chun Hua cast a calm glance toward the entrance, only to discover Qi Lin standing there alongside a girl of similar age, both looking at him in utter disbelief, as if they had seen a ghost. I came to buy clothes, Chun Hua said, gesturing to the shopping bag containing a dress. Did I not ask you to stay at the hotel? What brings you here to shop? And who is this? Qi Lin inquired, her gaze scrutinizing Jiang Ro, instantly captivated by her nearly flawless figure and beauty. How could Chun Hua have such an exquisite companion? She's just a friend, I suppose. Chun Hua replied after a moment's consideration. Chun Hua, who is she? Jiang Ro asked, her curiosity piqued. Strictly speaking, she is my fiancée, Chun Hua stated candidly, not wishing to conceal the truth. Jiang Ro blinked in surprise, taken aback to discover that Chun Hua had such a beautiful fiancée. She was further astonished to realize that her request for Chun Hua to accompany her to the mall had fortuitously led to an encounter with his fiancée. Fearing that this misunderstanding could escalate. Hello, I'm Jiang Ro. Chun Hua and I are merely friends. Please don't misunderstand, she hurriedly explained to Qi Lin, concerned about causing trouble. However, Qi Lin merely furrowed her brow, silently observing Chun Hua, her thoughts complex despite never having formally acknowledged their engagement. Lin, is this the country bumpkin fiancé you mentioned? Truly unimpressive, dressed in cheap attire, and you're not even married yet he's already found a mistress. Before Qi Lin could respond, the situation grew increasingly tense. Beside her, Lin Xiona stepped forward, casting a sardonic glance at Chun Hua. What do you mean by the other woman? I have already stated that Chun Hua and I are merely ordinary friends. Jiang Rou's beautiful eyes flickered, and she once again interjected to clarify. Indeed, who doesn't know that all mistresses start as ordinary friends? First, they are friends, then sisters, and eventually beloveds. I am well aware of this pattern. Lin Xiona sneered, darling. Even as a mistress, one ought to have discerning eyes. What do you gain by being a mistress to a man like him, who possesses neither power nor influence, and whose looks are merely average? Thankfully, it is thanks to you that our Lin discovered his true nature before marriage, allowing her to rightfully refuse to wed him. As she spoke, Lin Xiona's face radiated joy. Jiang Rou was momentarily stunned by these words. Did that woman just claim that Chunhua lacked power and influence? Recollecting the manager's earlier statement, Jiang Rou realized that there were no more than 5 individuals in the world who possessed the black card held by Chunhua, each one a figure of extraordinary status. How could such a character be so disparaged by this woman? Chunhua, I am sorry. Jiang Rou felt she had brought trouble upon him and promptly apologized. You have done nothing wrong, Chunhua replied, waving his hand dismissively. He then turned to Qi Lin, saying, I intended to call you later, but since we have met, I shall speak directly. What is it? Qi Lin inquired. I have moved to another place. If you no longer require the hotel you booked for me, it would be wise to cancel it, lest it go to waste, Chunhua kindly suggested. He was aware that Qi Lin had reserved a week's stay for him, but he had no intention of occupying it, as leaving it empty would be a waste. Move to another place? Qi Lin narrowed her eyes, glancing instinctively at Jiang Rou beside him, and suddenly understood, her demeanor turning cold. I see. Where you choose to stay is your business, but remember, you promised to cure my grandfather's illness. I hope you will honor your word. Indeed, Chunhua nodded. He certainly would not abandon Qi Lin's grandfather's illness without due consideration. Lin, why waste time discussing with such a man? We should hurry and choose our outfits. We have a banquet to attend tonight. Many wealthy young masters will be present, each more handsome and talented than this country bumpkin. If you fancy any of them, I shall do whatever it takes to help you win his heart, for we are the best of friends. As Lin Xiona spoke, she dragged Qi Lin away, casting a disdainful glare at Chunhua as they departed, her demeanor replete with contempt. Yet, Jiang Rou sensed a complexity in Qi Lin's expression, feeling a pang of discomfort. But what if, Lin, trust me, you cannot go wrong. This type of man is clearly a scoundrel. Parading around with a mistress before even tying the knot is utterly brazen. Thankfully, you are not yet married. Imagine the consequences had you been. Moreover, I must tell you, based on my experience with men, that this unsophisticated fellow is likely interested solely in your family's wealth. Did you not see the film that was recently released? After you marry him, he will devise a way to eliminate you, thereby seizing your assets. You must absolutely refrain from marrying such a man. I would dread the day I encounter you again only to find your lifeless body adrift in the sea. Lin Xiona, while leading Qi Lin away, emphatically declared that marrying Chunhua would bring only detriment, devoid of any benefit. Upon hearing her dear friend's words, Qi Lin, who had initially intended to respond, was momentarily rendered speechless. Her gaze hardened, as if suddenly enlightened, and she nodded vigorously, exclaiming, You are absolutely right. Lin, you must understand that men in this world are often unworthy. Only I am truly sincere towards you, for we are lifelong friends. Lin Xiona affectionately linked her arm with Qi Lin's. Indeed, for a lifetime. Qi Lin responded earnestly, grasping Lin Xiona's fair hand. At that moment, in her eyes, Chunhua was nothing more than a scoundrel who would cheat before marriage and subsequently covet the Qi family's wealth after. I am so sorry. Had I known this would lead to so many troubles for you, I would never have asked you to accompany me to shop for clothes. Jiang Rou expressed her sincere regret. From the moment they met, Chunhua had initially offended Biao Ge because of her, then had a falling out with Li Yu, and now, due to her actions, had caused misunderstandings between his fiancée East and her close friend. This weighed heavily on Jiang Rou's conscience. The more she spoke, the guiltier she felt. If it weren't for my involvement, you wouldn't be entangled in so many troubles. Even your fiancé's discontent isn't your fault. I never intended for this marriage to occur. Chunhua waved his hand, interrupting Jiang Rou's apologies. Compared to her feelings of guilt and remorse, he remained indifferent. In his view, the engagement with Qi Lin was merely a formality. Once he cured old Master Qi's ailment and obtained another jade pendant from him, he would naturally sever ties with the Qi family. However, Jiang Rou still felt uneasy and wished to say more. At that moment, the manager, who had remained silent for quite some time, spoke up. Rest assured, miss, one day they will all regret their decisions. Young Master Chun is a disciple of the medical sage, holding the esteemed black gold card. With such credentials, he is respected worldwide. Those who currently look down upon young Master Chun simply lack the vision to recognize greatness. Upon hearing this, Jiang Ro was taken aback, her expression one of skepticism as she glanced between the manager and Chun Hua, uncertain whether to believe his words. Well, it's just a card. It can't be that remarkable, Chun Hua remarked, waving his hand dismissively. He then retrieved the invitation card that the manager had given him earlier and inquired, please, tell me, what is the purpose of this card? Today, a grand banquet was held by Wang Jia, attracting all the prominent figures of Yunhai City. By chance, I too shall attend, and upon encountering you, Chen Xiao, I felt compelled to extend an invitation for you to grace us with your presence, allowing the distinguished individuals of Yunhai City to behold your esteemed countenance. The manager's sincerity was palpable, every word imbued with profound respect for Chen Hua. This scene left Jiang Ro, who stood nearby, utterly astounded, pondering the elevated status of Chen Hua. Upon hearing this, Chen Hua raised an eyebrow. He had little interest in such affairs, yet the manager's earnestness made it difficult to decline, and he nodded in agreement. Very well, provide me with the time and address. If I am free this evening, I shall attend. That would be wonderful. How could we allow you, Chen Xiao, to come alone? Should the dignitaries learn of your presence, they would certainly rush to welcome you in person. What? Are you speaking the truth? Why would I deceive you? I have seen him in person, holding the elusive black gold card, of which only 5 exist in the world. The mall manager was currently recounting the events of the afternoon to a gathering of influential figures in Yunhai City. Among those present were the head of the Wan family, Wan Fenghua, the chairman of the Li family, Li Jinghao, the chairman of the Lu family, Lu Leshan, and the chairman of the Lin family, Lin Dihai. Apart from these significant figures, the assembly was filled with many notable personalities of Yunhai City, and upon hearing that the disciple of the renowned medical immortal had arrived, they were utterly astonished. Old Wang, keep your wits about you. Do not let a charlatan deceive you. Wan Fenghua, chairman of the Wan family, expressed his skepticism. Indeed, your mall has a diverse clientele. Encountering a fraud is not improbable. The medical immortal has been silent for years. How could her disciple suddenly appear in Yunhai City, coincidentally shopping at your establishment? It is too fortuitous. Li Jinghao interjected, expressing his doubt. If you do not believe me, you may verify it for yourselves this evening, and you shall discover the truth of my words. I, Wang Wu, have traversed the world for many years and have never misjudged a character. The mall manager, Wang Wu, grew increasingly anxious at the disbelief of the crowd. Cough, cough. Young Wang, do not be so hasty. Lin Dihai, chairman of the Lin family, spoke up suddenly. Instantly, the room fell silent, all eyes turning to him. An elder with graying hair, Lin Dihai was the most senior and esteemed among the assembly. Lin Lao, what is your perspective on this matter? The mall manager inquired, his irritation dissipating. The esteemed status of the medical immortal Bing Xinro was well known to all present, and it was acknowledged that she had lent assistance to them in the past. Now that her disciple had arrived in Yunhai City, we, as hosts, must not be remiss. As for the authenticity of his identity, time will reveal all. In such circumstances, it is better to believe than to disbelieve. With Lin Dihai's words, the atmosphere shifted. The crowd was suddenly struck with enlightenment. Indeed, what is genuine is undoubtedly true, and what is false must certainly be false. At this moment, what purpose does it serve to debate the authenticity of matters? The pressing concern is to not neglect the esteemed disciple of the immortal healer. Xiaowang, you mentioned that you have already handed the invitation card for tonight's gala to him, correct? Lin Dihai inquired, directing his gaze toward the mall manager. Yes, Mr. Lin. I delivered it personally, the manager replied. And what did he say? He mentioned he would consider it and would attend if he had the time this evening. The mall manager candidly stated. Foolishness. Lin Dihai exclaimed in ire, leaving the manager bewildered, unable to discern his misstep. Lin Dihai continued. Knowing he is the disciple of the immortal healer, how could we settle for merely presenting an invitation card? We ought to personally welcome him. Indeed, I concur with Mr. Lin. Wan Fenghua nodded. I too believe that such a distinguished figure deserves our personal invitation. Li Jinghao wholeheartedly agreed. In his youth, he had suffered from a dire illness and had been saved by the miraculous hands of Bing Xinro, allowing him to live to this day. Since we are all in accord, let us proceed as I suggest. We shall personally visit and invite this esteemed disciple of the immortal healer to our banquet today. What say you? Lin Dihai proposed, a smile breaking through the wrinkles on his face as he stood up. I have no objections. Nor do I. Then what are we waiting for? Let us depart at once. By the way, Lao Wang, do you know where the immortal healer's disciple is currently located? At this moment, Lu Yeshan, chairman of the Lu Group, interjected. All eyes turned to the mall manager, Wang Wu. Wang Wu nodded and confidently declared, I had someone keep tabs on him. I am well aware of his whereabouts. Then let us not delay any further. The banquet is about to commence. Onward. Having only met the immortal healer once in his youth, he never anticipated the fortune of encountering her disciple now. It seemed luck was indeed on his side. The group of dignitaries, in high spirits, eagerly anticipated meeting the immortal healer's disciple. Soon, a fleet of luxury vehicles departed from the Wan family villa. As they hit the streets, passers-by were left in awe upon witnessing such an opulent procession. Is that a limited edition Lamborghini? There are only 9 in the entire country. Am I truly seeing this? Surely, I must be mistaken. That vehicle appears to be a Rolls-Royce Phantom worth over 90 million. What kind of day is it today that so many luxury cars grace the streets? Could it be that someone is getting married? A man quickly retorted. Do you think someone getting married can afford to rent such costly cars? One alone costs several tens of millions, and to rent so many at once? Even if the bridegroom is wealthy, no rental company possesses such extravagant vehicles. I cannot say, came the reply. Meanwhile, at the Hailong community, Chun Huagang parked Jiang Ro's car upon returning to the entrance. Well, now that I have purchased my clothes and had my meal, it is time for me to take my leave. While the day has not yet succumbed to darkness, I must find a suitable inn to spend the night. Otherwise, I shall have to sleep under the overpass. As Chun Hua finished speaking, he opened the car door, ready to exit. Chun Hua, wait a moment. Just as he was about to step out, Jiang Ro called out to him, seemingly with something to discuss. Is there anything else? Chun Hua raised an eyebrow. You needn't trouble yourself. I have a spare room at my home. If you don't mind, you could stay there for the night, which would save you the hassle of searching for a hotel. Jiang Ro promptly suggested upon hearing that Chun Hua had no place to stay. Are you suggesting I stay at your place? Chun Hua was momentarily taken aback. Yes. After all, I usually live alone, and that extra room is just sitting empty. Moreover, not only did you save me today, but you've also made quite a few enemies because of me. It would be utterly ungrateful of me to let you sleep on the streets. Jiang Ro said earnestly. Wouldn't it seem ungrateful of me to let you suffer such a fate? Besides, you have only recently arrived in Yunhai City and are not familiar with the area. Searching for a hotel alone could take you quite some time. You might not find a suitable place even by tomorrow morning. It would be far better for you to stay with me. Upon hearing this, Chun Hua hesitated for a moment, quickly contemplating the situation. Jiang Ro had a valid point. Being in unfamiliar territory made finding accommodations rather difficult. However, considering that she was a young woman thinking of this, Chun Hua couldn't help but smile and remarked, You are a girl, and we have only just met. This seems rather inappropriate, don't you think? I mean, it wouldn't reflect well on your reputation. He added hastily, I fear it might lead to misunderstandings. Nevertheless, Jiang Ro replied with a serious expression, What is inappropriate about it? After all, you've already seen me at my most vulnerable. I truly did not intend for that to happen, Chun Hua said, a hint of bitterness crossing his features. The memory of that scandalous incident involuntarily flashed through his mind. At that moment, Jiang Ro recalled the same incident, her cheeks flushing red as she quickly redirected the conversation to more pressing matters. It's settled then. You will stay at my place tonight, and we can sort everything out tomorrow. Very well. I appreciate your hospitality. Chun Hua hesitated briefly before ultimately agreeing. That's the spirit, Jiang Ro exclaimed joyfully, then continued. You treated me to a meal today, so tonight, I shall let you sample my culinary skills. You can cook? Chun Hua asked, somewhat astonished. Of course. Just wait and see. I guarantee you will be left speechless, Jiang Ro declared confidently. All right, I shall look forward to it, Chun Hua smiled, deeply admiring Jiang Ro's kind-hearted nature, her beauty, and her culinary talents, a rarity indeed in today's world. Just as they were about to enter the community, a convoy of luxury cars unexpectedly halted at the entrance. A man clad in a gray suit stepped out, pointing at Chun Hua and shouting, followed by a group of individuals emerging from the vehicles, seemingly heading straight for him. What is happening? Upon witnessing the scene, Jiang Ro was momentarily taken aback. Was that not the proprietor from the mall? She instantly recognized Wang Wu. It was indeed him. Chun Hua squinted, perplexed by the intentions of the gathering crowd. He wondered if they had come to cause trouble. This thought made Jiang Ro anxious. Uncertain, she decided to observe the situation further. Chun Hua shook his head, equally bewildered by the unfolding events. At that moment, the mall's manager, Wang Wu, hurriedly approached Chun Hua, respectfully bowing as he addressed him. Young Master Chun. May I have a word? What is it? Chun Hua inquired, his brow furrowing. These individuals wish to meet you, Wang Wu replied with a smile, gesturing towards the group behind him. Soon, Lin Dihai, Li Jinghao, and others approached Chun Hua, beaming with enthusiasm. I am Lin Dihai from the Lin Group. Honored to meet the esteemed disciple of the medical sage, the elderly Lin Dihai said, bowing deeply. Over a decade ago, the medical sage saved my life. Without his timely intervention, I would not be here today. I am Li Jinghao from the Li Group. It is a pleasure to meet you, young Master Chen. Like Lin, I suffered from a grave illness years ago, and it was the medical sage who rescued me. Otherwise, I would not have survived to this day. Li Jinghao's face radiated excitement, his eagerness barely contained. Upon hearing that name, Jiang Ro paused in astonishment. Li Jinghao from the Li Group? Wasn't he Li Yu's father? She inhaled sharply, gazing at Chun Hua with surprise, silently pondering. My goodness, what is Chun Hua's background that even Li Jinghao would bow before him? Wait a moment. Lin Dihai? That name seemed familiar. Jiang Ro was utterly flabbergasted. After a brief contemplation, she quickly recalled who he was, her shock intensifying. Good heavens. Isn't he the head of the largest entertainment company in the country? How could such a figure appear in Qingqing and show such deference to Chun Hua? Akin to Li Jinghao? This was simply unbelievable. Jiang Ro was rendered speechless by the astonishing display of respect from these influential individuals before Chun Hua. I am Wan Fenghua from the Wan Group. I have come specifically to invite you, young Master Chun, to tonight's banquet. It would be an honor for us if you could grace us with your presence. Wan Fenghua extended yet another olive branch to Chun Hua. Upon hearing this, the other dignitaries cast Wan Fenghua incredulous glances, silently critiquing him for suddenly becoming sycophantic. Where was this amiable demeanor when they had first met? Upon encountering the disciple of the medical sage, he transformed into a fawning lapdog, utterly shameless. Young Master Chun, we only recently learned of your arrival in Yunhai City. Had we known earlier, we would have come to welcome you. Li Jinghao chimed in hastily. Please, there is no need for such formality. I am merely here to attend to some matters, Chun Hua replied. Chun Huaxian greeted them and quickly grasped the reason for their gathering. It was undoubtedly due to the illustrious reputation of his master, the medical immortal, which cast a favorable glow upon him. Thus, he maintained a humble demeanor, displaying remarkable courtesy. What business does young Master Chen have? Wan Fenghua inquired promptly. If there is anything we can assist with, please do not hesitate to let us know. Li Jinghao chimed in, eager to offer his support. Indeed, young Master Chun, though we may lack exceptional talents, we possess a degree of influence in Yunhai City. Whatever you require, even if it means traversing perilous paths, we shall see it accomplished. Lu Leshan quickly expressed his earnestness, fearing that others might overshadow him. This spectacle left Jiang Ro utterly astonished. This is simply inconceivable. Am I dreaming? The most prominent figures in Yunhai City are all present, and they are competing to serve Chun Hua? She gasped, her curiosity about Chun Hua's identity intensifying. Yet, upon further reflection, she pondered how someone who commands such respect from these powerful individuals could be without a place to stay, needing her hospitality. Was this merely an illusion? As Jiang Ro's thoughts spiraled, Chun Hua had already exchanged pleasantries with the group, stating that he did not require their assistance. I shall not linger in Yunhai City for long. There is no need for such formality, he remarked, somewhat exasperated by the attention. If his master, renowned as the most beautiful woman in the world, were to arrive in person, the spectacle would undoubtedly be magnified. You are too modest, young Master Chun. Li Jinghao responded. Might I have the honor of inviting you to an event hosted by myself, Wan Fenghua, this evening? With a smile, Wan Fenghua produced a gold card from his pocket and respectfully extended it to Chun Hua, saying, This card signifies the highest level of VIP status. I humbly request that you accept it. Very well, Chun Hua replied, not wishing to appear pretentious, and accepted the card without hesitation. Of course, I sincerely invite Madame Chun to join us as well. Wan Fenghua then turned his gaze towards Jiang Ro, demonstrating his acumen in social finesse. To win over an individual, One must not only express goodwill towards them, but also show favor to those accompanying them. No, no, I'm not Madame Chen. You are mistaken, Zhang Rou quickly clarified, feeling the need to correct the misunderstanding. She had only known Xinhua for a mere half-day. How could she possibly be considered his wife? However, she soon thought of Qi Lin, the true Madame Chen, who, if everything remained as it was indeed deserving of that title. Regrettably, that woman had such poor judgment. This must surely be a friend of young Master Chen. I genuinely invite this esteemed guest to honor us with her presence. With that, Wan Fenghua produced yet another gold card and handed it to Zhang Rou. Thank you. Zhang Rou, feeling the weight of the moment, accepted it with both hands, not daring to act imperiously in front of these influential figures. Now that we've exchanged pleasantries, you should move your vehicles along. Such a multitude of cars is obstructing the entrance to the community. Xinhua waved his hand dismissively, then gestured towards the area where this group had parked. Several luxury cars were haphazardly arranged, obstructing many residents' vehicles from entering or exiting. All right, young Master Chen, we shall take our leave now. See you tonight. Young Master Chen, we bid you farewell. With that, Xinhua waved again, his gaze betraying a hint of exasperation. As a disciple of the medical sage, he was aware that such news had likely been disseminated by the mall manager. Otherwise, he wouldn't have attracted so much trouble. He was particularly averse to such trivial matters. What kind of look is that? After the others departed, Xinhua noticed Zhang Rou's gaze towards him was somewhat peculiar. Why do I feel like this is straight out of a drama? So many prominent figures from Yunhai City came just to greet you? Zhang Rou's expression was one of disbelief. Forget about that. Right now, I'm merely a vagrant without a place to stay. Don't forget. I'll need your hospitality tonight, Xinhua replied, waving his hand, indifferent to the previous events. I find you increasingly intriguing, Zhang Rou remarked, her eyes sparkling as she observed Xinhua's refined features, stirring within her an indescribable thought. Hurry home. After dinner, if you're interested, I can take you to that banquet, Xinhua said, stepping out first. Zhang Rou's face brightened at his words, and she quickly followed, exclaiming, Can I really go? That would be wonderful. I heard that many of the big bosses from Yunhai City are attending. I might even meet a director. Who knows? They might take a liking to me and offer me a role. You're already dreaming about it, and we haven't even gone yet. But I suppose I should thank you. A delicious meal would suffice, Xinhua replied. No problem. Meanwhile, at the Qi residence, Lin, you look absolutely stunning in that outfit. If you wear that tonight, you'll surely captivate a host of handsome men. Lin Xiaona praised as she admired the newly attired Qi Lin. Really? Qi Lin glanced down at her plunging neckline dress, her cheeks flushing slightly. At that moment, Qi Lin donned a striking white gown with a deep neckline, revealing an alluring glimpse of her figure. A sight so enchanting that even Lin Xiaona, a woman herself, couldn't help but drool. Absolutely, Lin. Trust me, if you wear that dress tonight, I guarantee you will be the most beautiful goddess of the evening, Lin Xiaona declared, her hands eagerly reaching out. Come, let me feel. Without waiting for Qi Lin's reaction, her long, porcelain-like fingers brushed against Qi Lin's softness, causing Qi Lin to blush deeply. She looked at Lin Xiaona and exclaimed, You're so annoying. Why are you acting like a perverted man, wanting to touch just by looking? What do you mean acting like a man? Oh, Lin Xiaona elongated the sound, a knowing expression on her face. It seems you've had your fair share of male attention. Come on, spill the beans. How many men have had the privilege of touching such a secret of yours? Stop talking nonsense. Qi Lin cast a sidelong glance at her friend, who possessed a most indiscreet tongue. She promptly swatted away her friend's unwelcome hand, instinctively guarding her voluptuous bosom. No, this is far too revealing. I must change. But Lin Xiaona interjected with righteous fervor. Lin, have you forgotten about the rustic fellow we saw at the mall today, parading around with his mistress while shopping for clothes? Regardless of your engagement, which remains unbroken despite the absence of a wedding, his brazen display is utterly unacceptable. So consider this. Dressing attractively to catch the eye of a charming young man is hardly inappropriate, is it? Nana, what are you saying? What do you mean by catching? Qi Lin's brows furrowed at the suggestion. She had never entertained the notion of leveraging her beauty to ensnare another man. That was a slip of the tongue. Lin Xiaona hastily clarified, sensing her friend's irritation. What I meant was that women today enjoy the freedom to dress as they please. This is merely a gown, and there is nothing wrong with it. You should wear it with confidence. Who knows? You might even encounter a dashing young gentleman. Surely that would be a delightful coincidence. Now that sounds more acceptable, Qi Lin conceded, casting another glare her way. All right, trust me, just wear this. Lin Xiona gazed at her with an almost predatory delight. Even I, as a woman, am nearly ensnared by your allure. Just imagine how those men will react. What? How dare you call me disturbed? Qi Lin retorted. Let me show you what true madness looks like. With that, Lin Xiona lunged at Qi Lin, playfully wreaking havoc upon her attire. Nana, that tickles. What are you doing? Stop. Yet, in the end, Qi Lin could not fend off Lin Xiona's playful antics. Ultimately, she resolved to don the deep-hued gown for the soiree, as her friend was adamant about not letting her change. Thus, with no other option, she succumbed to the outfit. Is this truly what you are wearing? At that moment, Jiang Rou, also preparing for the banquet, observed Chen Hua, who was clad in casual attire, with a hint of confusion. This is what I'll wear. I didn't bring any formal clothing. Chen Hua waved dismissively. He had never attended a banquet before, and thus lacked any suits or formal wear. Very well. Jiang Rou acquiesced, handing the car keys to Chen Hua. I can't drive in these high heels. You'll have to take the wheel. Chen Hua cast a fleeting glance at Jiang Rou's attire. She wore a pair of light red high heels, a short red skirt that barely grazed her thighs, and a strappy top that subtly revealed her alluring figure, causing Chen Hua to momentarily be taken aback by her charm. Your figure is commendable. That outfit suits you well, he remarked casually as he accepted the keys. Men's flattery is often deceitful. You've seen me without clothing. Do you still care about my outfit? Jiang Rou shot him an incredulous look, countering his compliment. I've already said it wasn't intentional. Chen Hua replied, rolling his eyes. It seemed every time they spoke, it resurrected the memory of Jiang Rou in her most vulnerable state. At this moment, Jiang Rou suddenly felt a spark of mischief. With her lips slightly parted, she leaned close to his ear and whispered, I am curious. Do you think I look more enchanting in this attire, or without any clothing at all? Should I interpret this as an invitation for flirtation? Chen Hua raised an eyebrow, taken aback by her sudden boldness. One could indeed interpret it that way, he replied. Jiang Rou smiled mysteriously. Then you ought to be cautious. Should I truly lose my composure and act upon my whims, it would be you who faces the consequences. Chen Hua returned her smile with a hint of sarcasm. Oh, how frightful. Immediately, Jiang Rou recoiled, playfully clutching her chest, feigning terror. Your acting skills need refinement. Chen Hua remarked casually. I'm merely jesting. After all, you are engaged. How could I possibly attempt to entice you? I have not sunk that low, Jiang Rou chuckled, acknowledging that her teasing was all in good fun. Through this brief interaction, they had grown to be friends, and Jiang Rou found herself comfortable enough to joke with Chen Hua, whom she perceived as a decent person. I have mentioned before that the likelihood of this marriage coming to fruition is slim. As for the title of Fiancée, it is merely a label. Once I have cured her grandfather's ailment, she will likely discard that title without my prompting, Chen Hua assessed coolly. If it weren't for her need for my assistance with her grandfather's health, she probably wouldn't utter a single word to me. What significance would a marriage like that hold? Is it truly as dire as you suggest? Chen Hua maintained a stoic expression. What I speak is merely the truth. This revelation left Jiang Rou momentarily speechless. She had anticipated that Chen Hua's relationship with his fiancé was not particularly strong, but she had not expected it to be so fraught. It sounded less like a typical engagement and more like a transactional relationship, where the title of fiancé served merely as a pretext for Chen Hua to treat her grandfather's illness. This was the interpretation Jiang Rou gleaned from his words. My apologies. I am not well versed in your affairs and may have overstepped, she said softly, biting her crimson lip, regretting her mention of a painful topic. No worries. I am not so fragile, and besides, you have said nothing offensive, Chen Hua responded dismissively. To him, these matters seemed trivial. His foremost priority was to procure another jade pendant from old Master Qi and unravel the mysteries surrounding his lineage in order to avenge his parents. As for marriage, he held no particular interest in whom he would wed. He had yet to open the letter from his master. After this evening's banquet, it would be time to peruse its contents. Chen Hua pondered this as they prepared for the gathering ahead, hoping to glean some insights into his origins. Here we are. This is the Wan residence, Jiang Rou announced, glancing at her phone's GPS and pointing toward a stately villa ahead. All right, Chen Hua replied, promptly finding a place to park. Soon, they arrived at the entrance of the Wan family villa. As soon as he reached the entrance, he was intercepted by two imposing security guards stationed there. Halt! What is your purpose? I am here for the banquet, Chenhua replied. Only invited guests with invitation cards are permitted entry. Please present your invitation card. The tall guard scoffed, casting a disdainful glance at Chenhua's ordinary attire, clearly doubting his ability to produce one. Allow me to search, Chenhua instantly replied, reaching into his pocket. Huh, what a pathetic individual daring to sneak in for a free meal. Do you even know where you are? Someone like you has no business here. You won't find an invitation card even if you search all night. At that moment, a man in a black suit appeared before Chenhua, his arm draped around a voluptuous woman dressed provocatively. Upon hearing the jeer, both men looked up to find none other than Li Yu, the very person Chenhua had forced to bow 3 times earlier that afternoon. Curiously, the woman beside him was not the same as earlier, but rather one with an even more pronounced décolletage. Li Yu, why are you everywhere? Jiang Ro frowned. My father was invited to this banquet, so what is strange about my presence? But you too, especially that country bumpkin, have no place here. Li Yu coldly glared at Chenhua, seething from the earlier incident. He had been planning to have Chenhua dealt with, and now fate had brought them together once more. You've brought this upon yourself. Li Yu clenched his fists, already devising ways to humiliate Chenhua. Brother, your strength is overwhelming. You're hurting me, the voluptuous woman whimpered, feeling a sharp pain in her waist from Li Yu's grip. This is nothing. You'll feel much more tonight. Li Yu continued his torment, slapping the woman's rear, causing her to yelp, yet she didn't dare reproach him, instead displaying a hint of delight on her face. Disgusting. Jiang Ro shuddered at the scene. At that moment, Chenhua finally retrieved a gold card from his pocket. The VIP card given to him by Wan Fenghua that very day. What? This fellow truly possesses an invitation card? Li Yu's expression shifted, just as disbelief washed over him. He noticed the difference in color between the invitation cards. His was red, while Chenhua's was gold, leading him to conclude that Chenhua's card must be a forgery. I thought you might actually have an invitation card. Turns out you're just putting on a show. Your card is fake, Li Yu remarked, brandishing his red card. Only cards of this color are legitimate. Jiang Ro, your new boyfriend is quite the disappointment, trying to fool people with a bunch of fakes. Is this truly fake? Chenhua questioned, raising an eyebrow at the gold card in his hand. It was indeed the card that Wan Fenghua had personally given him. How could it possibly be counterfeit? The dialogue was rife with bravado and tension. Nonsense. What you claim to be real is undoubtedly fictitious. If you doubt it, try asking the security guard whether he will grant you entry. Should he permit you, I shall shed all my garments and sprint through the entirety of Yunhai City, proclaimed Li Yu with utmost confidence. However, if you cannot pass through this door, you shall kneel before me and bow 3 times. He perceived this as an opportune moment to humiliate Chenhua and exact his revenge. His words attracted the attention of several onlookers who had yet to enter. What a spectacle! To strip at the slightest provocation, this is quite audacious. They recognized Li Yu as the scion of the Li group, yet were curious about the identity of his adversary. Who is that other fellow? It seems there is animosity between them, or else this grandstanding wouldn't occur. Yet, judging by Li Yu's unwavering confidence, it appears the other man is destined to lose. Furthermore, the invitations we possess are all red, while his is golden. The contrast is unmistakable. The bystanders felt a chill as they contemplated the consequences of a potential defeat for Chenhua. Should he lose, he would be compelled to kneel and bow to Li Yu, an act that would bring him great shame. Li Yu, have you forgotten who bowed to Chenhua this afternoon? Jiang Ro interjected, appalled by Li Yu's audacity. The past is behind us. If you possess true courage, challenge him to another wager. Li Yu clenched his teeth, his expression darkening, yet he feigned bravado. You. Jiang Ro was taken aback, her agitation palpable. She intended to speak further but was restrained by Chenhua, who calmly stated, Very well, if you desire to run naked, I shall oblige. However, I trust you will accept the consequences like a man, and I return that sentiment to you. Li Yu smirked at Chenhua's acceptance. You were fortunate to escape unscathed this afternoon. I cannot believe your luck will hold this evening. You are certain to bow 3 times. Jiang Ro furrowed her brow, sensing Chenhua's impulsiveness, but before she could voice her concerns, Li Yu approached the security guard, presenting his red card. Is this a legitimate invitation? Am I qualified to enter? Of course, sir. Please proceed inside. The guard responded, nodding in acknowledgement upon inspecting the card. Did you see that, kid? My red card is authentic, while your pitiful excuse for one is clearly a forgery. Li Yu's demeanor shifted to one of triumph, brimming with confidence as he mocked. Now, it's your turn. At that moment, he was fully prepared to witness Chun Hua kneeling in submission. Chun Hua, without further ado, presented his golden card to the guard. The guard squinted, hesitating briefly before accepting the card. Well, since mine is genuine, it stands to reason that yours must be false. This is hardly debatable, Liu mockingly remarked. No need to struggle in vain. Even if the King of Heaven were here today, you would still have to bow 3 times for me. Brother, be gentle. You're hurting me again. Is this the extent of your strength? You'll be crying tonight. Stop it. Brother, what are you saying? There are so many people here. The well-endowed woman blushed at Li Yu's words and playfully punched his shoulder several times. Relishing the woman's playful demeanor, Li Yu felt an unprecedented sense of joy, especially at the thought that Chun Hua would soon bow to him, which elevated his spirits even further. Is this the highest level VIP gold card? Just then, the security guard holding the card handed over by Chun Hua suddenly changed his expression, exclaiming in surprise and bowing respectfully to Chun Hua, saying, "Esteemed guest, I apologize for my earlier negligence. Please, do come in." As he spoke, 2 security guards simultaneously bowed to Chun Hua. What? Witnessing this spectacle stunned everyone present. What had he just said? The highest level VIP? Why had he never heard of such treatment before? Many looked incredulously at their own invitation cards. However, the most astonished of all was Li Yu. "You lost. You should strip and run," Chun Hua said expressionlessly, turning his gaze toward Li Yu. He had no intention of getting involved, but Li Yu always brought trouble upon himself, and Chun Hua didn't mind indulging this peculiar desire of his. How is this possible? Li Yu's eyes widened in disbelief. What is impossible? A bet is a bet. Hurry up and strip. You said it yourself. You lost and must run naked around Yunhai City. Jiang Ro stepped forward, pointing coldly at Li Yu. Brother, if you don't want to, I can help you get undressed. To everyone's surprise, the well-endowed woman next to Li Yu suddenly spoke up. As soon as she said this, all eyes turned to her. This was intriguing. The young master of the Li family lost a bet, and now his woman was going to help him strip in public. Li Yu was taken aback. Looking at the woman, "Honey, you're too good to me. Are you really willing to strip and run naked around Yunhai City for me?" Huh. The woman froze for a moment, then quickly covered her ample bosom with her hands, meekly saying, "I meant I would help you take off your clothes. Not that I would take off mine." Ha ha. Her words immediately drew laughter from those around them. Li Yu's expression darkened, and he gritted his teeth before slapping the woman. Scolding, "Useless thing, we're done here." The blow left her bewildered, and tears streamed down her face. Yet, Li Yu paid her no heed, glaring fiercely at Chun Hua, and fumed, "Kid, from today onward, we have settled our score, just wait." With that, he turned and fled from the Wan family. Chun Hua remained expressionless, exuding an air of indifference. In his eyes, Li Yu was nothing more than a mere clown. However, Jiang Ro was not pleased. She let out a cold snort and remarked, "He hasn't even gone streaking yet, and you're just going to let him escape like this? If he wants to run, let him. But what? Do you have a desire to see him run naked?" Chun Hua smiled slightly. "I have no interest in that. I fear it would be an affront to my eyes. I simply think it's rather unfair to let him go so easily." Jiang Ro was still somewhat irate. Her long-standing grudge against Li Yu had given her a rare opportunity to see him humiliated, and she was unwilling to let it slip away. Yet, Chun Hua waved his hand dismissively and continued, "Let us go inside. I'm still hungry. I hope this banquet has something delectable." "Really? Didn't you just eat a lot at dinner? It hasn't been long, and you're already hungry," Jiang Ro exclaimed, surprised. "Quite normal. I'm still growing. And eating more is beneficial for my health." "Chun Hua, you're already in your 20s. You've long stopped growing." "When I say growing, I don't mean in that sense." "What sense do you mean?" Jiang Ro asked, her expression one of confusion. After a brief pause, a realization dawned upon her, causing her cheeks to flush with embarrassment as she shyly said, "I didn't expect you to joke around. It's quite a change from your usual demeanor. It's almost overwhelming." "Overwhelming? Do elaborate on that." Chun Hua chuckled, teasing her. "Are you curious?" Jiang Ro asked with a mischievous smile, her enchanting gaze fixed intently on Chun Hua's eyes. Gazing into her lively eyes, Chun Hua perceived a hint of provocation, yet he chose not to address it directly. Instead, he playfully patted her shoulder and pointed towards the hall of the Wan family villa, saying, "Let us go. I can already smell the deliciousness. If you eat more, you might also grow." "Me too," Jiang Ro mused, glancing down at her curvaceous silhouette. Reflecting on Chun Hua's earlier words, she murmured to herself, "Indeed, men prefer the more ample." After hearing that, I'm feeling a bit hungry myself. Wait for me, Chenhua. With that, Jiang Ro followed him, though her high heels slowed her pace. The Wan family estate was expansive, and the banquet was held in the rear garden, adorned with an array of seafood, pastries, desserts, and barbecue delights. Clusters of women in black, white, purple stockings and lace were present, alongside an outdoor swimming pool brimming with bikini-clad beauties, each possessing a figure that was both alluring and strikingly beautiful, clad in minimal attire, making it seem less like a formal banquet and more akin to a bikini beauty pageant. Chenhua, your eyes are about to pop out of your head, Jiang Ro teased, observing him captivated and unblinking. Try not to drool. The two indulged in an abundance of food. Jiang Ro had a sip of red wine, which added a rosy hue to her already charming cheeks, enhancing her allure. However, she felt a pang of jealousy as Chenhua seemed oblivious to her presence, his attention solely fixated on the swimsuit-clad women by the pool. Am I not as pretty as they are? Jiang Ro inquired, her soft, red lips parting slightly as she took a sip of wine and turned to Chenhua. You are slightly more beautiful, Chenhua replied earnestly. Why do you only gaze at them and not at me? Jiang Ro's tone was tinged with bitterness. Because they are dressed less than you. But when I wasn't wearing anything, you didn't keep your eyes on me either. Once stripped bare, it loses its charm. If you don't believe me, ask them to shed their garments, and see if I'll still look. Uffed. Upon hearing Chenhua's words, Jiang Ro could not contain herself and sprayed the red wine she had just sipped all over Chenhua's face. If it's not to your liking, then don't drink it, and please don't spray it everywhere. Chenhua grimaced, grabbing a napkin to wipe the wine off his face. I'm so sorry. I couldn't help it. Let me help you clean up, Jiang Ro said, feeling quite embarrassed. She quickly stood up, using the napkin to dab at Chenhua's face and clothes. However, since Chenhua was wearing a white shirt that day, the red wine stained it, and no amount of wiping could erase the mark, which made Jiang Ro feel increasingly awkward. I'm really sorry. I'll wash it for you when I get back. If it doesn't come out, I'll buy you a new one. No need. It's just a piece of clothing. Please continue to drink. Don't let me interrupt your viewing of beauties. Chenhua waved his hand dismissively. Seeing this, Jiang Ro felt a touch of helplessness. Yet, she chose not to pursue the matter further. Chenhua's admiration for lovely women merely confirmed that his sexual orientation was indeed normal. Lin, look at that guy. Isn't he just a country bumpkin dreaming of a swan? Meanwhile, on the other side of the garden, Lin Xiona, who was chatting with Qi Lin, suddenly squinted her eyes and pointed in a direction. Where? Qi Lin asked, glancing over. Right there. Look at that woman next to him. Isn't she the mistress we saw at the mall this afternoon? Lin Xiona's gaze turned icy. Impossible. How could he possibly be here in such a setting? Nah. You must be mistaken. Qi Lin casually glanced and concluded that it couldn't be. Why would I lie to you? If you don't believe me, let me take you to see. With that, Lin Xiona stood up, wine glass in hand, and headed toward Chenhua. Nah. Qi Lin hadn't yet registered what was happening. She followed Lin Xiona's gaze and, to her surprise, thought there was indeed a resemblance to Chenhua, though she still doubted he could be present in such a prestigious venue. Forget it, I'll go take a look. Despite her initial reluctance, she felt compelled to follow her close friend Lin Xiona to see for herself and ascertain whether the man was truly Chenhua. It really is you rascal. I thought I was mistaken. Just as Chenhua was engrossed in admiring the bikini-clad beauties, a figure in a high-slit red cheongsam suddenly obstructed his view. And you are? Chenhua frowned. Don't tell me you don't recognize me? We met this afternoon. Lin Xiona smirked, then pulled Qi Lin, who was almost upon them, closer. See, I told you it's definitely this scoundrel. I can spot a rogue like him at first glance. It's truly you. Chenhua, how did you end up here? Qi Lin exclaimed upon confirming that the person before her was indeed Chenhua. She paused momentarily, having thought she might have overindulged on her way here. What a coincidence. You're here too. Chenhua smiled faintly, his gaze instinctively drifting to the deep gown adorning Qi Lin, immediately captivated by its alluring silhouette. Just this one sight alone could undoubtedly ensnare countless men. Hey, what are you staring at? Our Qi Lin is not someone of your ilk. Just then, Lin Xiona abruptly positioned herself in front of Qi Lin, glaring fiercely at Chenhua and scolding him. Meanwhile, Jiang Ro stood nearby, her expression one of awkwardness, choosing silence instead of confrontation. Upon hearing those words, even Chenhua, who typically remained indifferent, felt a surge of anger and retorted deliberately, What? My fiancé, he can be gazed upon by others, but not by me? You shameless wretch, do you genuinely believe you are worthy of Lin Lin? Lin Xiona scoffed, finding Chunhua's remarks to be self-deprecating. Shameless? Yet you flaunt half of your backside in front of me, and you consider yourself respectable? Chunhua raised an eyebrow, losing patience with the troublemaker before him, and pointed toward her high-slit red chong sam. Between the fabric's opening, her alabaster skin was tantalizingly visible. It was no exaggeration to say that one could indeed glimpse a significant portion of her rear. What nonsense are you spouting? Lin Xiona's face flushed crimson as she retorted. It seems I have not erred. You are indeed a pervert. Not only do you gawk at Lin Lin's bosom, but you also dare to leer at my backside in a public setting. Her voice rang loud, instantly drawing the attention of those around them. All eyes turned to Chunhua, their expressions decidedly peculiar, particularly among the women, who regarded him with disdain, clearly influenced by Lin Xiona's earlier accusations, which painted him as utterly despicable. Chunhua is not the person you claim him to be. Do not overstep. Jiang Rou, unable to bear the situation any longer, stepped forward to retort. Oh, in this day and age, it's the first time I've encountered such a defiant mistress, Lin Xiona sneered, casting a sidelong glance at Jiang Rou. Who are you calling a mistress? Jiang Rou frowned. Whoever is a mistress knows it in their heart. Lin Xiona replied dismissively. You. Jiang Rou's frustration reached its peak, her anger boiling over. This woman was utterly unreasonable. Not only was her tongue venomous, but she also reveled in distorting the truth. Is she your friend? At that moment, Chunhua ignored Lin Xiona and turned to Qi Lin with a question. Yes, Qi Lin replied, slightly furrowing her brow, unsure why Chunhua had posed such a query, but nodding nonetheless. For the sake of Elder Qi, I shall grant you leniency this time and overlook the insult directed at my friend. However, I hope this is the sole and final occurrence. Should there be a next time, do not expect my courtesy to extend further. Chunhua's expression remained impassive, as if discussing a matter of no consequence. What? Qi Lin was momentarily taken aback, but quickly grasped the implication. Was he defending that mistress? If he were not maintaining that mistress, why would his demeanor towards me be so frigid? Just this morning, did he not express his desire to marry me? How could his feelings change so swiftly? What is your relationship with her? Qi Lin's expression shifted slightly as she bit her red lip, almost instinctively posing the question. Friends, Chunhua replied calmly. Indeed, Miss Qi. Do not misunderstand. Chunhua and I are merely ordinary friends, having only just met today. Jiang Rou quickly interjected. Ordinary friends? At that moment, however, Lin Xiona appeared unconvinced and challenged. Can ordinary friends follow each other around like this? Encountering someone by chance in a mall during the day can be deemed coincidental. But now, in the evening, drinking together, what kind of ordinary friends are so inseparable? Will you be sharing a bed tonight as well? That's enough. Jiang Rou could no longer contain her anger, exclaiming, We are all women. Why must your words be so venomous? Have I wronged you in any way? What puzzled her was that Qi Lin, as Chunhua's fiancée, remained silent amidst this. This woman, however, was relentless, becoming increasingly vicious in her accusations. You have stolen my best friend's fiancé. Do you not think we have a grievance? Lin Xiona glared at Jiang Rou with disdain, almost convinced that she was the mistress Chunhua had taken. Nana, please stop. Qi Lin, sensing her friend's excessive behavior, quickly pulled her aside. What are you afraid of? I speak nothing but the truth. This woman is a mistress. Lin Xiona nearly pointed an accusatory finger at Jiang Rou. You dare to say that again? Jiang Rou retorted, gritting her teeth in fury. And what if I do? You are a mistress. Lin Xiona maintained her haughty demeanor, and after hurling insults at Jiang Rou, she pointed her finger at Chunhua, exclaiming, And you are a pervert, a loathsome man who cheats. I truly wonder how your parents raised you. Smack. The moment the words left her mouth, Chunhua suddenly struck her sharply across the face. The resounding crack echoed throughout the venue, leaving Lin Xiona momentarily stunned. Never in her life had anyone dared to hit her, yet today, this despicable man had done so. Nana. Qi Lin was taken aback, shocked by her friend's assault. What are you doing? She quickly positioned herself protectively in front of Lin Xiona, glaring furiously at Chunhua. I warned you, should there be a next time? I will not hold back, Chunhua said, his expression icy. Even if Nana's words were somewhat excessive, that does not justify violence. Apologize to her at once. Qi Lin was now thoroughly incensed, believing Chunhua had crossed a line by striking her friend in front of so many witnesses. Lin Lin, I always told you this man was not to be trusted. Infidelity aside, how dare he strike me? Thank goodness you did not marry him, otherwise, you would surely be a victim of domestic violence. Lin Xiaona, her face burning with pain from the slap, cowered behind Qi Lin in fear. Upon hearing this, Qi Lin furrowed her brows tightly and glared at Chen Hua, saying, "Did you hear that? Hurry up and apologize to Nana. What reason do you have for an apology?" Chen Hua tilted his head slightly, his gaze icy as it fixed upon her. At this moment, he felt utterly disillusioned with his nominal fiancée. Isn't the fact that you laid hands on someone enough of a reason? Qi Lin exclaimed angrily, realizing that Chen Hua's already limited favor in her eyes had completely shattered. Some matters cannot be mended merely by superior medical skills. Poor character renders any medical expertise useless. After all, Chen Hua, she is your fiancée. Such confrontational behavior is bound to create discord. Perhaps you should apologize. Jiang Rou interjected, noticing the situation escalating. However, before she could finish her sentence, Qi Lin coldly retorted, "The matters between Chen Hua and me do not require the input of an outsider. Indeed, I was struck because of you, you wretched mistress. What good is your feigned sympathy now?" Lin Xiaona scoffed. "That is not what I meant," Jiang Rou attempted to clarify. But at that moment, Chen Hua shot a cold glance at Lin Xiaona, causing her to tremble and instinctively retreat behind Qi Lin in fear. "What else do you intend to do? Hurry up and apologize to Nana." Qi Lin immediately positioned herself protectively in front of her friend. "If you refuse to apologize, I could certainly accommodate another slap for her." Chen Hua replied with a slight smile, his attitude unmistakably clear. It was evident that Lin Xiaona had repeatedly insulted him first. A slap in return was merely a form of retribution. Why should he be the one to apologize? You are utterly beyond redemption," Qi Lin exclaimed, her face turning crimson with rage. She clenched her teeth, then pointed a finger at Chen Hua's nose, coldly declaring, "If you do not apologize to Nana today, you can forget about this marriage." What? The moment those words were spoken, the surrounding crowd was taken aback. To cancel a marriage over such trivial matters. Young man, a wise man does not suffer in silence. You should apologize to this young lady. If this little incident affects your lifelong commitment, it will hardly be worth it. A stately woman advised kindly. Yes, young man, you do not seem to come from wealth. To marry such a beautiful bride is indeed a blessing. You should hastily apologize before you find yourself unaware of your fortune. Another lady chimed in. However, the next moment, Chen Hua merely smiled indifferently, his expression returning to calm. He then looked at Qi Lin and said, "Do you truly believe I would be begging you to marry me? You certainly overestimate your worth. Whoever wishes to marry may do so." "What did you say? Repeat that." Qi Lin's eyes widened in disbelief, her face a mask of incredulity. She could not fathom that Chen Hua would utter such words. Even Lin Xiaona appeared astonished. In her eyes, Chen Hua was merely a country bumpkin dreaming of a swan. Lin was furious. He should have knelt and begged for her forgiveness immediately. "Chen Hua, calm down," Jiang Rou cautiously advised. "I am quite calm," Chen Hua replied, casting a cold glance at Qi Lin and icily stated, "Do you want me to repeat myself? Very well. I shall say it once more. I have no desire to enter into this marriage, so do not naively assume you can use this matter as leverage against me." "Good, very good." Upon hearing Chen Hua's words, Qi Lin let out a cold laugh and shot Jiang Rou a disdainful look, mocking. "I was initially considering giving you a chance, out of gratitude for your treatment of my grandfather. However, it seems Nana was entirely correct. You would abandon a betrothal that has been established for over a decade for this woman. The fault lies with me. I misjudged you." Perhaps her status had plummeted from towering heights to an unfathomable abyss in an instant. At this moment, Qi Lin felt a profound sense of unease within her heart, akin to a loyal dog that had accompanied her for years suddenly turning its back and wagging its tail for another. "You have never acknowledged this engagement either, which seems to fulfill your long-held wish." Chen Hua's expression remained unperturbed. He resembled a cold-blooded creature, unaffected by the unfolding drama. "You needn't concern yourself with this, Nana. We shall take our leave." Qi Lin sneered and attempted to pull Lin Xiaona away. "Wait a moment. My father has never laid a hand on me, and I cannot let this slap go unpunished." However, Lin Xiaona had no intention of leaving. Instead, she stepped forward and addressed Chen Hua coldly. "My brother is also at the Wan family estate. I have already sent him a message. He will be arriving shortly. You better stand your ground and not flee." "Your brother is here?" Qi Lin was taken aback. "Indeed. My brother holds a black belt in Taekwondo. Chenhua, if you have any sense. Now would be the time to shout at. I was wrong and let me return the slap. Who knows, if I am in a good mood, perhaps my brother will spare you. With the arrival of reinforcements, Lin Xiona's confidence surged. It's too late. For daring to bully my sister, I shall ensure you are incapacitated. At that moment, a tall man in a gray suit approached slowly from a distance. The crowd seemed to recognize him, parting to allow him passage, until he stood beside Lin Xiona. This man was none other than Lin Xiona's elder brother, Lin Feng. Brother, you have finally arrived. Lin Xiona exclaimed with joy. Tell me, who has wronged you? Lin Feng stood at an impressive height of nearly 6 feet 2, with a clean-cut crew cut and a resolute visage, exuding the essence of a true tough guy. Even in a suit that was considered loose, it could not conceal the exaggerated muscles beneath. It was him. Look at what he did to me. His handprint is still on my face. With that, Lin Xiona turned her face towards Lin Feng, revealing the vivid red mark. Upon witnessing this scene, Chenhua remained remarkably composed, his expression unchanged. Indeed, he had struck the individual, yet if asked to apologize, his sole response would be a single word: leave. Such audacity to dare lay hands on my sister, Lin Feng mused. Is this your first day in Yanhai City? Have you not heard of my reputation? Lin Feng regarded Chenhua with a smirk, amused by the spectacle. In his eyes, someone as scrawny as Chenhua could hardly withstand a single blow. He saw this as an opportunity to showcase his prowess before the esteemed figures of Yanhai City. I did it, Chenhua admitted without hesitation. Well, you have guts. Since you've owned up to it, there's nothing more to discuss. Lin Feng replied with a smirk, theatrically stretching his limbs. He then removed his gray suit jacket and handed it to Lin Xiona, saying, Hold this for me. Today I shall teach this presumptuous boy a lesson. Brother, avenge me. Lin Xiona declared with glee. Have no worries, Lin Feng assured her with a confident nod. Meanwhile, Qi Lin, observing from the sidelines, raised an eyebrow. She was acutely aware of Lin Feng's capabilities. If he were truly angered, even Tin Chenhua's would be no match for him. Logically, she should intervene. Yet having quarreled with Chenhua earlier, she was prepared to remain a mere spectator. Since you are so oblivious to the consequences, let you face a bit of hardship as recompense for your earlier indifference. In stark contrast to Qi Lin's cold demeanor, Jiang Ro, standing beside Chenhua, wore a worried expression. Chenhua, I've heard Lin Feng was the Taekwondo champion of Yanhai City last year. His skills are not to be trifled with. Unlike those thugs you encountered today, be cautious if it comes to blows. Jiang Ro understood that convincing Chenhua to back down was futile at this moment. All she could do was warn him to be vigilant. Thank you for the reminder, Chenhua replied, acknowledging the significance of her words. Engaging with a seasoned fighter was certainly different from dealing with an average person. After learning about Lin Feng's championship title, Chenhua regarded him with a more discerning eye, though he still believed it was nothing extraordinary. Kid, that woman speaks the truth. I am the Taekwondo champion of the city. You still have time to regret your choices. Lin Feng stated, his gaze now filled with mockery, as if he were observing a fool. Since I've held the title, I have never fought outside the ring. Today, you are simply out of luck. Upon your words, I am intrigued. Let me gauge the value of your title as Taekwondo champion, Chenhua replied with a subtle smile, eager to assess Lin Feng's abilities. However, in Lin Feng's eyes, this was nothing short of provocation. You naive fool, you truly do not grasp the gravity of the situation. Lin Feng scoffed, as if he were hearing the most ludicrous of jokes. Brother, why waste so many words with him? Just take him down. Lin Xiona shouted from the side. All right, I will act now. With that, Lin Feng charged towards Chenhua with great force. Die, brat, he yelled, leaping into the air to deliver a flying kick aimed directly at Chenhua's head. Chenhua, Jiang Ro exclaimed in alarm upon witnessing the scene. At that moment, all eyes were fixated on Chenhua, who stood still, showing no intention of dodging the incoming attack. Just moments ago, he had been so arrogant. Now he seemed utterly stunned. A smug smile suddenly spread across Lin Xiona's face. However, in the next instant, just as everyone anticipated that Lin Feng would send Chenhua flying with his kick, Chenhua swiftly evaded the blow and delivered a powerful slap to Lin Feng's face. In an instant, he sent the tall Lin Feng flying several meters away. Brother, how is this possible? Lin Xiona exclaimed, her face a mask of disbelief. My brother is a Taekwondo champion. How could he be knocked back by just one slap from this guy? Is the Taekwondo champion really this weak? It seems that last year's competition was hosted by your father, someone in the crowd remarked, still in shock. With a look of disappointment, Chun Hua gazed down at the fallen Lin Feng and shook his head slightly. Do you want to continue? What did you say? Lin Feng, hearing this, sprang to his feet, his face dark with anger. Damn it, I was careless. I can't believe he ambushed me. He cursed inwardly and then coldly fixed his gaze on Chun Hua. That didn't count. If you have the guts, come at me again. Being struck in front of so many people was a humiliation he could not afford to let go unpunished. He had to avenge this insult to maintain his standing in Yunhai City. You certainly have some courage, Chun Hua remarked, his eyes narrowing as he glanced at Lin Feng charging towards him with determination. He then casually placed his left hand behind his back, preparing to deal with Lin Feng using only his right hand. You're truly oblivious. Do you really think that because you managed to ambush me once, you can actually defeat me? You're simply courting disaster. Seeing Chun Hua's arrogance only fueled Lin Feng's rage further. Veins throbbed on his forehead as he prepared to execute a high kick aimed at Chun Hua once more. You've really angered my brother. Let's see how long you can keep up this act. Lin Xiaona sneered, her eyes glinting with mockery. Yet, before anyone could process the events, the familiar sound of a resounding slap echoed once more. In the next moment, Lin Feng was sent hurtling through the air, crashing heavily onto the ground. This time, he dislocated his left arm upon impact, clutching it tightly with his right hand, wailing in agony. The bright red handprint on his face spoke volumes. Am I seeing things? It seems Lin Feng just took another slap. Someone gasped. Goodness, a single slap sent him flying that far? Who is this guy? He is incredibly strong. Just a casual slap, and Lin Feng is sent sprawling. The bystanders were astounded, their eyes wide with disbelief as they witnessed the scene before them. Some were so taken aback that they struggled to comprehend what had just transpired. In the blink of an eye, Lin Feng was sent flying. Brother, are you all right? Lin Xiaona rushed to Lin Feng's side, her voice laced with concern. You were far too careless. How could you let that guy ambush you twice in a row? Help me up first. Lin Feng grimaced in pain, internally lamenting, was it carelessness? That guy is an absolute freak. Did you not see that I barely had a chance to react before he sent me sprawling with a single slap? How are you? Can you still fight? Lin Xiaona quickly assisted Lin Feng to his feet, urgency in her tone. That guy has wronged you significantly. We must reclaim our honor. I fear it's hopeless. My arm is dislocated. Lin Feng shook his head. His left arm felt nearly incapacitated. How could he possibly fight? What are we to do? Lin Xiaona was frantic, unwilling to let that individual go unpunished. Do not worry. Our grandfather is here today, and with such a commotion, he will arrive shortly. We shall let him deal with that scoundrel, Lin Feng said quietly, his expression darkening. Seeing their whispered exchange, Chun Hua remained unperturbed, though boredom crept into his demeanor. This so-called Taekwondo champion was far too weak, striking him felt akin to squashing a chick. Are you coming back for more? If not, I might as well head home. Chun Hua remarked, observing Lin Feng's furious countenance. You, don't get too cocky. Lin Feng gritted his teeth, instinctively glancing toward Qi Lin not far away, his expression growing even more troubled. He had harbored feelings for Qi Lin for quite some time, but had never found the opportunity to express them. Today, he had finally seized a chance to impress her, only to find himself humiliated instead, leaving him feeling utterly frustrated. It was merely a slap. There's nothing to be proud of, Chun Hua replied nonchalantly. Fine, you enjoy showing off, don't you? I, Lin Feng, will remember this incident. One day, I shall repay this debt. Lin Feng clenched his jaw, suppressing the pain in his arm, and uttered a fierce retort, attempting to salvage some dignity. Yet, Chun Hua remained indifferent, saying, do as you wish. Let us go home. Before departing, he cast a glance at Jiang Ro, who observed Qi Lin standing not far away, her heart heavy with unresolved feelings. She believed that Chun Hua's rift with his fiancée stemmed from her presence. Forget about it, Chun Hua waved his hand dismissively. However, before leaving, he stole another look at Qi Lin, only to find her gazing back with evident disdain. It was clear that Qi Lin was extremely displeased with him at that moment. All right then, Jiang Ro nodded slowly, a sense of guilt weighing on her heart. But since Chun Hua had spoken, she felt compelled to comply. She felt it unnecessary to say more, as this was ultimately a matter between the two of them. If she intervened too much, she would indeed become an unwelcome third party in their relationship. Yet, for some inexplicable reason, she harbored a sense of secret delight at the thought that these two individuals were fundamentally incompatible. Brother, Are we just going to watch this scoundrel walk away? Lin Xiona expressed her lingering frustration. Fear not. Once I recover from my injuries, we shall reclaim this humiliation. Lin Feng gritted his teeth in determination. Although both were reluctant, they understood that they could do nothing against Chunhua at this moment, and thus had to relent. Just as Chunhua and Zhang Ro were leisurely departing, two figures suddenly surged through the crowd, seething with rage. Who dares to bully my son? Step forward, boomed an authoritative voice from one of them. Upon hearing that voice, the crowd, which was about to disperse, was instantly captivated. Isn't that Li Jinghao, the chairman of the Li group? What brings him here? Judging by his tone, it was clear that someone had wronged his son, Li Yu, and he had come to settle the score. Tonight is indeed lively. Li Jinghao was not one to be trifled with. One could only wonder who had the misfortune of incurring his wrath. It seemed this individual was in for a tumultuous encounter. As the onlookers whispered among themselves, their eyes darted around, searching for the unfortunate soul responsible. At that moment, Li Yu, with a sullen expression, suddenly fixed his gaze on Chunhua, who was walking out with Zhang Ro. He quickly pointed at Chunhua and exclaimed, "Dad, it's him. That little rascal dares to bully my son. If I don't deal with you today, I won't bear the surname Li." Li Jinghao squinted his eyes and shouted towards Chunhua. The moment the shout resonated, the crowd instinctively turned to look in that direction. Is it him again? As the crowd realized that the person who had offended the Li family was none other than Chunhua, their eyes widened in disbelief. How unfortunate for him. He just crossed paths with the Lin family and now has roused Li Jinghao. It seems he cannot escape calamity tonight. Wonderful. Finally, someone is here to handle this guy for us. Lin Feng smirked at this turn of events. He was all too familiar with Li Jinghao, renowned for his indulgence towards his son, which had led to Li Yu's notorious arrogance in Yunhai City, with Chunhua having offended him. It was undoubtedly the end for Chunhua. Hey, are you listening to me? Li Yu, noticing that Chunhua showed no signs of stopping, sprinted to his front and abruptly seized him. Feeling a tug, Chunhua paused, turned to look at Li Yu, raised an eyebrow, and asked, "Oh, it's you. Back from your embarrassing escapade so soon? You, shut your mouth." Upon hearing the words, Li Yu's expression changed dramatically. He turned to his father and exclaimed, "Dad, it's him. Not only did he steal my woman, but today he also made me kneel before him. You must avenge me." With a swift motion, Li Jinghao's hand struck Li Yu's face, leaving everyone present in shock, unable to comprehend the sudden turn of events. The most bewildered of all was Li Yu, who, holding his face in confusion, asked, "Dad, why did you hit me? Not only will I hit you, but I shall also kick you," Li Jinghao retorted, delivering a forceful kick that sent Li Yu sprawling to the ground. "Dad, please stop. If you keep this up, you'll kill me." Li Yu curled up on the floor, enduring a barrage of kicks from his father. Within moments, blood streamed from his nose, and his face was bruised. Yet he remained utterly perplexed as to why he was being punished. The onlookers were equally baffled. What is happening with Li Jinghao? He has always indulged his son. Why is he treating him so harshly now? A woman speculated. Who knows? I'm just here for the show. Another bystander shrugged nonchalantly. Brother, what is going on? Lin Xiona asked Lin Feng, equally confused. Lin Feng, his expression grim, shook his head. I have no idea. Could it be that Li Jinghao knows that young man? Impossible. Li Jinghao is the chairman of the Li group. Even our family must show him respect. According to Lin Lin, that fellow is merely a country bumpkin who just arrived in Yunhai City today. How could he possibly know someone like Li Jinghao? Lin Xiona immediately countered, steadfast in her disbelief that Chunhua could be acquainted with Li Jinghao. Dad, please, no more kicking. If this continues, the Li family may be left without heirs. Li Yu cried out in despair, hugging his head tightly as he lay on the ground. Yet, Li Jinghao showed no signs of halting. He continued to kick, proclaiming vehemently, I will kick you to death, you good for nothing. Have you lost your mind to provoke young Master Qin? I shall make you pay for this. What? Upon hearing Chunhua's name from Li Jinghao's lips, Lin Xiona and Lin Feng exchanged astonished glances, both recognizing the shock reflected in each other's eyes. It was indeed true that Li Jinghao was acquainted with that individual, but even an acquaintance, what right did Chunhua possess to compel Li Jinghao to so mercilessly punish his own son? Who exactly was Li Yu in this situation? Nearby, Qi Lin furrowed her brow, her expression grave as she took in the unfolding scene, a sense of unease creeping into her mind. What was happening here? Li Jinghao appeared to harbor a certain fear of Chunhua. This was utterly unfathomable. Did Chunhua possess some secret that eluded her understanding? The more she pondered, the more disoriented she felt, realizing she could no longer discern the true nature of Chenhua. However, at that moment, Chenhua had already discerned the situation without further elaboration. It was undoubtedly Li Yu, harboring resentment towards him, who intended to summon his father for vengeance. However, to his astonishment, Li Jinghao's immediate reaction upon learning of this affair was to discipline his son. "Is he your son?" Chenhua inquired, casting a glance at Li Jinghao. "Yes," Li Jinghao replied, a hint of bitterness etching his features. He continued, "I apologize, young Master Chen. It is my failure in parenting that has led this boy to offend you. I shall rectify this immediately. Dad, please. I am your own flesh and blood." Li Yu exclaimed, panic seizing him. "I do not recognize you as my son. Do you comprehend who young Master Chen is? A person of such stature is not to be trifled with by a wretched scoundrel like you." Li Jinghao delivered a forceful kick to Li Yu's back, revealing that he held nothing back, seemingly intent on punishing his son severely. "Dad, I admit my mistakes. Please, no more kicking. I might truly perish." Li Yu's wails echoed in despair. Listening to Li Yu's pitiful cries, Chenhua felt a twinge of annoyance and waved his hand, addressing Li Jinghao. "Enough, do not continue. After all, he is your biological son, and if you beat him to death, who will care for you in your old age? Thank you for your magnanimity, young Master Chen." Upon hearing this, Li Jinghao finally exhaled in relief. Yet he still admonished Li Yu, "You better thank young Master Chen. If not for him, I might have truly ended your life today." "Yes, thank you, young Master Chen." Seeing his father finally cease his assault, Li Yu felt as if a heavy burden had been lifted. He hastily scrambled to his feet, trembling as he offered his apologies to Chenhua. Although he remained oblivious as to why his father treated this individual with such deference, he understood that failing to apologize could indeed lead to his demise at his father's hands. "I did not instruct you to stand. Kneel and apologize to young Master Chen." Li Jinghao struck Li Yu's head sharply. Complying, Li Yu fell to his knees before Chenhua, his face a mask of sorrow as he pleaded, "Young Master Chen, I was in the wrong. I humbly ask for your mercy. May you overlook my transgressions and spare me this time." "There's no need for that. Let your son rise." Chenhua replied dismissively, waving his hand. He bore no personal grievances against Li Yu. All matters had been resolved, and there was no necessity for such formalities. Yet, he was aware that this was merely Li Jinghao's attempt to ingratiate himself with him, a notion he chose not to vocalize, as some truths are better left unspoken. "Is everything settled? If so, I shall take my leave," Chenhua stated, wishing to return to his quarters and peruse the letter from Bing Xinro, followed by a refreshing bath and restful sleep, rather than engage further with these individuals. His presence at the Wan family residence was merely to honor them as hosts from Yunhai City, and with matters resolved, there was no longer a need to linger. "Young Master Chen, please wait." Before Li Jinghao could speak, Wan Fenghua, the chairman of the Wan group, hurriedly approached from a distance. Walking towards them were Linda Hai, Lu Yeshan, and others. At this moment, Linda Hai's expression was quite grim, as he had just learned that his grandchildren, Lin Xiona and Lin Feng, had encountered a fellow named Chenhua, prompting his hurried arrival. "Grandfather." Upon seeing their grandfather, Lin Xiona and Lin Feng's faces brightened instantly. "At last you have come. Look at this slap mark on my face. It was inflicted by that scoundrel. He not only hit me, but also assaulted my brother. Grandfather, you must avenge us." Lin Xiona immediately rushed to complain to Linda Hai, her voice filled with indignation. However, to her astonishment, as soon as she finished speaking, her grandfather swiftly delivered a resounding slap to her other cheek, leaving her utterly bewildered. She stared at Linda Hai in disbelief. She could hardly fathom that the grandfather who had always showered her with affection would strike her in front of so many people. "Grandfather, what are you doing? We can discuss this calmly. How can you hit me?" Seeing her friend being struck, Qi Lin hurriedly intervened, positioning herself protectively in front of Lin Xiona. "These two little brats have grown wings and dare to provoke young Master Chen. A mere slap is a light punishment." Linda Hai scoffed, his anger evident. He then raised his hand and delivered a forceful blow to Lin Feng's face as well. With a swift kick, he sent Lin Feng crashing to the ground, exclaiming, "Have you eaten the heart of a bear and the gall of a leopard? How dare you challenge young Master Chen? You must be tired of living." "Grandfather, I..." Lin Feng was equally bewildered, completely at a loss for the unfolding situation. "Do not call me grandfather. I have no grandson as brainless as you," Linda Hai retorted, delivering another kick. This scene mirrored the earlier incident with Li Jinghao and his son. "Young Master Chen, Qi Lin's brows knitted tightly as realization dawned upon her. She suddenly recalled the common thread between Li Jinghao and Linda Hai. Both had referred to this individual as young Master Chen. They were both prominent figures in Yunhai City. Why did they hold Chen Hua in such high regard? What was the hidden truth that eluded her understanding? Chen Hua, what exactly is going on? Frustrated and confused, Qi Lin turned to Chen Hua, demanding an explanation. Explain? Chen Hua smiled faintly, thinking to himself that perhaps she truly regarded him as her lackey. Yes, I will grant you the opportunity for an explanation. Qi Lin maintained her haughty demeanor, yet Chen Hua's expression turned icy. What right do you have to demand an explanation from me? You. Upon hearing this, Qi Lin's expression shifted dramatically, her anger surging within her. In her eyes, ever since Chen Hua had descended from the mountain, he was merely a suitor, kneeling and yearning to marry her, despite Chen Hua having made it abundantly clear on multiple occasions that he did not wish to wed her. Yet, in her heart, she stubbornly believed that Chen Hua's reluctance was merely a matter of pride, and that he secretly longed to marry her. However, his adamant stance left her utterly astonished. So, I am unworthy, am I? Qi Lin scoffed, narrowing her eyes slightly. One day, you will regret this. When that time comes, do not seek me out. Rest assured, that day will never come, Chen Hua replied with a calm smile. At this point, what gave this woman the audacity to maintain such an arrogant demeanor? Time would reveal all. Qi Lin huffed in anger and shot a furious glare at Chen Hua, then turned to cast a disdainful look at Zhang Rou before storming out of Wanjia. Zhang Rou, witnessing this, couldn't help but furrow her brow. Although she had always felt that Chen Hua's strained relationship with his fiancée, he had some connection to her. The current situation clearly indicated that Qi Lin's self-destructive behavior played a significant role as well. Even the powerful figures of Yuhai City bowed their heads in deference to Chen Hua. Where did her haughty confidence before him originate? As she observed Qi Lin's retreating figure, Zhang Rou pondered silently. She hoped Chen Xiao would forgive her for today's oversight. At that moment, Wan Fenghua, the host of the gathering, approached Chen Hua with great politeness. Those around, bewildered, could not comprehend Chen Hua's true significance, as even the chairman of the Wan group treated him with such deference. You have taken excellent care of me, with ample food and drink, and even bikini-clad beauties. I am quite satisfied, Chen Hua remarked with a smile. Then I shall send a few lovely ladies to your residence. Chen Xiao? Wan Fenghua immediately responded. Chen Hua had merely spoken casually. Yet it seemed to him that Wan Fenghua interpreted it as a suggestion to send beauties his way. Zhang Rou, overhearing this, wore a peculiar expression, uncertain of what to think. Chen Hua shook his head, saying, You should keep them for yourself. Very well, Chen Xiao, I understand, Wan Fenghua replied, catching a glance at Zhang Rou and quickly regaining his composure, smiling and nodding in agreement. Chen Hua, disinterested in elaborating further, thought it best to let him ponder as he wished. It is getting late. I have matters to attend to. We shall converse another day. Please take care, Chen Xiao. Safe travels. As he prepared to leave, Lin Dihai, Li Jinghao, Lu Leshan, and others swiftly approached to greet him, their demeanor exuding the utmost respect, leaving bystanders utterly astonished. Particularly taken aback were Li Yu, Lin Xiona, and Lin Feng. Damn him, he caused me to be beaten to a pulp by my father. This matter is far from over. Li Yu, bruised and battered, glared venomously in Chen Hua's direction. He still could not fathom why his father held such apprehension towards Chen Hua. Yet, these thoughts were secondary. He was determined to exact revenge. Chen Hua, will you truly not provide any further explanation regarding your fiancée? I believe she is merely upset. Women understand each other best. You should comfort her, and perhaps that will mend things. Upon returning home, Zhang Rou kindly suggested to Chen Hua, everything that needed to be said has been expressed. There is no need for further complication. Chen Hua waved his hand dismissively. Very well, Zhang Rou nodded in resignation. I suppose I shall sleep here tonight. At that moment, Chen Hua pointed to the sofa beneath him. Zhang Rou's residence comprised 2 rooms, one for her slumber and the other a cluttered storage space, unsuitable for rest. Thus, apart from Zhang Rou's bedroom, the only place to sleep was the sofa. It would be inappropriate for Chen Hua to share a bed with Zhang Rou. Even if he were inclined to do so, she would certainly refuse. You have assisted me so much today. How could I allow you to sleep on the sofa? You should take my room. Zhang Rou hesitated, biting her lip lightly, and ventured to suggest. Is that really appropriate? Chen Hua raised an eyebrow, instinctively glancing at her. The vivid imagery of earlier flooding his mind. What are you staring at? Jiang Ro teased, blushing slightly, before rolling her eyes and adding, do not misunderstand. I meant for you to sleep in my room while I take the sofa. Oh, I see, Shenhua chuckled. What else could you have meant? Nothing much. Shenhua waved his hand. This is your home. It is already generous of you to accommodate me for the night. How could I sleep in your room while you? A lady take the sofa? It is settled then. I shall sleep on the sofa. He had no particular preference for where he would sleep. After all, during his time on the mountain, he could rest in a snow cave amidst the icy wilderness with Bing Shinro. So he hardly cared whether it was a bed or a sofa. Very well, Jiang Ro acquiesced, seeing that he had made up his mind. They spoke no further on the matter. After Chunhua finished washing up, he settled on the sofa and retrieved the letter that Bing Shinro had given him. His master had mentioned that this letter was written by his parents, and he felt a twinge of curiosity about what his long-unknown parents might have penned. Chunhua had been raised by Bing Shinro, never having laid eyes on his biological parents. The details of his lineage remained a mystery to him. From what Bing Shinro had said, it seemed likely that his parents had been pursued by enemies and, in desperation, entrusted Chunhua to her care. He knew little about his origins, and if he wished to uncover more, he could only hope for clues within the letter. With a sense of anticipation, Chunhua swiftly opened the envelope to reveal 2 sheets of paper, one new and one old. Earlier, Bing Shinro had mentioned that she had included information she had gathered over the years, so it followed that the newer sheet was her addition, while the older one was undoubtedly written by his parents. After a moment's contemplation, he decided to read the letter from his parents first. As he unfolded the aged paper, a lengthy passage came into view. Dear Huar, by the time you read this letter, your father and I will have passed away. You may wonder why we chose to abandon you. However, it was a decision born out of necessity. If we were not being pursued by our enemies, we would never have wished to part ways with you. The purpose of this letter is not to incite you to seek vengeance on our behalf, but rather to implore you to continue living well. Upon reading this, Chunhua's gaze sharpened, his fists clenched, an expression of fierce determination crossing his face. It was indeed true that they were hunted by their foes. Who could have orchestrated the demise of my parents? At this moment, his composure shattered. The urgency to uncover the identity of those behind this treachery overwhelmed him, and he swiftly continued to read. Huar, I understand that upon learning this, you will be driven to seek retribution, but we do not wish for you to pursue such a path. Prior to this, you faced grave challenges yourself. A moment's carelessness could spell your end. You must resolve this issue before you turn 24, for the consequences of failure are dire. Your constitution is extraordinary, and we are at a loss as to how to address it. Everything must rely on your own exploration. However, remember this. You must marry a girl compatible with your constitution and consummate the union before you reach the age of 24, or all hope will be lost. We hope that upon reading this letter, your thoughts will not dwell on vengeance, but rather on finding a suitable daughter-in-law for us. Alas, we shall never witness this. As he finished reading, Chunhua felt an overwhelming mixture of emotions. The letter, though lengthy, conveyed 2 crucial messages. First, do not seek revenge. Second, find a suitable partner and marry before the age of 24, lest he perish. Clearly, they wished for him to refrain from vengeance, for had they desired otherwise, they would have left him some clues about his lineage. Chunhua took a deep breath, pondering, Dear mother, you have penned this letter. Could you not have added a few more words? Yet, this letter proved almost futile, offering no substantive information, save for the insistence on marrying before the age of 24. It became clear to him why his master had arranged an engagement for him with Qi Lin so prematurely. It was all due to this urgent matter. At this moment, Chunhua experienced a profound realization. However, he soon sighed again, for he believed that such a marriage was unattainable. Initially, during their time on the mountain, when Bing Shinro mentioned finding him a wife, he had felt a surge of joy. Yet, upon descending and interacting with Qi Lin, he discovered her disdainful attitude, perpetually adopting an air of aloofness, as if it were he who was desperately seeking her hand in marriage. This alone had sown the seeds of regret in his heart regarding the engagement. Yet if the letter's contents were to be believed, failure to marry and consummate the union before his 24th birthday meant certain death. Chunhua furrowed his brow slightly. He was already 23 years, 3 months, and 6 days old, leaving him with less than 9 months to find a compatible partner, marry, and consummate the union. At this critical juncture, where could I possibly find such a girl? Chunhua curled his lips, his emotions somewhat tangled. He had anticipated that upon opening the letter, he would discover details about his lineage or perhaps information regarding his parents' enemies, only to find a marriage proposal instead. Nonetheless, he understood that this was his parents' earnest concern for his safety, prompting them to leave behind this letter as a reminder. Just then, the sound of footsteps echoed. Fresh from the shower, Jong-ro emerged from the bathroom, her body wrapped in a towel, her hair still damp. One hand held the towel securely, while the other cradled a short skirt, underwear, and a pair of panties. "I'm done with my shower. You can go now. It smells so good." As she sauntered past the sofa, Chun-hwa caught a whiff of an enchanting fragrance. Whether it was the scent of Jong-ro's shampoo or body wash, it was undeniably delightful. His gaze instinctively swept over her, and he realized that she appeared to be clad solely in the towel, with nothing beneath. "Why don't you put on some clothes? Are you not afraid of me doing something inappropriate with you like this?" Chun-hwa observed Jong-ro's fair, rosy skin, her alluring curves, and near-perfect figure, and he couldn't help but be captivated, thinking to himself how she must be an actress. She was truly stunning. "I am wearing a towel, aren't I?" Jong-ro's cheeks flushed a shade of pink. After saying this, she shot him a teasing glance and added, "Besides, you've seen it all before." Chun-hwa was momentarily rendered speechless. "All right, I trust your character. You wouldn't dare to do anything to me. Of course. If you did." Jong-ro's voice trailed off, growing softer. "What would you do?" Chun-hwa raised an eyebrow. "Nothing much. Do you drink? Would you accompany me for a drink?" Jong-ro swiftly changed the subject. "You've already had quite a bit. I'm concerned your body might not handle more." Chun-hwa scrutinized Jong-ro's expression and sensed that she seemed troubled, but respecting her privacy, he refrained from prying further. "Trust me with my alcohol tolerance," Jong-ro confidently declared, patting her ample chest. "Very well, then I shall join you. Do you have any alcohol at home?" As he spoke, Chun-hwa began to look around. "Yes, just wait a moment, I'll fetch it." Jong-ro's eyes sparkled as she returned to her room. This left Chun-hwa somewhat baffled. Who keeps their liquor in their bedroom? A few minutes later, Jong-ro emerged from her room, having changed into a white lace camisole with a very loose and low neckline, which accentuated her alluring collarbone beautifully. "I'm back. Let me grab some cups." Jong-ro set the bottle of liquor on the table and dashed to the kitchen to retrieve 2 small cups, those typically used for drinking baijiu. The bottle she had brought out was none other than Matai. "How does a girl like you have Matai at home?" Chun-hwa asked, astonished. "Oh, don't mind the details. What matters is whether we can drink it." It seemed she had indulged in quite a bit of alcohol at Wanjia. Jong-ro's delicate face still bore a hint of crimson, and her demeanor had become notably bold and assertive. "If you wish to drink with me, I shall gladly oblige." Chun-hwa furrowed his brow, sensing that Jong-ro was troubled by something. "Allow me to pour you a drink." Jong-ro, showing no hesitation, promptly filled Chun-hwa's glass with white liquor, then filled her own. "Cheers." The two clinked their glasses together, and Chun-hwa immediately tilted his back, downing the drink in one go. To his astonishment, Jong-ro, a young woman, also downed her small glass without a flicker of hesitation. "You seem accustomed to this," Chun-hwa remarked with a smile. "You were correct. During my time filming, I would spend the days on set and my evenings entertaining investors and directors. It was during those times that I honed my drinking skills." Jong-ro's complexion was rosy, her damp hair cascading down her chest, subtly revealing an alluring depth. Yet, she appeared unconcerned, seemingly at ease with Chun-hwa, which allowed her demeanor to become more unreserved. Another round. Without further ado, Jong-ro filled their glasses once more. "I shall toast. You may indulge as you wish." With that, she lifted her glass and poured the potent liquor down her throat, though it burned slightly. She drained her glass entirely in one swift motion. "Perhaps you should drink less," Chun-hwa advised, realizing that being a female star, especially one who had once enjoyed fame but was now somewhat faded, was no easy feat in truth. "My absence from the screen for the past 2 years is not solely due to offending that brash fellow. There is another reason. 2 years ago, I crossed paths with a rather famous director. My agent arranged for me to dine with him, promising that this meal would secure me the lead role in an upcoming film. However, upon arrival, the director attempted to coerce me into a compromising situation, threatening to blacklist me if I refused. Though fear gripped me, I did not hesitate to decline." As she spoke, Jong-ro recounted her tale while sipping her drink. Chun-hwa listened intently, refraining from interrupting. However, the director was insistent, attempting to force himself upon me in that private room. I resisted fiercely. But what broke my heart was that my agent, who was also my close friend, merely stood by, urging me to comply with the advances of that man in his 50s. And then, Shenhua inquired. In a fit of rage, I seized a bottle of liquor from the table. Yes, it was Matai, and smashed it over the director's head. Jiang Rou filled her glass once more, downing it in one gulp. And what happened next? Shenhua asked, surprised by her audacity. Without hesitation, I struck. The deranged director, now nursing his head, had my agent escort him to the hospital. Logically, I should have faced consequences for my actions, but he feared that I would accuse him of harassment, and thus the matter was swept under the rug. Subsequently, I was released from my contract by the company, and no other agency dared to take me in. I was nearly ostracized by the entire industry, with no firm willing to sign me. The subsequent events all stemmed from this reckless fellow, Biao. Listening to her words, Shenhua discerned the bitterness in her tone. A few crystalline tears cascaded down her exquisite face. What do you plan to do next? Shenhua inquired. I don't know, she replied. Suddenly, Jiang Rou appeared momentarily dazed, her fair hand gently brushing her forehead, her beautiful eyes fluttering between closed and open, murmuring, I'm so tired. I just want to sleep. Her voice trailed off, and in the next instant, she collapsed sideways. Fortunately, Shenhua's reflexes were sharp enough to catch her. Otherwise, she would have surely fallen heavily to the ground. Weren't you just able to drink? How could you just fall like that? Shenhua looked down at Jiang Rou in his arms, a sense of helplessness washing over him. Yet, that glance inadvertently drew him into the enticing allure of Jiang Rou's delicate form. Damn it, after drinking, is this a temptation to commit a crime? He thought. This woman, was she truly inviting him into a perilous situation? Gazing at Jiang Rou's flawless, alabaster skin, Shenhua inhaled deeply. It was audacious of her to drink herself into such a stupor after knowing him for merely a day, and to dress so scantily. Did she not fear his intentions? Wake up! Shenhua gently shook her head, yet it proved futile. She had lost consciousness, her body languidly resting against him. Clearly, you can't hold your liquor. Why pretend otherwise? He lamented, ultimately resorting to carrying Jiang Rou in a princess hold and transporting her to her room. Her body felt remarkably soft, particularly her slender waist and those fair, elongated legs, presenting an irresistibly tempting visual impact that nearly overwhelmed even his steadfast resolve. Unable to control his gaze, he lingered on Jiang Rou's delicate features for a moment, noting her extraordinarily long eyelashes and her beautifully shaped nose, especially her luscious, red lips, enhanced by the effects of alcohol, appeared irresistibly tempting, igniting an impulse to kiss her. No wonder she had become a star. She was undeniably stunning. Shenhua marveled softly before laying Jiang Rou down on the bed and covering her with a blanket. Once he ensured her comfort, he swiftly exited her room, fearing he might succumb to untoward desires. After all, the allure of a beauty like Jiang Rou was not something an ordinary man could easily withstand. However, unbeknownst to him, as soon as the door closed, the slumbering Jiang Rou slowly opened her eyes, smiled at the door, and murmured, as expected. After a brief glance, she drifted back to sleep, finally affording herself the time to peruse the letter left by her master. Having settled Jiang Rou's affairs, Shenhua returned to the sofa and retrieved another letter, penned by the gentle poet Bing Xen. My mother's letter has proven unreliable. I hope my master can provide some guidance. Shenhua was indeed left speechless by the letter he had just received. He quickly unfolded it, revealing the gentle script within. My disciple, by the time you read this letter, you must have already descended the mountain. Shenhua's lips twitched. Why did letters always seem to adopt this particular style? You must also be aware that before the age of 24, you are required to find a woman whose constitution complements yours, marry her, and consummate the union. Only then will you remain safe and sound. This woman has already been chosen for you by your master. You need only adhere to the marriage contract and wed her. Regarding your lineage, I have not uncovered much. However, once you obtain the other piece of the jade pendant, the truth will be revealed. Therefore, it is imperative that you acquire the pendant. The content of the letter was brief, and it concluded there. After reading it, Shenhua furrowed his brow, lost in contemplation. So, I must retrieve the other piece of the jade pendant from old Master Qi in order to uncover the truth? It seems that when I visit Qi Tianqi tomorrow to treat his ailments, I should certainly bring up the matter of the pendant. Thus, he resolved to approach the situation with patience, knowing that haste would not serve him well. He tidied the letter and then reclined on the sofa, drifting into slumber. Time passed swiftly. akin to a maiden experiencing her first menstruation, coming and going in a rush, and before long, an entire night had slipped away. Morning arrived. When Chunhua awoke and freshened up, he discovered that Jiang Ro was already awake and had prepared breakfast for him. "I've made breakfast. Come eat." Jiang Ro beamed brightly. Dressed in the same white camisole from the previous evening, paired with a pair of exceedingly short gray shorts, so short, in fact, that her underwear was nearly visible. Chunhua's gaze instinctively caught the sight of her pink undergarments, yet he refrained from fixating on such details. However, the vivid memories from the previous night surfaced in his mind as he beheld Jiang Ro. "Good morning. Did you prepare all this?" Chunhua exclaimed, admiring the fried egg, milk, and salad before him. "Is this what a starlet eats for breakfast?" "Why else?" Jiang Ro replied with a sweet smile, her face flushing slightly as she shyly glanced at Chunhua and asked, "Last night, did you take off my clothes?" "Huh." Chunhua was taken aback, nearly sputtering the milk he had just sipped. "You mustn't speak so recklessly. When did I remove your clothes? I recall we were drinking together, then I lost consciousness. And when I awoke, I found myself in my own bed, completely unclothed. So was it you?" As she spoke, Jiang Ro's face grew even redder. "Last night, you were inebriated. It was indeed I who carried you to bed, but I did not remove your clothing. That is not my concern." Chunhua hastily waved his hands in explanation. If he did not clarify this misunderstanding, it would spiral further out of control. "Seeing you so flustered, I certainly know it wasn't you." Jiang Ro giggled, causing Chunhua to look bewildered, unsure of her intentions. "All right, I was just teasing you. I usually sleep in the nude. I must have removed my own clothes in the middle of the night, and it has nothing to do with you," Jiang Ro said with a smile. "Such jokes should not be made lightly." Chunhua cast a glance at her and remarked, "But you are quite bold. Do you not fear that I might take advantage of your inebriation to commit some misdeed? Did you?" Jiang Ro replied with a subtle smile, seemingly provoking him. "Of course not," Chunhua responded. "Then all is well," Jiang Ro said nonchalantly. Chunhua found himself at a loss for words, unsure of her thoughts. Yet he was disinclined to inquire further. "Do you need a car? Last night, I heard you mention your intention to visit your fiancé's grandfather for treatment. If you require one, feel free to use mine. I have no plans for the day." After breakfast, Jiang Ro donned a form-fitting white yoga outfit and began her practice in front of the television. Upon hearing this, Chunhua hesitated. He indeed needed to visit the Qi family, but Jiang Ro had already offered him shelter for the night. To borrow her car would imply returning it later, perhaps necessitating another night's stay, which seemed somewhat inappropriate. "No need. I will take a taxi." He ultimately declined her kind offer. However, Jiang Ro, unconcerned, seized the keys hanging on the wall and tossed them to him. "Taking a taxi is a hassle. Just drive my car." Chunhua wanted to protest, but Jiang Ro interjected, "Hurry up. I need to resume my yoga." "All right. Thank you," he conceded, taking the keys and stepping outside. As the door closed behind him, a smile graced Jiang Ro's face, reminiscent of the sweet satisfaction she had displayed the previous night. Before long, Chunhua arrived at the Qi residence. Just as he reached the entrance, he spotted Qi Lin waiting there, seemingly for him. "I thought you wouldn't come," Qi Lin said coolly, her expression impassive. Upon seeing her, Chunhua recalled the words from the letter he had received the previous night, which insisted he find a compatible partner before turning 24, to marry and consummate their union. The letter penned by Bing Xinro had asserted that she had already found a suitable match for him. He merely needed to descend the mountain to fulfill the betrothal. Undoubtedly, the woman in question was none other than Qi Lin before him. However, Chunhua felt a twinge of regret, realizing he would likely disappoint his master's good intentions. "I have promised to treat Elder Qi, and I will certainly uphold my word," Chunhua stated. "I genuinely owe you a debt of gratitude for your assistance with my grandfather's illness. Once he recovers, feel free to ask for anything. I shall do my utmost to fulfill your request," Qi Lin replied earnestly. "We shall discuss that later." Chunhua waved his hand dismissively, choosing not to elaborate further. He then proceeded towards Elder Qi's room. Qi Lin observed Chunhua's departing figure, her emotions swirling in complexity. "All right, I have given you the opportunity. If you fail to cherish it, do not blame me for being heartless." Qi Lin silently resolved, having waited here early for Chunhua's arrival. "I simply wish to grant Chunhua a chance. I hope he can seize this opportunity to express that once old Master Qi recovers, they might consider marriage." However, to Qi Lin's surprise, Chunhua remained unexpectedly indifferent, offering her no chance for contemplation. "Ah, Xiaochen, you've arrived. Have you had breakfast? Would you like Lin Lin to prepare some for you? Old Master Qi still lay in bed, though his complexion had improved significantly since yesterday. I've already eaten. Chenhua replied politely. Oh, how forgetful of me. You stayed at the hotel with Lin Lin last night, so you both must have had a meal. Qi Tianqi chuckled as he looked at Chenhua. So, son-in-law, has the rice been cooked? At this, Chenhua was momentarily taken aback. It seemed old Master Qi was unaware of the rift between him and Qi Lin. Yet, to be asked so directly about sleeping with his granddaughter was rather bold. Not yet, it's too soon for that, Chenhua replied with an awkward smile. Oh dear, you need to pick up the pace. You two are already sharing a bed, yet your progress is still so slow. Back when I was in my early 20s, things moved much faster. I was nothing like your slow pace. Do you know what it means to be fully immersed? Let me tell you. Lin Lin's father was conceived at a gathering between her grandmother and me, understand? Qi Tianqi spoke with pride. Old master, let us focus on the treatment first. Chenhua chuckled lightly. He hadn't anticipated old Master Qi to be so lively in his youth. However, he had no time to engage in idle chatter. He was eager to assist with the detoxification process and inquire about the jade pendant. Very well, let us treat the illness first. When you have time, I shall regale you with tales of my youthful exploits and teach you a few tricks to ensure you transform from a novice to a skilled lover in one night. Qi Tianqi laughed, then laid back down, ready to cooperate with Chenhua's treatment. Now, I shall begin, Chenhua announced. Let us proceed. I appreciate your efforts, son-in-law. As he uttered the term son-in-law, Qi Lin entered the room just in time to overhear, feeling a twinge of embarrassment. Yet, she concealed her discomfort, as she intended to keep her decision about not marrying Chenhua from her grandfather until he recovered. Of course, Chenhua glanced at Qi Lin before refocusing his attention. He retrieved silver needles to treat old Master Qi. Having already detoxified him significantly yesterday, only one more needle was necessary today for a full recovery. Such minor ailments posed no challenge for Chenhua, and he swiftly addressed old Master Qi's condition. Old Master, your health is nearly restored. But due to certain reasons, Chenhua began. I know. You mentioned it yesterday, old Master Qi interrupted. Hearing this, Chenhua glanced at Qi Lin, understanding that old Master Qi wished to keep the truth of his condition from his granddaughter, particularly the fact that it was her second aunt and others who had poisoned him. Grandfather, how do you feel? Qi Lin stepped forward to inquire. Much improved. My son-in-law has treated me, and all ailments have vanished. Qi Tianqi chuckled a few times, his mood appearing remarkably buoyant. Old Qi, you should rest. I have matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave. Chenhua intended to inquire about the jade pendant. However, with Qi Lin still present, it was evidently not an opportune moment. He decided to wait until tomorrow, as it would be the last day he would be attending to old Qi's health. It would be far more efficient to clarify everything at once then. Lin Lin, please see off your son-in-law. Qi Tianqi patted Qi Lin's hand. All right, Qi Lin nodded, not declining. She must maintain the facade of a deeply affectionate relationship with Chenhua, concealing the truth from her grandfather for now. Once outside the Qi residence, Qi Lin halted and addressed Chenhua. Thank you. Since you drove here, I want to escort you back. You may return on your own. Understood, Chenhua smiled slightly, choosing not to elaborate further. He had not intended for Qi Lin to accompany him. Wait, I have a question to ask you. Just as Chenhua was about to enter the car, Qi Lin suddenly inquired. What question? Chenhua raised an eyebrow. Who was that woman yesterday? Qi Lin bit her red lip, seemingly conflicted. A friend, Chenhua replied casually. Is it not as Nana suggested? You're overthinking it, he said, stepping into the vehicle and driving away from the Qi household. Although he was uncertain why Qi Lin posed that question, he felt no need to explain further. Overthinking? But is it true? After Chenhua departed, Qi Lin's expression soured. She was unsure of her own feelings, but the thought of Chenhua's frigid demeanor angered her. She muttered a few curses under her breath, the content of which remained known only to her. In the car, Chenhua intended to call Bing Xinro to discuss the recent events. However, just as he was about to dial the number, his phone buzzed in his pocket. What a coincidence! He picked up the phone and saw it was Bing Xinro calling. The call connected quickly. Master, I was just about to call you to discuss some matters. How did you manage to call me first? You cannot conceal anything from me. Enough said. I am already aware of everything. You know? Chenhua was taken aback. No need for further details. I have arranged everything for you. First, you should meet your senior sister. She will make the necessary arrangements. What? Senior sister? When did I gain a senior sister? Chunhua was utterly perplexed. He had followed Bing Shinro for many years, but had never heard of a senior sister. Where is my senior sister now? He inquired. Go directly to Su Corporation to find her. Chunhua noted this down and then asked, what is my senior sister's name? Su Wenwen. I will send you her phone number. She will handle everything once you meet her. Very well, I understand. However, Master, I still have a question, Chunhua ventured, but was abruptly interrupted by Bing Shinro's icy voice. You, young man, have only descended the mountain for a day, and already you have an abundance of inquiries. Speak all at once. It pertains to the engagement with my fiancée, Chunhua cautiously replied. Assess the situation yourself. If it is meant to be, then marry. If not, it simply indicates a lack of affinity between you two. This trivial matter is for you to resolve, she retorted. Understood. Chunhua exclaimed joyously upon hearing her words. He had anticipated that Bing Shinro would be angered upon learning of this matter. But now that he realized she was not upset, a wave of relief washed over him. Humph, you are hardly a source of ease for me, Bing Shinro huffed. Before abruptly ending the call, she then sighed, her demeanor turning contemplative. Such a fine daughter-in-law, and now this marriage may not come to fruition. Where will I find a woman capable of enduring this young man? She mused, reflecting on his extraordinary vigor. Images of the previous day's vibrant scenes and Chunhua's robust physique surfaced in her mind. At this thought, her exquisitely charming face flushed with a hint of crimson. Su Group, Su Wenwen. Chunhua repeated the names to himself and promptly navigated towards Su Group. He had never encountered this senior sister, nor did he know her age, which piqued his curiosity. Until now, he was unaware of having a senior sister at all, and the prospect of meeting her today made him slightly anxious. In just over 20 minutes, he arrived at the imposing edifice of Su Group in Jiang Ro's vehicle. Observing the towering structure before him, Chunhua speculated. If this senior sister also bears the surname Su, could it be that this company belongs to her family? How fortunate, he pondered, contemplating whether this meant he had latched onto a fortuitous connection with his senior sister. Deciding to call her first to announce his arrival downstairs, he refrained from barging in unannounced. The phone rang for a moment before being answered. Hello, senior sister Su, this is Chunhua. My master sent me to find you, he said politely. Oh, it's the junior disciple. A sweet voice responded from the other end, leading him to estimate her age to be between 24 and 28, which surprised him somewhat. Yet, the term junior before his title struck him as somewhat jarring. Yes, it's me, senior sister, Chunhua replied with a smile. Where are you right now? Su Wenwen inquired warmly. I am right downstairs at Su Group, he answered. Why did you come alone? I was going to pick you up once I finished my tasks. Su Wenwen exclaimed with excitement. I apologize, junior disciple. I am quite busy at the moment and may not be able to attend to you right away. Hearing this, Chunhua chuckled politely. No problem, senior sister. Please attend to your matters first. Why don't you come up to my office? Once I finish, I will take you out for a splendid meal. Su Wenwen's tone was somewhat hurried, as if she was engrossed in her work, and before Chunhua could respond, she continued. She spoke again. You're downstairs, right? Wait there for a few minutes. I'll have my assistant come down to fetch you. No need to trouble yourself, senior sister. Just tell me your location, and I can come up myself. However, before Chunhua could finish, Su Wenwen hung up the phone. It seemed that this senior sister was exceptionally busy. Chunhua rubbed his nose, feeling a warmth in his heart. Despite her hectic schedule, Su's senior sister had taken the time to answer his call and even arranged for her assistant to meet him. Her kindness was truly commendable. In this unfamiliar city, having such a considerate mentor felt like an immense blessing. Moreover, her voice was melodious, suggesting that she must possess great beauty as well. Since she mentioned her assistant would come to fetch him, he decided to wait at the entrance. Chunhua quickly arrived at the building's entrance, but as he approached, 2 security guards blocked his way. This is Su Group. No unauthorized personnel are allowed to come close. I'm just waiting for someone, Chunhua replied honestly. Waiting isn't allowed. Stand further away, at least 100 meters. One of the guards, a balding man in his 40s, waved his hand dismissively, attempting to shoo Chunhua away. 100 meters? The opposite side of the road is only about 100 meters away. Are you suggesting I wait over there? Chunhua exclaimed in disbelief. Wait wherever you like, just not here. Move along. The other guard, slightly overweight but seemingly in his 30s, sneered disdainfully. Chunhua raised an eyebrow at their abruptness. He mused about the temperament of security at a major corporation. Nevertheless, since this was Su Wenwen's workplace, he refrained from arguing over such a trivial matter. He reluctantly shook his head and decided to step aside, waiting for her assistant to arrive. Just as he turned to leave, a man and a woman approached, and to his surprise, he recognized the woman. She was the one in the white crop top from the mall yesterday, the one with the ample bosom who had been with Liu. "It's you." The well-endowed woman clearly recognized Chun Hua as well, momentarily stunned upon seeing him. "Darling, do you know him?" The man beside her, dressed in a black suit, regarded Chun Hua with suspicion, his gaze dripping with disdain as he sized him up. Chun Hua was taken aback. This woman had been calling Liu dear just yesterday. The speed with which she switched partners was astonishing. He couldn't help but recall the girl from last night who had been so eager to help Liu undress, realizing that their rapid changes in relationships were equally matched. "Honey, this is the guy I told you about. The one who humiliated me and my boyfriend at the mall yesterday." The ample-bosomed woman glared at Chun Hua with venom, coldly stating, "What a coincidence to run into you here." "Honey? Boyfriend?" Hearing such jumbled terms from her left, Chun Hua utterly astonished. What a chaotic world they lived in. Disregarding their presence, Chun Hua chose to ignore them and walked away. Halt. However, upon hearing the words of the woman with ample bosom, the man suddenly pointed at Chun Hua and shouted in anger, "So, you're the brat who embarrassed my wife's boyfriend yesterday. I've been looking for you. And here you are, just in time. Darling, he even made my boyfriend kneel before him yesterday. You must avenge me." The woman lamented beside him. "Fear not. With your husband here, this scoundrel won't escape today." The man, Su Wu, was a department manager in a minor branch of the Su Group. Having trained in empty-handed combat for a few days and possessing a tall and robust physique, he often resorted to violence when challenged, exuding a brazen demeanor. "Hey, I'm talking to you. Are you deaf?" Su Wu's anger flared as Chun Hua ignored him. "I'll count to 3. If you don't stop, don't blame me for being rude." Su Wu's fury intensified as he saw Chun Hua remain indifferent. 3, 2. Chun Hua remained unperturbed until Su Wu called out 2, at which point Chun Hua abruptly halted. Sensing victory, Su Wu smirked, "At least you're sensible. Come here and kneel like my wife's boyfriend did yesterday. You think you can command me?" Chun Hua replied coldly, a chilling smile gracing his lips as he swiftly approached Su Wu. In an instant, he delivered a powerful punch. Despite Su Wu's imposing stature, he was caught off guard and fell to the ground, unable to react. "Darling." The speed of Chun Hua's strike was astonishing, leaving everyone in shock. The woman rushed to Su Wu's side, worried for him. Perhaps this was the distinction between a husband and a boyfriend. Yesterday, when Liu was forced to kneel by Chun Hua, she hadn't shown such concern. "You're seeking death." Su Wu, undeterred, scrambled back to his feet and charged at Chun Hua with a fierce punch. Yet, just as he began his attack, Chun Hua delivered a fierce kick to his chest, sending him hurtling backward with a pained scream, landing with a force that made him grimace in agony. "You dare strike me? Do you know who I am?" Su Wu gazed at Chun Hua in disbelief, unable to fathom the strength behind the kick that had propelled him so far. After being knocked down twice, he hesitated to act recklessly again. This phrase sounded eerily familiar to Chun Hua, who raised an eyebrow. Hadn't Liu uttered the same words yesterday? Indeed, they were of the same ilk, one being the husband of the woman with ample bosom and the other her boyfriend. You dare strike my husband. You're finished." The woman, rather than remaining a passive observer as she did the day before, now frantically dialed on her phone, seemingly summoning reinforcements. "What are you 2 security guards doing? Didn't you see me getting assaulted? Hurry up and subdue him." Su Wu's face darkened with anger as he shouted at the 2 security guards. "Manager Su, we are merely gatekeepers," the balding guard replied with a wry smile. "Indeed, Manager Su, and given this fellow's immense strength, even if we both teamed up, we would not stand a chance against him," the other guard added with a forced grin. They were not foolish, earning a meager salary of 3,000. They were content merely to observe. Could one truly expect them to handle matters beyond their purview? Observing this scene, Chun Hua furrowed his brow, contemplating whether this man was a manager of the Su Group. Before he could ponder further, Su Wu had already approached the guards, forcefully pushing them from behind and shouting, "If you wish to keep your jobs, you better intervene at once. Otherwise, I will have you both packing your things today. Do you believe me?" "Manager Su." The 2 guards exchanged glances, their expressions grim. "Enough chatter. Just go and apprehend this man. Leave the rest to me. No matter how strong you are, I refuse to believe that 2 of you cannot subdue him." Su Wu did not expect the guards to exert much effort. He merely hoped to restrain Chun Hua's limbs, allowing him to teach Chun a lesson afterward. "What are you waiting for? Hurry up. Under Su Wu's intimidation, the guards reluctantly steeled themselves and charged towards Chenhua. You certainly know how to play your cards, sending the guards to confront me instead of facing me yourself, Chenhua scoffed. Initially, he had no intention of escalating the situation, but Su Wu's outrageous behavior ignited his anger. Relying on his position, Su Wu sent the guards to serve as his human shields. Do not think you can provoke me with your words. Who told you to act recklessly on my territory? Are you frightened now? Let me tell you, it is too late. Su Wu taunted. You do not seriously believe these two guards can stop me? Chenhua replied coldly, dismissing the two guards as inconsequential. Stop your nonsense. First, you bullied my wife's boyfriend, and now you have struck me. You are in serious trouble, kid. Su Wu, brimming with arrogance, was convinced that Chenhua could not escape the beating he had coming. With that, he charged alongside the guards to encircle Chenhua, exuding an aggressive demeanor as if eager to tear him apart. Su Wu, what do you think you are doing? At that moment, a woman clad in professional attire and black stockings rushed out from the building. Assistant Zhang, what are you doing here? Su Wu, who had just been brimming with bravado, was taken aback upon seeing her. Su Wu, this is the company building. You dare incite the security to commit violence? Do you have any idea how much damage this could cause to the company's reputation? The woman in black stockings stated coldly. To Chenhua's surprise, Su Wu did not retaliate. It seemed this woman held significant influence. Chenhua cast a fleeting glance at the individual before him, a spark of realization igniting within him. Assistant Zhang, allow me to explain. It was this person who… Excuse me, are you Mr. Chenhua? Just as Su Wu was about to interject further, Assistant Zhang suddenly turned her gaze towards Chenhua. Indeed, Chenhua replied, instantly grasping the situation. He inquired, did Sister Su send you to fetch me? Yes. But what exactly is happening here? Assistant Zhang's demeanor shifted abruptly, her expression growing stern as she directed a fierce gaze at Su Wu and the two security guards. Su Wu, how dare you provoke a guest of President Su? You shall deal with the consequences yourself. What? This brat is actually a guest of President Su? How could this be? Upon hearing this, Su Wu's complexion paled, his eyes scrutinizing Chenhua from head to toe. The latter appeared to be worth little more than 100 yuan, clearly a country bumpkin. How could he possibly be a guest of President Su? Humph. I have no desire to waste my breath on you. Consider how you will explain this to President Su. Assistant Zhang glared at Su Wu before her demeanor underwent a complete transformation. She turned to Chenhua with utmost politeness, saying, Mr. Chen, please follow me. President Su is currently occupied, but I will lead you upstairs, and she will come to see you once she is free. Thank you. With that, Chenhua followed Assistant Zhang, not sparing a glance at the stunned Su Wu, who was irrelevant to his purpose of meeting Su Wenwen. Manager Su, that fellow is indeed a person of President Su. By offending him, we have effectively offended President Su herself. We could lose our jobs over this. The balding security guard's face was etched with despair, anxiety bubbling within him. Get lost. How was I to know he was a guest of President Su? Su Wu snarled in frustration. He felt utterly humiliated, having been beaten for no reason and now having incurred the wrath of President Su. His day could not have been worse. Guided by the assistant named Zhang Xiaoyu, Chenhua arrived at Su Wenwen's office. Once seated, he finally took a moment to appreciate Zhang Xiaoyu's appearance. She appeared to be in her late 20s, possessing a voluptuous figure and a slender waist, her captivating face likely enchanting many a man. Mr. Chen, please make yourself comfortable. President Su will be with you shortly, Zhang Xiaoyu kindly offered, pouring water for Chenhua. However, as she bent to pour, her low-cut top left little to the imagination, revealing much more than intended in that fleeting moment, right before Chenhua's eyes. Caught off guard, Chenhua's gaze was inexplicably drawn to her, plunging into an abyss of distraction. The words round, white, and smooth echoed in his mind. At that moment, Zhang Xiaoyu seemed to realize something, instinctively glancing down. Upon noticing the exposed skin, her face blanched in shock. Ah, she exclaimed, quickly straightening and covering her chest. Mr. Chen, did you see that? She had finally registered that she had inadvertently exposed herself to Chenhua. Her small face instantly flushed, turning crimson all the way to the roots of her ears. I apologize, I truly did not mean to. It was merely an accident. Chenhua felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. Observing is one thing, but being caught is undeniably the most awkward scenario. It's nothing, it was my own carelessness, Zhang Xiaoyu said with a bashful smile. Please sit here for a moment. I will inform Director Su. All right. Thank you, Chenhua nodded. Zhang Xiaoyu then gracefully strode out, her long legs adorned in black stockings captivating Chun Hua's gaze as she departed. He scratched his head, pondering the absurdity of his situation. He had just arrived and already found himself staring at the assistant of senior sister Su. However, one must admit that Zhang Xiaoyu's beauty was nothing short of extraordinary. Her long, slender legs and her alluring figure could easily mesmerize anyone. It was no wonder he had been caught off guard. He silently resolved that such incidents must not recur. At the very least, he should avoid being discovered. It is instinctive for a man to steal a glance. That is beyond his control. Prolonged staring would undoubtedly be impolite. Yet that fleeting glance must never be caught in the act. Mr. Chun, Director Su has arrived. A voice interrupted his thoughts. About 10 minutes later, Su Wenwen entered, with Zhang Xiaoyu leading the way. Following her was a woman with lustrous black, wavy hair, clad in a striking red off-shoulder gown, her fair and captivating collarbone enticingly visible. Upon first glance, Chun Hua was drawn to her enchanting eyes, reminiscent of a radiant moon, with long, delicately curled lashes enhancing their allure. Her rosy, cherry-like lips exuded an air of divine femininity. "You must be my junior apprentice. My master surely did not deceive me. You are indeed quite handsome." Su Wenwen exclaimed upon spotting Chun Hua seated on the sofa, her face lighting up with excitement. At 26, she was the embodiment of youthful vitality, her every expression exuding beauty. "You are senior sister Su?" Chun Hua inquired as he rose from the sofa, taking in her appearance. "Yes, I sincerely apologize, junior brother. I should have come to greet you personally, but I have been quite busy and unable to leave," Su Wenwen replied with a charming smile, approaching him. She affectionately ruffled his hair, her demeanor surprisingly intimate. Chun Hua instinctively recoiled but ultimately acquiesced, reminded of her striking beauty. "Senior sister, Master sent me to find you and mentioned you would assist me with the upcoming matters." "What exactly are those matters?" Chun Hua asked. "What else could it be but your marriage arrangement?" Su Wenwen chuckled. "Marriage arrangement?" Chun Hua was momentarily taken aback. "Indeed. Master has informed me about your engagement to the young lady of the Qi family. If you truly wish to avoid marrying her, I can introduce you to other girls. I know many beautiful women. I can arrange introductions with whichever sister you desire." Su Wenwen laughed, her eyes filled with fondness for her sole junior apprentice. Chun Hua scratched his head, feeling a tad embarrassed. "So, it turns out he had descended the mountain solely to seek a bride?" "The master told me that you have 1 year left," Su Wenwen said. "Indeed, if this matter cannot be resolved within a year, I shall perish." Chun Hua smiled faintly, finding death not particularly daunting. He could not believe that failing to find a wife in a year would lead to such an end. Who established such a ridiculous rule? Su Wenwen furrowed her brow but quickly reassured him. "However, do not fret too much. After all, we still have a year. If you truly cannot find a suitable girl, I could marry you instead, being merely 3 years your senior. They say that a woman 3 years older brings fortune. Surely you wouldn't mind me, would you?" Upon hearing this, Chun Hua felt a twinge of embarrassment. Was it that his senior sister lacked ample bosom, a slender waist, or long legs? As Su Wenwen spoke, she even took a moment to showcase her figure to Chun Hua. "Senior sister, please refrain from jesting," Chun Hua chuckled. It was unexpected that his senior sister had such a playful side. Nevertheless, it must be said that she was indeed well-proportioned, slender, and tall, and her complexion was fair. "All right, do not always wear such a long face, resembling an old man," Su Wenwen said affectionately. "Although we have not met before, since the master entrusted you to me, I assure you that I will take good care of you." Upon hearing this, Chun Hua felt warmth in his heart. Looking at Su Wenwen, he was moved and nodded earnestly, saying, "Thank you, senior sister. There is no need to be so polite with me. However, your visit today is quite timely. I do have a favor to ask of you," Su Wenwen declared. "What is it?" "Senior sister, please do not hesitate to ask. I will certainly help if it is within my capability," Chun Hua replied immediately. "It is nothing too difficult. I simply need you to pretend to be my boyfriend and accompany me home to meet my parents." Upon hearing this, Chun Hua was momentarily stunned. "Isn't that a bit inappropriate, senior sister?" "Do not worry. It is merely to appease them today at noon. They keep pressuring me to marry. And it seems a wealthy heir is coming over for dinner, so I must return. I had intended to avoid it, but now that you are here, it is fortuitous." Su Wenwen's lovely eyes flickered, revealing her irritation with the situation. Yet, Chun Hua still felt uneasy. After all, he had never engaged in such an endeavor before. "Very well. Senior sister, I shall do as you say, he finally decided, seeing the troubled expression on Su Wenwen's face. He could not let down the care she extended towards him. Look at you, so noble and self-sacrificing. It is merely a pretense of being my boyfriend to share a meal. Do you think I would actually consume you? Su Wenwen rolled her eyes, exasperated. However, senior sister, I have never done such a thing before. What if I slip up? Chenhua said timidly. Acting is not that difficult. From this moment on, consider yourself my boyfriend and immerse yourself in the role. Su Wenwen instructed as she took his hand and wrapped it around her slender waist. Now, hold me and rehearse. Chenhua was taken aback by this bold gesture. Yet, he found the experience surprisingly pleasant. Time is of the essence. Let us go home now. Do we not need to rehearse any further? You little rascal. Are you still indulging in this? Su Wenwen cast him a sidelong glance, feeling a hint of embarrassment as she spoke. Isn't it you who insisted I wrap my arms around you? Chenhua chuckled in response. Next time, perhaps, but for now, you shall accompany me home. Before long, Su Wenwen led Chenhua back to the Su residence. However, as soon as they stepped across the threshold, she encountered the last person she wished to see, Yang Fan, the affluent heir her family had arranged for her. Wenwen, you've finally returned. Come, dinner awaits. Yang Fan has been waiting for you for quite some time. Su's mother beckoned. Not at all, Andy. I would gladly wait for Wenwen for as long as it takes, Yang Fan replied with feigned politeness. Yet, in the next moment, his gaze fell upon Chenhua standing beside Su Wenwen, and his expression soured as he inquired, Wenwen, who is this? How fortuitous. I too have brought my boyfriend home for dinner. Allow me to introduce him. This is my boyfriend, Chenhua. Su Wenwen intertwined her arm with Chenhua's, the gesture intimate and revealing. It was precisely this action that allowed Chenhua's arm to experience, for the first time, the ample curves of Su Wenwen. Wenwen, what did you just say? He is your boyfriend. Yang Fan's countenance darkened. Disbelief etched across his features as he glared at Su Wenwen. Impossible. I have never heard of you having a boyfriend. Surely, you haven't just picked someone at random, have you? Wenwen, what is going on? Su's mother furrowed her brow. When did you start dating? How come we were completely unaware? Su's father's expression shifted to one of grave concern, his eyes scanning Chenhua. And upon noticing his humble attire, his demeanor darkened further. Mom, Dad, weren't you always urging me to find a boyfriend and settle down? Why do you look so displeased now that I've brought one home? Su Wenwen feigned annoyance. Yet, this was precisely the reaction she sought. Nonsense. Even if we urged you, such a significant matter as dating should be discussed with the family. You cannot simply bring home any man you fancy. Su's father retorted angrily. Wenwen, I must ask you once more, this man is truly your boyfriend? Su's mother inquired, her brow knitted in suspicion. You are certain this is not merely a ruse to appease us, dragging some random man home for show? Her discerning gaze quickly assessed Chenhua's attire, noting its lack of value, leading her to doubt her daughter's judgment. Indeed, Wenwen, this fellow appears rather ordinary. What makes him worthy of being your boyfriend? Surely, you are not merely putting on an act? Yang Fan echoed Su's mother's concerns, pressing the matter further. How dare you speak like that? I have declared he is my boyfriend. Must I provide you with prior notice? Su Wenwen retorted with a huff, suppressing her ire towards her parents, yet offering Yang Fan no kindness. Wenwen, I did not mean it that way. I am merely concerned for your well-being. Yang Fan replied with a forced smile. Are you implying that I lack sense? Su Wenwen shot back, her anger palpable. Upon hearing this, Yang Fan's expression shifted, and he hastily sought to clarify. However, at that moment, Su's father sternly reprimanded. Enough, Wenwen. I understand that your defiance in seeking a man to provoke us stems from our insistence on your marriage. Kindly send him away. If necessary, we shall cease our urging. He added, Indeed, this fellow is nothing but a trinket from the street market. We do not wish for him to sully our chairs. Su's mother chimed in, echoing his sentiments. Upon hearing these words, Chenhua furrowed his brow, taken aback by the attitude of Su Wenwen's parents. Although this was merely a performance, such remarks reeked of condescension. Observing Chenhua's discomfort, Yang Fan inwardly reveled, thinking, you ought to reflect on your own worth. How could you possibly deserve to be Wenwen's boyfriend? You needn't worry about me. You'll hardly even cross the threshold of the Su residence. As Yang Fan basked in his sense of superiority, Su Wenwen suddenly stepped forward with a serious demeanor, declaring, Very well. If you all doubt me, I shall provide proof. With that, she wrapped her arms around Chenhua's neck and, under the gaze of everyone present, pressed her cherry lips against his. This unexpected turn of events left even Chun Hua momentarily stunned. Sister, what a surprise, he thought, astonished by Su Wenwen's audacity. How thoughtful of you to include a kiss. Now, do you believe me? Su Wenwen released Chun Hua and turned to face her parents. Wenwen, what are you doing? Su's mother exclaimed in fury, aghast at her daughter kissing a stranger before her eyes. You all assumed I was merely staging a performance for your amusement. I only sought to demonstrate the truth. Su Wenwen replied, maintaining her composure as if nothing had transpired. Yet, Su's father and mother wore expressions of utter dismay. The most affected was Yang Fan, who watched in disbelief as the woman he admired shared an intimate moment with another man, shattering his composure. I must attend to matters at my company. I shall excuse myself from dinner, Yang Fan declared darkly, abruptly rising from his seat. He had intended to confess his feelings to Su Wenwen that day. But now that she had a boyfriend and was openly affectionate, he found himself unable to enjoy the meal. Please, Yang, we had agreed you would join us for dinner. Look, these dishes were specially prepared for you. Su's mother pleaded desperately as Yang Fan prepared to leave. No, I have pressing business, he replied coldly, shaking his head before striding towards the door. As he passed by Su Wenwen and Chun Hua, he deliberately halted, glaring icily at Chun Hua, and sneered, Young man, when you're out in the world, it is wise to possess a modicum of self-awareness. What you do not deserve, even if it falls into your hands, you will ultimately be unable to grasp. I need not grasp, it shall come to me effortlessly. As for you, even if you wish to seize it, it will elude your grasp, Chun Hua retorted with a slight smile. What did you say? Yang Fan seethed, his anger flaring. You dare repeat that? Chun Hua's words were clearly a mockery. Can he not comprehend human speech, or is he deaf? Chun Hua remained expressionless, utterly dismissive of him. Such a person, unable to handle rejection, is hardly commendable. There is no need to spare his pride. How audacious! Who do you think you are to speak to me in such a tone? I, Yang Fan, have never been spoken to in such a manner throughout my life. Boy, do you believe I can ensure you do not leave this place? Yang Fan declared furiously. He had trained for 2 or 3 years at a martial arts school under a master and possessed some skills in combat. If it came to blows, he was confident he could bring Chun Hua down within 3 punches. Enough, Yang Fan. This is the Su family, not a place for your reckless behavior. Su Wenwen interjected, sensing the escalating tension and stepping protectively in front of Chun Hua, fearing Yang Fan might lash out. Fine, out of respect for Wenwen, I shall spare you today. But mark my words, next time we meet, you will realize that a country bumpkin like you is unworthy of Wenwen. Yang Fan scoffed, yet he did not forget to issue a threat. He would give Su Wenwen face, but he certainly would not afford Chun Hua the same courtesy. Whether you are deserving or not, I am still holding her hand. Can you do the same? Chun Hua replied calmly, in an effort to provoke Yang Fan further. He deliberately took Su Wenwen's hand and waved it in front of him. You. Upon witnessing this, Yang Fan's eyes widened in fury. Very well, boy, I shall remember you. Do not let me see you in Yunhai City again. Yang Fan warned. Don't blame me for not giving you a heads up. Should you dare to harm my boyfriend, I will not let you off easily. Su Wenwen furrowed her brows, concerned that this individual might seek trouble with Chun Hua in the future. Wenwen, although he is your boyfriend now, the future is long. And he may not be for long, Yang Fan sneered, casting a mocking glance at Chun Hua as he cautioned. Boy, be careful from now on. The door is that way, so leave, Chun Hua said, deliberately holding Su Wenwen's delicate hand with one hand while pointing toward the exit with the other. This act pushed Yang Fan over the edge, and through clenched teeth, he seethed. Just wait and see. Leave. Little Yang, don't go. Auntie has prepared dinner. Please eat before you leave. Su's mother called out, eager to retain Yang Fan as he turned to leave. Yet, feeling his pride wounded, Yang Fan quickened his pace without looking back. Seeing this unfold, Su's father slammed his hand on the table and pointed at Su Wenwen, admonishing, I don't care where you found this boy. One thing is clear. You must break up with him immediately. My precious daughter is not someone he is worthy of. Wenwen, you have gone too far today. Do you know how much effort I exerted to invite Yang Fan over for dinner? If he didn't have some affection for you, he wouldn't have come today. But you, instead, chose to bring back a country bumpkin and drove him away. Su's mother added, her face dark with displeasure at Su Wenwen's actions. The disdain from Su Wenwen's parents was palpable. At this moment, Chun Hua felt somewhat awkward. Yet he was merely here to act today and chose not to dwell too much on it. However, Su Wenwen seized his hand and placed it on her flat abdomen. Addressing her parents, "Dad, Mom, I forgot to tell you that I am already carrying Chunhua's child." "What?" Upon hearing this, Chunhua could not help but take a deep breath, thinking to himself, "Sister, you truly dare to speak such words." "What?" Sue's father's expression changed drastically at this news. "You actually slept with this guy?" Sue's mother, furious, scolded, "Su Wenwen, how have I taught you since childhood? You must never sleep with a man before marriage. Not only did you do it, but now you're pregnant. You have utterly disgraced our Su family." Upon learning that Su Wenwen was with child, the elderly couple's anger surged, and they unleashed a torrent of scolding upon her. "In any case, it's too late now that I'm pregnant. You only want me to marry Yang Fan. But ask him if he would agree to marry me while I carry Chunhua's child." Su Wenwen retorted nonchalantly, displaying an attitude of indifference. "Whatever happens, happens. That's just my nature. You have truly disappointed me." Sue's mother gasped, her face contorted with anger. Sue's father, equally incensed, pointed at Chunhua and shouted, "Get out. Don't think I'm unaware of your intentions. You lack ability and wish to marry a wealthy wife to elevate yourself. I assure you, that will never happen. Leave if you want. Do you think I care to stay here?" Su Wenwen scoffed, grabbing Chunhua's hand and turning to leave. Her speed was so rapid that Chunhua barely had time to comprehend the situation before being pulled out of the Su household. "Old Su, what are we to do now? Wenwen is already carrying that wild boy's child." Sue's mother anxiously turned to Sue's father. "What can we do? This matter must not get out. I have ways to make that boy leave Wenwen. He only wants money anyway, and I will give it to him." Sue's father declared angrily, "As for that illegitimate child, let her go to the hospital and terminate it. Moreover, this must not reach Yang Fan, otherwise, the union between the Su and Yang families will be ruined. It's all that wild boy's fault." Fuming, Sue's mother laid the blame entirely on Chunhua. "Rest assured, I will have someone deal with him today," Sue's father said with a sinister expression, narrowing his eyes coldly, planning to ensure that Chunhua would not see the light of another day. "Sister, does this mean we have wrapped up the scene?" Chunhua inquired. At this moment, they were driving, preparing to find a place to dine, as they had yet to eat lunch. "This scene has concluded, but perhaps the next act is yet to come. We'll see," Su Wenwen replied with a smile from the passenger seat. "Another act?" Chunhua was momentarily taken aback, thinking to himself that given the circumstances, the next scene would surely be explosive. To be honest, that kissing scene was quite impressive. Su Wenwen, a stunning beauty of the highest caliber, is not someone just any man can win over. Even a simple kiss from her could leave one utterly entranced. However, Chunhua did not dwell on such thoughts, for she was, after all, his senior. "You performed admirably just now," Su Wenwen said, patting him on the shoulder with satisfaction. "Come, my dear junior. Let me treat you to a splendid meal." Her spirits were high. With today's events, she could at least avoid her family's incessant marriage pressures for a while. "Senior sister, how about we first pick up a friend of mine before dining together?" Chunhua suggested, thinking of Jiang Ro, who had graciously lent him her car for the day. It was only right that he thought of her during mealtime. "No problem. Is it a male or female friend?" Su Wenwen inquired. "A female," Chunhua replied candidly. "Really? You've only been in Yinhai City for a few days, and already you have a new female friend?" Su Wenwen expressed her surprise. Chunhua, feeling a bit helpless, clarified, "She's just a friend, not a girlfriend." "Oh, I see. First friends, then sisters, and eventually sweethearts," Su Wenwen teased playfully. "Hurry up. I'm eager to see what your new female friend looks like." Her excitement was palpable, as if she were watching her younger brother find a partner. Chunhua was slightly at a loss for words at her enthusiasm. He thought to himself how peculiar his senior was. Soon, he drove back to the community and messaged Jiang Ro. Upon receiving the text, Jiang Ro promptly descended from her apartment. She had not yet eaten and had planned to wait for Chunhua to return before dining together. However, hearing that he wanted to go out to eat sparked her excitement. "This is?" Jiang Ro asked, puzzled by the presence of Su Wenwen in the passenger seat. "This is my senior sister, Su Wenwen," Chunhua introduced, then turned to Su Wenwen and said, "Senior sister, this is my friend, Jiang Ro, who is also a celebrity." "Is that so? My junior has quite the discerning eye," Su Wenwen exclaimed with delight. "What celebrity? I've been out of the spotlight for ages," Jiang Ro said, feeling a bit bashful. "Let us eat first and talk later. We can chat while dining." Su Wenwen's gaze swept over Jiang Ro, and upon noticing her curvaceous figure, she mused privately, "So this is the type of woman my junior prefers." Thus, She resolved to consider what kind of girls to introduce to him in the future. Unbeknownst to Chenhua, Su Wenwen was still preoccupied with the idea of helping him find a spouse, especially after noticing Jiang Ro's ample bosom, leading her to conclude that he had a preference for voluptuous women. Meanwhile, Jiang Ro was also contemplating the intriguing nature of Chenhua's connections. About 20 minutes later, they arrived at a Western restaurant, while concurrently, Liu sought out Brother Biao, who had long harbored designs on Jiang Ro. Brother Biao, I saw a man return home with Jiang Ro. This is absolutely true. Who would dare be so bold? Does he not know that Jiang Ro is mine? They were currently seated in a private room, with Su Biao lounging on the sofa. Li Yutian, embellishing the tale, remarked, Biao Gu, you are unaware. That fellow is utterly arrogant. I even mentioned your esteemed name. Do you know what he said? What did he say? Su Biao raised an eyebrow. He declared that Biao Gu is nothing to him. The woman he desires, regardless of whether she is merely a plump beauty or even a deity, is beyond your reach. Upon finishing, Liu hastily clarified, these are his words, not mine. I simply could no longer bear it, and rushed to inform you, Biao Gu. A sinister glint flickered in Liu's eyes. After being humiliated multiple times by Chenhua the previous day, he had harbored this grudge deeply. Since his father could not assist him, he resolved to seek Su Biao's help in dealing with that scoundrel. Did he truly say that? Su Biao's brow furrowed. Nearby, the girl he had been tormenting bore her pain in silence, not daring to utter a sound. Watching this, Liu felt a chill down his spine but steeled himself, insisting, indeed, Biao Gu, how could I dare deceive you? Every word I utter is the truth. Hurry. Su Biao closed his eyes, his breathing becoming more rapid. The girl, too, was brought to tears from the ordeal, yet felt powerless to resist, continuing to submit to Su Biao's whims. The pace quickened, and Su Biao's expression grew increasingly indulgent. Liu, observing, felt a stirring desire to embrace a nearby beauty to alleviate his own agitation, yet he restrained himself, recalling that the alluring women present had all been subjected to Su Biao's advances. Hurry. Within moments, Su Biao inhaled deeply. His body momentarily stilled before he seized the girl's hair and forcefully tossed her aside. Her face contorted with bitterness, she refrained from making a sound, instead deftly retrieving a tissue to continue attending to Su Biao. What you just said is true, Su Biao inquired as he picked up a cigarette. Placing it in his mouth, the nearby beauty willingly lit it for him. Absolutely true. If I utter a single falsehood, may my father be struck by a car and my family meet a tragic end. Liu vowed earnestly. Very well, on the strength of your words. I shall trust you this once. Su Biao abruptly stood, slapping the rear of the nearby beauty, and coolly commanded, lead the way. I must see who possesses such audacity to pursue my woman. I know where they are. I will lead you now. Liu exclaimed, elated. Boy, you are finished now. Of all the people to provoke, you chose me. Don't think my father's fear of you means I cannot deal with you. You are doomed today. Meanwhile, having just finished their meal, Chenhua and his companions, along with Jiang Ro and Su Wenwen, had grown familiar with each other. Upon hearing Jiang Ro's lament about not having acted for 2 years, Su Wenwen's anger ignited as she berated the director, exclaiming, in this day and age, anyone can become a director. That bottle you received was lenient. Had it been me, he would have been dead from a single one. Jiang Ro could only force a smile in response, saying, at that moment, I didn't think too much. My only intention was to escape. However, what disgusted me the most was your manager, who merely stood by and watched as that lecherous director bullied you. Su Wenwen was quite incensed. Has the entertainment industry's underbelly become so brazen? It's outrageous that managers and directors collude to exploit actresses. Sister, do you know any directors who might be able to assist her? Chenhua casually inquired. Suddenly, Su Wenwen clapped her thigh, exclaiming, would you believe it? I actually do. One of my university classmates seemed to pursue directing after graduation, and I believe he is doing quite well. I can introduce you. Thank you so much, Wenwen. Jiang Ro exclaimed, her excitement causing her ample bosom to quiver slightly. It's nothing. Since you are a friend of my junior, you are my friend as well. Helping you is only right. Su Wenwen waved her hand, displaying remarkable loyalty. At that moment, Liu burst in with Su Biao and others. He suddenly shouted towards Chenhua, Biao Gu, look, it's him. Where? Su Biao queried, rubbing his slick bald head with a menacing expression. Biao Gu. It's him, the brat who attacked us yesterday. One of his henchmen recognized Chenhua and immediately shouted to Su Biao. Let us go. I'll make sure this brat pays. Su Biao declared, striding confidently towards Chunhua with Li Yu and the others in tow. What do you want? Su Wenwen stood up immediately, recognizing the hostile intent of the group despite not knowing Su Biao. Not bad, a pretty little thing. Interested in having some fun with Biao Ge? Su Biao's gaze fixated on Su Wenwen's ample curves, his eyes filled with lewd desire. Su Biao, this is a public place. If you dare to act recklessly, I will call the police. Jiang Ro interjected, stepping in front of Su Wenwen to shield her. Call the police? Huh. Jiang Ro, do you really think calling the police can intimidate me in Yanhai City? Su Biao scoffed, showing utter disdain for Jiang Ro's threat. This doesn't concern you, Jiang Ro. Biao Ge is here for this brat. You'd best keep your distance. Li Yu sneered, pointing at Jiang Ro. Again with you. Li Yu, what exactly do you want? Jiang Ro's expression shifted as she realized the situation upon seeing Li Yu. It was evident that he harbored resentment and had colluded with Su Biao to create trouble for Chunhua. Li Yu smirked and pointed at Chunhua, angrily declaring, What do I want? Just ask him. Call me Dad. Chunhua replied expressionlessly, casting a sidelong glance at Li Yu before uttering those two words. You little brat. How dare you act so arrogantly with Biao Ge here? Li Yu erupted in fury. In the bustling city of Yanhai, I have traversed its streets for many years. Yet I have never encountered a young man as audacious as you. Su Biao remarked with a sardonic glint in his eyes, as if he were observing a mere jest. And who might you be? Chunhua inquired, raising an eyebrow. Su Biao scoffed, a chilling smile gracing his lips. It appears you are a newcomer to Yanhai, unfamiliar with my reputation. Fear not, for after today, you shall never forget who I am. With that proclamation, he abruptly overturned the table before Chunhua. You dare to steal my woman, to assault my brother? You are the first to do so in all of Yanhai. Today, I shall not make it difficult for you. Sever your own hands and feet, and I shall spare your life. Otherwise, do not expect to leave this place alive. As he spoke, Su Biao withdrew a dagger measuring approximately 30 centimeters from his waist, dropping it to the ground with a clang. Su Biao, you certainly do not regard the law with any seriousness. This is a public venue, Jiang Ro exclaimed, her voice laced with fear, genuinely terrified that Su Biao might harm Chunhua. And what of it being a public place? Who dares to interfere? Su Biao's icy gaze swept across the crowd, causing those who remained seated to flee in an instant, fearful of attracting his ire with even a fleeting glance. You see, does anyone dare to intervene? Su Biao reveled in his triumph, dismissing Jiang Ro's concerns entirely. Do not worry, junior brother. With your senior sister here, they cannot harm you. Su Wenwen assured as she swiftly shielded Chunhua. Ah, this little girl possesses quite the spirit, Su Biao mused, suddenly intrigued by Su Wenwen. Before turning to Chunhua with a playful smirk, I have a rather splendid idea. Your senior sister, is she not? How about this? If you allow your senior sister to spend a few nights with me, I might consider letting you off the hook. At these words, Li Yu's countenance transformed dramatically. This cannot be allowed. We have finally backed this fellow into a corner. How can we permit him to escape so easily? Brother Biao, you promised to deal with this brat, did you not? Silence. Su Biao's rebuke silenced Li Yu before he could finish his sentence. Does the way I conduct my affairs require your guidance? Su Biao shot him a frosty glare, then turned his attention back to Chunhua, arching an eyebrow. Will it be severed limbs, or shall I have your senior sister share my bed? Choose one, or perhaps, I shall let you decide. Chunhua gradually rose to his feet, retrieving a black and gold dagger from his pocket. This blade, gifted to him by Bing Shinro during their time on the mountain, measured approximately 25 centimeters in length, adorned with an intricately carved golden dragon, its mouth agape as if poised to tear into flesh and spill blood at any moment. You fancy choices, do you not? I now present you with two options. Incapacitate this man and take your people away, or face the consequences. As the air around him turned frigid, an intense aura of murderous intent emanated from Chunhua, sending chills down the spines of all present. Li Yu trembled, recalling the moment he witnessed Chunhua effortlessly send Lin Feng flying with a single punch. He was acutely aware that if a confrontation ensued, he would stand no chance against Chunhua. Where do you find the audacity to speak so defiantly to Brother Biao? Can you not discern who holds the upper hand? Li Yu scoffed derisively. Allowing Li Yu to finish, Su Biao wore a sardonic expression, regarding Chunhua as if he were a mere jest. It had always been he who presented choices to others. Never had anyone dared to speak so arrogantly as to offer him choices in return. Chunhua's expression remained impassive as he intoned darkly. The second option is straightforward. I will incapacitate you as well, and then you can leave here. Choose. With that, he swiftly drew his obsidian dagger and plunged it forcefully into the table beside him. The atmosphere shifted dramatically, becoming palpably menacing, startling Su Biao and his entourage. Perhaps you should call the police, Chunhua. Once the authorities arrive, they will surely be intimidated. If you resort to violence, it will be difficult to justify when the police come, and that could lead to complications. Jiang Ro expressed her concern for Chunhua's safety. Although Chunhua was indeed formidable, the sheer number of Su Biao's men, all of whom were reckless, posed a significant threat. If a brawl broke out, Chunhua could very well sustain injuries. Call the police? What nonsense! Su Biao interjected as he bent down to retrieve his dagger from the floor. Pointing it threateningly at Chunhua's nose, he sneered. Very well, if you're so bold, then I, Su Biao, will accompany you to the very end. I'm eager to see how you intend to incapacitate me and force my brothers out. Have you made your choice? Chunhua raised an eyebrow, his confidence unwavering. Enough with the idle chatter. Clear the area. Su Biao commanded, gesturing grandly. His group of henchmen immediately dispersed, driving away the few onlookers who dared to linger. Before rushing to close the doors of the Western restaurant, clearly intending to deal with Chunhua thoroughly. At that moment, the restaurant manager hurried over. A middle-aged man clad in a black suit, likely in his 40s. Brother Biao, even if you intend to fight, please don't do it in my establishment. What if you damage my property? He was well aware of Su Biao's notorious reputation and knew that he had blood on his hands. Given the current atmosphere, a violent altercation could indeed result in fatalities. If news of a death in his restaurant spread, who would dare to dine there again? Step aside. Su Biao pushed the manager aside and threatened him with a knife. If you keep blabbering, I swear I'll stab you too. Please, I want to say another word. Brother Biao, do as you please. The manager, having never witnessed such a scene, was utterly terrified at the sight of the knife. Get out of here, Liu barked, exerting his false authority. Yes, I'm leaving right now. The manager dared not protest further and hurriedly scuttled away to hide. At that moment, he could not help but harbor intense resentment towards Chunhua. In this bustling city of Yanhai, with its plethora of dining establishments, why did you choose to patronize my humble eatery? You truly are a harbinger of misfortune, destined to meet your demise at the hands of Su Biao. Chunhua remained oblivious to the innermost thoughts of the proprietor, yet could this predicament truly be attributed to him? With Su Biao confronting him directly, was he to merely stand there and endure the assault without retaliating? Sister, Jiang Ro, you should find somewhere to hide, Chunhua urged, glancing anxiously at the two beside him. He feared that should a confrontation ensue, they might be inadvertently harmed. Yet, Jiang Ro remained apprehensive. Trust me. Chunhua reassured her with a nod. Jiang Ro hesitated, desiring to voice her concerns, but was silenced by Su Wanwan, whose unwavering confidence in Chunhua was palpable. She nodded at him and declared, Junior brother, do not hesitate to act. The police will not be a concern. Even if you were to inadvertently end this fellow's life, sister will surely secure the finest lawyer for you. You will not face any repercussions. Oh, no wonder I have my eye on such a remarkable woman. Her words are bold. Su Biao remarked with a sinister grin directed at Su Wanwan. His desires evidently etched upon his face. Once he dealt with this brat, he would ensure that this woman would kneel before him. Well then, I have delivered my parting words. If you have offended me, consider it your misfortune. Go ahead and meet your fate without fear. Your sister will take good care of you. With that, Su Biao brandished his knife and lunged at Chunhua with ferocity, his minions following suit, drawing their blades and surging forward. Observing this scene, Liu felt a surge of satisfaction, a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth as he thought. Let us see who comes to your aid today. Offending me, Liu, leads to this inevitable outcome. His heart swelled with pride, as if he could already envision Chunhua's demise. Onward. Eliminate this brat. Su Biao led his gang into the fray. The scene reminiscent of a television drama depicting a gang fight. The distinction lay in the fact that while gangsters typically clashed amongst themselves, here they were solely focused on bringing down Chunhua. In terms of numbers and intimidation, Su Biao held an undeniable advantage. A man of his ilk would show no mercy. Once the assault commenced, Chunhua would either perish or sustain grievous injuries. Meanwhile, the manager, observing from the sidelines, sighed inwardly, lamenting, if this brat truly meets his end here, How am I to continue running this establishment? I must have been incredibly unfortunate in my past life to encounter such a character. His lament was not merely for Chunhua's potential demise, but rather for the ill fate that would befall him should such an event transpire. However, before he could finish his thoughts, he was utterly taken aback. Could these misfits truly aspire to emulate the gangsters? Suddenly, Chunhua, who had been seated, rose with determination, seizing a metal table and, with a mighty swing, brought it crashing down onto Su Biao's head. The resounding impact echoed as blood gushed forth, staining Su Biao's bald scalp crimson. Felt a sudden dizziness, instinctively reaching up to touch his bald head, only to find it slick with blood. At this sight, his face paled instantly, and the excruciating pain in his head intensified sharply. He widened his eyes and, with his bloodied finger, pointed accusingly at Chunhua. "You treacherous scoundrel, attacking without honor." Before he could finish his words, Su Biao's body weakened, his eyelids fluttered, and he collapsed into unconsciousness. "Biaogu!" His underlings rushed forward at the sight. "I haven't even drawn my knife yet, and you've already fallen." Chunhua's expression turned icy as he regarded the group of young men surrounding him. "What do you intend to do? Let me tell you, you have knocked out our Biaogu. Your fate is sealed." The speaker was a small-time thug who had been chased away by Chunhua the previous day. Seeing Chunhua approach, he retreated in fear, disregarding Su Biao, who lay in a pool of blood. "Get lost." Chunhua kicked him away, then slowly crouched down, pressing his hand against Su Biao's acupoint. The unconscious Su Biao suddenly awoke. "Do not kill me. I apologize, I'll pay you." His head throbbed painfully as he looked at Chunhua, viewing him as a harbinger of death. "I shall not kill you," Chunhua replied with a slight smile, gently seizing Su Biao's hand and wresting the dagger from his grip before making a deliberate cut across his wrist. Blood gushed forth instantly. "Ah!" Su Biao screamed in agony, his body convulsing violently. Yet, in the next moment, Chunhua made another incision on the opposite wrist. "Did you not wish to cripple my hands and feet? Allow me to let you experience the sensation of being crippled. You best endure. If you faint, it matters not, for I am a doctor. Even if you lose consciousness, I possess ample methods to awaken you." Chunhua's expression remained impassive, but to Su Biao, he appeared as a grim reaper. "I will not kill you." As he spoke, Chunhua beckoned to Li Yu, who stood aside, watching the spectacle unfold. "You come here. What do you want?" Li Yu stammered, his eyes narrowing in trepidation. "Come here." Chunhua's voice turned cold, an overwhelming force erupting from him, leaving everyone momentarily stunned, their hearts pounding in fear. "When I command you to come, you come. Why do you question me?" Su Biao, drenched in blood and contorted in pain, shouted at Li Yu. Li Yu, gazing at the seemingly demonic Chunhua, dared not take a step forward. Just as he hesitated, Chunhua inflicted another cut on Su Biao's arm. Crimson blood pouring out as Su Biao let out a wretched scream, drenched in cold sweat. He could not fathom that this seemingly delicate young man before him possessed such ruthless capability. "Come forth when instructed. Why are you lingering like a fool?" The golden-toothed thug, witnessing his leader's predicament, swiftly kicked Li Yu, sending him stumbling towards Chunhua. "You had better not harm me, or I will ensure my father sends someone to have you killed." Li Yu's heart raced with fear, yet he feigned bravado. "You, take this and cut him." Chunhua remained impassive as he handed the dagger to Li Yu. "What?" Upon hearing this, Li Yu was momentarily taken aback. Was he being asked to wield the knife against Brother Biao? Even with tenfold courage, he would not dare. At this moment, Su Biao was also in a state of panic, lying on the ground, wailing in agony as he watched the blood swiftly draining from his body. His consciousness was fading, akin to the effects of a sedative, and he feared slipping into unconsciousness. Yet, he did not dare to succumb to sleep, for Chunhua had just warned him that should he faint, he would be awakened only to endure further torment. You all enjoy offering choices, do you not? Then allow me to present you with two options. Either carve 18 wounds into him with the knife, or I shall personally inflict 18 cuts upon you. The choice is yours, Chunhua said, his expression calm as he regarded Li Yu, as if this matter were of little consequence to him. "I choose the first option." Upon hearing Chunhua's words, Li Yu trembled as he accepted the knife. He crouched before Su Biao, stammering, "Brother Biao, I deeply apologize. He has forced my hand." "You wretched fool, this is all you're doing." Su Biao glared at Li Yu with malice. He had been enjoying the company of beautiful women, only to fall prey to this charlatan's schemes, landing him in such dire straits. although he was unaware of Chunhua's true nature. The fact that he had been reduced to this state indicated that he was not to be trifled with. Regret consumed Su Biao as he wished he had dispatched Li Yu with a single blow when he had the chance. Enough of this chit-chat. I will count to 3, Chunhua said, delivering a kick to Li Yu as he urged him onward. However, before he could finish, Li Yu gritted his teeth and forcefully slashed Su Biao's calf. Li Yu's speed was no match for Chunhua's, causing Su Biao to bite down hard in pain, letting out a pained scream. His underlings, watching nearby, wore expressions of horror, feeling Su Biao's agony with every glance. Yet none dared to intervene, paralyzed by the fear that they might be next. Chunhua, I believe I hear the sound of police sirens. Jiang Rou suddenly approached Chunhua, warning him as Li Yu was about to make the 17th incision. I have heard it, Chunhua replied, his gaze flickering as he looked towards the restaurant's entrance. He sensed the police drawing near, yet he did not halt. Instead, he urged Li Yu, one more cut. Hurry. The next moment, Su Biao's anguished scream reverberated throughout the restaurant. 18 cuts, that should suffice, no? Su Biao was drenched in blood, his forehead glistening with sweat, his lips pale, and his facial muscles quivering violently. He had endured 18 cuts, each one a slow torment. The excruciating nature of his suffering was unimaginable. Now, let me ask you, Chunhua said, fixing his cold gaze upon Li Yu, who inflicted these wounds upon him. It was you who compelled me to do it. Li Yu replied, his face ashen, his voice trembling. Slap. With a swift motion, Chunhua delivered a resounding slap across his face. Li Yu was momentarily stunned, bewildered by the contradiction of being urged to act only moments before. Let me ask you once more, who inflicted the injuries upon him? Chunhua's gaze was icy. His eyes narrowed. It was you. Smack. Before the words could fully escape his lips, Chunhua struck him again. Speak again. It was me. I did it. Li Yu finally grasped the gravity of the situation, nodding vigorously, fearing another violent reprimand. Excellent, Chunhua said, narrowing his eyes and fixing a cold smile upon him. If the police inquire later, and you dare misstate even a single word, I assure you, your fate will be far worse than his. Don't blame me for showing no mercy to your father. Yes, I understand. Li Yu was thoroughly frightened, his heart racing, goosebumps spreading across his skin. This man was truly terrifying. And you all, do you comprehend what to say? Chunhua turned his attention to the group of thugs surrounding Biao Gu, asking in a low voice. We know. It was all that kid-s doing. Biao Gu is in this mess because of him. One of the subordinates, unable to bear witnessing Su Biao's continued suffering, cautiously inquired, Big brother, if it's too dire, should we take him to the hospital first? Fear not, he won't die, Chunhua replied, casting a brief glance at them before questioning. Aren't you all in this line of work? You bring people to confront me, and now that you cannot handle it, you resort to calling the police? How very principled of you. We didn't report it, Virginia said with a wry smile. If you didn't call, then how did the police arrive? Chunhua scoffed, just as the sound of police bursting through the door echoed in the air. A dozen officers clad in uniforms stormed in, led by a strikingly tall and commanding female officer. As she entered, her authoritative voice rang out, Don't move. Get down and cover your heads. You there? Drop the knife. Her gaze swiftly landed on Li Yu, who was brandishing a dagger. Clang. Startled, Li Yu dropped the weapon in fear. In broad daylight, you invade a restaurant armed and engage in violence. Do you have no respect for the law? Arrest this group and take them away. The officer, known as Xia Yunqi, was 25 years old, standing at 168 centimeters, with an impressive figure that turned heads. Her slender waist bore the weight of her ample curves, a striking combination of elegance and strength. Officer, my brother is losing too much blood. Could we possibly take him to the hospital first? Virginia, crouching with his hands on his head, dared not implicate Chunhua directly. Who caused his injuries? Xia Yunqi furrowed her brow, signaling to two officers behind her, Xiao Wang. Take him to the hospital. The rest are to be detained. In no time, Su Biao was whisked away to receive medical care, while Chunhua and his companions were to be escorted back to the precinct. Officer, this matter does not involve my senior sisters. You may take me. But they should not be included, should they? Chen furrowed his brows, astonished that this overly endowed female officer could be so indiscriminate. Without even inquiring about the situation, she insisted on taking everyone back to the precinct. Do I really need you to teach me how to handle this? Xia Yunqi shot him a fierce glare and coldly stated, What I despise most are ruffians like you who cause trouble after a few drinks. It is precisely individuals like you that contribute to the chaos in society today. We were enjoying our meal peacefully, and it was them who instigated the disturbance. What does it have to do with my junior brother? Upon hearing Chen being scolded, Su Wenwen couldn't help but retort. Yes, Chen was merely acting in self-defense. Is there anything wrong with self-defense? Zhang Ro bravely stepped forward, adding, self-defense? Have you ever seen anyone who, in self-defense, stabbed another so many times that the victim was left with only half a life? Do you dare tell me that this is self-defense? Xia Yunqi clearly did not believe their assertions. Officer, it was I who stabbed him. It has nothing to do with him. At that moment, Li Yu, his hands stained with blood, suddenly interjected. Hearing this, Xia Yunqi glanced at the blood on his hands, frowned, and inquired, why did you stab him? Did he have a grudge against you? Yes, Li Yu replied, casting a lingering glance at Chen. At that moment, Chen's expression remained remarkably calm, devoid of any emotional fluctuations. Yet, he understood that if he were to betray Chen at this juncture, his fate would be far worse than that of Biao Gu, possibly even endangering his father. Indeed, officer, it was he who instigated it. At that moment, the nearby Golden Tooth shifted the blame onto Li Yu. Did I ask for your input? Get down and cover your head. Xia Yunqi glared at him, then turned her attention back to Chen and the others. After a moment of contemplation, she finally spoke. Since you have admitted it, you will accompany us for a time. As for the others, take them all away. Any discussions can wait until we return to the station. And what about us, officer? Su Wenwen asked. Although he admitted to committing the act, it did not absolve them of involvement. Leave a phone number. Do not leave Yunhai City for the next few days. If anything arises, we will contact you. Seeing that someone had already taken responsibility, Xia Yunqi decided not to delve further. All right. Su Wenwen immediately agreed, willingly providing her phone number. You two should leave your numbers as well, she said, directing her gaze at Chen and Zhang Ro. Chen said nothing more and cooperated fully. However, as Li Yu was being taken away, he shot Chen a complex look. Filled with fear, yet he dared not utter a word, terrified of provoking Chen. This time, he was thoroughly intimidated. The matter was resolved. Xia Yunqi swiftly led the team back. As for what transpired afterward, it was of no concern to Chen. He had no worries that Li Yu and the others would betray him. In fact, even if he directly admitted to striking Su Biao, it would pose no issue. Yet, the thought that this trouble was stirred up by Li Yu ignited a fury within him, compelling him to ensure that this individual would pay a price. Junior brother, are you unhurt? Su Wenwen attentively examined Chunhua's condition. Rest assured, senior sister, I am fine, Chunhua replied, shaking his head. Let me take a look, she insisted, immediately beginning to explore his physique. Her probing gestures rendered Chunhua somewhat embarrassed, prompting him to shift aside and chuckle. Senior sister, I truly am fine. That's good to hear. Oh, junior brother, your abs are quite impressive. Allow me to feel them, Su Wenwen exclaimed, as though she had stumbled upon a newfound discovery. Preparing to lift Chunhua's shirt, Zhang Ro, standing nearby, flushed at the sight, unable to fathom Su Wenwen's boldness. I nearly forgot that we are not alone here. When the coast is clear, junior brother, you must let me have a proper feel, she said. Realizing the awkwardness, Su Wenwen chuckled nervously, cleared her throat, and turned serious. On a more serious note, Su Biao holds a certain influence in Yunhai City. How did you come to cross paths with him? I apologize, this is all my fault. Zhang Ro confessed, lowering her gaze in shame. If it weren't for me, Chunhua wouldn't have offended Su Biao, nor would we have encountered the troublesome Li Yu today. It nearly led to you being captured. That is of little consequence. Those individuals cannot pose a threat to me, Chunhua dismissed, waving his hand. His disdain for Su Biao and Li Yu merely compelled him to want to confront them. He felt no blame towards Zhang Ro. However, Zhang Ro wished to say more. But Chunhua interrupted. As for you, living alone as a girl is somewhat unsafe, especially since Su Biao is aware of your residence. It would be wise for you to consider relocating. I cannot remain at your place for long. At his words, Zhang Ro paused momentarily before comprehending his intent. She nodded. I understand. I will contemplate moving elsewhere. She was acutely aware that Chunhua's stay was temporary. Once he departed, her safety would be jeopardized if Su Biao's men came looking for her. Just then, Su Wenwen interjected, this is easily resolved. You could move in with me. I am currently living alone and find it quite dull. The room is empty anyway. Why not come and stay at my place? Do not worry. I won't charge you rent. How could I accept such a proposition, senior sister? Jiang Ro replied with a smile. There is no need for embarrassment. Since you are a friend of my junior brother, you are also my friend. Besides, I am not in need of that little bit of rent. I merely seek companionship to alleviate my boredom, Su Wenwen said with utmost sincerity. Jiang Ro hesitated, wanting to decline but unsure of how to express it. Su Wenwen then pulled Chunhua over, placing an arm around his shoulder. Our junior brother will be living with us as well. With him around, we will surely be protected. Isn't that right, junior brother? Chunhua was taken aback, bewildered by how the conversation had suddenly shifted to include him. Upon hearing that Chunhua would also be residing with them, Jiang Ro's eyes lit up. Senior sister, you are both girls. Isn't it rather inconvenient for a man like me to live with two women? Chunhua scratched his head, initially intending to rent a place of his own, never contemplating the idea of cohabiting with Su Wenwen, let alone adding Jiang Ro into the mix. What inconvenience could there possibly be? Are you suggesting that I may harbor ill intentions towards you both? Su Wenwen, however, remained unfazed. With a swift motion, she clasped Jiang Ro's delicate hand and declared, All right. It's settled. Jiang Ro, where is your home? We shall move in with you right away. Isn't this a bit too hasty? Jiang Ro exclaimed, taken aback. Chunhua felt somewhat helpless, realizing that his senior sister was indeed unpredictable. Yet, upon further reflection, residing with two beautiful women seemed to be an appealing notion. While the potential for anything more remained uncertain, at the very least, it would be pleasing to the eye. Without delay, the trio summoned a moving service. And by the end of the afternoon, they had successfully transferred Jiang Ro's belongings to Su Wenwen's residence. Chunhua, having little to his name except for a backpack, found himself done with the day's tasks by 7 in the evening. After a casual dinner at Su Wenwen's home, the two young women changed into yoga attire and departed to practice together. Such a lifestyle appeared quite agreeable. At least his senior sister had an enviable routine, akin to Jiang Ro's. Chunhua settled onto the couch, silently admiring the scene before him. Suddenly, he noticed that Qi Lin was calling him, causing him to furrow his brow in confusion. What could she possibly want? After a moment's hesitation, he answered the call, and Qi Lin's soft voice resonated through the line. I am at room 601 of the Rose Hotel, waiting for you. What? Chunhua was momentarily bewildered, unable to grasp the meaning behind her words. Room 601 at the Rose Hotel? Waiting for me? What is this woman up to? Do you not understand? Allow me to repeat myself. Qi Lin responded with an air of superiority, her tone icy. I said I am waiting for you in room 601 of the Rose Hotel. Come here at once. Why should I come just because you say so? Wouldn't that make me seem rather undignified? Chunhua frowned. He particularly disliked Qi Lin's authoritative manner of speaking to him, treating him as if he were nothing more than a lackey. I will say this one last time. If you wish to obtain the jade pendant that I possess, you had better hurry over. Otherwise, if you miss this opportunity, it may never come again. Hearing the mention of the jade pendant, Chunhua straightened up, intrigued. How did Qi Lin know about the pendant? Did old Master Qi disclose this information to her? That seemed unlikely, as he had never mentioned it to him. Yet, how could she possibly know that he sought another jade pendant? I give you 30 minutes. If I do not see you within that time, I shall dispose of the jade pendant down the toilet. Whether you come or not is entirely up to you. With that, Qi Lin abruptly ended the call. Fuming, Chunhua stared blankly at his phone for a moment, unable to contain himself as he muttered a curse under his breath. Damn it! What on earth does this foolish woman intend to do, threatening to throw away the pendant? He was utterly perplexed. I cannot fathom what madness has overtaken Qi Lin. However, the jade pendant is of paramount importance to him. He absolutely cannot allow this woman to toss it into the toilet. Jiang Ro, I must step out for a moment and borrow your car. Without a moment's hesitation, Chunhua promptly seized Jiang Ro's car keys, donned his shoes, and hurriedly made his way outside. Where are you headed? Jiang Ro inquired, perplexed. Just handling a matter. I shall return shortly, Chunhua replied casually as he exited, closing the door behind him. Observing his frantic demeanor, Jiang Ro was left bewildered, uncertain of his destination. Beside her, Su Wenwen gently patted her enticing dairy ri, chuckling. Do not mind him. Let us continue our practice. By the way, how do you actresses maintain such figures? Your posterior is exceptionally perky and elastic. Wenwen, what bold words you speak. Jiang Ro's cheeks flushed crimson. She couldn't help but feel that, compared to Chunhua, Wenwen seemed more like a lecherous wolf. Room 601, Rose Hotel. As Chunhua drove, he repeatedly recited this phrase. At this moment, He could not afford to ponder why Qi Lin had suddenly mentioned the jade pendant. His mind was solely preoccupied with the means of retrieving it. That foolish woman, normally so pretentious, now dared to threaten him. One day, I shall ensure you receive your due recompense. Initially, Chunhua had abandoned the thought of marrying Qi Lin. However, her recent threats had subtly shifted his perspective. He resolved to tame this proud woman, making her obedient as a little kitten before him. At last, he arrived. This must be the Rose Hotel. Following the navigation, he reached the destination in approximately 20 minutes. Without delay, he rushed into the elevator and pressed the button for the 6th floor. He was anxious, fearing that Qi Lin might impulsively dispose of the jade pendant. That trinket was tied to his very identity, his existence. Ding! The elevator reached the 6th floor. And as the doors opened, Chunhua dashed out. His gaze immediately fell upon room 601 to his right. He hurriedly approached, knocking on the door. Knock, knock. When no one answered, he knocked again, calling out, I'm here, open the door. As soon as he spoke, Qi Lin appeared to open the door. Upon seeing her attire, he was momentarily taken aback. This evening, she wore black stockings, her long, straight legs adding to her allure. Most captivating to Chunhua, however, was the profound cleavage revealed by her attire, contrasting starkly with her black crop top. 25 minutes. Fortunately, you are not late. Qi Lin glanced at her phone, then turned and walked into the room, closing the door behind her. It was only as she turned that Chunhua truly took notice. Qi Lin was not wearing a crop top, but rather a backless outfit. Her flawless white back appeared to be exceptionally suited for cupping therapy, undoubtedly providing Chunhua with a significant visual impact. However, he found himself at a loss. Bewildered by the sight of this alluring woman and her purpose for visiting such a hotel, especially after summoning him here. Where was the jade pendant? Chunhua closed the door, but did not advance a single step. Why are you standing so far away? Are you afraid I might devour you? Qi Lin glanced at him and spoke. Let us get to the point. My time is precious. Chunhua furrowed his brow, sensing something amiss. Come closer, and I will tell you where the jade pendant is. To his astonishment, Qi Lin walked over to the bed and gently patted it, simultaneously raising her long legs clad in black stockings, exuding an irresistible allure. Chunhua raised an eyebrow and casually inquired, Are you attempting to seduce me? Don't all men enjoy such things? Qi Lin responded with a question of her own, continuing, I know you men are fond of black stockings and ample bosoms, which is precisely why I don this outfit. I can tell you're eager to share the bed with me. So, why not seize the moment and stop wasting time? What? Upon hearing Qi Lin's words, Chunhua was momentarily taken aback. Had he misheard? This woman, dressed as she was, had summoned him here with the intention of sharing a bed? Why are you still standing there? Don't you wish to sleep with me? Qi Lin noted his inaction, promptly rising and approaching Chunhua, placing his hand on her waist. What do you mean by this? Chunhua questioned. Are you trying to humiliate me? Yet. Qi Lin leaned closer, her breath warm against his ear, softly declaring, You're overthinking it. The fact that I'm here with you in this hotel indicates my readiness to share the bed with you. I have never liked being indebted to others. You cured my grandfather's illness, and I am at a loss for how to repay you. Therefore, I can only offer you my most treasured possession. And by the way, I apologize for the misunderstanding yesterday. Hearing this, Chunhua was taken aback, his gaze lingering on the icy beauty before him. What had come over her today? To apologize so willingly? I've been quite forward, and as a man, you wouldn't hold a grudge against me, would you? Besides, I've already agreed to share the bed with you. Are you still unwilling to forgive me? Qi Lin's red lips parted slightly, her typically haughty visage softened by a hint of vulnerability. That depends on your performance. Chunhua gazed at the enchanting woman, unable to restrain himself any longer. He swiftly enveloped Qi Lin's slender waist in his arms and lifted her onto the bed. His grip was somewhat forceful, causing Qi Lin to emit a soft gasp. Be gentle. This is my first time, she said, lying on the bed, her expression tinged with nervousness. Although Qi Lin had prepared herself to engage with Chunhua, she was still a maiden, and such encounters inevitably stirred anxiety within her. Qi Lin lay on her back, gazing directly into Chunhua's eyes, her slightly flushed face resembling a ripe apple, evoking an irresistible urge to take a bite. Chunhua's lips twitched slightly, a hint of embarrassment crossing his features. How was he to respond to such a question? If he were to speak the unvarnished truth, confessing that his first encounter had been with his 30-something mentor, it would certainly not reflect well upon him. After some contemplation, Chun-Hua resolved to concoct a benevolent lie instead. Is that so? Then why do you appear so experienced? Qilin's gaze remained steadfast, her eyes deceptively calm, yet imbued with an invisible, piercing intensity that seemed to unravel Chun-Hua's very essence. Momentarily taken aback, Chun-Hua found himself at a loss for words. How could he possibly articulate this to Qilin? The candid truth was out of the question. It was akin to courting disaster. Reluctantly, he decided to feign ignorance. I'm not sure, he replied, inadvertently brushing against Qilin's arm, causing her slender limb to tingle with discomfort. She shot him a disapproving look, musing to herself that all men were indeed the same. Be gentle, she murmured, her body stiffening, a jolt of electricity coursing through her. With a soft, involuntary sigh, she felt a warmth envelop her, leading her to instinctively lean in for a kiss with Chun-Hua. The atmosphere in the room shifted dramatically, suffused with a romantic hue. So soft. Chun-Hua marveled at the beauty before him, his restraint crumbling under the weight of desire. The arrow was drawn. It could not be unshot. Help me take this off, Qilin said, her cheeks flushed with a rosy glow, as she bent her legs slightly, extending her elegant, silk-clad limb towards him. Rip! The sudden sound startled Qilin, her delicate face betraying a flicker of surprise. She appeared apprehensive that such a forceful approach might cause her pain, her lovely eyes anxiously fixed upon Chun-Hua's. Rest assured, I shall be gentle, he replied, lowering his lips to brush against her rosy mouth, his gaze full of tenderness. Qilin's heart raced, and she nodded slightly. Yet, this was her first experience, and it was impossible to feel entirely at ease. Then, I'm ready, she said, closing her eyes, preparing herself to fully embrace Chun-Hua. Though a twinge of worry crept in, she had heard that a girl's first time could be painful. Would she endure unbearable suffering? Observing her blend of eagerness and anxiety, Chun-Hua couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. He realized that beneath her facade of pride lay a vulnerability akin to that of an ordinary young girl, perhaps even more timid than some college sweethearts. He wondered how much effort she had exerted to reach this moment. Here I come, he declared, mindful not to be too forceful, lest he cause her distress. Qilin remained tense, her long eyelashes fluttering, her eyes reflecting her unease. Upon hearing her acquiescence, Chun-Hua steeled himself for what was to come. The long-suppressed emotions finally found their moment of eruption. He immediately identified his target. However, just as he was about to reach his destination, suddenly, the mobile phone he had placed on the hotel bedside table rang out. Didn't you silence it? The unexpected ringtone startled Qilin, causing her tightly shut eyes to fly open, while Chun-Hua winced slightly from the shock. Nevertheless, he reached over to glance at the phone. Who could be calling him at such a moment? Damn, didn't they realize that such sudden interruptions could be quite disconcerting? He hung up. A glance revealed that it was a call from Su Wanwan. Yet, at such a time, he had neither the inclination nor the mood to answer. He promptly terminated the call and awkwardly smiled at Qilin, stating, I silenced it. Qilin's delicate features displayed a hint of displeasure. She had already undergone extensive mental preparation to engage with Chun-Hua in this manner, after much effort to accept him and ready herself to offer everything. This fellow's phone ringing was a blatant disregard for her feelings. Having silenced it, Chun-Hua scratched his head, acknowledging that he was indeed at fault. Qilin merely pouted in dissatisfaction, but was not overly angry. Her beautiful eyes swept over Chun-Hua before she gently closed them once more. He then leaned in to kiss her soft lips. In that moment, Qilin felt as though she had transcended, experiencing a bliss she had never known in over 20 years. Now I come. Chun-Hua had been holding back, feeling a deep ache in his abdomen. At such a moment, how could he possibly endure any longer? At this instant, Qilin was fully prepared, ready to embrace her first experience and become a true woman. He was finally about to conquer this woman. Chun-Hua tenderly caressed Qilin, silently bolstering his resolve. Even at this moment, he refrained from being rough. On the contrary, his movements were gentle and slow, fearful of causing her any discomfort. However, Qilin seemed to sense something, and just at the lightest touch, her brows furrowed. Yet, in the next moment, the phone on the bedside suddenly rang again. Already tense, Qilin was startled, her legs instinctively moving, causing her to clamp down painfully on Chun-Hua. Didn't you say it was silenced? Qilin's brows knitted tightly, her expression radiating anger. At such a time, the last thing one feared was interruption. This fellow, How could he repeatedly face such a dilemma? It was utterly outrageous. It seems to be your phone. Chun-Hua gritted his teeth, enduring the pain, as he pointed to the ringing phone. Inside, he was screaming in desperation. This was the second time. The second time. Damn. Chun-Hua felt an overwhelming sense of helplessness. What was his fate? Twice, he was on the verge of a home run, only to be interrupted by a phone call at the most critical moment. The first time was his, and the second time was Qi Lin's. Ah, I see. So we are taking turns, are we? My phone is on silent. It is your phone that is ringing. Chun-Hua, clutching his body, endured the pain with great effort. This little sprite truly does not know her strength. What will become of your happiness in the latter half of your life if I am damaged? Qi Lin, momentarily taken aback, turned her head to glance and indeed found it was her phone. Realizing she had wrongly accused Chun-Hua, her expression turned slightly embarrassed, and she shyly looked in his direction, gently reaching out to touch him with concern, asking, "Are you all right? Did I hurt you?" This was, after all, her first time witnessing and touching it. "I'm fine. I'm quite resilient." Chun-Hua smiled, as if the pain had vanished the moment Qi Lin's hand made contact. The phone continued to ring for quite a while before finally ceasing when it went unanswered. At that moment, Chun-Hua was consumed by a fervent desire, and he instinctively embraced Qi Lin's delicate figure, whispering in her ear, "Shall we continue now?" "Wait a moment." Qi Lin suddenly felt a tickle in her ear and instinctively recoiled, her entire exquisite form trembling slightly. It was evident she, too, had reached her limits. "What is it?" Chun-Hua observed her worried demeanor and immediately inquired with concern. "My mother just called. She returned from Qingxing today, and I believe she must have something important to discuss, which is why she called at this moment. I would like to return her call." Qi Lin's expression turned grim, and she felt the situation was rather peculiar. The fervor that had ignited within her began to wane. "Could we perhaps wait until I finish this call before we continue?" Her cheeks were flushed, and she appeared devoid of her usual icy demeanor, resembling a gentle and demure young woman next door. Of course, Chun-Hua nodded, though urgency stirred within him. Despite the discomfort in his abdomen, he knew he must respect her wishes and not force the matter. "Take your time." Feeling somewhat bashful, Qi Lin glanced down at Chun-Hua, her cheeks reddening further. Taking a deep breath, she dialed her mother, and the call connected almost instantly. "Mom, I didn't notice your call. Is there something you need?" Qi Lin's inability to lie was evident as her speech faltered. Lin, where are you?" "I'm out with friends." "What's up, Mom?" Qi Lin hesitated, concocting an excuse. "Your mother is home now. You need to return quickly. Your father and I have something to discuss." Her mother's tone carried a hint of annoyance and urgency, instantly conveying a sense of foreboding. "But Mom, I just got here and can't leave right away. Could you tell me over the phone? Or we can discuss it when I return later." Qi Lin furrowed her brows, glancing at her exposed self and then at Chun-Hua, whose muscular physique was nothing short of perfect. They are currently engaged in that activity, and they are merely one step away from completion. How could she possibly return now? What is going on? Upon hearing this, Chun-Hua sensed something amiss and slightly opened his mouth, conveying a look of confusion. However, Qi Lin shook her head and gestured with her finger to her nose, indicating that he should remain silent. "I do not care where you are right now. If you still acknowledge me as your mother, then return home immediately. Otherwise, consider that you have no mother and I have no daughter." At that moment, Qi's mother's voice grew significantly louder, making it very clear to Chun-Hua, who was standing nearby. Chun-Hua furrowed his brows, realizing from her tone that something serious must have occurred. "Mom, what on earth is happening? Why are you suddenly saying such things?" Qi Lin's expression darkened. She was utterly perplexed by the situation. "Stop asking so many questions and return home as quickly as possible. Otherwise, you shall never call me mother again." Qi's mother concluded, abruptly hanging up the phone. It was evident that Qi Lin must have done something to provoke her mother's anger. Otherwise, such severe words would not have been uttered. With a heavy heart, Qi Lin gazed at her phone, a frown appearing on her face. She was uncertain about what had transpired, but based on her understanding of her mother, something must have occurred to incite her mother's fury. Otherwise, her demeanor would not have been so irate. "I might need to return home. Perhaps we should reschedule," Qi Lin said. Her brow furrowed as she glanced awkwardly at Chun-Hua. It was indeed an awkward situation to leave at such a critical moment. "I will take you back." Chun-Hua gently embraced Qi Lin, caressing her smooth back. "Aren't you upset?" Qi Lin asked, somewhat taken aback. "Why should I be upset? How could one simply stop in the midst of such an intimate moment?" Qi Lin weakly remarked. Shenhua found himself both amused and exasperated. Perhaps this was Qi Lin's true self, while her usual aloofness was merely a facade, a persona she had constructed. You mentioned rescheduling, so we can continue later. It is not as if our connection will dissipate overnight. You wouldn't dare to back out now, would you? Shenhua mischievously remarked, playfully touching her soft curves. Such ample and soft. Qi Lin shot him a glare, momentarily at a loss for words. The urgency of the situation left her little time to ponder. Then hurry and get dressed. We need to go home. Qi Lin quickly donned her clothes and short skirt, but upon recalling that her stockings had been torn by Shenhua, her face flushed a deeper shade of crimson. After a moment's thought, she decided it would be best to discard the damaged stockings. Bringing them home would surely lead to awkward explanations if discovered. Observing this, Shenhua chose not to comment further, silently resolving to seize the opportunity next time. Let us go? Once dressed, Qi Lin's demeanor transformed, growing noticeably colder. In stark contrast to the tender and bashful appearance of the neighbor girl he had just seen in bed, she now seemed to be replaced by an entirely different persona, akin to that of a sophisticated woman. How could it be that upon donning clothing, she appeared to transform into another individual? Shenhua pursed his lips, uncertain if this was merely a figment of his imagination. I have no time for idle chatter. My mother is still waiting for me at home. Weren't you supposed to drive me back? So let's not waste any more time. Qi Lin shot Shenhua a cold glare, causing him to instinctively shrink back. Indeed, she had transformed into an entirely different person upon dressing. Could this be the famed dual personality? Before long, Shenhua was driving Qi Lin back to her family home. As her husband, he naturally followed her inside. However, the moment he stepped through the door, he was halted by a lavishly dressed woman radiating an air of affluence. Stop! Where did you come from? Not just anyone can enter the Qi family. Taken aback, Shenhua stood frozen. At that moment, Qi Lin stepped forward, exclaiming, Mom, what are you doing? Mom, so this is Qi Lin's mother? Shenhua politely addressed her. Hello, Auntie, I am Chun. Who are you calling Auntie? Get out, get out. This place is not for you. Before he could finish his greeting, he was met with the harsh dismissal from Qi Lin's mother. Her tone and demeanor were exceptionally rude. What are you still standing there for? I told you to leave. Do you not understand human language? At that moment, Qi Lin's younger brother, Qi Binbin, emerged with a mocking expression. Is this the country bumpkin who thinks he can win my sister's hand? I knew something was off. It turns out you want to marry my daughter. Let me tell you, you might as well give up. It will never happen. Qi's mother realized the situation and her tone sharpened considerably. Hearing this, Qi Lin frowned and asked, Mom, did you call me back just to discuss this? What else could it be? The moment I return home, I hear your grandfather saying you're planning to marry a country bumpkin. I'm your mother. How can I not be anxious? Qi's mother pointed angrily at Shenhua. It's clear what needs to be done. You should leave the Qi family at once. In that case, I shall take my leave, Shenhua replied, not angered but casting a glance at Qi Lin. It was evident he was not welcome, so why linger? All right, you should go back first. I will call you, Qi Lin said, her brow furrowed, her expression complex. Okay. Shenhua felt a wave of disappointment wash over him. Why did she seem like a completely different person after putting on clothes? At least this fellow knows his place. Qi's mother disdainfully glared at Shenhua before pulling Qi Lin aside. Daughter, you are the esteemed daughter of the Qi family. Your future husband must be a person of great stature, not someone like this country lad. I have already arranged suitable candidates for you, and tomorrow, I will introduce you to them. However, Qi Lin furrowed her brows and said, Mother, I can decide my own marriage. There is no need for you to worry on my behalf, nor should you trouble yourself with introductions. Even if you do, I shall not comply. What are you saying? Have you genuinely developed feelings for that wild boy? Qi's mother, infuriated, felt that Qi Lin was embarrassing her. Whom I choose to like is my own affair. In any case, I absolutely refuse to marry anyone you arrange for me. Qi Lin's tone was somewhat frigid, as though she bore a profound grudge against her mother, something she had not displayed in the presence of Shenhua earlier. Qi's mother's anger flared instantly, and she scolded. I am your mother. You must heed my wishes regarding whom you marry. This matter is settled. You are to meet the young master of the Qin family tomorrow. Why must I listen to you about whom I marry? Since you oppose my union with Shenhua, I shall insist on this marriage. Qi Lin felt a rebellious urge, determined to oppose her mother. You, Qi's mother, red with rage, shouted, Qi Lin, I declare this. If you do not go to dinner with the young master of the Qin family tomorrow, We shall sever our mother-daughter relationship. At that moment, Chunhua had not yet departed, and his keen hearing allowed him to catch every word. Was there truly such a mother in the world? It was astonishing. Qi Lin's sudden visit to involve him in this matter must surely be an act of defiance against her mother. So, I am merely being used by her. This thought crossed Chunhua's mind, leaving him with an unpleasant feeling. However, he quickly reasoned that the die was cast, and there was no point in dwelling on it further. Chunhua, wait. Just then, Qi Lin dashed out of her house and called to him. What is it? Chunhua asked, puzzled. Come with me. Qi Lin's expression remained icy, now tinged with even more anger, evidently stemming from her earlier argument with her mother. Chunhua was taken aback, but followed her nonetheless. As he stood there bewildered, Qi Lin had already linked her arm with his and confidently strode into the Qi household, approaching her mother with determination. Tomorrow, I will go with Chunhua to register our marriage. What? Upon hearing this announcement, the Qi family was left in stunned silence. Surely, they had not misheard. The esteemed daughter of the Qi family was truly intent on marrying this wild boy. If this news were to spread, how could the Qi family continue to hold their status in Yanhai City? Absurd. At that moment, Qi's father finally spoke up, scolding, marriage is no trifling matter, especially for the daughter of Qi Dawu. How can you casually choose someone to marry? Chunhua, too, was somewhat taken aback. Yet, he soon grasped the situation. Qi Lin was acting out of defiance against her family, and he did not dwell on it too much. If they were to marry, so be it. Who was afraid of whom? Indeed, sister, father is right. If you wish to marry, at least choose a better man. Look at this fellow. He appears to be worth little more than 100 yuan in total. Why would you marry someone like him? QBNBN sat nearby, watching a beautiful woman's live stream, speaking in a sarcastic tone. I have said, my choice of whom to marry is my own business. None of you can dictate my decisions. QLN clenched her teeth and coldly replied. Furthermore, we have already crossed that threshold. The rice is cooked, and pressing me further is futile. How despicable! QM exclaimed, her voice rising in anger as she pointed a finger at QLN. I never imagined you would demean yourself in such a manner. What is your status to be intimate with such a country bumpkin? You are truly a shameful creature. Is it not excessive to berate one's own daughter in such a manner? CHN who furrowed his brow, feeling a surge of indignation. What mother would call her daughter a disgrace? Who do you think you are? Do you truly believe that sleeping with this wretch will grant you entry into the Q family? Do not think I am oblivious to your intentions, you pretty boy. You merely seek to latch onto a wealthy woman for a swift descent. I assure you, it is utterly impossible. QM glared fiercely at CHN who, her expression rife with disdain. I find my mother's words to be quite accurate. Those men lacking ability seem ever more eager to rely on women to elevate their status. Sister, you ought to be more discerning. Do not let yourself be used, only to end up paying for it. That would be more disgraceful than those who sell themselves. QBNBN continued his sarcastic commentary from the sofa. Upon hearing these words, CHN who was utterly incensed. How could such a family exist? The insults hurled were increasingly vile. Yet, just as he was ready to unleash his fury, QLN stood up with an icy demeanor, a cold smile gracing her lips. Very well. If I am so worthless in your eyes, then from this day forth, we shall have no ties. Moreover, I am determined to marry. CHN who, let us go. With that, QLN did not afford them a moment more. She assertively grasped CHN who's hand and strode out. Leave, and do not ever return. QM shouted, her voice laced with frustration. I have raised such an ungrateful wretch for over 20 years. Mother, do not be overly distressed. You still have me. And she will eventually marry. She no longer belongs to our family. There is no need to let her anger you. QBNBN feverishly showered gifts upon the female host in the live stream while callously mocking his sister. At least my son is good. Upon hearing this, QM's expression softened slightly, yet she spat in contempt, pointing toward the door. That shameless woman, forsaking a life of luxury to consort with a wild boy. I have never encountered anyone as disgraceful as her. Her words reached the ears of the two nearby. QLN's eyes brimmed with tears upon hearing them. In response, CHN who sighed inwardly and gently covered her ears, hoping to alleviate her distress. You should come to my house tonight. QLN bit her red lip, her eyes glistening with unshed tears as she uttered those words. You should come to my house tonight. Upon hearing this, CHN who was instantly reminded of the scene from earlier at the hotel. Now, Heading to her home to spend the night undoubtedly implies engaging in intimate activities. Yet, does this not evoke a sense of taking advantage of her vulnerability? What, do you not wish to go? Upon noticing Chun Hua's silence, Qi Lin immediately furrowed her brows. No, I'll go, Chun Hua promptly nodded. Drive. After departing from Qi's residence, Qi Lin swiftly reverted to her former icy demeanor. The abruptness of this transformation left Chun Hua momentarily bewildered. However, following the events of the evening, he had gained a deeper understanding of Qi Lin. Soon, he was driving back to her home, albeit in Zhang Rou's car. Go take a shower. Upon returning home, Qi Lin's first command to Chun Hua was this. Together, Chun Hua hesitated briefly and unexpectedly uttered those words. Qi Lin's face shifted, her brow knitted. What do you think? Your silence suggests agreement, Chun Hua replied with a smile. Silence. You go wash up first. You have 5 minutes, or I want tea wait. Qi Lin's expression was far colder than it had been earlier, perhaps due to her fully clothed state, yet Chun Hua had grown accustomed to it. Furthermore, her demeanor was markedly better than before. He found no grounds for complaint and promptly dashed to the bathroom to undress and bathe. Deep down, he pondered whether his actions were right or wrong. After he entered the shower, Qi Lin changed into a pink lace camisole, devoid of anything beneath. Her fair, delicate skin appeared almost translucent, accentuating the soft curves that peeked through, along with her well-defined collarbone, which was undeniably enticing. Regardless of the circumstances, since they were set to obtain a marriage license, why overthink it? They merely desired for her to marry Qin Hai from the Qin family to fulfill their ambitions of a union. But she would not be reduced to a mere pawn in their scheme. Qi Lin reclined partially on the sofa, her expression complex. To be candid, her sudden invitation to Chun Hua to the hotel that evening was spurred by her mother's provocations, leading her to act impulsively. Earlier, her resolve had not been so firm, and after being chastised, her hesitation dissipated. She needed to hurry and wash up, otherwise, she might miss the opportune moment. Chun Hua showered swiftly, emerging within a few minutes. His hair damp, lacking a change of clothes, he merely wrapped a towel around his waist as he stepped out. When Qi Lin beheld him in his unclothed state, her cheeks flushed crimson. Why did you come out without any clothes? My clothes got wet in the shower, and I have nothing else to wear, Chun Hua replied, somewhat embarrassed. Yet, he found it peculiar. Had they not just been candid with one another? Moreover, she had initiated physical contact earlier. Why was she suddenly shy? Quick, cover yourself. Qi Lin bashfully turned her head away and grabbed her coat from the sofa, tossing it over to Chun Hua. With a resigned sigh, Chun Hua accepted the coat and draped it over himself, while his lower half remained wrapped in a towel. Oddly enough, this ensemble possessed a certain charm. You just heard me. I've already informed my family that we will be obtaining our marriage certificate tomorrow. What are your thoughts on this matter? Qi Lin inquired. Chun Hua was about to respond, but before he could utter a word, Qi Lin continued without granting him the opportunity to speak. All right, it's settled then. We shall go to the Civil Affairs Bureau at 9 tomorrow morning. Now, I'm off to bed. You can sleep on the sofa tonight. As Qi Lin turned to head back to her room, Chun Hua was left in a state of confusion. You don't seem interested in my opinion at all. Sleeping on the sofa? A hint of bitterness crossed Chun Hua's face, realizing that his earlier shower had been in vain. However, reflecting on the rapid progression of events that evening, he decided not to rush things. Besides, Qi Lin had just had a quarrel with her family. It wouldn't be appropriate to escalate matters further, especially considering this was Qi Lin's first time. Just then, Qi Lin halted at the doorway, turning to look at him. Chun Hua's spirits lifted. Could there be a change of heart? Yet, his hope was swiftly dashed when Qi Lin, her expression calm, asked, Do you have your household registration book? We need it to obtain the marriage certificate. I have it, but it's not with me, Chun Hua replied, shaking his head. In his haste to leave, he had left his belongings at Su Wenwen's place. It seemed he had been living like a vagabond lately, last night at Zhang Rou's, this afternoon at Su Wenwen's, and now at Qi Lin's. The only constant in his life was the sofa on which he slept. All right, let us wake up early tomorrow. I'll accompany you to retrieve your household registration book before we go to the Civil Affairs Bureau to get the certificate, Qi Lin stated decisively, leaving no room for disagreement. Chun Hua felt a touch of helplessness. The difference between being clothed and unclothed was stark. He found himself preferring the sight of Qi Lin without her clothes. Early the next morning, Chun Hua returned to Su Wenwen's house to collect his household registration book. At 9 o'clock, he and Shi-Lin went to the Civil Affairs Bureau to take a photo and obtain their marriage certificate. As they exited the bureau, Chunhua was still trying to grasp the rapidity of the events that had transpired. Well, keep the certificate safe. Legally speaking, we are now considered a married couple. I want to interfere with your lifestyle, but I hope you can exercise some restraint and refrain from being too overtly involved with other women, Shi-Lin stated. Her expression devoid of emotion, as if the act of obtaining the certificate was rather mundane to her. Also, while we are technically married, I expect you not to intrude upon my personal life. Of course, I won't meddle in yours either. After all, we merely have a marriage certificate. We are not yet a true couple. Therefore, we are both free, understand? Shi-Lin coolly tossed the marriage certificate into her bag, delivering her words with a hint of detachment. What do you mean by that? Chunhua frowned, puzzled. He had an unsettling sensation, as if he were being exploited. Once he had served his purpose, would he be unceremoniously cast aside? This was to be taken literally. There was no need for overthinking. Shi-Lin cast him a sidelong glance, her expression still somewhat frosty. Just as her words fell, a tall figure approached from the side, making his way to Chunhua with a sinister grin. Ah, young man, what a coincidence to meet again so soon. By the way, I haven't seen this woman before. Aren't you Wenwen's boyfriend? Who is she? Upon recognizing the man, Chunhua raised an eyebrow, recalling his appearance from the previous day at Sister Sue's home. Wasn't he the one named Yang Fan? What was he doing here? Shi-Lin also exhibited a look of confusion, glancing at Chunhua and inquiring, Do you know him? I don't know him. Come, let me take you to work. Chunhua replied, shaking his head and taking her hand to leave. Shi-Lin initially resisted, but, after a moment's hesitation, ceased her struggle and allowed him to lead her. However, witnessing this scene, Yang Fan became increasingly displeased. Ignored by Chunhua, his anger surged as he sneered. Hey, kid, I'm talking to you. Are you deaf? At this, Shi-Lin furrowed her brow and looked at Chunhua, asking, Do you have a grudge against him? I don't know him at all. Where would a grudge come from? Chunhua smiled and shook his head. Such a fool, merely barking incompetently, was hardly worthy of his attention. Then what is going on? He seems to harbor a strong hatred for you. Did you steal his wife? Shi-Lin regarded him seriously. That is even more impossible. Besides, we are already married. You are my wife, Chunhua retorted with a slight smirk. Flattery. Shi-Lin rolled her eyes, but soon reverted to her previous icy demeanor. You have 1 minute to resolve this. I need to get to the office. The Chi family owned numerous enterprises, one of which Shi-Lin managed. Practicing medicine was merely her hobby. Although she possessed a medical license, familial disapproval had prevented her from pursuing that path. The previous instance of treating Su Qianqian had been purely out of goodwill. With that, she walked to the car, which still belonged to Jiang Ro. Having obtained a marriage certificate, why remain so aloof? Chunhua felt somewhat helpless, yet he couldn't help but mutter a few words of frustration inwardly. Indeed, she is your wife. If I recall correctly, your name is Chunhua, right? Heh, despite your unimpressive appearance, it seems you have quite the fortune in love. Already married, yet still managing to flirt with Wenwen. Does she know about your marriage? Yang Fan grinned maliciously. He had captured a photo of Chunhua and Shi-Lin holding hands and believed that if this image reached Su Wenwen, it would surely lead to the end of their relationship. Chunhua felt a prickling annoyance at Yang Fan's voice, thinking to himself, Why are you everywhere? Are you that bored? He then retorted, What business is it of yours? Ah, caught in the act of infidelity, are we? How amusing, Yang Fan scoffed. At least that's preferable to your lack of prowess upstairs and your impotence below. Chunhua cast a discerning glance at him, perceiving Yang Fan's flaws immediately. Yang Fan's complexion was pallid and swollen, dark circles under his eyes were conspicuously prominent, and his eye bags were darker than a national treasure, indicative of a life filled with hedonistic revelry and poor time management. Most notably, he was simply a man of feeble abilities with insatiable desires. Each encounter ended hastily, barely lasting a minute, often before the woman had even removed her top, while he was already dressed again. What did you say? Yang Fan's face flushed crimson in indignation, clearly struck where it hurt by Chunhua's words. You weaken your vitality, Chunhua retorted with a cold smirk. Since this fellow was seeking trouble, he felt no hesitation in imparting a dose of truth. Yang Fan inhaled deeply, infuriated by the mention of his vitality, initially intending to retaliate with further insults. But the words caught in his throat. He could only grit his teeth and nod, replying, Fine, you have guts. I'll remember this. Within 3 days. I will ensure you are driven out of Yanhai City. Is that so? Then allow me to offer you a piece of advice. Within 3 days, you shall suffer from hemorrhoids. Chen Hua stated earnestly. What good was it to engage in a war of words? Yang Fan clenched his jaw, shooting Chen Hua a venomous glare before turning on his heel to leave. His haste to depart stemmed not only from his wounded pride, but also from a pressing urgency. He had an acute need to relieve himself, and with his already weakened vitality, he could not hold on any longer. Even during their exchange, he felt on the verge of an accident. Otherwise, he would not have so easily relinquished the chance to humiliate Chen Hua further. A pungent odor lingered about him, perhaps explaining why Sister Su held disdain for this man. Such an overwhelming stench that not even an excessive application of cologne could mask. It was truly a disgrace for a man. Chen Hua waved a hand in front of his nose, still detecting the foul odor lingering long after Yang Fan had departed. Utterly revolting. What are you still doing here? Aren't you leaving? Qilin, seated in the car, rolled down the window and addressed Chen Hua coldly. I'm coming now, he replied hastily, climbing into the vehicle to escort Qilin to her workplace. Now that they were legally wed, Chen Hua felt a sense of responsibility, and his demeanor could no longer resemble that of the past, though this was contingent upon the understanding he had developed regarding Qilin. The journey was marked by a heavy silence, as if they were mere strangers. Ultimately, it was Qilin who broke the silence, asking, Is this car from that woman yesterday? Yes, Chen Hua admitted candidly. You seem to have a good relationship with her. To loan you her car, Qilin remarked nonchalantly. But Chen Hua could detect a hint of jealousy in her tone. Was she envious? Though this thought crossed his mind, he dared not voice it. Instead responding with a smile, I merely borrowed it for the day. It will be returned today. Do as you please, as long as it makes you happy. Qilin replied with indifference, seemingly unconcerned about the matter. She then glanced out the window and instructed, We're here, pull over. I'll drive myself home after work. No need for you to pick me up. Upon finishing her words, she opened the door and exited the vehicle, uttering not a single superfluous remark. The woman's demeanor exuded an air of cold indifference. Chen Hua raised an eyebrow, silently contemplating, What a performance! Let us see how long you can maintain this facade once we are in bed. Indeed, there exists a stark contrast between the unclothed Qilin on the bed and the fully dressed Qilin below. Perhaps this is the essence of disparity? Chen Hua rolled down the car window, casting a glance at Qilin's graceful silhouette. Instantly, the vivid imagery of the previous night's intimate moments flooded his mind. It seemed that Qilin had succumbed to a momentary impulse last night. Should he desire to reach that stage again, it might take an eternity. If only Senior Sister's call had come a tad later, even a few fleeting seconds would have sufficed. I would not have been halted at the final threshold. The more he pondered, the more he felt a sense of loss. Yet, this was not a moment for haste. His marriage to Qilin was not merely a lustful pursuit, after all. He decided to return the car to Jiangro and mention the matter of their marriage certificate to Senior Sister, thus relieving her of the burden of introducing a female companion for him. As these thoughts traversed his mind, Chen Hua turned the vehicle around, intending to head back to Su Wenwen's residence. However, after driving a mere few hundred meters, he was confronted by a sudden gathering of people ahead, seemingly drawn by the occurrence of someone fainting. Upon closer inspection, he recognized the individual sprawled on the ground. Wasn't that Zhang Xiaoyu, Senior Sister's assistant? What could have led this seemingly healthy young woman to collapse in the street? Without hesitation, he parked the car by the roadside and hurried over. As he approached, the specifics of the situation became apparent. Zhang Xiaoyu was clad in a black professional outfit, yet her skirt barely grazed her thighs, unintentionally revealing her pink undergarment. Her long, slender legs, pale as alabaster, were left entirely exposed to the gaze of the onlookers. Even more disconcerting was the fact that numerous individuals had taken out their phones to capture the moment, recording videos, and some even aimed their cameras at her most private areas. Make way. Chen Hua's expression darkened at this sight. Had society's morals deteriorated to such a degree? Here lay a young girl, unconscious in the street, and instead of offering assistance or calling for help, these bystanders chose to gawk and film her predicament. Move aside. Wait until I'm done before you take your turn. Just as Chen Hua was about to push through to aid her, a rough-looking man in his 40s, with small eyes and unkempt brows, blocked his way. His gaze was fixated on Zhang Xiaoyu's exposed legs, his expression one of unabashed salivation. What are you crowding for? Haven't you seen a woman's underwear before? Get lost, don't obstruct my view. Goodness, this girl has a stunning figure. Those legs are so fair and straight. How I wish to touch them and see what they feel like. A crowd swiftly gathered nearby, most merely spectators of the unfolding drama. Yet a select few crossed the line, their phone cameras intrusively aimed at Zhang Xiaoyu's skirt. With her sprawled on the ground, they seemed emboldened, as if to say, "What is there to fear? Watch me." At that moment, the Mediterranean greasy man, who had previously blocked Chunhua's approach, suddenly sneered maliciously. He squatted beside Zhang Xiaoyu, his gaze fixated on her long, porcelain-like legs, his eyes gleaming with sinister intent. Such fair legs, he mused, must surely feel better to touch than a doll. In the next instant, his excitement surged as he reached out with his lecherous hand towards Zhang Xiaoyu. Onlookers, witnessing this disgraceful act, expressed their disdain with pointed fingers. Yet none dared intervene. Just as the greasy man's hand was about to make contact with Zhang Xiaoyu's smooth thigh, Chunhua swiftly seized his arm, forcefully pushing him back and sending him sprawling to the ground. "Who the hell are you to provoke me? Are you tired of living?" the greasy man exclaimed, scrambling to his feet, his eyes blazing with fury as he pointed accusatorily at Chunhua. To invade a woman's privacy, 3 days. To publicly molest her, 14 days. To do so while she is unaware, 37 days. Will you turn yourself in, or shall I call the authorities? Chunhua coldly retorted, casting a glare at the man before ignoring him entirely. He knelt before Zhang Xiaoyu, gently placing his hand on her delicate wrist to check her pulse and assess her condition. The priority was to save her. He had no time to waste on the man. "What I saw me filming her or molesting her. Such accusations require evidence. If you lack proof and dare to slander me, know that I will sue you for defamation." The greasy man, upon hearing Chunhua's words, grew flustered, his arrogance waning considerably as he hastily deleted the incriminating photos and videos from his phone. Meanwhile, Chunhua focused intently on Zhang Xiaoyu's pulse. Once he confirmed it was steady, he gently lifted her eyelids to further assess her state. Fortunately, it seemed to be merely low blood sugar, nothing serious. The best immediate remedy for fainting due to low blood sugar was to replenish it with sugar. However, Chunhua found no food on him. His gaze then fell upon a young woman in her 20s, clutching a nutritional drink. Without hesitation, he approached her. "May I borrow this? I'll replace it with a new one shortly." "Please, take it," the young woman replied, startled, shaking her head. As a mere bystander, she felt a sense of joy knowing her drink could potentially save a life. At that moment, the greasy man interjected with a mocking tone. "You accuse me of harassing women, yet it's clear you're the one taking advantage of the situation to touch this young lady." Chunhua chose to disregard him. Upon opening the bottle of Nutritional Express, a faint sigh escaped the delicate cherry lips of Zhang Xiaoyu, whose once rosy complexion had succumbed to a pallor, a consequence of her hypoglycemia. She exuded an aura of vulnerability that evoked sympathy. How could this young girl, at such a tender age, appear so frail? After administering a small amount of the nutritional drink, Chunhua gently assisted her to a sitting position, ensuring to smooth down her lifted skirt to preserve her modesty. However, his considerate gesture was met with hostility from those with ulterior motives, particularly from a greasy man who sneered, "Ah, what a clever ploy you have. Under the guise of rescuing a damsel, you embrace her, garnering praise while taking advantage of the situation. Truly, you play your cards well." Another lecherous individual, who was filming alongside him, chimed in, "Indeed, we merely aim to capture life's moments, yet you have taken liberties." To him, Chunhua was merely meddling in affairs that did not concern him. He had hoped to film longer, only to have his plans thwarted by this interloper. "Have some decency. Your intentions are transparent to all," Chunhua retorted with a scoff. In their twisted narrative, his actions of saving someone had been misconstrued as an opportunity to exploit. How had society devolved to a point where capturing video equated to righteousness? The greasy man, now firmly believing himself to occupy the moral high ground, brandished his phone again, directing it towards Chunhua. Chunhua, preoccupied with Zhang Xiaoyu's condition, had no time to engage him, leaving the Mediterranean man to distort the truth unchallenged. "What? No retort? Am I wrong?" he taunted, continuing his recording. "Dear viewers, behold this man, exploiting the pretext of heroism to inappropriately touch a young girl suffering from low blood sugar. How can such repulsive individuals exist in our world?" The crowd gathered, eyes glued to the scene, yet no one spoke in Chunhua's defense. Feeling his temper flare at the man's slanderous remarks, Chunhua furrowed his brow but chose to remain silent, prioritizing Zhang Xiaoyu's recovery over personal indignation. After consuming a bit of Nutritional Express, Her lips began to regain their color, a sign of improvement. Relieved, Chunhua gently opened her lips once more to administer another sip, hoping to hasten her awakening. Yet, this very action, the oily man, broadcasting live, swiftly seized the opportunity to target Chunhua. He directed his phone towards Chun and exclaimed, "Look, everyone. This beast is shamelessly groping a young girl. How utterly disgusting." It was shocking to witness such behavior. For reasons unknown, his live stream's popularity surged instantly. Within mere seconds, thousands of viewers flocked in, coincidentally catching the moment when Chunhua was feeding Zhang Xiaoyu a nutritional drink, igniting a fervor in the chat room. How could this man be so brazen? There are so many people around, and yet he acts without regard for the law. Where is justice in broad daylight? Where is the law? Where is the address for accountability? A voice from above sneered, clearly another oily man. As if he could hear the scheming from his place of confinement. People on the internet are often drawn to chaos. And with the oily man distorting the truth while filming, the barrage of comments escalated rapidly, voicing every imaginable opinion. This was precisely what the oily man desired. He wore a mocking grin and feigned distress, saying, "Dear viewers, under normal circumstances, I should rush in to save the beauty, but you know what? Just as I was about to intervene, this beastly fellow pushed me away." His words only fueled the viewers' anger further. What? In broad daylight, the villain is so audacious? How dare he? Bravo to the broadcaster. But remember to prioritize your safety while rescuing others. I'll send you a carnival gift. Someone declared. Indeed. Compared to such a person, the broadcaster appeared to be a true hero. Not only did he perform good deeds without seeking recognition, but he also faced violence for it. I'll send a Porsche your way. Another viewer chimed in. Let me launch a rocket. If the broadcaster lands a punch on him, it counts as my contribution. I cannot abide by such scoundrels living freely. In no time, rockets, carnivals, and Porsches flooded the live stream. Countless smaller gifts followed suit, eliciting a glimmer of surprise on the oily man's face. Initially, he had only aimed to distort the truth and incite online outrage against Chunhua. To his astonishment, these viewers were so gullible that a few sob stories resulted in such a windfall. Thanks for the 2 rockets from the brother who wants grilled cold noodles. Fear not. Everyone, respecting the elderly and caring for the young are our traditional virtues. Standing up against injustice is my duty. Rest assured, I will not allow this scoundrel to continue his rampage. I'm calling the police right now. While the oily man feigned gratitude, inwardly he cursed the individual named wants grilled cold noodles for being a fool. I merely moved my lips and managed to swindle you out of so much money. How utterly brainless. Hello, 110? I wish to report an incident. Here at the artificial lake on Peace Road, someone is publicly molesting a woman. Yes, the perpetrator is still here, and I have him subdued. Please hurry and bring this man to justice. He retrieved another phone from somewhere and promptly reported the crime before the live audience. This action instantly garnered him another wave of praise. Well done, host. I'll send you 2 more carnival gifts. Excellent work. A host like you embodies true positive energy, far superior to those who tread the line of vulgarity. I must respectfully disagree with the sentiments expressed above. While indeed distasteful, those who engage in vulgar antics should not be silenced. Who else would entertain us? Setting aside other matters, given the host's commendable demeanor, I am prepared to donate 10 luxury cars right now. What a generous boss. I'll contribute 6 beers. The oily man's righteous display caused the popularity of his live stream to surge once again. With the number of viewers skyrocketing to 10 and his followers increasing from a mere handful to over 30,000, such a rapid influx of fans was truly remarkable. To his surprise, this young man was proving to be quite a lucrative venture. What an exhilarating experience. Observing the growing audience and rising follower count, the oily man's smile widened with pride, as if he had discovered a pathway to wealth and success. More onlookers gathered, oblivious to the situation at hand. Yet after hearing the oily man's remarks, they swiftly joined in on the ridicule directed at Chunhua, throwing jeers and mockery his way. Unfazed by the cacophony, Chunhua remained focused on the condition of the girl in his arms, Zhang Xiaoyu. This young lady appeared exceedingly frail, despite the passage of time. She had yet to awaken. With a hint of frustration, he noted the color returning to her face, realizing that under normal circumstances, she should have regained consciousness by now. The sole reason for her continued slumber was her overwhelming fatigue. Thanks to the big brother who sent the hot air balloon, the oily man continued showering gratitude towards the benefactor in the live stream. With a look of disdain, Hua cast a sidelong glance at him. His brow furrowed as he coldly remarked, "Could you keep your voice down? Your tone is exasperating." The din was unbearable, causing a throbbing ache in his head, and he could no longer endure it. "Family, did you hear that? I stand up for justice." Yet he fails to recognize his mistakes and instead resorts to insults. Isn't such a person a cancer upon society? The oily man seized the opportunity to exaggerate further in a bid to solicit gifts from the audience. How audacious. "Host, don't hesitate. Take this scoundrel down. Count the medical expenses on me. I'll contribute a carnival gift if you give him a kick." The oily man reveled in the rapidly accumulating gifts, his expression brimming with satisfaction. Hua's patience had reached its limit. Just as he prepared to set Zhang Xiaoyu down and confront the man, he felt a slight movement from her in his arms, though it was merely her eyelids fluttering. He detected it with clarity. At last, she was about to awaken. Hua exhaled in relief. Zhang Xiaoyu, perceiving only a haze before her, struggled momentarily before finally regaining her senses. Furrowing her brow, she instinctively murmured, "Where am I?" In the next instant, she realized she was lying in the embrace of a man. Her expression suddenly morphed into one of sheer terror and astonishment, her bewildered and fearful gaze sweeping the surroundings, only to discover that she was encircled by a throng of onlookers. At that moment, she finally discerned the appearance of the man who had been holding her. He seemed somewhat familiar. "Is it you? What is happening? You fainted due to low blood sugar. Wake up quickly, my arm is getting sore." Hua replied, his left arm slightly stiff from holding Zhang Xiaoyu for an extended period. While the sensation was rather pleasant, the young lady was not light in weight. Upon hearing this, Zhang Xiaoyu's cheeks flushed crimson. Regaining her composure, she extricated herself from Hua's embrace and slowly straightened up. It dawned on her that she had fainted due to skipping breakfast, and it was Hua who had rescued her. "Thank you. Young lady, you finally woke up. Let me tell you, this guy here took advantage of you while you were unconscious." Just as Zhang Xiaoyu was about to express her gratitude to Hua, a greasy man who had been live-streaming with his phone suddenly interjected. "What?" Zhang Xiaoyu was momentarily stunned, staring blankly at Hua before frowning and saying, That cannot be true. How could he possibly have violated me?" Based on her fleeting encounter with Hua the previous day, she was certain that he was not that kind of person. However, the greasy man confidently produced another phone from his pocket and proclaimed, "Why would I lie to you? Everyone here witnessed it. If you still don't believe me, I've recorded a video. Just watch it and see if I'm deceiving you. Your mouth certainly runs smoothly. What did you grow up eating?" Hua retorted coldly. This balding man indeed had a knack for deception. It was no wonder he could live stream to swindle money. "Huh, what good is your insult now? I've already called the police. When they arrive, this video will serve as evidence of your misconduct. Plus, you assaulted me earlier. Just wait until you find yourself behind bars." The greasy man beamed with self-satisfaction, reveling in his small triumph. Isn't there a misunderstanding? He was saving me. How could he have violated me? Zhang Xiaoyu's expression turned awkward. Deep down, she could not fathom that Hua would engage in any improper behavior towards her. Yet, having fainted earlier and with the greasy man's claims appearing plausible, she found herself in a quandary. Misunderstanding? I have it all recorded. What is left to misunderstand? Don't be afraid, young lady. I will ensure this scoundrel is imprisoned. We cannot let such a vile person tarnish societal morals. As the greasy man spoke, he addressed his live-stream audience. "Viewers, do you think I'm right? If you agree, hit 1 on the screen." Zhang Xiaoyu felt lost, her gaze shifting to Hua, revealing a hint of bitterness. "It's fine, since he claims he will send me to jail. I am curious to see how he plans to do that." Hua replied with a slight smile, wholly unperturbed. No sooner had he finished speaking than the police arrived. Only 3 officers came, and among them was the sole female officer, who turned out to be the same policewoman Hua had encountered the previous day, Xia Yunqi. "Is it her?" Hua raised an eyebrow. What a coincidence. He truly seems to be fated to cross paths with the voluptuous police officer, whose figure boasts a size 38. Who called the police? Xia Yunqi stood tall, her posture impeccable, and her ample bosom undeniably captivating. The lecherous man's gaze was unrestrained, as it shamelessly darted towards her impressive curves before he approached her, pointing at Hua. "It was I who reported the incident, officer." This man had the audacity to lay hands on a young lady in broad daylight. I stepped in to intervene, and he pushed me to the ground. "Look, I still have 2 mud stains on my backside." The greasy man pointed at his rear, prompting Xia Yunqi to glare in disgust. Maintain decorum in public. She turned her attention to Chunhua, her brow furrowing as she remarked, I recognize you. You were involved in a brawl at the Western restaurant yesterday. Officer, we have met, but I was not fighting yesterday, Chunhua replied with a faint smile. The actual altercation had involved Li Yu and Su Biao, and it was of no concern to him. However, today someone has reported that you indecently assaulted a woman on the street. What is the explanation for that? Xia Yunqi, disinterested in the previous day's events, focused solely on the current situation. Would you believe me if I said I happened to pass by and noticed someone fainted, prompting me to come to their aid? Chunhua shrugged, stating the facts without embellishment. You're lying. I witnessed you groping that girl and even tugging at her skirt. Even if your intent was to help, it was merely a pretext to take advantage of her, and you struck me. The greasy man aimed his phone at Chunhua, capturing the scene. Just from those few words, he had already received 3 notifications of support on his livestream. If I hadn't tugged at her skirt, would you have preferred I lifted it for your convenience? Chunhua scoffed, incredulous at the egregiousness of the man's accusations. Meanwhile, Zhang Xiaoyu's face flushed crimson as she bit her lip, feeling utterly embarrassed in that moment. What nonsense are you spouting? When did I ever film beneath her skirt? The greasy man faltered, attempting to maintain a facade of bravado. I have video evidence of you pulling her skirt. What proof do you have to claim I filmed her? He promptly retrieved another phone to show Xia Yunqi. Officer, look, this is the video I just recorded. Once you see it, you'll understand the situation. Xia Yunqi frowned, reaching for his phone to inspect the footage. Just then, the young lady who had lent Chunhua a nutritional drink stepped forward. Officer, I have evidence of him secretly filming under that lady's skirt. Upon hearing her voice, all eyes turned towards her, and Chunhua raised his eyebrows in surprise. Could it be that this young woman had also been recording? This was about to get interesting. This is the video I just took, officer. Please have a look, she said as she quickly opened her phone to show Xia Yunqi the footage. Witnessing this turn of events, the greasy man was instantly alarmed, his eyes widening as he swallowed repeatedly. Deep down, he was acutely aware of whether he had been secretly filming or not. His audacity stemmed from the confidence that no one had noticed his earlier transgressions. However, upon hearing that evidence had indeed been captured, his heart sank with trepidation. This was the end for him. Just as he mentally cursed his misfortune, Xia Yunqi had already witnessed the entirety of his vile actions, including his phone being aimed beneath Zhang Xiaoyu's skirt, his intent to touch her thigh, and his subsequent rage when Chunhua intervened. Zhang Xiaoyu, upon witnessing these events, felt her complexion pale further. How could such a repulsive person exist in this world? As fury coursed through her, she was beset by chills. Fortunately, Chunhua's timely arrival had thwarted what could have been a horrific encounter. As a woman herself, Xia Yunqi's anger intensified upon seeing this man attempt to exploit and then brazenly accuse others. Now that the evidence is irrefutable, what else do you have to say? Take him away, she declared. With her words, 2 police officers promptly produced a pair of silver handcuffs and restrained him. Officer, I'm being wronged. Don't listen to her nonsense. They're all in cahoots. I was just acting heroically. The greasy man protested, stubborn to the last. Even as the phone he had used to stream clattered to the ground, the viewers in the live stream erupted in outrage. What? This scoundrel is the actual pervert? I wasted my gifts on a con. How infuriating. I thought he was a good person. I misjudged that young man. I knew it. That lad was too handsome to be a degenerate. This guy tricked us all. I've already tracked down his address and information. Coincidentally, we live in the same city. Is anyone interested in confronting him? I can assist. Xia Yunqi picked up the fallen phone and exited the live stream, turning coldly to the greasy man. You can discuss your side of the story with us later. As she spoke, she snatched another phone from his pocket. Upon opening it, she was horrified to discover a multitude of clandestine videos and photos of women, numbering in the thousands. Good heavens, this is abhorrent. Xia Yunqi inhaled deeply, her anger boiling over. Take him back. I will personally oversee this case. Such individuals were the ones she despised most, and she would show no mercy. The greasy man's expression was one of despair. He had never anticipated that his intention to live stream and portray himself as a righteous figure would backfire so spectacularly, leading to his own downfall. Thank you, Mr. Chun. By the way, I still don't know your name, he muttered as he was escorted away. Zhang Xiaoyu approached Chunhua, her cheeks flushed with gratitude. She only knew that Chunhua was a disciple of Mr. Su and was unaware of his full name. You can call me Chunhua, he replied gently. Thank you, Chunhua. I truly appreciate your help. Without you, that man might have continued to bully me. Zhang Xiaoyu expressed her heartfelt gratitude to Chenhua. These are mere trifles. The paramount concern now is your health. Chenhua gestured dismissively, then fixed his gaze on the area of Zhang Xiaoyu's heart, his expression serious as he spoke. Noticing Chenhua's eyes directed at her chest, Zhang Xiaoyu momentarily froze, instinctively covering her ample bosom with her hands, and weakly inquired, "What is wrong with my body?" A hint of anxiety flickered in her eyes. As if she had been startled by Chenhua, she lowered her head slightly, repeating, "What is wrong with my body?" "You are too frail," Chenhua replied candidly. He had never encountered someone as delicate as Zhang Xiaoyu. It was evident that her late nights and skipped breakfasts had taken a toll on her health. If this continued, significant issues would arise. Zhang Xiaoyu's cheeks flushed upon hearing this, and she blurted out, "Isn't it only men who are frail? Can women be too?" Physical frailty is not determined by gender. Both men and women can experience weakness. You have already fainted from low blood sugar today, which is a clear signal from your body. It would be wise for you to take better care of yourself. Chenhua was merely providing a serious analysis of Zhang Xiaoyu's health, completely oblivious to the fact that the young lady had misinterpreted his words. Upon hearing this, Zhang Xiaoyu's face turned even redder, and she bit her lip shyly, saying, "But I have never been with a man, and I am very restrained when I am alone. How could I possibly be frail?" Hearing this, Chenhua suddenly furrowed his brow, sensing something amiss. Zhang Xiaoyu's face had turned crimson, reaching her ears, as she belatedly realized that she had just spoken some rather embarrassing words. Cough, cough, cough. Noticing this, Chenhua quickly understood that the young lady had just broached a rather intimate topic. Clearing his throat awkwardly, he replied, "You have misunderstood. My reference to frailty has nothing to do with such activities. It is solely due to your bodily weakness. As I have already explained, long hours of staying up late and neglecting breakfast. Over time, this will lead to various health issues. If you wish to avoid an early demise, it would be prudent to take care." Finding Zhang Xiaoyu rather amusing, Chenhua decided to continue advising her on her health. "Oh, I see. I thought it was because I engage 5 times a week," Zhang Xiaoyu murmured, nodding blankly, her eyes slightly dazed as she spoke to herself softly. 5 times a week? Is that not excessive?" Chenhua remarked, surprised. "You really should be cautious. You are still a young lady, and this is not a trivial matter." "I understand now. Thank you for your reminder. I will be more careful in the future," Zhang Xiaoyu replied, feeling so embarrassed that she wished to disappear into the ground. What was she saying? Why was she speaking so freely today? "As long as you are well, I have other matters to attend to and must take my leave." Chenhua nodded and prepared to return the car to Jiangrou. "Wait a moment, Chenhua. May I have your phone number?" As Chenhua was about to leave, Zhang Xiaoyu suddenly called out to him, saying, "You saved my life today. I shall treat you to a meal next time." While a meal was a trivial matter, the primary concern was that your health appears to be quite frail. It would be best for you to undergo a comprehensive checkup at the hospital. Here is my number. I possess a modicum of medical knowledge, and should you encounter any health issues, do not hesitate to call me. Of course, it would be even better if you have no problems at all. Chenhua swiftly shared his phone number with Zhang Xiaoyu. "You know medicine?" Zhang Xiaoyu exclaimed, her face a picture of astonishment. "A little," he replied modestly. "To be able to discern my numerous issues at a glance is quite impressive." Zhang Xiaoyu nodded fervently, resembling an enamored fan. "I have other matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave. Remember my words. Please go for a thorough examination at the hospital." Chenhua waved his hand and turned to depart. "All right," Zhang Xiaoyu responded, her gaze lingering on Chenhua's retreating figure, momentarily lost in thought. However, upon recalling her earlier words, a flush of embarrassment washed over her. What was I thinking, mentioning 5 times a week? Why did I say all that? Meanwhile, upon returning to his car, Chenhua was taken aback by the parking ticket affixed to it. What a disaster. How am I to explain this to Jiangrou? He grimaced, astonished that in such a brief moment of parking, the traffic officer had issued a citation. He had borrowed Jiangrou's car for the entire day, and now he was returning with a ticket. What a predicament. "Junior brother, I'm heading to the office now. I've left the keys under the mat at the entrance." Su Wenwen had messaged him early that morning. It was only when he arrived at Su Wenwen's home and realized he had forgotten the keys that the message came to mind. Senior sister said they should be right under the mat. Chenhua put away his phone, glancing down at the red mat. He quickly lifted it, and sure enough, found a key beneath it. Senior sister Su is so thoughtful, even considering such details. Chenhua felt a warmth in his heart. Although he and Su Wenwen had only known each other for a day, He could sense her genuine concern for him. I wonder if Jiang Ro is awake. How should I explain the ticket to her? As he inserted the key into the lock, the troublesome thought resurfaced. Perhaps honesty is the best policy. Chun Hua sighed and soon opened the door, only to find that Jiang Ro was not present. It was unclear whether she was awake or still asleep. But this provided him with a momentary respite from the anxiety of explaining the ticket. Perhaps she is still asleep. I'll address it when she wakes. Chun Hua placed the key in the breakfast he had specifically purchased for Jiang Ro on the table as a form of apology. He then headed towards the bathroom, intending to relieve himself. However, as he opened the bathroom door, he was utterly stunned by the scene before him. By a curious twist of fate, at that very moment, Jiang Ro had just emerged from her bath, clutching a bathrobe in preparation to drape it over herself. This scene instantly captivated Chun Hua's attention. "Chun Hua, what brings you back?" she inquired, seemingly aware of the unusual atmosphere. Yet, Jiang Ro was still trying to grasp the situation and instinctively turned around, her expression one of bewilderment. However, her sudden movement revealed her unclothed form. "I'm so sorry. I had no idea you were inside. I thought you were still asleep." It was only then that Jiang Ro realized her state of undress. A glance at Chun Hua followed by a downward look at herself sent her into a state of shock. You're still looking. Hurry and get out." Panic surged within her, her heart racing, leaving her uncertain of how to respond. I'm really sorry," Chun Hua exclaimed. Upon hearing her distress, he quickly grasped the gravity of the situation. After muttering apologies, he promptly shut the door and retreated. However, the image had already imprinted itself deeply in his mind. Though his eyes had shut, the memory was vividly clear. Feeling quite embarrassed, he mused, "This is awkward. I've seen her once yesterday, and now again today. I didn't mean to, though Jiang Ro shouldn't be too upset, right?" He inhaled deeply, a hint of bitterness gracing his lips. Moreover, he hadn't realized she had left the door ajar while bathing. His intentions were merely to relieve himself. What fault was that? Yet, he acknowledged that he had indeed gained an advantage. The thought of having seen her form twice left him feeling guilty, pondering that the next step might lead to something more intimate. This is the second time. I can't believe he has seen me like this. Standing in the bathroom, Jiang Ro was fraught with anxiety, her gaze vacant, her hand pressed against her chest. She felt her heart pounding, unable to regain her composure for what seemed an eternity. Such occurrences had transpired twice within a mere 2 days, leaving her unsure of how to face Chun Hua in the future. After 5 minutes of deep breathing, she gradually calmed herself. "Well, it's done," he saw, "so what? It's not the end of the world. He didn't touch me." With this mental reassurance, she resolved to focus on the positive, determined not to dwell on the embarrassment of being seen in the nude. Soon enough, she donned her clothes and cautiously opened the door to step outside. "Wait, let me explain. I was desperate to use the restroom. I truly didn't know you were bathing." "I'm really sorry, Jiang Ro," Chun Hua stammered, scratching his head in an attempt to clarify. Although unintentional, he felt compelled to apologize for having glimpsed Jiang Ro's body once more. "Oh, it's not a big deal. You've seen me before," Jiang Ro replied. Her ears flushed, feigning calmness as she wished to move past the incident swiftly. "Is this breakfast you bought for me?" she inquired, her gaze landing on the meal laid out on the table. "Yes, I specifically got it for you. The soy milk is still warm, so drink it while it's hot." Chun Hua smiled, fully aware that she was deliberately shifting the topic. He seamlessly followed her lead, continuing the conversation. However, he keenly noticed the rosy hue of Jiang Ro's ears, indicating that her emotions were far from the calm exterior she presented. Contemplating this, Chun Hua couldn't help but admire Jiang Ro's character. She was remarkably amiable, having endured his gaze while she bathed twice without losing her temper. She even generously lent him her car, which subsequently received a parking fine. "Thank you. How did you know that I adore soy milk?" Jiang Ro responded without hesitation, swiftly opening the packaging, extracting the soy milk, inserting a straw, and savoring it with delight. "Jiang Ro, there's something else I wish to discuss with you." Chun Hua rubbed his nose, uncertain of how to broach the subject. "Just say it directly. You've seen me in my most vulnerable moments twice already. What is there to be embarrassed about?" Jiang Ro rolled her eyes, her feelings quite complex. Chun Hua chuckled awkwardly before quietly stating, "Your car received a fine from the traffic police." "What?" Jiang Ro's actions halted abruptly. "You heard me correctly. I brought back a ticket for you." Chun Hua continued with a smile, retrieving the ticket from his pocket and presenting it before her. Jiang Ro stared at the ticket in slight bewilderment. taking it to examine it closely. The bolded text indicated a violation for improper parking with a fine of 200. She felt a wave of helplessness. After years of driving without ever receiving a ticket or breaking a traffic rule, it was rather absurd that lending her car to Chunhua for a single day had set a precedent. Don't worry, I'll cover the fine. Chunhua offered with an awkward smile, acknowledging his fault in the situation. However, it was a nuanced error, while he had indeed parked improperly. His urgency to rescue someone had overshadowed that detail. Oh, it's a trivial matter, merely 200 yuan. Jiang Ro waved her hand dismissively. Accustomed as she was to far more daunting challenges. Though she had not acted in 2 years, her savings remained substantial. For her, this fine was inconsequential, merely piquing her curiosity about how Chunhua had managed to acquire it. I borrowed your car, so naturally, I will pay the fine. I will transfer the amount to you later. Chunhua shook his head, resolute in his stance. Very well. Jiang Ro ceased to press further and shifted the conversation, inquiring. By the way, where were you last night? Sister Wenwen called you, and you didn't answer. I was nowhere. My phone died, and I couldn't receive calls. This reminded Chunhua of the phone call from the previous night. Had it not been for Su Wenwen's timely call, he might have been swept away in a torrent of events. I see. Then please let Sister Wenwen know. She was worried about you all night. Jiang Ro nodded, not dwelling on it. All right. Just then, Chunhua recalled something and turned to Jiang Ro, asking, by the way, Jiang Ro, you mentioned you haven't acted in 2 years. Do you still wish to return to acting? Why the sudden question? Jiang Ro blinked in surprise. If you do wish to act again, I might be able to assist you. Chunhua felt that he could not overlook Jiang Ro's situation after seeing her twice and wished to extend his assistance. Jiang Ro was somewhat taken aback by his words. Yes, that should be possible, she replied, her excitement palpable. Since the age of 17, she had devoted herself to acting. Being an actress was the most steadfast path in her life. How could she possibly not wish to perform? However, after a moment's reflection, she hesitated. Recalling how Chunhua had already offended the likes of Brother Biao, Liu, on her behalf, she felt a twinge of guilt at the thought of burdening him further. Ultimately, she shook her head and said, perhaps it's best to let it go. The entertainment industry is fraught with treachery. Just the thought of those unscrupulous older men makes me feel nauseous. I don't wish to encounter such matters again. Chunhua sensed a flicker of regret in her eyes. He smiled reassuringly. Rest assured, with my help, you will never face that sort of situation again. What? Jiang Ro stared at Chunhua in astonishment. Just follow my lead, and I guarantee you'll land a role. Chunhua replied with a gentle smile. He was keenly aware of Jiang Ro's passion for acting and wished to make amends for having gazed at her figure inappropriately. He resolved to assist her in her acting endeavors. Do you know any renowned directors in the industry? Jiang Ro hesitated, but felt a spark of hope. For the past 2 years, she had not dared to relax for even a moment, diligently honing her craft in anticipation of returning to the entertainment world one day. You needn't concern yourself with that. Leave it to me. For now, enjoy your breakfast, Chunhua said with a smile. He certainly did not know any directors himself, but he believed that Wan Fenghua and others would. He planned to call Wan Fenghua shortly. Thank you so much. You've done me an immense favor, and I'm not sure how to express my gratitude. Perhaps I should offer myself in return, Jiang Ro joked, sipping her soy milk while half-seriously suggesting such a notion. Let us not jest. How could a star like you ever look my way? Chunhua waved his hand, fully aware of his standing. Jiang Ro's figure and beauty were undeniable, but he had recently married, having just received his marriage certificate that very day. Please, continue with your breakfast. I'll just step away to make a call, Chunhua said, rising and heading toward the restroom. He had been holding it in for quite some time. All right. Jiang Ro nodded, though a hint of disappointment flickered in her eyes. Once Chunhua finished in the restroom, he promptly called Wan Fenghua. Upon hearing Chunhua's request, Wan Fenghua immediately nodded in excitement. Chun Xiao, you've come to the right person. What is the plan? Chunhua's spirits lifted at Wan Fenghua's confidence. I happen to have a friend who is a director. I've heard he is currently preparing for a new film and is looking for a leading lady. Miss Jiang. You can count on me for this. I just need to have a word with him, and it will be taken care of, Wan Fenghua replied, brimming with enthusiasm. Chunhua was pleased that Wan Fenghua was the first person he turned to for assistance. He was aware that the news of the medical prodigy's descent from the mountains had spread throughout the elite circles of Yunhai City. Countless individuals were eager to curry favor with Chunhua. Helping him at this moment would surely earn Wan Fenghua a significant favor, which could pave the way for his own future success. What a coincidence. Chunhua was somewhat taken aback. He had merely asked the question casually, not expecting to discover a viable lead. He promptly replied, "Then I shall entrust this matter to you. Inform me when there is news. I wish to introduce my friend to the director." "Absolutely. I will call him right away," Wan Fenghua exclaimed with excitement. "All right," Chunhua said, ending the call. Upon returning to the living room, Jiang Ro, brimming with anticipation, inquired, "What's the news?" "Just eat for now. We should receive updates shortly," Chunhua smiled. "You just mentioned not wanting to wade through the murky waters of the entertainment industry. Why are you suddenly so eager?" "I'm not," Jiang Ro retorted with a roll of her eyes, feeling a bit embarrassed. However, Chunhua was correct. She had indeed dreamed of returning to acting. "See, the call is coming in." As soon as he finished speaking, Wan Fenghua called back. Chunhua smiled and showed Jiang Ro the caller ID. Jiang Ro's excitement surged, her eyes sparkling. "Quick, answer it. Calm down. You're spilling soy milk all over your chin. Wipe your mouth first." Chunhua smirked, pointing at her face. Was it really necessary to be this agitated? Well, the soy milk spilling. It does evoke some thoughts. Jiang Ro finally noticed the mess on her face and hurriedly wiped it off, shooting a quick glance at Chunhua, urging him to answer the phone. Chunhua chuckled and accepted the call. Wan Fenghua's voice came through. "Young Master Chun, I've made the necessary arrangements. But my friend mentioned that the final decision hinges on whether Miss Jiang can audition for the role. This is due to the financier on their end being somewhat difficult to negotiate with. It seems they want to include a few internet celebrities. So he can't make the call alone. Could you help me schedule a time with him and send me the address?" Chunhua nodded. "Coincidentally, he is auditioning for the female lead today. I'll send you his phone number and address now." Wan Fenghua was remarkably efficient, resolving everything in mere minutes. "Thank you very much," Chunhua replied. "No need for such formality, young Master Chun. If there is anything else I can assist with, please don't hesitate to ask. Let us leave it at that for now. I'll take Jiang Ro to see him." "Understood, young Master Chun." Chunhua hung up and promptly noticed the address and the director's contact information sent by Wan Fenghua, complete with the director's name, Zhang Jiang. "What's the update?" "Chunhua?" Jiang Ro inquired, her large eyes drawing closer to him, a delightful fragrance wafting through the air. She wore a low-cut camisole dress, slightly leaning forward, revealing an alluring depth that captivated Chunhua's attention. However, he instinctively averted his gaze, smiling as he said, "Prepare yourself. I will take you to meet the director now." "Did I hear you correctly? We are going to see the director right now?" Jiang Ro exclaimed, her eyes filled with disbelief. "When have I ever deceived you? Hurry and get ready. The director is currently auditioning for the female lead. I am confident you will effortlessly secure the role." Chunhua expressed his faith in Jiang Ro, who possessed both beauty and talent. Who else could assume the role of the female lead if not her? "Chunhua, you are simply magnificent." Upon receiving the news, Jiang Ro was instantly filled with exhilaration, bouncing with joy. Clad in a delicate white camisole dress, devoid of any undergarments, her alluring curves became all the more captivating, each movement drawing Chunhua's gaze irresistibly. "Is this truly something I can behold? Such temptation is overwhelming." Chunhua swallowed hard, finally comprehending why King Zhou of Shang was utterly enchanted by Daji. If he were to face such beauty daily, he too would find himself unable to resist. "Chunhua, from the moment we met, you have been of immense help to me, and I am at a loss as to how to express my gratitude," Jiang Ro said, her excitement gradually subsiding, her beautiful eyes filled with appreciation as they fixed upon Chunhua. "These are mere trifles. Consider them as compensation for having witnessed my, indiscretion, and for the fine I incurred when I borrowed your car," Chunhua remarked, quickly recognizing the inappropriateness of his words. Yet, Jiang Ro, upon hearing this, was deeply moved, her eyes glistening with tears. After a moment's hesitation, she unexpectedly opened her arms and enveloped Chunhua in a warm embrace. How to describe that embrace? Without any preparation, Chunhua found himself pressed against her soft curves, the sensation akin to the gentle caress of a facial cleanser. Jiang Ro appeared to be lost in her gratitude, completely unaware that she had buried Chunhua's face in her bosom, rendering him momentarily breathless. "Thank you, Chunhua." "Jiang Ro, what are you doing?" Chunhua could only feel the soft pressure enveloping his face. Aside from the slight difficulty in breathing, the sensation was both soft and delightful. This intimate position lingered for a full 5 minutes before Jiang Ro gradually released him. During that time, Chunhua dared not move, fearing she might misconstrue his intentions as taking advantage of her. However, those who understand the pleasure of such moments will know how exquisite it felt. Chenhua, I won't overstate my gratitude, but should you ever require my assistance in the future, do not hesitate to ask. I shall fulfill any request within my power. Even if it involves sharing a bed with you, Jiang Rou said, her expression earnest and even somewhat fervent. It seemed that if Chenhua were to propose such a notion at that moment, she would have unhesitatingly acquiesced. No need for such exaggeration. Do I strike you as the opportunistic type? Chenhua retorted, casting her a bemused glance. He thought to himself how bold Jiang Rou was to speak so openly about such matters. His self-control was already tenuous, and if this continued, he feared he might easily succumb. That was my own choice. It was not an act of opportunism, Jiang Rou replied with a bashful smile, her cheeks flushing a vibrant hue. You should prepare yourself. This conversation is becoming increasingly absurd. Chenhua dismissed her with a slight grimace, promptly steering the topic back to more conventional matters, anxious that Jiang Rou might become even more audacious, perhaps even inclined to take a more aggressive approach. By that time, cough cough. Well, whenever you feel inclined to share a bed with me, just let me know. I assure you, I shall not utter a single word of dissent. After all, you have seen every inch of me, so what is there to lose? If you do not wish to take responsibility, that is perfectly acceptable. Since it was I who took the initiative, it could be said that I merely took you to bed, rather than the other way around. Jiang Rou, as she spoke, felt her face burning with embarrassment. By the end of her words, she found it difficult to continue, and, covering her flushed cheeks, dashed back to her room. Truth be told, she never anticipated she would utter such words. Upon reflection, it felt quite audacious. Watching her retreating figure, Chenhua found himself at a loss. What was going on with Jiang Rou today? Why was she spouting such bold remarks? She seemed rather easy to persuade. It seemed that a mere disagreement might lead her to offer warmth beneath the sheets. Fortunately, he maintained his composure today. Had it been the previous night when his desires were heightened, the sheets might have already been in disarray. A mere 15 minutes later, Jiang Rou emerged, dressed and lightly made up, standing before Chenhua. Her attire was simple, a pair of snug jeans paired with a fitted white shirt, but even so, it accentuated her figure splendidly. Those long legs, round hips, and slim waist were undeniably more alluring than any of the instructors in those little videos. You look rather lovely in that outfit. It seems today's audition is all but assured, Chenhua remarked, his confidence in her unwavering. I haven't acted in 2 years, I must admit. I feel a bit anxious, Jiang Rou confessed, taking a deep breath. What is there to be anxious about? You will undoubtedly do well. I hope so. She replied with a nod and a faint smile. Let us go. I shall take you to meet the director now. All right. Before long, Chenhua drove Jiang Rou to the venue. Upon their arrival, they noticed a long line of young, beautiful women queuing in the corridor, likely there for the same audition for the leading role. Observing the array of curvaceous competitors, Chenhua found himself momentarily taken aback. What are you staring at? Jiang Rou queried, catching his gaze. Just observing the competition for you, he replied casually. Are you observing them like you did those bikini beauties that night? Jiang Rou rolled her eyes at him. It was evident that while he claimed to be merely observing competitors, there was an underlying truth to his gaze. There is a distinction. Those bikini beauties wore less. While these ladies are more modestly dressed, Chenhua defended himself, retracting his gaze. He had merely glanced, not fixating on anyone to the point of being labeled a pervert. All right, whatever you say is right, Jiang Rou retorted, rolling her eyes once more. However, as she surveyed the throngs of women, a frown creased her brow. There are so many. Do you think I still have a chance? Absolutely. Just have a bit more confidence, Chenhua reassured her. Yet, Jiang Rou felt a twinge of apprehension. After all, it had been 2 years since she last graced the stage. The sheer number of individuals auditioning today, each possessing looks that rivaled her own, only heightened her anxiety. Oh, Jiang Rou, is that really you? I thought I was mistaken. At that moment, a strikingly attractive woman with an alluring figure approached from behind them. Lin Xiaoman. What brings you here? Jiang Rou turned to see the woman, instantly furrowing her brows. Chenhua also took note of Lin Xiaoman. She had a high nose, a petite mouth, and elegantly arched brows, appearing to be in her late 20s. However, what captivated his attention most was the revealing nature of her attire, exposing a generous portion of her cleavage. She must certainly have undergone enhancements, Chenhua mused silently. He had encountered numerous women with ample bosoms, but none exuded the natural allure that Lin Xiaoman possessed. Of course, I am here to audition for the lead role. This production is directed by the esteemed Zhang Jiang, and I simply had to come and try my luck. However, let me whisper this to you. Despite the throngs waiting to audition, I have already been earmarked as the lead by director Zhang. The rest are merely here for show, Lin Xiaoman remarked. But suddenly her expression shifted as she stared at Zhang Ro with a peculiar look. Her eyes widened. You aren't here to audition, are you? You've been out of the industry for over 2 years. What brings you back? She and Zhang Ro had debuted around the same time, and 2 years prior. They were equally matched contenders for resources. When Zhang Ro's scandal erupted, she was swiftly ostracized from the industry. Lin Xiaoman seized the opportunity, cultivating relationships with several renowned directors, some of which were rather intimate in nature. Returning to the industry after a hiatus is perfectly acceptable, I assent it? Chen Hua interjected. Hearing him, Lin Xiaoman finally acknowledged his presence, casting a somewhat disdainful glance in his direction before turning her scornful gaze back to Zhang Ro. Who is this? Zhang Ro. You can't possibly be telling me that after 2 years away, you've settled for such a boyfriend? Your standards seem to have dropped drastically. Many affluent suitors pursued you back then, yet you chose him? Lin Xiaoman, we are not acquainted, and my choice in partners is none of your concern. Zhang Ro's demeanor shifted sharply upon hearing Lin Xiaoman's disparaging remarks about Chen Hua. Their relationship had never been particularly cordial, and she could hardly tolerate the mockery directed at him. It seems I struck a nerve. Lin Xiaoman's smirk deepened as she thrust her chest forward, taunting, Zhang Ro. You truly disappoint me. 2 years ago, you might have instilled a sense of trepidation in me, but the present version of you, not only lacking in physique but also wallowing in mediocrity, has chosen to forsake numerous affluent suitors for someone so diminutive and impoverished. Upon confirming that Chen Hua was indeed Zhang Ro's boyfriend, Lin Xiaoman's expression was suffused with derision. You. Zhang Ro's anger flared immediately upon hearing this. Instinctively, she yearned to slap Lin Xiaoman, but was halted by Chen Hua, who then turned to Lin Xiaoman and spoke slowly. All right, whatever you say is correct. Look, Zhang Ro, I told you this guy you found is pathetic. He doesn't even dare to retort when I insult him. Lin Xiaoman, brimming with pride, adjusted her attire, accentuating her curves to an even more distracting degree. Chen Hua, is this really you? Zhang Ro inquired, astonished. When had he become so accommodating? He had not exhibited such behavior when confronting Li Yu. Chen Hua glanced at her, shook his head, and refrained from elaborating, merely casting her a knowing look. Zhang Ro, considering we debuted in the same year, allow me to kindly inform you that the leading role has long been predetermined for me. Your queuing here is futile. It would be wise for you to return home or seek opportunities as an extra elsewhere. With your qualifications, although the lead might be beyond your reach, a role as an extra would suit you perfectly. Ha ha ha. Lin Xiaoman disdainfully surveyed Zhang Ro before strutting through the lengthy line. After a couple of boisterous laughs, she boldly opened the door and entered without a hint of queuing. Who is she? Why doesn't she have to queue? I don't know. She might be someone from the investment side. Seems like she's here to compete for the lead role. Damn it. Even if the King of Heaven were here, he would still have to queue. I've been waiting here all morning. Why does she get to waltz in just because of her ample bosom? Witnessing Lin Xiaoman saunter past, the expressions of the young women waiting to audition turned sour as they began to murmur amongst themselves. Zhang Ro, noticing their reactions, felt a sense of gravity settle in. Lacking confidence in this audition to begin with, the sudden emergence of Lin Xiaoman, seemingly with connections, only intensified her apprehension. Chen Hua, perhaps we should reconsider. This woman has established good relationships with several directors in the industry. Given her self-assured demeanor, it seems this role is indeed reserved for her, and it would be unwise for us to squander our time here. Zhang Ro's eyes dimmed, a hint of bitterness gracing her features. The flicker of hope she had just ignited was extinguished by a deluge of cold reality. Since we are here, let us give it a try, Chen Hua replied with a slight smile, finding no issue in this situation. Yet, Zhang Ro hesitated before speaking again. Based on my understanding of Lin Xiaoman, she likely has some connections with the investors. Otherwise, she wouldn't be so confident about securing this role. If both the director and investors are in her camp, my prospects seem even bleaker. Do not rush. Let us observe first. Chen Hua waved his hand dismissively. He had already formulated a plan. If Lin Xiaoman had indeed leveraged the investors' financial clout to gain entry, he would simply counter with even greater financial resources. Having promised Zhang Ro to assist her in returning to the entertainment industry, he was resolute in fulfilling his commitment, regardless of the cost. Very well. I shall heed your advice, Jiang Ro replied, nodding in agreement. With Chun Hua's encouragement, she steeled herself for the challenge ahead. Before long, the door to the audition room swung open, and Lin Xiaoman emerged, exuding an air of superiority, her haughty demeanor unmistakable. She paraded her ample assets, surveying the crowd with an air of entitlement, as if proclaiming herself the queen, radiating confidence. What is so impressive? Isn't it just that her chest is slightly larger than mine? Who knows where she got that from? A girl with an unremarkable figure muttered disdainfully. Shoo, keep your voice down. Didn't you hear she has already been confirmed as the leading lady? We can't afford to offend her. If we do, we might not even snag a minor role. Another girl, presumably more well-endowed, hastily covered the first girl's mouth. Lin Xiaoman, of course, overheard their whispers, but to her, they were merely envious of her beauty, her physique, and her connections with numerous directors and wealthy patrons. Oh, I thought I was mistaken. Jiang Ro, are you still here? Lin Xiaoman halted deliberately upon noticing Jiang Ro still waiting in line. What I do is none of your concern, Jiang Ro retorted coolly, unwilling to engage with her. Very well, if you wish to squander your time here, so be it. But do not say I did not warn you. Director Zhang just personally assured me that I would be the lead in his upcoming film, Lin Xiaoman proclaimed, her tone dripping with feigned sweetness. There's no need for your reminders, Jiang Ro replied, refusing to acknowledge her. Even Chun Hua found Lin Xiaoman's behavior utterly insufferable. What a foolish girl. I was merely trying to help you avoid wasting your time, yet you respond with such insolence. Lin Xiaoman sneered. Well, it's understandable. You are no longer part of the entertainment world. Perhaps you won't even land a role as an extra. I can only imagine how dreadful you must feel right now. Keep your mouth shut if you have nothing of value to say. Jiang Ro snapped in anger. Whether I can speak or not is none of your business. You can continue to linger here with your rustic boyfriend while I dine with my benefactor. Farewell. Oh, wait. Given your current status, we may never meet again. Ha ha ha. Lin Xiaoman reveled in her own triumph, her confidence visible in every step she took. Do not let her affect you. She is merely trying to provoke you. Chun Hua gently reassured, patting her shoulder. I understand, Jiang Ro nodded. However, Chun Hua, I fear I may have to let you down this time. Yet you haven't even auditioned yet, and you're already throwing in the towel, Chun Hua remarked, exasperated. It seems that the earlier woman's attitude has significantly impacted Jiang Ro. This is undeniably not a favorable development. I shall do my best. Jiang Ro managed a feeble smile, her confidence in herself waning at this moment. The situation has escalated to this point. Lin Xiaoman's sudden appearance felt akin to an unexpected game cheat, bulldozing her way through, disregarding any logic and snatching the final reward without affording others the slightest chance. Her presence has affected not only Jiang Ro but also the other women queued for the lead role audition, who were disheartened by her recent remarks. One by one, they lowered their heads, deeming it a waste of time, and decided to return home, planning to come back tomorrow for auditions for other roles. Next, just as the remaining hopefuls were on the verge of departing, a middle-aged man emerged from a room, calling out to the crowd. However, he merely glanced at those preparing to leave, nodding in satisfaction as he muttered to himself, "Quite perceptive, aren't they? It's for the best that they all take their leave. It merely serves as a formality, saving us from further wasting time." As no one remained, he was about to conclude the auditions when he suddenly exclaimed, "Wait, who said there's no one left? There's still one standing here." Just as he prepared to announce the end, Chun Hua rushed over, pulling Jiang Ro along. "Hey, we're auditioning for the lead role today. Are you here for the audition as well?" The middle-aged man turned to Chun Hua, looking perplexed. "Not me, but her," Chun Hua pointed at Jiang Ro. Upon hearing this, the middle-aged man's eyes brightened as he took a moment to assess Jiang Ro. This young lady seems quite promising. This could be very interesting. "Hello. I'm here for the audition," Jiang Ro smiled. "It shouldn't be over yet, right? One more is hardly a crowd. Please, come in and give it a try." The middle-aged man's gaze unabashedly roamed over Jiang Ro, instantly filled with ulterior motives. Chun Hua and Jiang Ro exchanged a glance and nodded, subsequently following him inside. In principle, auditions are typically conducted one at a time, but since Jiang Ro was the last, the middle-aged man paid no mind and permitted her to join. Albeit he stood to the side, unlike the directors and producers seated at the table. "So many eyes on you for just a role?" Chun Hua thought, astonished at the sight of the 7 or 8 individuals seated behind the table. It was his first time witnessing such a scene. "Have you acted before?" The middle-aged man seated behind the table scrutinized Jiang Ro before inquiring. His name was Wang Bei, the assistant director of this production. The middle-aged man in the center, with a rather grim countenance, was the chief director, Zhang Jing, the individual Wan Fenghua and Chunhua had previously mentioned. For reasons unknown, his expression appeared quite displeased. I have acted before, Jiang Ro replied, nodding. Do share the roles you've portrayed, Wang Bei prompted. I've played assistant director Wang. Surely you all recognize the illustrious Jiang Ro? She is the woman who, 2 years ago, sent Director Su to the hospital with a single wine bottle. However, before Jiang Ro could finish her sentence, Lin Xiaoman unexpectedly strode in from outside. Beside her stood a middle-aged man, seemingly in his 40s, of short stature and somewhat portly. Adorning his neck and wrists were ostentatious gold chains, unmistakably marking him as a wealthy individual. Mr. Zhao? Upon his entrance, aside from Chunhua and Jiang Ro, the rest of the room rose with obsequious expressions, respectfully greeting him. Observing this, Chunhua narrowed his eyes, deducing that this man was likely the affluent benefactor supporting Lin Xiaoman. He appeared to be at least 50 years old. For the sake of money, Lin Xiaoman truly was willing to go to great lengths. Mr. Zhao, what brings you here? Please, make yourself comfortable. Vice Director Wang, bowing slightly, approached Mr. Zhao with great courtesy, guiding him to a seat beside Zhang Jing. Just as Mr. Zhao settled in contentedly, Zhang Jing suddenly stood up, directing his gaze towards Jiang Ro. Is what Lin Xiaoman said true? Are you the actress who assaulted Director Su with a wine bottle 2 years ago? Yes, it was I, Jiang Ro replied, fully aware that she could not conceal the truth any longer and choosing to admit it outright. Director Zhang, surely you wouldn't consider employing an actress bold enough to strike a director? Lin Xiaoman, brimming with delight, had returned with her wealthy patron Zhao Dizhus to ensure that Jiang Ro's past misdeeds were unveiled before the director. She would not allow her most formidable rival to make a comeback in the entertainment industry. What? She is the actress who struck Director Su with a wine bottle? No wonder she looked familiar. Vice Director Wang's expression shifted dramatically. He had been contemplating how to properly mentor this woman, but upon hearing about Jiang Ro's notorious incident, he immediately recoiled. He certainly did not wish to be the victim of a similar fate. Is it really so severe just because she injured an old pervert? Must she be barred from acting? At this moment, Chunhua let out a derisive laugh, his tone laced with discontent. And you are? Vice Director Wang sneered, her manager? Begone, there is no place for your voice here. I said she is not needed, so she shall not perform. Hurry along, do not waste our time. Indeed. Jiang Ro, did you not hear? I cautioned you earlier, yet you insisted on staying to humiliate yourself, Lin Xiaoman remarked mockingly, her heart soaring with joy at Jiang Ro's predicament. You should swiftly take your country bumpkin boyfriend and leave. Lin Xiaoman, watch your language. Jiang Ro retorted, incensed. Insulting her was one thing, but disparaging Chunhua was entirely unacceptable. What? Am I wrong in what I said? Lin Xiaoman scoffed. An actress of your dubious character dares to strike a director. What else would you not do? With your reputation? Which director in their right mind would cast you as the lead? I would, Zhang Jing interjected unexpectedly, and with those words, the atmosphere shifted. Instantly, the incredulity of the audience was palpable, particularly in Lin Xiaoman, who gazed at Zhang Jing with disbelief. She quickly inquired, Director Zhang, what do you mean by that? Did you not just agree to let me play the female lead in this production? Are you joking? Zhang Jing, without casting a glance at Lin Xiaoman, concentrated solely on Jiang Ro. He briskly approached her and earnestly stated, Old One called me this morning, mentioning that a young lady surnamed Jiang wished to act and asked me to look after her. Is that you? Jiang Ro, somewhat bewildered, instinctively glanced at Chunhua beside her. She was astonished that a mere phone call could facilitate such matters. The power of connections was indeed formidable. What a coincidence. To be honest, I have been eager to work with a certain actress since I heard she had an altercation with Su Gui a couple of years ago. However, I later learned she had retired from acting, so I ceased my pursuit. I never anticipated that Old One would introduce you today. It seems this is fate. After a day of sternness, Zhang Jing finally smiled, though Jiang Ro found his expression puzzling. She was momentarily confused about his intentions. Why would he seek her out for a role after I had dealt with that old pervert? Shouldn't he be avoiding me instead? Director Zhang, this seems inappropriate. Did you not promise me that the female lead role was designated for my Xiaoman? At that moment, the corpulent Zhao, the producer, interjected, following his lead. Assistant Director Wang echoed, Indeed, Director Zhang, We had already settled on the female lead. A sudden change seems rather improper. Upon hearing this, Lin Xiaoman's gaze towards Jiang Ro brimmed with smugness. Oh, Jiang Ro, do you believe that your connection with Director Zhang will benefit you? The role that is meant for me will remain mine. You shall not take it from me. There is nothing inappropriate about it. It is my prerogative to choose the lead for my film, Zhang Jing replied unflinchingly. Although it was their first meeting, he honestly believed Jiang Ro was far more suited for the role than Lin Xiaoman, despite being influenced by Wan Fenghua's recommendation. The most compelling reason was Jiang Ro's previous encounter with that perverse director, which resonated with him. He had long held a disdain for Su Gue, even celebrating with a truckload of fireworks when Su was hospitalized. Then, I shall retract the previously agreed investment of 20 million. Zhao Di's whose disdainful scoff resonated. But that is unacceptable, Zhao. You had already committed to this. How can you simply withdraw now? Assistant Director Wang exclaimed, visibly agitated. I have always stated that my investment hinged upon Xiaoman portraying the female lead. If there is to be a change, then I see no reason to invest. Zhao Di's smirked. Without his funding, he was keen to observe how Zhang Jing intended to proceed with the film. Let it be. I am here to invest. Just then, a chilling voice suddenly captured their attention. The atmosphere froze for a moment when they recognized the speaker as Chen Hua. The tension became palpable, and Zhao Di's whose lips curled in disdain as he sneered. What did you just say? You're withdrawing your investment and planning to invest instead? I must have misheard you. Is it really you? I am the one who has put in 20 million. A kid like you, whose wallet is emptier than his face, can't possibly come up with even 2,000, let alone 20 million. Chen Hua, perhaps it's best to reconsider, Jiang Ro interjected, her expression troubled. She felt guilty for having Chen Hua invest such a substantial sum merely because of her desire to act. After all, 20 million is no trifling amount. However, Chen Hua remained remarkably composed, disregarding Zhao Di's whos and turning to Zhang Jing, asking, Director Zhang, could you provide me with an account number? I will transfer the funds immediately. We can finalize the contract later. Zhang Jing was taken aback. Although Wan Fenghua had introduced him to Chen Hua, he knew little about him and suspected that Chen Hua was jesting. Young man, stop speaking nonsense. Do you think 20 million is something a pauper like you can casually produce? Apologize to Mr. Zhao immediately and take your girlfriend and leave, or I will have to call security. At that moment, Assistant Director Wang, eager to curry favor with Zhao Di's whos, promptly ordered Chen Hua to leave. Jiang Ro, your boyfriend may not seem impressive, but his capacity for boasting is remarkable. 20 million? Does he think he is writing a novel? For someone like him, managing to scrape together 2,000 would be a miracle. Lin Xiaoman laughed heartily, relishing Jiang Ro's embarrassment. Director Zhang, please give me a card number. Chen Hua ignored the jeers and continued to request Zhang Zheng's bank details. Give it to him. Zhao Di's who scoffed derisively, then added, if this kid can actually produce 20 million, I will not only withdraw my investment, but will also add another 20 million. But if he fails, you must obediently listen to me and let my Xiaoman star as the lead. Mr. Zhao, you cannot be serious. With his appearance, how could he possibly come up with 20 million? The lead must undoubtedly be Xiaoman. Assistant Director Wang chimed in. My dear, you are simply wonderful. Lin Xiaoman exclaimed, overjoyed, as she leaned in to plant a greasy kiss on Zhao Di's whose rotund face. The kiss was somewhat off-putting, and even Zhao Di's whose sycophants found it unseemly. My dear Xiaoman, money is merely a material possession to me. As long as you are happy, I would gladly spend not just 20 million, but even 200 million or 2 billion for you. Zhao Di's whos reveled in the embrace of beauty, feeling utterly delighted. Look at Mr. Zhao. He is the epitome of wealth and extravagance, unlike certain individuals who can only boast. Assistant Director Wang disparaged Chen Hua. Indeed, in this day and age, there is a plethora of individuals from all walks of life. If one is without wealth, then so be it. There is no need to feign affluence. Yet, some audaciously boast of sums like 20 million, utterly devoid of shame. Chen Hua, however, paid no heed to the derision directed at him. Following the bank account details sent by Zhang Jing, he swiftly executed the transfer and then remarked, it's done. Please check your account. Upon hearing this, Zhang Jing momentarily froze, and his phone vibrated. Lowering his gaze, he was greeted by a notification. 20 million had been credited to his account. Young man, are you serious? Zhang Jing stared at Chen Hua, his astonishment rendering him momentarily speechless. He had presumed Chen Hua was merely jesting, never anticipating that within a mere minute or two, such a colossal sum would indeed materialize in his account. What? Director Zhang, you wouldn't be colluding with this fellow to deceive me, would you? Zhao Dizhu sneered. Come on, I can see through your little tricks. Director Zhang, please don't indulge this charade any longer. How could he possibly produce 20 million? We should hasten to dismiss these two, lest Mr. Zhao withdraws his investment. Vice Director Wang interjected, anxious to appease Zhao Dizhu's and retain their affluent benefactor. Charade? Zhang Jing scoffed, then presented his phone before them, stating, you may examine it yourselves. Witnessing his calm demeanor, Zhao Dizhu's and his associates began to feel uneasy. Vice Director Wang hastily snatched the phone and brought it to Zhao Dizhu's, while Lin Xiaoman leaned in to observe. The moment they beheld the notification of 20 million being credited, they were rendered utterly speechless. How could this be? He is clad in tattered garments, devoid of any designer labels, all seemingly from street vendors. How could he possibly possess such wealth? No, this is absolutely inconceivable. Lin Xiaoman's mind buzzed with disbelief as she gazed at Chun Hua in astonishment. Who decrees that wealth must be adorned with luxury brands? Chun Hua cast a fleeting glance at her agitated demeanor, remarking, stop trembling. If you continue, my eyes might just be dazzled. Chun Hua, did you truly transfer 20 million to Director Zhang? Zhang Rou also found it difficult to believe, having thought Chun Hua was merely speaking whimsically. She was astonished that he had indeed sent such an immense sum to Zhang Jing, all for the sake of securing her a leading role. This act of kindness would be etched in her memory forever. Perhaps the only fitting way to repay him would be to offer herself wholly, surrendering her most treasured possession to Chun Hua. Unaware of her thoughts, Chun Hua nodded affirmatively. I did transfer the amount. I promised you, and one must honor their word. Initially, I hesitated to do so, but hearing this fellow's tone, it seemed that whoever invested would have the right to appoint the lead. Had I known it would be this straightforward, I would have simply transferred the funds and avoided all this hassle. This was indeed a truthful assertion. Had Chun Hua realized how uncomplicated the process was, he would not have squandered so much time. Director Zhang, is there anything left that poses a dilemma for you? Chun Hua turned to Zhang Jing, noting that the matter of finances had been resolved, thus liberating him from Zhao Dizhu's constraints. Young man, I must say, I did not foresee such generosity from you. Indeed, the introduction from Old Wan was most trustworthy. At this moment, Zhang Jing was in high spirits. Collaborating with Zhao Dizhu's was an unavoidable circumstance, given the man's considerable wealth. The recent appearances of Chun Hua and Zhang Rou had decisively resolved both his financial dilemmas and the question of who would portray the leading lady. Zhang Jing had long harbored disdain for the repugnant duo of Zhao Dizhu's and Lin Xiaoman. Director Zhang, what do you mean by that? Zhao Dizhu's expression darkened, his brows furrowing as he inquired, do you truly wish for me to withdraw my investment? Withdraw if you wish. I won't stop you, Zhang Jing retorted, his temper flaring, showing no leniency towards Zhao Dizhu's. How audacious of you, Zhang Jing. You think that calling you Director Zhang grants you any respect? Zhao Dizhu's declared, his voice laden with contempt. You said it yourself. I shall observe how you manage to proceed without my assistance. Even if you do manage to film it, I will ensure that it never sees the light of day. Zhao Dizhu's was incensed, taken aback by Zhang Jing's newfound boldness, emboldened by the support of a mere youth. Still here, are you? Zhang Jing sneered, offering no quarter. Just you wait. Zhao Dizhu's glared at Zhang Jing with intensity before storming out. When he paused before Chun Hua, his eyes, clearly incapable of sustaining their ferocity for more than 3 seconds, narrowed menacingly. You kid, are the first to dare slap my face over money after so long in Yunhai City. You've got guts. I am aware of that, Chun Hua replied, scrutinizing him earnestly. However, it is evident that you lack the fortitude. You ought to visit a hospital for a full checkup. Your breath is shallow. Your eye bags are swollen, and the dark circles under your eyes suggest severe fatigue or perhaps excessive supplementation. If you do not take proper care, you may find yourself lacking in vitality for the rest of your days. Shut your mouth. My wife just got pregnant, and you dare curse me? Zhao Dizhu's fumed. You think you can humiliate me? Just wait. Dear, what about the leading lady? Lin Xiaoman interjected, hastily following Zhao Dizhu's as he stormed off. Wait a moment. Did I just hear that old man say he has a wife? Chun Hua mused, contemplating Lin Xiaoman's striking features. Ah, so this is the trend now, is it? Chun Hua realized he was increasingly out of touch with the younger generation. With such ample allure, why seek the company of an old, Overweight man when one could pursue a young and handsome counterpart? After a brief moment of reflection, it dawned on him that perhaps this path could spare him decades of misdirection. As Zhao Dizhu's and Lin Xiaoman departed, the atmosphere in the room shifted to something peculiar. The assistant director, who had previously fawned over Zhao Dizhu's, now wore a bitter smile, recognizing that with a new financial backer, he would need to redirect his affections. Please, have a seat here. The assistant director quickly adjusted his demeanor, flashing a forced smile at Chenhua. There is no need for further discussion. Please expedite the drafting of the contract and inform me of the time. I shall come to sign it. Chenhua cast him a glance, feeling disinclined to elaborate further. After all, his investment was motivated solely by Zhang Zheng's character and Jiang Rou's future. The dispositions of others were of no concern to him. Very well. I shall have someone prepare the contract by tomorrow, along with Miss Zhang's signing agreement and the script. Please both come to sign, Zhang Zheng said with a gentle smile. Compared to that deputy director Wang, he appeared far more reliable. At least he did not exude the aura of a lascivious man. You were introduced by one Fenghua. I trust you. Just take care of it. Chenhua waved his hand dismissively, indicating that he would only concern himself with the financial aspect. All right. Zhang Zheng nodded, taken aback by Chenhua's unexpected trust in him. His financial backing was prodigious compared to that gluttonous Zhao Dizhu's, and his demands were minimal, devoid of unnecessary chatter. Such a benefactor was the dream of every director. Yet, Zhang Zheng found himself increasingly curious about Chenhua's identity. A person so generous, yet so plainly dressed. Could he possibly be a wealthy heir incognito? Never mind. He would inquire about it later with that old rascal Wan Fenghua. Achieving such success at a young age surely indicated he was a person of great stature, one beyond his reach. Before long, Chenhua drove Jiang Rou back to Su Wenwen's residence. Thank you, Chenhua. This situation has already burdened you enough, and now you've spent so much money on me. I am at a loss as to how to repay you, Jiang Rou said, returning home and thoughtfully pouring a glass of warm water for him. Chenhua graciously accepted the drink, taking a sip and replying with a smile, no need for gratitude. This is merely an investment. When the film profits, it will also benefit me, so I doubt I will incur any loss. Besides, having seen you in such a state on numerous occasions, I cannot let it all go to waste. Why do you keep bringing this up? Jiang Rou's face flushed crimson, casting him a shy glare. Did we not agree to leave that matter aside? Why mention it again? Truly, men are all so lecherous. All right, I shall refrain from mentioning it, Chenhua chuckled. Jiang Rou was indeed quite easily flustered, and the sight of her blushing was peculiarly adorable. I need to step out again. I shall borrow your car for a moment. With that, he deftly picked up Jiang Rou's car keys. You just returned, and you're leaving again? Jiang Rou asked, surprised. I have some personal matters to attend to. Chenhua nodded. Well, take care of yourself, and please, avoid any parking fines, Jiang Rou kindly reminded him. Upon hearing this, Chenhua's smile faltered momentarily, and he replied sheepishly, I will try. It's all a matter of luck. Jiang Rou was left speechless, but she refrained from speaking further. Chenhua had already spent 20 million to secure her the lead role. How many of her cars could that buy? In comparison, what were those trivial fines? Chenhua, aside from my family, you are the first man to treat me so well. Whether you wish it or not, my first time will forever be reserved for you. Jiang Rou mused, gazing at Chenhua's departing figure, momentarily lost in thought. After a brief period of companionship over the past 2 days, Jiang Rou realized that she seemed to have developed feelings for Chenhua. No, it would be premature to label it as love, it was merely affection. Yet, this fondness was potent enough to inspire her to willingly offer her first genuine affection. Qi Lin mentioned that Shi Wu and Ti need to be picked up in the afternoon. So Jiang Rou decided to return home and wait for her. After all, they were already officially married, and preparing a meal seemed rather trivial. Upon leaving Su Wenwen's residence, Chenhua returned to Qi Lin's home. He purchased an abundance of vegetables, meat, and seafood, intending to indulge in a culinary endeavor in the kitchen. In addition, he had procured some red wine, not merely for flirtation but to enhance the ambience. The previous night had been too hurried, and he hadn't had the chance to inquire about the jade pendant Qi Lin mentioned. Tonight's opportunity would allow him to ask her why she had suddenly brought it up. Chenhua still found it peculiar. Had old Master Qi informed her? Never mind. He would simply ask her upon her return. He set aside his wild speculations and focused intently on cooking. Around 6 in the evening, Qi Lin returned home from work. As soon as she stepped through the door, She was enveloped by the rich aroma of braised pork, which struck her as oddly out of place. Where could such a delightful scent of braised pork be coming from? You're just in time. The braised pork is freshly made. Wash your hands and come to the table. Chunhua called from the kitchen. Just as Qi Lin was trying to comprehend the situation, Chunhua emerged from the kitchen with a plate of braised pork. It dawned on her that she had indeed been smelling the enticing aroma of braised pork. "What are you doing here?" Qi Lin exclaimed, her face a portrait of astonishment. "Well, since we are officially married, where else would I be?" He replied with a grin. "No, I mean, how did you get the key to my house? I distinctly remember not leaving you a key when I left this morning. How did you get in?" Qi Lin's expression shifted to one of disbelief as she asked. "You didn't break into my house, did you? You're overthinking it. Why would I break in?" Chunhua scoffed, gesturing towards the spare key hanging behind the door. "I saw it this morning and simply took it." "Oh," Qi Lin responded, momentarily dazed. Just then, her stomach growled, reminding her of her hunger. "Did you make all of this?" she asked, switching her shoes and approaching the table, her eyes widening in astonishment at the spread before her. She rarely cooked at home, often opting for dining out or ordering takeout. The sight of such a feast made her question whether she had mistakenly entered someone else's home. Was this truly her house? What else could it be? Chunhua replied, removing the pink apron with a smile. "Wash your hands. It's time to eat." "I can't believe you can cook," Qi Lin gasped, taking a deep breath, utterly incredulous as she stared at Chunhua. "What is so surprising about that?" Chunhua said, opening the bottle of red wine on the table. "I also bought a bottle of red wine, priced at 2003. I'm not sure about its quality. Would you care to taste it with me? 2003 for a bottle of wine. It doesn't seem worth that price." "You didn't let that shopkeeper swindle you, did you?" Qi Lin squinted at the bottle, her brow furrowed. "What? Are you implying that I purchased counterfeit wine?" Chunhua's eyes widened in disbelief. "It's highly likely," Qi Lin remarked, suddenly alert, her hands instinctively covering her ample bosom. "Why would you buy wine just for a meal? You're not planning to intoxicate me and take advantage of the situation, are you?" Taken aback, Chunhua retorted, "Do I truly appear to be such a dubious character? I assure you, my intentions are not as vile as you presume." He smirked, recalling who had donned black stockings and willingly sprawled across the bed last night. Flattery without cause is either deceitful or predatory. Qi Lin remained cautious. "Speak plainly. What is your intent? If you want to share, I shall eat alone." Without further ado, Chunhua seized a piece of braised pork and began to eat. How ungrateful can she be? I prepare a delicious meal, and she remains suspicious. Observing Chunhua relish his food, Qi Lin swallowed hard, her eyes fixated on the enticing pork, its aroma having already stirred her appetite. "I shall eat, and I doubt you dare to do anything to me." With that, she grabbed her chopsticks and began to indulge. Seeing her satisfaction, Chunhua couldn't help but chuckle. This woman certainly knows how to find an escape route. "How does it taste?" he inquired. "It's mediocre," Qi Lin replied, though she found it delightful, her pride preventing her from admitting it. "As long as it's not unpleasant." Chunhua smiled and poured himself half a glass of red wine, eager to discover the flavor of this 300 yuan bottle. However, just as he raised the glass to his lips, Qi Lin interjected. "Why are you pouring wine only for yourself? What about mine? You claimed you don't drink," Chunhua replied, exasperated. "You're the one who fears alcohol and thinks I have ulterior motives. Who said I don't drink?" "I do," Qi Lin asserted, seizing the wine bottle and filling her glass halfway, her gaze lingering on the oddly colored wine for a moment, seemingly hesitant. "Are you certain this wine costs 300 yuan? "Indeed," Chunhua nodded, lacking knowledge about wine and believing that the pricier, the better. He had blindly purchased the most expensive bottle without even inquiring about the brand, only to find himself under suspicion from Qi Lin. "There is indeed a possibility," he mused. Whatever, if I'm to perish, let it be. I shall drink first." After contemplating for a moment, Qi Lin lifted her glass and downed it in one go. "Wait, this is wine, not a beverage. Are you sure that's wise?" Chunhua blinked in surprise. While red wine isn't particularly high in alcohol content, it's not meant to be consumed in one gulp. It's passable, though slightly astringent, Qi Lin grimaced. The wine bore little distinction from ordinary red wine. Yet upon further reflection, an odd aftertaste lingered. Overall, it was tolerable, barely drinkable at best. "Astringent? Let me try," raising an eyebrow at her words. Chunhua followed suit and downed his glass in one go. The wine flowed smoothly down his throat, presenting a rather unique flavor. Chunhua furrowed his brow. This wretched proprietor, and this is what 300 yuan buys? Well, learn from your mistakes. Who told you to recklessly purchase wine without understanding it? You deserve to be deceived. Qi Lin cast him a glance, teasing while she continued to eat. After consuming some wine, her complexion quickly turned rosy, her delicate face adorned with a flush of color. The cold, icy demeanor she usually exhibited began to thaw, gradually shedding the frost that encased her, revealing the molten warmth that lay hidden beneath. If you can't handle it, then don't drink. Your face is flushed, Chunhua remarked, observing Qi Lin's crimson cheeks. It's merely some counterfeit wine. It won't intoxicate me, Qi Lin retorted with a scoff, boldly snatching the bottle of red wine and filling her glass to the brim. Indeed, this time she did not pour just half a glass, but filled it completely. Without hesitation, she lifted the overflowing glass and, before Chunhua could intervene, downed it in one gulp. Goodness, even if you can drink, do it with some restraint, Chunhua exclaimed, a hint of panic creeping into his voice. He had not anticipated that Qi Lin would be so audacious. What kind of sensible person drinks red wine in such a manner? As he beheld Qi Lin's face, now flushed to her ears, he felt a wave of uncertainty wash over him. It was the first time he had seen her in such a state. Swiftly, he seized the remaining half bottle of wine and set the glass aside. Calm down. Give me the wine, Qi Lin pouted, her lips forming a dissatisfied line. Her gaze slightly glazed. This wine is fake. Let us not drink it, Chunhua insisted, shaking his head. You've barely had any, yet you're already tipsy. If you continue, it will worsen. What does it matter if it's fake? I enjoy drinking, Qi Lin exclaimed, her flushed cheeks betraying her inebriation. Quick, hand the wine over. Chunhua had never witnessed Qi Lin in such a state of confusion, teetering on the brink of losing control. At this moment, he regretted spending 2,003 on this counterfeit wine. Initially, he intended to enjoy a drink while inquiring about Qi Lin's jade pendant, but now she was thoroughly intoxicated. Give it to me. As Chunhua attempted to take the wine away, Qi Lin's rosy lips formed a pout of discontent, and she reached out to reclaim it. However, Chunhua was not about to relinquish it. He promptly turned and concealed the bottle in the kitchen. He hurried back, hands raised in surrender, saying, the wine is gone. How about we drink something else? What do you think of milk? I bought a whole box this afternoon. I can fetch it for you. Milk will only make me nauseous. Chunhua dashed to the refrigerator in search of milk for Qi Lin. However, she was unresponsive to his pleas. I refuse to drink milk. It's all fake. I want wine. I saw you put it in the kitchen. If you won't give it to me, I'll fetch it myself. As soon as Chunhua stepped away, Qi Lin drunkenly descended from her chair, her eyes slightly glazed, and she set off toward the kitchen in search of more wine. Goodness, was Qi Lin truly intoxicated, or was it the counterfeit wine that had sent her into such a frenzy? She had seemed perfectly fine before drinking, yet now she was utterly transformed. Chunhua, too, found himself momentarily at a loss. The only solution now is to help Qi Lin sober up. As he turned his gaze, Chunhua saw Qi Lin stumbling into the bathroom, murmuring to herself, I knew you hid it in the kitchen. If you won't give it to me, I'll take it myself. Hearing her words, Chunhua felt utterly helpless, taking a deep breath and smacking his forehead. This counterfeit liquor is far too potent. After just a few sips, she can't even tell the difference between the kitchen and the bathroom. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Chunhua rushed to the bathroom to assist Qi Lin in sobering up. However, at that moment, Qi Lin stood beneath the showerhead, dazedly reaching into her clothing, beginning to unfasten her bra. She then prepared to remove her soft, smooth white outer garment. What are you doing taking off your clothes? Chunhua's eyes widened in shock. It seemed as if Qi Lin had not heard him, nor did she notice his presence beside her. With a swift tug and a tilt of her neck, she effortlessly shed her outer layer. What kind of liquor did you buy? I felt dizzy the moment I drank it. Are you sure it was legitimate? Qi Lin appeared somewhat disoriented, her eyes even closed. Yet in this state, she deftly removed her clothing. It should be genuine. When I purchased the liquor, the owner mentioned it was quite strong, and those with poor tolerance might struggle. Are you all right? Chunhua inquired with concern. Do you want me to make you a bowl of hangover soup? I've always had a strong tolerance for alcohol. What you mentioned applies to those who can't handle their liquor, not me. Qi Lin was confident in her drinking abilities, refusing to admit her intoxication. Hurry. I want to drink more. More? You're already this drunk, and you still want to drink? Chunhua was astonished. This was the first time he encountered someone so stubborn, clearly inebriated, yet insisting on continuing to drink. He caught Qi Lin's discarded white garment, still bewildered by the unfolding events. Just moments ago, she was clamoring for more liquor. And now she's suddenly stripped. I want to take a shower. Help me take off my clothes. Before Chenhua could respond, Qilin abruptly turned to face him and spoke. What? Chenhua was taken aback. You want me to help you undress for a shower? Are you certain? Qilin had already unfastened her bra, and he was just a young man full of vigor. Merely witnessing this made Chenhua's abdomen heat up. How could this feeling be reminiscent of that day on the mountain? It was precisely because of such moments that he had acted inappropriately with his master. Now, his breathing became rapid, uncertain whether it was due to the counterfeit liquor or his unique constitution. At this moment, he felt an unbearable heat enveloping his entire being, akin to that of an untouched youth grappling with an overwhelming desire upon awakening. What wretched wine that proprietor sold, truly a source of great distress. Chenhua slowly began to perspire, his shirt dampened by sweat on his back. Qilin's allure was undeniably potent. Perhaps it was indeed the influence of that counterfeit wine. At this juncture, Qilin's breath quickened, her once lively eyes now ablaze with a fervent intensity. Her luscious, cherry-red lips parted slightly as her hands, seemingly no longer under her own control, encircled Chenhua. She gently pressed her lips to his neck, exhaling softly. Qilin, awaken, you are intoxicated. Yet, Chenhua was enveloped by the intoxicating fragrance that emanated from her, mingled with the rich aroma of red wine. It appeared as though Qilin was impervious to his words, her demeanor radiating an unmistakable fervor. Before Chenhua could react, her delicate, fair hands had already found their way to the buttons of his shirt. How was it that she seemed more assertive than he? Chenhua himself was in a state of discomfort, struggling against the unbearable heat rising within him, while simultaneously attempting to resist Qilin's beguiling presence. Despite the fact that they were legally recognized as husband and wife, engaging in such acts under the current circumstances felt far from prudent. Neither of them was in a clear state of mind. With Qilin's supple body pressed tightly against him, her soft and delicate skin ignited a fervor within Chenhua. Qilin's willpower was never as robust as his, and compounded by the excessive consumption of that counterfeit wine, her state was far more precarious than Chenhua's. While he endeavored to maintain control, she had succumbed entirely, fervently yearning for his body, even beginning to explore him with her hands. Cursed be this woman for disregarding the advice to limit her drinking. If this continued, he too would be unable to contain himself. Chenhua desperately wished to rouse Qilin from her stupor, yet he found himself in dire straits, battling the flames of desire in his abdomen while resisting her enchanting form. Most distressingly, Qilin persistently pressed herself against him. Wait, Chenhua inhaled deeply. The taut string of his restraint snapped. Which man could endure such temptation? He was no eunuch. Chenhua at this moment. Qilin was wholly governed by her desires. One hand firmly ensnared his neck, and with a slight rise on her toes, her luscious lips met his. At this instant, Chenhua could no longer wield his reason. His arms instinctively wrapped around her slender waist. Qilin shuddered slightly, and this time, their embrace was even more fervent than before. During their last stay at the hotel, she had at least been adorned with a pair of black stockings. At this moment, Chenhua's eyes were reddened, leaving little room for rational thought. The only awareness he possessed was the need to be gentle, to carefully gauge his actions, ensuring that he did not cause any discomfort to Qilin. Qilin, her eyes partially closed and her throat parched, restlessly licked her lips. Chenhua murmured in acknowledgement, preparing to undertake the most crucial step. Suddenly, Qilin's small hand inadvertently brushed against the shower switch, unleashing a cascade of icy water that drenched their bodies. The frigid water washed away the perspiration, causing their elevated body temperatures to plummet in an instant. Qilin, once flushed, was abruptly jolted to clarity. She straightened, hastily grasping a towel from the nearby rack to shield herself, retreating into a corner and exclaiming, "What do you think you're doing?" "I haven't done anything yet," Chenhua replied, inhaling deeply as the heat coursing through him dissipated rapidly. As reason returned, he couldn't help but feel a sense of exasperation. This was a mutual desire, yet it felt as though he had employed some underhanded tactic against her. "You've gone too far. I knew you had ulterior motives. That drink was tainted," Qilin protested, her body still damp and her heart racing. The events that had just transpired with Chenhua flooded her mind, and she realized it was indeed her own volition that had led to this. Yes, that spurious liquor was problematic, Chenhua conceded, acknowledging that had it not been for that deceptive drink, they would not have engaged so fervently in the bathroom. Had the cold water arrived a moment later, they would have plunged into a dark tunnel of passion. Although Chunhua had his own thoughts on the matter, he recognized that such encounters, when both parties were somewhat disoriented, lost their allure. "You're a pervert. Hurry and put on some clothes," Qilin exclaimed, her cheeks aflame with embarrassment. Chunhua smirked. Her ability to turn on a dime was astonishing. Her face, akin to a ripened cherry, flushed even deeper. Yet her mind lingered on the intimate moments they had just shared. "Fine, I shall heed your words. I dare not oppose a woman's wishes," he retorted, finding amusement in her bashful demeanor. "You were the one insisting on haste just moments ago. Now be quick and leave," Qilin asserted. Her brows furrowed as she pointed toward the door. With a sigh of resignation, Chunhua gathered his clothes and exited. However, due to the intensity of their earlier activities, the lingering tension in his abdomen remained unresolved, creating an unbearable sensation akin to a bowstring taut with an arrow, only to be forcefully retracted. What on earth was I doing? Once outside, Qilin promptly locked the bathroom door, leaning against it, lost in contemplation of the events that had just unfolded. After consuming that wine, I felt somewhat disoriented, followed by a dizziness that enveloped my head and an overwhelming heat coursing through my body, compelling me to contemplate shedding my clothes. In that moment, a profoundly terrifying thought struck me. Could this problematic bottle of wine have been tampered with by Chunhua? How utterly shameless. To resort to such underhanded tactics to seduce me. My eyes widened, and fury painted my face. It must have been that near encounter yesterday. This scoundrel, dissatisfied, concocted this despicable scheme. Fortunately, I regained my senses just in time. Otherwise, I would have fallen prey to his intentions. My indignation only grew with each passing moment. I first stepped beneath the shower, turning on the cold water to cleanse my delicate form. After hastily donning my clothes, I flung open the bathroom door and stormed out. "Chunhua, I once thought you were a decent person and was willing to give you a chance, which is why I agreed to get the certificate with you. Little did I expect you to reveal such a character. You have truly disappointed me. What is wrong with you?" Chunhua, seated at the dining table, was taken aback by my sudden outburst. "Stop feigning ignorance," I scoffed, my voice laced with anger. "You know precisely what you've done. Do you truly believe I am so naive as to overlook your little tricks? What have I done?" He retorted, confusion evident in his expression. "If you are referring to just now, I cannot bear the entire blame, as I did not coerce you. You were quite the willing participant." Chunhua furrowed his brow, having already exerted ample restraint. Otherwise, we would have long since crossed that threshold without a care. Yet, to be berated so harshly by this woman was infuriating. "What did you say? I was the one who initiated? If you hadn't meddled with the wine, how could I have engaged in such behavior? Do you truly think I am that indiscriminate?" My anger only intensified at his denial and his insinuation that I had been the one to instigate things. In that instant, realization dawned on Chunhua. She suspects I drugged her wine. A self-deprecating smile escaped him, quickly replaced by a cold demeanor. "Whether you believe me or not, I would never stoop to drugging someone else's drink. As for the wine's quality, I have no knowledge of it, so you might as well keep your suspicions to yourself. You purchased the wine. How could you not be aware of its quality?" I replied with a smirk, clearly unconvinced by his words. "I bought it from the wine cabinet downstairs, and I opened it in front of you. How could I know if there was anything wrong with it?" His expression turned icy at my accusation, the sensation of being unjustly suspected gnawing at him. "Only you know the truth," he said, his irritation palpable. I coldly remarked, "Moreover, you are a disciple of the medical sage. Even if the wine were pristine, you could easily employ your skills to exploit me. Are you implying that I would go so far as to drug you to seduce you?" Chunhua's frown deepened, his feelings muddied. "So you have finally acknowledged it. Haven to you?" Qilin embraced herself, her lofty demeanor unintentionally revealing itself. "Since you think this way, what more is there for me to say?" Chunhua shrugged, then placed the marriage certificate he had just received that day onto the table, his expression devoid of emotion. "I know that our marriage was a momentary impulse. We can just divorce when convenient." "What do you mean? You want to divorce me?" Upon hearing this, Qilin was momentarily stunned. She could hardly fathom that Chunhua would take the initiative to propose a divorce. "No, this is impossible. I married him, lowering my own worth to repay his life-saving grace to my grandfather, and now, just one day later, he wants to divorce me? Go ahead and leave. It would save you from constantly worrying that I might drug you and take advantage of you." At this moment, Chun Hua felt a tinge of disappointment. He had hoped that after what transpired last night, their relationship would be more harmonious. Who would have thought that on the very first day after their marriage, such a situation would arise? So, you admit to drugging me, then? Qi Lin only wanted to know whether Chun Hua had tampered with her drink. I want to admit to something I didn't do, even if you held a knife to my throat. Believe what you wish. Chun Hua shrugged, his demeanor entirely indifferent. You. Qi Lin was infuriated by Chun Hua's nonchalant attitude. Ding dong. Just as she was about to retort, the doorbell rang. Ding dong ding dong. Open the door. Didn't we agree on 8 o'clock? Where are you? Lin Xiona, clad in a deep red gown, accentuated her curves. The smooth contours of her figure perfectly showcased by the dress, rendering her extremely alluring. Ding dong ding dong. Seeing that Qi Lin took too long to answer the door, Lin Xiona grew impatient and pressed the doorbell multiple times. What is going on? You're not answering your phone, and you're not opening the door. Are you hiding a man in there? Lin Xiona and Qi Lin had arranged to attend a party together that evening. They had agreed to leave at 8. And now it was nearly 8:50. Fine, if you want to open the door, I'll do it myself. I'm curious to see what kind of man you're hiding from me, Lin Xiona declared as she retrieved the key Qi Lin had given her from her bag, intending to let herself in. However, upon entering and witnessing the scene before her, she was instantly taken aback. Lin, how could he be here? Lin Xiona exclaimed, pointing at Chun Hua, shock written all over her face. She vividly remembered the slap he had given her the night before, and her astonishment was compounded by the sudden warmth flooding her cheeks, as if she had been struck again. Nana, what brings you here? Qi Lin was equally startled by Lin Xiona's unexpected arrival. How can you even ask? Didn't we agree to leave for the Qin family's party at 8? Have you looked at the time? It's almost 9. Lin Xiona replied, her voice brimming with indignation. My apologies, I lost track of time. Qi Lin quickly grabbed her phone to check the hour. As the clock approached 10 minutes to 9, the promise made to Lin Xiona resurfaced in my mind. The matter of you standing me up can wait. First, you must explain how this individual came to be here. Lin Xiona gestured towards Chun Hua, her frustration palpable. Despite her grandfather's stern warning to never offend Chun Hua, she could not swallow the indignation of being slapped and witnessing her brother being kicked aside. Chun Hua remained silent, directing his attention to the side where Qi Lin stood. He too was curious how Qi Lin would elucidate the situation to her friend. Upon hearing this, Qi Lin felt a surge of anxiety, glancing between Chun Hua and Lin Xiona, hesitating for a moment before decisively seizing Lin Xiona's arm. These matters are trivial, we can discuss them later. Come with me to change your outfit. We must depart at once. No. You must clarify this situation first, or our issue remains unresolved. Change your clothes, and I will explain on the way. You promised. Before Lin Xiona could protest further, she found herself being forcibly pulled into the room by Qi Lin. Observing this scene, Chun Hua felt indifferent. So, what is to become of this marriage? At that moment, he too was at a loss, his mind in disarray. He hastily tucked away the marriage certificate from the table, disregarding everything else, and resumed devouring the food laid out before him, having been too famished to care about anything else. A few minutes later, Qi Lin emerged in a white dress, pulling Lin Xiona along. Hurry, we are running out of time. What about him? As they reached the door, Lin Xiona abruptly halted, pointing at Chun Hua, who was still eating. Don't concern yourself with that. Are you coming or not? If you're not, I'll go alone. Qi Lin waved her hand dismissively, unwilling for her friend to discover the reality of her marriage to Chun Hua. Fine. Lin Xiona frowned, casting a meaningful glance at Chun Hua. Let us go. Qi Lin yanked her out and slammed the door shut behind them. You better explain everything clearly later, or I will not spare you. Oh, I understand. When have I ever deceived you? I promised to explain, and I shall. Once the two had departed, Chun Hua quickly polished off the remaining dishes on the table. Aside from that bottle of counterfeit liquor, which was an unexpected find, the other dishes were quite satisfactory. After a satisfying burp, he felt a wave of relief wash over him. Having eaten his fill, it was time to settle accounts with the seller of that wine. After all, he had paid 2,300 for it, and its potency was astonishing. Chun Hua was disinterested in the matters between him and Qi Lin. Surely, love could not compare to the value of 2,300 in cash. He first cleaned up the dishes, then retrieved the half-full bottle of counterfeit liquor from the kitchen, repacking it in its original packaging. Just as he prepared to confront the unscrupulous vendor, his phone rang, an unexpected call from Su Wenwen. What is up, senior sister? Chunhua quickly answered the call, realizing with a pang of regret that he had forgotten to inform her he would not be returning for dinner. Junior brother, where are you now? Su Wenwen's voice sounded somewhat urgent, unlike someone casually inquiring about his meals. I'm at a friend's house, Chunhua pondered. Given that his marriage with Qi Lin might soon come to an end, he decided it was best not to mention this to his senior sister. A friend? Besides me and Jiang Ro, do you have other friends in Yanhai City? Su Wenwen exclaimed. Are they male or female? Are they gay or straight? Junior brother, you must protect yourself and not let any nefarious individuals take advantage of you. Chunhua found himself at a loss for words. The conversation had taken an unexpected turn. Apologies for digressing, Su Wenwen finally realized. Junior brother, judging by your tone, you must have something urgent to discuss. What has happened? Indeed, I currently have a matter of utmost urgency that requires your assistance. My best friend's grandfather's condition has worsened, and many doctors are at their wits' end. I thought of asking if you could see if there's any way to help him. Although Su Wenwen was also a disciple of Bing Xian Rua, her expertise did not lie in medicine, which is why she sought Chunhua's help in this dire situation. Upon hearing this, Chunhua frowned but ultimately agreed. All right, I will give it a try. Where are you? I will come to pick you up. No need, senior sister. I drove Jiang Ro's car here. Just send me the address, and I will head over right away. Okay, I will send it to you now. With lives at stake, Su Wenwen wasted no time. After hanging up, she quickly forwarded the address to Chunhua. Panlong Bay Villa area. Chunhua squinted slightly at the address Su Wenwen had sent, then rushed out the door, forgetting the bottle of fake liquor in his haste. The Panlong Bay Villa area was quite close to Qi Lin's residence, and he arrived within a matter of minutes. When he reached the location, he found Su Wenwen waiting outside. Senior sister, what's the situation? There's no time to explain. Follow me quickly. Su Wenwen's expression indicated her urgency as she grasped Chunhua's hand and led him inside. They swiftly traversed the path through the front yard and soon arrived at the inner courtyard of the Qin family. Su Wenwen's friend, Qin Jihua, was overjoyed upon seeing her. Wenwen, you finally made it. Is this your junior brother? Qin Jihua, appearing to be in her mid-20s, had a delicate oval face that exuded grace and elegance. Particularly striking was the high-slit red chi pao she wore, accentuating her enchanting figure and captivating the eyes of those around her. She radiated the poise of a distinguished young lady from an affluent family. Yes, this is my junior brother, Chunhua, Su Wenwen introduced promptly. Hello, I am Qin Jihua. Wenwen mentioned that you might have a way to cure my grandfather's illness. Is that true? Qin Jihua looked at Chunhua with a glimmer of hope, placing all her trust in him. First, take me to see your grandfather's condition. I cannot guarantee absolute success, but I will do my utmost. Although Chunhua possessed great confidence in his medical skills, he refrained from guaranteeing a cure before even meeting the patient. All right, follow me. Qin Jihua nodded before swiftly leading the two into her grandfather's room. The space was filled with several individuals, including Qin Jihua's parents and sister. Sister, didn't you say you were going to fetch Dr. Li? Where is he? Qin Rushui, Qin Jihua's younger sister, furrowed her brow, assessing Chunhua with a critical gaze. Sister, how could you bring back a beggar instead of Dr. Li? Rushui, what nonsense are you speaking? This is my friend S. Jr., whom I specifically invited to treat Grandpa. Qin Jihua reprimanded. Chunhua and Su Wenwen exchanged subtle glances, their expressions slightly shifting. Nevertheless, they remained silent. Qin Rushui, however, cast a disdainful glance at Chunhua and scoffed. Sister, this is a joke. This person's clothes are tattered. Even if he is not a beggar, he is certainly a fraud. How could he possibly cure Grandpa's illness? Jihua, your sister raises a valid point. Your grandfather's condition has deteriorated severely. Any misstep could be disastrous. You cannot bring just anyone into the house. Qin Fu scrutinized Chunhua, shaking his head gravely. This young man appears to be barely in his 20s. Even if he has studied medicine, it is surely only superficial. How can we allow such a person to meddle in matters of life and death? Dad. Qin Jihua's brows knitted together at his words. Chunhua was at least a friend she had invited. Even if they disagreed with allowing him to treat her grandfather, there was no need to speak so harshly. Enough. I absolutely will not permit this inexperienced youth to treat your grandfather. Qin Fu coldly raised his hand, silencing Qin Jihua, with a hint of bitterness on her face. She cast an embarrassed glance at Su Wenwen and Chunhua, apologizing. I'm truly sorry. It's not that I don't trust you, but my father is worried about potential risks and refuses to take any chances. It's all right. Chunhua waved his hand dismissively. not taking Qin Fu's words to heart. If they wouldn't allow him to treat the patient, then so be it. After all, one does not find doctors begging to treat patients. Su Wenwen, however, wore a displeased expression. She had invited Chen Hua out of goodwill for Qin Jihua's sake, but her kind gesture had been met with disdain. Yet, recognizing that these were Qin Jihua's family members, she chose to endure the slight. I'm so sorry for making you come all this way for nothing. Wenwen, Chen Hua, please follow me. I'll make you some tea, Qin Jihua said, pulling Su Wenwen's hand as they started to leave. Before following them, Chen Hua stole a glance at the ailing Qin grandfather. In that brief moment, he grasped the gravity of the situation. The illness was indeed severe, as if he were teetering on the brink of death. However, with timely medical intervention, there remained a chance to save his life. Why are you still standing there? Hurry up. Upon observing that Chen Hua had not departed, Qin Rushue was immediately filled with indignation and began to drive him away. The elder's condition grew increasingly perilous with each passing moment. If they wished to avoid his demise, it would be prudent to summon a physician without delay. Otherwise, regret would come too late. Having stated his piece, Chen Hua took his leave, following Su Wenwen and Qin Jihua. His words were conclusive. Whether they chose to believe him was of no concern to him. Father, did you hear what that brat said? He is practically wishing for Grandpa's death. Qin Rushue exclaimed vehemently. I heard him. Pay him no mind. Qin's father replied disdainfully, letting out a cold hum. I refuse to allow him to treat your grandfather, which is why he harbors resentment and speaks such curses. Once divine Dr. Li arrives and heals your grandfather, I shall settle the score with that boy. My sister truly has poor judgment. The friends she chooses and the people she brings home are quite unfortunate. Qin Rushue's eyes brimmed with resentment. Yet, I can't help but feel that young man possesses a certain charm, and he doesn't appear to be lying. Qin's mother interjected unexpectedly. Mother, have you lost your senses? He is clad in rags and speaks in a peculiar manner. How can you possibly think he is commendable? Qin Rushue scoffed, turning her nose up. My judgment of character has always been astute. Perhaps we should give him a chance? Qin's mother furrowed her brow, glancing at her husband. However, Qin's father waved his hand dismissively, expressing his impatience. Enough. I will not entrust my father's life to such a mere youth. We shall wait for divine Dr. Li's arrival. Do you believe this boy's medical skills surpass those of divine Dr. Li? Indeed. Divine Dr. Li is the most esteemed physician in all of Yunhai City. How could a mere beggar possibly compare? Qin Rushue chimed in. Mother, you must be exhausted from caring for Grandpa. Perhaps your eyes are deceiving you. Then we shall wait for divine Dr. Li, Qin's mother said, her brow furrowed, a sense of unease lingering in her heart. Yet, seeing her husband's resolution, she refrained from further argument, deciding to await divine Dr. Li's arrival. Qin Jihua led Su Wenwen to the living room, and after preparing tea, they engaged in conversation. Qin Jihua's gaze remained fixed on Chen Hua, scarcely wavering. Wenwen, your junior apprentice is quite handsome. Tell me honestly, have you ever entertained thoughts of an older woman courting a younger man? Uft. At these words, Su Wenwen, having just sipped her tea, sputtered it out. Stop talking nonsense. Am I that sort of person? Besides, I'm 26, and my junior is only 23. If anything were to happen, it wouldn't be considered an older woman courting a younger man. She rolled her eyes, somewhat exasperated. A 3-year age difference? Oh, I understand now. It's not an older woman courting a younger man, but rather, a woman 3 years older embraces golden bricks. Qin Jihua laughed. Please, stop with the absurdities, Su Wenwen retorted, her cheeks flushing. Miss Qin, I just overheard your sister mention that you have invited divine Dr. Li to treat your grandfather. May I inquire if the divine doctor's name is Li Zhen? Chen Huadong lifted his teacup and took a sip, suddenly pondering a question. Yes, it was he. Qin Jihua glanced at Chen Huadong in astonishment and asked, Do you know him? We have met once, Chen Huadong nodded. So that's how it is. Dr. Li is quite renowned in Yunhai City. My father and the others believe that only he can cure my grandfather's illness. I expect he will arrive soon. I hope he can heal him. Otherwise, my grandfather may. As Qin Jihua spoke, her eyes dimmed with worry. She was deeply concerned about her grandfather's condition, and her earlier banter with Su Wenwen was merely a facade of forced cheerfulness. Noticing her distress, Su Wenwen quickly grasped her friend's hand and reassured her, Don't worry, Jihua. Your grandfather is a blessed soul. He will be just fine. Yes, I just hope Dr. Li arrives quickly. Qin Jihua sighed heavily. I hate to speak ill, But your grandfather's condition has deteriorated significantly. Even if he arrives, he may be powerless, Chen Huadong interjected unexpectedly, causing Qin Jihua's expression to shift dramatically. What? Qin Jihua's heart sank, and she became flustered. Sister, don't listen to his nonsense. He was just cursing grandfather and now disparaging Dr. Li. I believe this brat is here to cause trouble. At that moment, Qin Rushua entered the living room, immediately pointing at Chen Huadong and berating him. Dr. Li is the foremost physician in Yunhai City. Who do you think you are to speak so arrogantly? However, Chen Huadong remained unfazed, slowly replying, I am not anyone of significance. It was just the other day that the illustrious Dr. Li sought to take me as his disciple, but I declined. Upon hearing this, both Qin Rushua and Qin Jihua were left speechless. How could the esteemed Dr. Li, the greatest physician in Yunhai City, possibly wish to take a mere youth like him as a disciple, and moreover, be rejected? This was utterly unbelievable. You must be dreaming. What status does Dr. Li hold? How could he ever consider you as a disciple, let alone be spurned by you? Surely you jest. Qin Rushua, who had always looked down upon Chen Huadong, was even more scornful upon hearing his boast. I speak the truth. Chen Huadong smiled faintly and shrugged at Qin Rushua. Sister, did you hear that? This person can do nothing but boast. Fortunately, my father did not allow him to treat grandfather, or else grandfather would surely have met his demise. Qin Rushua glared at Chen Huadong with venomous eyes, her face etched with derision. Enough of your words. Qin Jihua frowned, chastising her sister. Although she was filled with skepticism regarding Chen Huadong's claims, he was nonetheless a junior of Su Wenwen, and she could not allow her sister to escalate the situation further. Jihua, we have some matters to attend to. Let us leave for now, Su Wenwen said, her expression somewhat grim. Yet, due to her close friendship with Qin Jihua, she refrained from saying more. However, she certainly would not stand idly by while Chen Huadong was subjected to such insults. Thus, she intended to take him away. At that moment, Qin Jihua's expression changed abruptly. Sister, look, Dr. Li has arrived. Qin Rushua suddenly pointed outside and exclaimed. The others followed her gaze and indeed saw the esteemed physician Li slowly entering, carrying a large medicine box. Chen Hua raised his eyebrows upon witnessing this. The last time he encountered the old man, he had not been burdened with a medicine box. Why this time had he brought it along? Hey, weren't you just boasting? Didn't you claim that physician Li sought you as a disciple, only to be refused? Qin Rushua teased Chen Hua. I'm sorry, junior brother, Su Wenwen said, moving closer to Chen Hua and gently tugging at his sleeve, her eyes filled with concern and a hint of guilt. Had she not dragged Chen Hua here, he would not have faced such humiliation. Senior sister, why are you apologizing? Chen Hua replied with a smile, you haven't done anything wrong. Don't overthink it. Since that old fellow is here, we might as well greet him before we leave. But, Su Wenwen paused, he is about to slap your face. You still want to go greet him? Junior brother, your heart is rather bold. Soon, Qin's father and mother rushed out to welcome Physician Li, with Qin's father excitedly grasping Li's hand. Physician Li, you have finally arrived. This is wonderful. My father is now saved. Please, take me to see his condition. It seemed that Physician Li did not notice Chen Hua's presence. After a slight nod, he proceeded inside. At that moment, Qin Rushua suddenly stepped forward, pointing at Chen Hua and declaring to everyone, Dad, Mom, Physician Li, do you know what this fellow just said? He claimed that Physician Li once wanted to take him as a disciple, and he refused. What? Upon hearing this, Qin's father's expression shifted dramatically as he turned to Chen Hua. This boy had far too much audacity. What nonsense he dared to spout. Physician Li paused, his brow furrowing as he instinctively glanced in the direction Qin Rushua indicated. His eyes landed on Chen Hua, who was smiling at him, and he was immediately taken aback. Chen Hua? What is he doing here? Suddenly, Physician Li recalled that just a few days prior at the Qi family, he indeed had wanted to take Chen Hua as his disciple, but Chen Hua had deemed him too lacking in talent and refused. This matter had troubled him for several days, and he had intended to bury it in silence. Little did he expect it to be brought to light by Qin Rushua today. After his surprise, Physician Li opened his mouth to greet Chen Hua, but at that moment, Chen Hua subtly shook his head. He hesitated for a moment, but quickly realized that Chen Hua evidently wished to keep their acquaintance hidden from Qin Rushua and the others. Consequently, the words he had prepared were swallowed back down. Seeing that the atmosphere had turned awkward, Qin's mother immediately stepped in to mediate. Physician Li, this must be a misunderstanding. My daughter often speaks without thinking. Please, Have a generous heart and do not take offense. With that, she shot a stern glare at her daughter. After all the effort to invite physician Li to treat the illness, did she really want to drive him away with such words? Indeed, esteemed Dr. Li, your medical expertise is unparalleled. How could it be possible for you to take that young man as your disciple? Such words are mere fabrications from the younger generation. Let us attend to more pressing matters. My father's life is in dire need of your healing. Qin Fu, having regained his composure, immediately urged Dr. Li towards the room. Hearing such flattering remarks directed at him, Dr. Li could not help but twitch his lips slightly. To be praised in front of a renowned disciple of a medical sage stings more than a slap to the face. Nevertheless, Dr. Li maintained his composure, not revealing too much embarrassment, only casting a somewhat guilty glance at the smiling Chun Hua before returning his attention to Qin Fu. Let us proceed. Take me to the old master. Please, follow me. Qin Fu promptly led the way. Once they had departed, Qin Rushua's expression turned even more triumphant. Young man, weren't you quite boastful just now? Why do you fall silent in the presence of Dr. Li? Does it hurt to have your face slapped so? Qin Rushua approached Chun Hua, mocking him with playful derision. Enough, Rushua. Do not go too far. Mind your words. Qin Jihua could no longer contain her anger as she admonished her sister. Sister, it was this young man who insisted on boasting. I merely stated the facts. How am I being excessive? Qin Rushua retorted, unabashed, regarding Chun Hua's earlier bravado with disdain. I apologize, Chun Hua. My sister is rather thoughtless. Please do not take her words to heart. Qin Jihua expressed her sincere apologies before continuing. Please, do not rush to leave. Wait here for a moment. Once Dr. Li has treated my grandfather's illness, I shall personally see you off. Without waiting for Su Wenwen to explain that they had driven themselves, Qin Jihua hurriedly ran towards the direction of old Master Qin. Jihua, wait. Su Wenwen wished to say something, but Qin Jihua was already too preoccupied to listen. Senior sister, let us wait a moment. I too wish to see if that old fellow can truly cure old Master Qin's ailment. Chen Hua gently patted Su Wenwen's shoulder, suggesting that it was not urgent to leave just yet. Very well, I shall heed your advice and wait a while. Su Wenwen nodded, albeit with a furrowed brow. Upon examining old Master Qin's condition, however, Dr. Li's expression turned grave, his demeanor decidedly troubling. This illness was even more severe than Qi Tianqi's from a few days prior, and he found himself utterly powerless to assist. Dr. Li, how is it? When will you begin treating my father? Qin Fu inquired cautiously from the side. Qin Jihua and the others gazed at Dr. Li with eager anticipation. At that moment, all their hopes rested upon him. Alas, Dr. Li sighed, shaking his head. I regret to inform you that I cannot save the old master. You must seek a more capable physician. What? Even you, Dr. Li, cannot treat him? Qin Fu was instantly thrown into a state of panic. Please, do not jest. If even you cannot cure this ailment, who else in the world could? Qin Rushua exclaimed in disbelief. Dr. Li cast her a sidelong glance and snorted coldly, saying, There are many individuals in this world whose medical skills surpass mine. My inability to cure does not imply that others cannot, and as it stands, there is indeed someone capable of treating old Master Qin's ailment. Who might that be? Mr. Qin inquired, suddenly animated. I implore you, Dr. Li, to reveal this person's identity. If he can truly restore my father to health, I am willing to go to any lengths to bring him here for treatment. Mr. Qin, this esteemed individual is both far away and right before your eyes. Dr. Li stroked the small tuft of hair on his chin. What? Mr. Qin paused, bewildered. Are you suggesting that this remarkable person is in Yanhai City? How could that be? You are already the most skilled physician in Yanhai City. How could anyone surpass your abilities? Qin Rushua exclaimed, her face a mix of astonishment and disbelief. Please, Dr. Li, tell us where this esteemed individual is presently located. Qin's mother urged anxiously. Indeed, Dr. Li, please do not keep us in suspense. Mr. Qin's impatience was palpable. Upon hearing this, Dr. Li cast a contemplative gaze toward the direction of the hall. That esteemed individual is indeed here at the Qin residence. I believe it requires no further elaboration on my part. At this declaration, the expressions of the Qin family shifted dramatically. Unbidden, a youthful visage materialized in their minds. After a moment's hesitation, Mr. Qin cautiously queried, Dr. Li, are you implying that the young man in the living room is the one capable of curing my father's illness? Precisely, Dr. Li affirmed with a nod. This is impossible. Qin Rushua gasped. That fellow is merely a boastful beggar. How could he possibly possess medical skills? let alone surpass Dr. Li. Mr. Qin, his face a portrait of shock, exclaimed, Dr. Li, are you truly not jesting? That young man looks to be barely in his 20s. If you cannot treat my father, how could he? You are truly blind to greatness. That young friend is a high disciple of a contemporary medical sage, with skills far exceeding mine. And yet, you treat him with such disdain, leaving him to languish on the sidelines. Dr. Li's expression darkened as he perceived the Qin family's dismissive attitude toward Chenhua. He recalled his own desire to study under Chenhua, and though that ambition had not come to fruition, he held a deep respect for Chenhua's medical prowess. Seeing Chenhua belittled stirred a sense of indignation within him. Upon receiving this news, Mr. Qin and Qin Rushua felt as though their minds had been explosively shattered, standing there in stunned silence, unable to articulate a response. At that moment, Qin Jihua suddenly regained her composure and hurriedly inquired of Dr. Li, Mr. Li, was it true that Chenhua mentioned you once wished to be his disciple? She refrained from mentioning Chenhua's refusal, thus sparing Dr. Li from embarrassment. Indeed, that is the case, Dr. Li replied candidly. Regrettably, young Chenhua deemed my talents insufficient and declined to take me on as a disciple. Alas, what a pity. Upon hearing this, the Qin family stood once more in a state of disbelief, as if they had been rendered immobile by an invisible force. Dr. Li is undoubtedly the foremost physician in Yunhai City. Yet, in the eyes of Chenhua, he is dismissed as lacking talent. How remarkable must Chenhua's medical skills be? Quickly, Jihua, go fetch him. It was Qin Mu who reacted the fastest, immediately instructing Qin Jihua to summon Chenhua. Yes, hasten to bring that esteemed individual back. Qin Fu also came to his senses, urgently calling out to Qin Jihua, realizing how foolish his previous actions had been. Chenhua had clearly warned him about the old masteress condition, yet he had disregarded it entirely, believing instead that Chenhua was merely a boastful charlatan. And then there was Qin Rushua, who stood frozen in place, her eyes devoid of any sparkle, appearing quite dazed. Her mind flooded with the memory of her earlier humiliation of Chenhua. It turned out he had not been boasting. His words were entirely truthful. She gently bit her rosy lips, her countenance notably grim. Qin Jihua, however, had no time to dwell on such matters. She hurried towards the living room, fervently hoping that Chenhua and Su Wenwen had not yet departed from the Qin residence. Otherwise, it would all be too late. What a relief, they are still here. Upon entering and seeing the two seated on the sofa, enjoying tea, she felt an overwhelming surge of joy. So has Grandpa awakened? Su Wenwen inquired, observing Miss Qin's expression. Chenhua replied with a slight smile, it seems not. Based on his understanding of Dr. Li's medical prowess, he doubted the old man would recover. Chenhua was correct. Dr. Li was indeed unable to treat her grandfather's ailment, and a bitter expression crossed Qin Jihua's face as she recalled the insulting remarks made by her father and sister towards Chenhua. Feeling a wave of embarrassment, she was uncertain how to broach the subject with Chenhua regarding treating the old master. Su Wenwen furrowed her brow, asking, Jihua, why are you here? What is going on? As she spoke, she noticed her friend's gaze was entirely fixed on Chenhua, leading her to a sudden realization. Did Dr. Li tell you that I could treat your grandfather, prompting you to seek me out? Chenhua inquired, his demeanor unchanged, as if he had anticipated this. Surely, the old fellow could not manage it and would send someone to call him. However, he was somewhat surprised that the ones who had just insulted him, Qin Fu and Qin Rushua, had not shown themselves, sending only Qin Jihua alone. This was rather underestimating him. You are indeed correct, Chenhua. Dr. Li said just that, Qin Jihua admitted hesitantly. So, Chenhua, may I implore you to assist and save my grandfather? Dr. Li mentioned that you are the only one in all of Yunhai City capable of doing so. Providing assistance is no issue, Chenhua stated suddenly. Thank you so much. Chenhua, Qin Jihua exclaimed, her heart soaring with joy. Yet, before she could bask in her happiness, Chenhua interrupted. You need to return and send someone else to speak with me. What? Qin Jihua was momentarily taken aback, evidently surprised by Chenhua's response. However, upon reflection, she realized that her father and younger sister had treated Chenhua with such disdain earlier. Now, when seeking his assistance for medical treatment, they had not even offered a word of apology or shown their faces. Anyone would feel unsettled in such a situation. Taking a deep breath, Qin Jihua did not blame Chenhua. Instead, she deemed his feelings entirely justified. Gritting her teeth, she promptly declared, very well, Chunhua, please wait here for a moment while I fetch my father to apologize to you personally. She was a perceptive individual and quickly grasped Chunhua's meaning. Having spoken, she immediately turned and hurried back to inform her father of the situation. Beside her, Su Wenwen could not help but frown. Junior brother, regardless of the circumstances. Qin uncle is an elder. If possible, please do not press him too hard later. I fear it may upset Jihua. Rest assured, I will exercise discretion, senior sister. Chunhua nodded. In truth, I do not require anything from them, not even a single penny. However, if they wish for my assistance, they must approach me with the proper attitude. Otherwise, it would diminish my own worth. Healing and saving lives is my duty, but I cannot bring disgrace to my master. Understood, Su Wenwen affirmed with a nod. What? That fellow won't come? He expects me to invite him personally? Qin Fu was astonished upon hearing the news relayed by Qin Jihua. This is inconceivable. What is his status that he deserves such a personal invitation from our father? Before Qin Mu could respond, Qin Rushua interjected indignantly. Rushua. Qin Mu chided her daughter disapprovingly. However, Qin Rushua paid no heed and scoffed. Mother, I speak the truth. What is that fellow? It is already a privilege for him to treat grandfather. How dare he be so presumptuous as to require father to invite him? He certainly overestimates his own importance. Hearing his youngest daughter's words, Qin Fu's expression darkened considerably, for he felt that Qin Rushua's assertions rang true. What was his status? The future chairman of the Qin Group. Upon officially taking over the family business, his worth could soar to billions, while that young man was merely an inexperienced novice, fresh from obscurity. Even if he possessed some skill, as claimed by the renowned Dr. Li, it was merely a trivial craft. To serve the Qin family was a fortune he could scarcely fathom, and yet he dared to act so aloof. Qin General, may I express a rather unflattering opinion? Dr. Li, having discerned Qin Fu's sentiments, suddenly interjected. Please, do not hold back, Dr. Li. Since learning that Dr. Li could not cure his father's ailment, Qin Fu's address had shifted. Then I shall speak plainly, Dr. Li replied with a hint of dissatisfaction. I have already stated that Chunhua is a highly esteemed disciple of the medical sage. With the sage now in seclusion, Chunhua's skills undoubtedly warrant him the title of the foremost physician in the nation. Countless individuals across the country seek his aid, and the fees involved are astronomical. Now, this extraordinary individual is willing to treat old Master Qin. Would you say it is an honor for him or not? Dr. Li paused deliberately, allowing Qin Fu time to ponder his words. In an instant, Qin's father experienced a moment of enlightenment, akin to a sudden awakening, and fervently nodded in understanding. He stepped forward and grasped the hand of the esteemed physician, expressing his gratitude. Thank you, Dr. Li, for your guidance. I shall seek your expertise to treat my father immediately. Indeed, it is good that you comprehend, Dr. Li replied with a smile, acknowledging that this man was not entirely foolish. You all must accompany me. We cannot afford to neglect the physician's care. Having regained his composure, Qin's father was resolute, not only intending to go himself, but also insisting that his wife and daughter join him. However, at that moment, Qin Rushua pouted in displeasure. What was her status? She was the cherished daughter of the Qin family, their precious gem. Even if that young man possessed some skill, he was merely an able beggar. Did he truly merit an apology from her? Rushua, hurry and go. What are you waiting for? Qin Jihua inquired, noticing her younger sister remaining stationary. You all go ahead. I shall not accompany you. It is utterly inconceivable for me to apologize to him. Qin Rushua replied stubbornly. Impudent. With that, Qin's father delivered a sharp slap to Rushua's face. The sound echoed, unmistakably forceful, startling those present. Rushua stood there, stunned, cradling her stinging cheek, gazing at her father in bewilderment. Father, what have I done to deserve this? Throughout her life, Qin's father had showered her with affection. He had never raised a hand against her, let alone struck her. The suddenness of his action left her devastated, tears streaming down her face, unable to fathom why her father would resort to violence. Did you not hear what I just said? Only Dr. Chen can save your grandfather's life. To disrespect him is reckless. What if he becomes displeased and refuses to assist your grandfather? Qin's father admonished, his brow furrowed in anger. If your grandfather were to perish, it would be your fault. The weight of her father's reprimand rendered Qin Rushua speechless. She had merely found that man insufferable. How could it be that she was to blame for her grandfather's potential demise? Rushua, we must go. Your grandfather's life rests solely in Dr. Chen's hands. This is no time for childish tantrums. Qin Jihua, sensing her sister's desire to retort, affectionately patted her head and gently wiped away her tears. All right, I understand, Rushua sniffled, nodding earnestly. That is good. You must sincerely apologize to Dr. Chen later, do you understand? Qin Jihua said softly. Apologize again. Rushua frowned, inwardly reluctant. Yet upon witnessing her father's furious gaze, she involuntarily trembled, shrinking behind Qin Jihua, and finally relented. I understand. I will apologize. That's more like it. Qin Jihua reassured her, ruffling her hair once more. Much better. Qin's father grunted, leading his wife and daughter swiftly to the living room. Yet, upon their arrival, they discovered an empty space, save for 2 teacups, half filled with tea. Jihua, what on earth is happening? Where is Master Chen? Qin's father's expression changed dramatically. He had finally mustered the courage to seek Chen's assistance, yet now he could not even glimpse his figure. He had just been here a moment ago. At this moment, Qin Jihua was also bewildered. Chen had clearly stated that someone else would come to request his help. Logically, he should be waiting here. But now, where had he gone? That fellow surely did not boast merely to run away, fearing exposure, did he? Qin Rushua murmured from the side. Silence. Qin's father bellowed. Are you not aware of the trouble you have already caused? Had you not spoken such unkind words to Master Chen, would he have departed in anger? Upon witnessing her father's fury, Qin Rushua quickly covered her mouth, retreating behind Qin Jihua, too frightened to utter a word. Let us not panic. I shall call 111. With that, Qin Jihua took out her phone, preparing to call Su 111. However, at that moment, she saw Su 111 and Chen suddenly enter from outside. To her astonishment, Chen was holding a red flower pot with a rose planted within it. Chen! Qin Jihua exclaimed excitedly upon seeing them. I thought you had left. Qin's father and the others finally regained their composure and rushed to Chen, filled with apologies. We were blind to your greatness and offended you, Master. Please, have the magnanimity to overlook our transgressions and save my father. Hearing these words, Chen furrowed his brow. This sounded somewhat familiar, did it not? Wasn't this precisely what those two had just said to Master Li? How amusing. They did not even bother to change their words. Let us discuss saving a life later. First, take this pot, Chen said, handing the pot to Qin's father. Master, what is this? Qin's father hesitated, staring vacantly at the rose pot, immediately noticing the dark, somewhat viscous substance within. Upon closer inspection, he felt an urge to vomit, as a foul stench assaulted his senses. What is that smell? Why is it so putrid? Qin's father grimaced, pinching his nose with 2 fingers. Did I not instruct you to hold this pot? Of course. It is excrement. Indeed, the pot he held contained a rose planted atop a mound of dried dog feces. Master, how could there be excrement in my home? Qin's father stammered, bewildered as he took the foul-smelling pot. He could not fathom where Chen had procured such a thing. How should I know why there is excrement in your home? Is it human or... Qin's father attempted to keep the pot at a distance. Were it not for his desperate plea for Chen's help, he would never have wished to hold such an object. Dog feces, Chen replied succinctly. What? How could there be dog feces in my home? Qin Jihua was taken aback as well. They had never owned a dog. Qin's mother and Qin Rushua wore similarly perplexed expressions, utterly clueless about the origins of the dog feces. I can no longer concern myself with that matter. However, if you wish to save your grandfather, it all hinges upon this heap of refuse. Thus this dog may indeed be considered a savior of your family. As Chen Hua spoke, a twitch appeared at the corner of his mouth. Upon witnessing the elder Qin's ailment, he had already contemplated a solution. The key to the remedy lay in the roses planted along the path in the front yard of the Qin residence, or more accurately, that pile of excrement. So, esteemed healer, are you willing to intervene? Qin's father was instantly overjoyed. Rest assured, esteemed healer, should you succeed in curing my father's illness, I am prepared to offer a substantial reward. Observing this dramatic shift in attitude, Chen Hua's expression softened somewhat. Although his decision to treat the elder Qin was influenced by Qin Jihua's connection to Su 111, he believed in extending goodwill, especially since they were willing to compensate him. Thus, there was no need for him to harbor ill feelings over trivial matters. Uncle Qin, my junior brother's assistance is not easily obtained. His willingness to aid elder Qin stems solely from his regard for Jihua. I hope that you will not dishearten him. Su 111 interjected, concerned that they might renege on their promise once Chen Hua had healed the elder. Even though her relationship with Qin Jihua was amicable, this was ultimately about Chen Hua, prompting her to emphasize her point. Of course, Wen, you need not worry, Qin's mother promptly assured her. Qin Jihua stood silently to the side, quietly observing her father. Truth be told, she harbored concerns that her father might go back on his word. Fortunately, after heeding the advice of Li, the healer, Qin's father had come to a realization. A gentleman's word is his bond. As the chairman of a publicly listed company, Qin Tian would surely honor his commitments. That is reassuring. Su Wenwen exhaled in relief. Let us proceed to treat Elder Qin. Chunhua said little more. Understanding that his senior sister was displeased by the earlier humiliation he faced from the Qin family, hence her insistence on this point. Esteemed healer, please follow me. Qin's father, not daring to be negligent for a moment, hurriedly led Chunhua to the elder's room. Li, the healer, had not yet departed and stood by, keen to observe how Chunhua intended to treat the elder. If you wish to watch, do so. How much you learn depends on your own fortune. Chunhua discerned his intent and smiled, expressing gratitude. Thank you for your guidance, young friend Chunhua. Li, the healer, was elated. The last time Chunhua had declined his offer to be a disciple, he had mentioned that he could seek his counsel. Li had thought it merely a courteous remark, not realizing he was sincere. Such demeanor exemplified a true master of the craft. Now, hand me the refuse. Chunhua directed his gaze toward Qin's father, who held the pot of roses. The foul stench emanating from the dark substance was overwhelming, pervading the entire room. Here. Qin's father pinched his nose with one hand while extending the pot to Chunhua with the other. Chunhua then placed it at the bedside of the elder Qin. He retrieved a disposable plastic glove from his pocket and donned it, then boldly reached into the potted plant to seize a clump of desiccated dog excrement. In full view of the onlookers, he placed that repugnant mass directly into the mouth of the esteemed elder Qin. What on earth was happening? The elder Qin's eyes widened in disbelief as he gasped sharply. This audacious individual dared to feed my grandfather dog feces. Qin Rushue was momentarily taken aback. Wenwen, is Chunhua being serious? She inquired, her face awash with shock, turning to Su Wenwen beside her. Stunned by the scene, Su Wenwen stammered, I have no idea. Despite being a disciple of a renowned healer, she was utterly ignorant of medical practices and could not fathom Chunhua's motives. However, she firmly believed there must be a purpose behind his actions. Suddenly, amidst the astonishment surrounding Chunhua's outrageous act, the esteemed Dr. Li appeared to have an epiphany. Li Lao, what have you understood? Qin Jihua could not contain her curiosity. You all must know that dogs possess incredibly sensitive noses, and when unwell, they instinctively seek out medicinal herbs. Thus, dog feces contain numerous potent medicinal properties. Young friend Chunhua is utilizing this characteristic to treat the elder. Dr. Li elucidated his reasoning. Upon hearing this analysis, Chunhua did not dispute it. You possess a modicum of insight. However, the forthcoming steps are the main event. Observe closely. Indeed, Dr. Li replied, visibly excited. Although he had not been able to apprentice under the healer, the opportunity to receive guidance from Chunhua was invaluable. The Qin family, witnessing his fervor, could no longer afford to underestimate Chunhua. Even the foremost healer of Linyun City treated him with the utmost respect, leaving them to ponder the immense capabilities of this young man barely in his 20s. Assist me in helping the elder to his feet, Chunhua instructed, removing the glove and requesting Qin Fu's assistance. Of course, Qin Fu promptly complied, moving to help the elder up. However, as he approached, he was met with the nauseating stench of dog feces emanating from the elder's mouth. Qin Fu shuddered at the thought of how the elder would feel upon awakening to discover he had consumed dog excrement. He's stable, Chunhua remarked. Casting a glance at Qin Fu, he swiftly produced his silver needles, preparing to administer acupuncture to elder Qin. Witnessing this, Dr. Li's excitement intensified, his eyes widening like those of a cat burglar. He had long heard of the healer's extraordinary acupuncture skills, but had never had the opportunity to witness them until now, reveling in the fortune bestowed upon him from a previous life. Meanwhile, at a gathering, Lin Xiona observed Qi Lin, who had scarcely touched her drink throughout the evening, and found it peculiar. Furrowing her brow, she inquired, is something bothering you? Also, what is the nature of your relationship with that fellow? How did he end up at your home? Qi Lin was momentarily taken aback, waving her hand and saying, this matter is rather lengthy. Perhaps it's best not to mention it at all. In truth, there's nothing significant. You're simply overthinking. Come on, after all these years as sisters. I know your measurements and how soft your skin is. You hardly seem like someone with nothing to hide. Speak frankly, or face the consequences. Lin Xiona clearly did not believe Qi Lin's words. All right, but don't scold me, Qi Lin pouted. Why would I scold you? Hurry up and tell me. Lin Xiona rolled her eyes, growing impatient. After a moment of contemplation, Qi Lin bit her rosy lip and confessed, We've already obtained our marriage certificate. What? Upon hearing those words, Lin Xiona's expression changed dramatically, and she jumped to her feet in shock. Why are you so agitated? Sit down. Qi Lin glanced around at the onlookers drawn to their conversation, feeling somewhat embarrassed, and quickly pulled Lin Xiona back into her seat. Wait, Lin Xiona, still in disbelief, closed her eyes and rubbed her temples. I must have drunk too much and imagined that. What did you just say? Please repeat that. Forget it. If you didn't hear me clearly, then just let it be, Qi Lin said with a hint of guilt, taking a sip of her juice. Lin, look me in the eyes. At that moment, Lin Xiona grasped Qi Lin's arm with urgency, asking earnestly, You and Chunhua, you two have really obtained the certificate? Her voice was loud, drawing the attention of those around them. Yet, she was evidently too preoccupied to care about their stares. Qi Lin's revelation had truly startled her. Yeah, Qi Lin shrugged. It's just a piece of paper. Why the surprise? Lin, are you out of your mind? Lin Xiona took a deep breath. That guy is merely a country bumpkin who just arrived from the countryside, without even an urban household registration. Not to mention, he doesn't even have a stable job. How could such a man possibly be worthy of you? And for a matter as significant as this, why did you not consult me before making such a decision? Do you know how much I advocated for you to Qin Xiao? After much effort, I finally convinced him to consider you. And now you've gone behind my back and married him. Lin Xiona was livid. Setting aside the fact that Qi Lin had married Chunhua, she had invested considerable effort in helping her best friend find a suitable partner, expending countless words to persuade the heir of the Qin family to give Qi Lin a chance to date. Now, it seemed all that effort was in vain, as Qi Lin had already tied the knot. Nana, I admit I was wrong not to inform you about the marriage certificate, but it was unnecessary for you to meddle in my relationship with Qin Shiji. Even if I hadn't married Chunhua, I wouldn't have pursued him. Qi Lin's brows furrowed in frustration. She had been pondering earlier why Lin Xiona had brought her to the party hosted by Qin Shiji. It turned out the two had conspired in advance, and her dear friend was now siding with another man, leaving her feeling somewhat disheartened. No, Lin, I simply cannot comprehend what merits that young man possesses to warrant you sacrificing the latter half of your life for him. Lin Xiona, having indulged in a few drinks, spoke with a noticeably heavier tone. I have my reasons for this, Qi Lin replied, furrowing her brow, her irritation becoming apparent. Very well, since you have made your decision. What more can I, as your best friend, say but to wish you happiness? As long as you find joy, everything else is inconsequential. Observing Qi Lin's displeasure, Lin Xiona swiftly altered her demeanor, gently clasping Qi Lin's hand with warmth. Nonetheless, Qi Lin's expression remained somewhat sour, her silence lingering. At that moment, Lin Xiona abruptly rose, casting a glance towards the crowd, seemingly exchanging a knowing look with someone before subtly nodding. Turning back to Qi Lin, she said, I suddenly find myself in desperate need of the restroom, but it appears rather dim. Would you accompany me? Though Qi Lin felt a flicker of annoyance, she reconsidered, realizing it was a trivial matter. Finally, she stood and nodded. All right, I too need to visit the restroom. Let us go together. Hee. I knew you would be the best to me, Lin. Qi Lin huffed, leading the way towards the restroom alongside Lin Xiona. Unbeknownst to her, as they walked, Lin Xiona stealthily gestured towards a particular direction. Shortly after their departure, a tall, young man, approximately 6 feet tall, swiftly navigated through the crowd to the spot they had just vacated. He then retrieved a white capsule from his suit pocket. Qi Lin, after tonight, whether you wish it or not, you shall be mine. With that, he cracked the capsule open and poured the contents into the juice Qi Lin had just consumed. After ensuring the powder was thoroughly mixed with a straw, he discreetly blended back into the crowd, his expression unchanged as if nothing had transpired. Yet, when Qi Lin and Lin Xiona returned from the restroom, his gaze lingered on Qi Lin's alluring figure, now imbued with a hint of lewd intent. This caliber of woman, I have long desired to pursue. You once looked down upon me. After tonight, will you still dare to disdain me? Lin, I apologize for my earlier demeanor. Let me toast to you as a gesture of contrition, hoping you can find it in your heart to forgive me. Upon returning to their seats, Lin Xiona promptly raised her glass, clinking it with Qi Lin's juice. She then intended to down the contents in one swift motion. Nana, Qi Lin's expression shifted, feeling a twinge of guilt. However, in the next moment, Lin Xiona had already finished the red wine, turning her glass upside down, declaring, "See, not a drop remains. Now can we put this to rest?" "I wasn't truly angry. You needn't drink so much," Qi Lin replied, feeling a bit embarrassed. "That is unacceptable. A mistake must be atoned for with a drink." Lin Xiona smiled and said, "If you forgive me, then you should finish this glass of juice. I know you don't want to drink alcohol, so surely the juice won't harm you?" A glimmer of subtle cunning flickered in her large eyes. The dim lighting of the party, combined with Qi Lin's unguarded demeanor towards her, meant she remained completely oblivious. "All right, then I shall substitute juice for wine." Without a second thought, Qi Lin downed the juice in one swift motion. The single glass filled her stomach, leaving her feeling somewhat satiated. "There, I finished it too," Qi Lin declared with a smile, her tongue lightly brushing her lips. Suddenly, her brow furrowed. "But why does this juice taste a little different from what I had before going to the restroom?" Mere seconds later, Qi Lin felt her head grow heavy, as if she had consumed a considerable amount of high-proof spirits. "What's wrong, Lin? Lin Xiona inquired with immediate concern. "It's nothing, I just feel a bit dizzy," Qi Lin replied, her eyes fluttering shut as she rested a hand on her forehead. "Dizzy? You just drank juice. You haven't had a drop of alcohol. So how could you feel dizzy?" Lin Xiona's heart leaped with joy, though she feigned surprise. I don't know, my head feels so heavy." At that moment, Qi Lin perceived her entire head as a burden. Her limbs gradually began to lose strength. Just as she was on the verge of collapsing, a tall young man suddenly appeared at her side, wrapping his arms around her shoulders. Lin, what's wrong?" Upon hearing his voice, Qi Lin's half-closed eyes flew wide open, and she recognized the man before her, her expression shifting dramatically. "Qin Shiji, what are you doing here?" The sight of him sent a wave of unease through her. "This is my party. Is it so strange that I would be here?" Qin Shiji's gaze was unrestrained, his eyes lingering on Qi Lin without any pretense. "Let go of me." Qi Lin felt a splitting headache, the weight of exhaustion threatening to bring her down. Yet, summoning all her strength, she forcefully shook off Qin Shiji's grip from her arm. Lin, what's wrong? Are you feeling unwell?" Qin Shiji, unhurried, feigned concern after releasing her. "It's none of your business." Qi Lin's eyes fluttered, hazily turning to Lin Xiona beside her. "Nana, I'm feeling a bit dizzy. Perhaps we should head home?" "All right, I'll take you back now." Lin Xiona's expression shifted subtly as she exchanged a glance with Qin Shiji, seemingly reaching an unspoken agreement. Lin, just hold on a little longer." With that, Lin Xiona supported Qi Lin and led her toward the exit. Qi Lin mustered all her strength to avoid losing consciousness, responding faintly. However, unbeknownst to her, Qin Shiji was closely following behind them. Soon, Lin Xiona helped Qi Lin into the car. Yet, when she opened the door to assist Qi Lin into the back seat, Qi Lin suddenly came to a halt, her mind somewhat muddled. Furrowing her brows, she questioned, "Nana, did we get on the wrong vehicle? Isn't your car red? Why is this one black?" "I've been drinking and can't drive. This is a taxi," replied Lin Xiona. Seeing that Qi Lin was still conscious, Lin Xiona felt a pang of anxiety. She thought to herself, what kind of drug did Qin Shiji give? Wasn't it supposed to knock her out instantly? "Come, let me help you into the car." Fearing an unexpected turn of events, Lin Xiona hurriedly assisted Qi Lin into the vehicle. Once inside, Qi Lin succumbed to overwhelming drowsiness. A heavy wave of sleepiness washed over her, and her vision darkened as she leaned against Lin Xiona's shoulder, drifting into slumber. Lin, are you all right? Wake up, Lin. Lin Xiona gently shook Qi Lin's body, but there was no response. It was as if she had been asleep for ages, lost in a deep slumber. Finally, Qi Lin fell into a more profound sleep. Lin Xiona sighed in relief, her heart racing as she touched her full chest, genuinely worried that something might go awry. "Is it all settled?" At that moment, Qin Shiji opened the car door and took the driver's seat, turning his gaze to Qi Lin, scanning her with a predatory look. "Young Master Qin, didn't you say that your drug would knock her out immediately? Why has it taken so long for Lin to fall asleep?" Lin Xiona observed the lewd expression on Qin Shiji's face, feeling a twinge of displeasure. To assist him, she had even gone so far as to betray her own friend. "Calm down. She is asleep now, so it's not a big deal." Qin Shiji smirked sinisterly, then turned back to fasten his seatbelt. Once we drop her off at the hotel, you can leave. Otherwise, when Qilin wakes up, you won't be able to explain anything. I'm just looking out for you. What about the promise you made to me? Lin Xiona asked, her brows knitted in concern. Rest assured, once I have my way with Qilin tonight, I will take care of that person who offended you. You are well aware of my influence in Yanhai City, Qin Shiji replied nonchalantly. Dealing with a poor kid is merely a trivial matter. He started the car, disdain evident on his face. After I've spent the night with Qilin, I won't care who you are. You really think I would do your bidding? However, Lin Xiona, seated in the back, was oblivious to his expression and thoughts. She simply nodded. All right, then I entrust this to you. Make sure to give that boy a lesson. You can count on it. I, Qin Shiji, am known for getting things done reliably. You've handed your friend over to me. Taking care of a poor boy will take no effort at all, he said casually. By the way, let me tell you something. Qilin mentioned that she has already registered her marriage with that Chenhua guy. If you truly wish to marry Qilin, you'll first need to convince her to divorce him. Lin Xiona, hearing Qin Shiji's ready agreement, revealed her true feelings. Qilin really has poor taste to marry a poor boy. Qin Shiji chuckled mockingly. Thank you for your reminder. However, this is hardly a challenge for me. After I have gained Qilin's body tonight, how far can I be from winning her heart? I don't care how you pursue Lin, but you must promise me to treat her well. She is my only good sister. Lin Xiona glanced at the sleeping Qilin, a flicker of guilt crossing her eyes. Of course, Qin Shiji said this outwardly, but inwardly he felt nothing but disdain. Humph, you think you can play games in front of me? A good sister. Yet you knocked out your best friend and delivered her to my bed? Nonetheless, I must thank you. If it weren't for you being such a good sister, I would have had to expend much more effort to get to Qilin. Perhaps once I grow weary of her, I might even indulge in you. Soon. Qin Shiji parked the car in front of a hotel named Blue Sea, a lavish establishment that featured a Western restaurant on the ground floor and hotel rooms on the upper floors, all boasting 5-star facilities. Help me get Qilin to room 608. And you may leave, Qin Shiji instructed, demonstrating his cleverness. He refrained from carrying the unconscious Qilin to the hotel room himself, opting instead to have Lin Xiona do it. This way, if surveillance cameras captured the event, it would appear that Lin Xiona had brought her to his room, leaving him unaccountable. All right, Lin Xiona frowned, unable to comprehend why Qin Shiji would not do it himself and instead asked her, a girl, to take action. However, with her own needs compelling her, she reluctantly agreed. Here is the room key. You take Qilin upstairs first. I will join you shortly, Qin Shiji said, pulling a red room key from his suit pocket and handing it to Lin Xiona in the back seat. Understood. Lin Xiona accepted the key, casting a meaningful glance at Qin Shiji. Her heart raced with anxiety, fear, and guilt. Yet, in the next moment, she gritted her teeth and assisted the sleeping Qilin as they entered the hotel, making their way directly to the elevator. Just as they stepped inside, this scene was inadvertently witnessed by Jiang Ro, who was dining with the director and screenwriter. Isn't that Chunhua's fiancée and her friend? What are they doing here? Jiang Ro squinted, initially doubting her vision. Upon closer inspection, she confirmed her observations, noting that Qilin appeared to be in a peculiar state. A sense of concern washed over her. It seems Chunhua's fiancée has fainted. How strange. Why would her friend bring her to a hotel? Jiang Ro furrowed her brow, puzzled. Driven by curiosity, she decided to follow them. Miss Jiang, where are you headed? Zhang Zheng inquired as he noticed her sudden departure. Director Zhang, Sister Wang, please continue eating. I need to visit the restroom, Jiang Ro replied hurriedly, making her way to the elevator. Upon seeing Lin Xiona and Qilin ascend to the 6th floor, she swiftly entered another elevator, following suit. As the elevator doors opened, Jiang Ro happened to catch sight of Lin Xiona using a room card to unlock a door, subsequently leading Qilin inside. She keenly observed that Qilin remained in a state of unconsciousness throughout, showing no signs of awakening. What could be the matter? Had she simply drunk too much? Jiang Ro cautiously stepped out of the elevator. Just as she prepared to follow and observe further, an unexpected sound echoed. Suddenly, the elevator door beside her swung open. Immediately, a tall young man emerged, striding purposefully towards the guest rooms. Before Jiang Ro could react, the man approached the very room Lin Xiona had just entered and gently knocked on the door. Who could this man be? Witnessing this, Jiang Ro's expression morphed into one of incredulity, her eyes widening in shock. Qilin was intoxicated, and it was comprehensible for her close friend Lin Xiona to bring her to a hotel to rest. But who was this man? Was Chunhua aware of this? Jiang Rou stood at a distance, her breath hitching in surprise. In the next moment, the door to the room opened, and the man stepped inside with remarkable swiftness. As if the entire sequence had been rehearsed countless times, flowing seamlessly. Jiang Rou, astonished, covered her mouth in disbelief. No, I must inform Chenhua about this immediately. With that thought, she swiftly retrieved her phone and dialed Chenhua. Otherwise, he might soon find himself in a precarious situation. At the Qin residence, Chenhua had exerted considerable effort to complete acupuncture on old Master Qin. His condition had gradually improved, and awakening was imminent. Your medical skills are truly extraordinary, Chenhua. I believe there is no one in this world whose expertise rivals yours, aside from the immortal healer himself. Dr. Li, who had observed the entire process, felt a genuine admiration for Chenhua. Before meeting him, he held some confidence in his own abilities, but now he realized that compared to Chenhua, he was utterly lacking. What an exaggeration, Chenhua replied, dismissively waving a hand. He had never desired to compete for the title of the foremost physician. Grandfather has awakened. Suddenly, Qin Jihua exclaimed. Everyone's gaze snapped towards the bed where old Master Qin had been resting. Sure enough, they witnessed the long-closed eyes of old Master Qin slowly opening. Brother Chen, you are truly a miraculous healer. My father's condition had stumped many doctors, who declared it hopeless. Yet, after just a few needles and some peculiar concoction, he has regained consciousness. Qin Fu expressed his profound gratitude, praising Chenhua as if he were a reincarnation of the legendary Hua Ta. Such comparisons to Hua Ta are increasingly absurd. Please refrain from such flattery, Chenhua remarked, glancing at him. You were the one who spoke the most harshly of me earlier. Oh, and your little daughter as well. Her chatter rivals that of widow Li from our village. Upon glancing once again at the astounded Qin Ruxue, who was rendered speechless, Chenhua belatedly realized that he had previously overlooked the fact that this young lady was rather well endowed. Her ample bosom certainly suggested a notable maturity. And when he directed his gaze towards Qin Jihua, it became evident that both sisters were indeed more developed in this regard than the vast majority of women. Chenhua, thank you for saving my grandfather. Qin Jihua expressed her heartfelt gratitude, her gaze imbued with sincerity. It was a trivial matter, Chenhua replied, suddenly noticing that the corner of the old man's mouth was still smeared with remnants of dog excrement. Moreover, the old gentleman had only just regained consciousness. His awareness still somewhat hazy, he likely perceived an odd taste in his mouth, but could not articulate its nature. Observing this, Chenhua promptly leaned closer to Qin Jihua and advised in a hushed tone, Miss Qin, I suggest you hasten to fetch a damp towel to clean your grandfather's mouth. Huh? Qin Jihua was momentarily baffled. Why? Because if you don't clean it soon, the mess will dry and become increasingly difficult to remove, Chenhua stated with a hint of melancholy. Upon hearing this, Qin Jihua's expression froze in shock. Quickly now, Jihua, I believe Chenhua's suggestion is quite reasonable, Su Wenwen chimed in, her expression equally perplexed. Clearly unable to bear the sight of the old man, with such a disgraceful mark on his face. All right, I will go at once. Qin Jihua swiftly regained her composure and dashed off to wet a towel. She soon returned with a basin of warm water and attentively began to cleanse her grandfather's face. Dr. Chen, I am immensely grateful for your life-saving intervention for my father. Here is a token of my appreciation. I hope it is not deemed insufficient, Qin Fu stated, producing a bank card from his pocket and respectfully presenting it to Chenhua with both hands. This card contains a total of 30 million. The password is 6 zeros. 30 million? Dr. Li, who stood nearby, was taken aback by Qin Tian's generosity. In the past, he had only received a maximum of 1 million for his medical services. But here Chenhua was receiving 30 times that amount. Accept it, junior brother. Before Chenhua could voice his thoughts, Su Wenwen had already interjected. Chenhua raised an eyebrow, casting a curious glance in her direction. Would accepting this some disrupt the relationship between his senior sister and Miss Qin? Please, take it. Chenhua, I truly appreciate your help this time. Qin Jihua, while tending to her grandfather's face, suddenly added with a smile. Hearing this, Chenhua looked again at Su Wenwen. Seeing her nod in affirmation, he dismissed his reservations and accepted the bank card from Qin Tian. Should there be any developments with the old gentleman, Miss Qin may contact me, and I shall return. As he held the 30 million bank card, Chenhua instinctively began to calculate in his mind. He had invested 20 million today to assist Jiang Rou in securing the leading role. And now with Qin Tian's generous gift of 30 million, he had effectively gained an additional 10 million. Thank you, Dr. Chun, Qin Tian expressed with a cheerful demeanor. He then handed Dr. Li 100,000 as a token of gratitude for his earlier advice. Had it not been for his assertion that Chun Hua could save the old man, they might have faced a far graver outcome. Dr. Li, the old man, was rather unceremonious, directly accepting the money. Yet, he promptly handed the card to Chun Hua, graciously proclaiming that he was grateful to Chun Hua for allowing him to witness the true art of acupuncture, claiming that he had greatly benefited. And thus the 100,000 yuan served as a tuition fee. This old man certainly knew how to conduct himself. Chun Hua chuckled softly and unceremoniously accepted the funds. It appeared that this old fellow had come without doing any work, yet had managed to acquire knowledge for free. Dr. Li offered a few forced smiles, but remained silent. Just then, Jiang Ro inquired, "What's wrong, Jiang Ro? Aren't you dining with the director? How do you have time to call me?" At that moment, Su Wenwen received a call from Jiang Ro, and the urgency in her tone was palpable. "Oh no, Sister Wenwen, something terrible has happened." "What kind of calamity?" Jiang Ro swiftly replied, "I just spotted Chun Hua's fiancée and her friend at the hotel. It seems Chun Hua's fiancée is still unconscious, being supported into a hotel room by her friend. What's worse, a man also entered their room." "What? Such a thing is happening?" Su Wenwen was taken aback, astonished by the scandalous behavior of these individuals. "I feel like something is amiss. I intended to call Chun Hua, but he didn't answer. I tried several times to reach him before finally calling you. Is the junior disciple with you? Where are they now? I'll inform him. Chun Hua is beside me." "That is splendid." Jiang Ro sighed in relief, quickly stating, "They're at the Blue Sea Grand Hotel, room 608. I'm here keeping watch. Hurry over." "All right. We'll be there shortly." Su Wenwen concluded the call and swiftly grasped Chun Hua's hand, pulling him outside. This scene left the Qin family and Dr. Li in a state of bewilderment, while Chun Hua, being dragged along, asked in confusion, "Sister, why are we in such a hurry? I still have things to discuss with them. There is no time for explanations. We can talk later. If we delay any further, you might find yourself wearing a green hat." "What?" Chun Hua was puzzled. "Get in the car. I'll explain on the way." In no time, Su Wenwen had pulled Chun Hua into her vehicle and quickly recounted what Jiang Ro had just shared. Upon hearing this, Chun Hua's expression darkened ominously. "Sister, Jiang Ro just said that Qi Lin is unconscious, correct?" Chun Hua's brows furrowed tightly, his eyes narrowing with a frosty glare. "Yes," Su Wenwen affirmed, pressing the accelerator as they sped toward the Blue Sea Grand Hotel. "I understand now. It must be her conniving friend, Lin Xiona, who orchestrated this. How ruthless of her to incapacitate Qi Lin and send her to the hotel. She must have colluded with that man in advance." Chun Hua swiftly deduced. Otherwise, why would that man have entered Qi Lin's room? It was undoubtedly Lin Xiona who had opened the door for him. At this moment, Su Wenwen was consumed by a profound anger. Although she remained unaware of Chun Hua's recent marriage, in her eyes, Qi Lin was still considered Chun Hua's fiancée and, in a sense, a half-sister. The fact that Qi Lin had been schemed against was a bitter pill for her to swallow. The Blue Ocean Grand Hotel, room 608. "You may leave now." Qin Shiji gazed at the unconscious Qi Lin on the bed, his eyes glimmering with desire. A wicked fire brewed within him. Eagerly anticipating the moment, he could claim Qi Lin for himself. "You must treat Lin well. She is my dearest friend." Lin Xiona's expression darkened as she placed Qi Lin gently onto the bed, a twinge of guilt rising within her. "She is almost mine, of course. I will be good to her." Qin Shiji, however, had no interest in engaging in idle chatter. He responded nonchalantly while loosening his tie. Seeing his urgency, Lin Xiona furrowed her brow, questioning whether his actions were a betrayal of Qi Lin. "Why are you still here? Do you wish to stay?" Qin Shiji turned to her, his gaze unabashedly lingering on the plunging neckline of Lin Xiona's gown, which captivated him. "I have already taken care of Qi Lin for you. Are you still contemplating your own intentions?" Lin Xiona, feeling uncomfortable under his scrutiny, pressed her hand against her chest. "I will leave now, but remember your promise to me." With that, she cast a guilt-ridden glance at the oblivious Qi Lin, bit her lip, and resolutely exited the hotel room. "Bah, that meddlesome woman. One day when I'm in the mood, I shall have you too." Qin Shiji scoffed as soon as she left, disdain etched on his face. "I merely used you. Did you truly think yourself significant? Sooner or later, I will indulge in you as well. But for now, I must savor Qi Lin's allure." Quickly shedding his suit jacket, He removed his white shirt, exposing his bare torso as he approached the bed, his gaze lustful as it roamed over Qi Lin's exquisite features and delicate form. "Nana, fetch me some water." At that moment, the seemingly slumbering Qi Lin began to stir, her rosy lips parting slightly as she murmured, "Lin, do not rush. I can quench your thirst right now." Observing her signs of awakening, Qin Shiji felt no surprise, only exhilaration, for everything unfolded precisely as he had anticipated. According to his plan, he intended to incapacitate Qi Lin alongside Lin Xiona, then stealthily enjoy her company. Yet, Qin Shiji had audaciously altered the scheme, administering only half the dosage, intending to seduce her while she hovered between consciousness and oblivion. Water. Qi Lin's eyes fluttered open and shut, her throat parched, her head heavy. Her entire being enveloped in an enchanting haze, rendering her unable to fully awaken. In a state of palpable eagerness, "It seems you are even more audacious than I had anticipated. I wonder if you will become even more daring once the moment of ecstasy arrives." Qin Shiji felt an overwhelming heat coursing through him, ignited by Qi Lin's alluring expression. Unable to suppress the fervor within, he swiftly cast aside the quilt that covered her. Almost immediately, he found himself kneeling before her. Qi Lin was still murmuring her desire for water. "You may drink later. Let us indulge in this first," he said, his gaze filled with a sinister smile as he swiftly unbuckled his belt. "Come here, little enchantress." However, just as he was about to remove his trousers and proceed to the next phase, the hotel room door was suddenly thrust open with a loud bang. "What the hell is happening?" Qin Shiji gasped, startled, his heart racing and his body instantly losing its vigor. The sound of the door slamming jolted Qi Lin awake, her eyes flying open. Upon seeing Qin Shiji kneeling before her, her expression shifted dramatically, instinctively clutching the quilt and recoiling. "Qin Shiji, what do you intend to do?" Without pausing for thought, she quickly realized that she had been brought to the hotel by him. A frantic glance at her attire reassured her that she was still fully clothed, allowing her to breathe a sigh of relief. "What about Nana? What have you done to her? How did I end up here?" "Qin Shiji, you are a beast." "Hold on, Lin, do not be so hasty with your insults. Once you have shared the bed with me, you might find yourself utterly enamored," Qin Shiji retorted, hastily pulling up his trousers. It was not that he had given up. Rather, he was momentarily paralyzed by fear. Just as he was zipping up, Chenhua barged in, having kicked the door open. "Chenhua?" Qi Lin exclaimed, a mix of shock and joy flooding her senses. Was he here to rescue her? "You are that toad desiring the swan, are you?" Qin Shiji, undeterred by Chenhua's entrance, wore a mocking expression. "Do you know that intruding into someone else's room without permission is illegal? Be wise and leave me be. I am preoccupied with Lin, and I have no time for you." In his mind, even if Chenhua had the audacity to intrude, he would not dare confront him. Today, he was determined to be with Qi Lin, no matter what. "Chenhua, please save me." Qi Lin attempted to rise from the bed, only to find herself utterly weak, her legs unresponsive and devoid of strength. Seeing her panic-stricken face, Chenhua's expression turned icy. "I am coming to rescue you." "Rescue? With your frail limbs, what can you possibly do?" Qin Shiji scoffed. "Ah, you have arrived just in time, while I am with your wife. You can observe and learn a thing or two." Qin Shiji dismissed Chenhua entirely, confident that he would not dare to act against him. He had practiced karate for several years, and his physique was considerably more robust than that of Chenhua. If it came to a physical confrontation, he was absolutely confident that he could knock Chenhua down with a single punch. Upon hearing Qin Shiji's words, Chenhua and Qi Lin felt a twinge of concern. What if Chenhua truly became frightened and refrained from rescuing her? Would she then be at the mercy of Qin Shiji today? "If you don't leave, I'll assume you're eager to learn a lesson. Just stand aside and don't hinder my efforts." Qin Shiji was accustomed to his domineering ways. Even in this dire situation, fear did not flicker across his face. "Get lost." Chenhua's eyes narrowed, a glint of cold light flashing within. He coldly uttered a single word. In an instant, he seized Qin Shiji's arm, and, before he could react, executed a shoulder throw. "Damn it! How dare you be so audacious? I'll make you pay." Qin Shiji, having been thrown to the ground, quickly sprang back to his feet and swung a fist toward Chenhua. However, just as he launched his attack, Chenhua delivered a powerful kick to his chest, sending him flying against the wall with a resounding crash. Ugh! Qin Shiji clutched his agonizing chest and spat out a mouthful of blood, terror blooming in his heart as he gazed at Chenhua. He had underestimated this man. He was far more formidable than anticipated. You dare to thwart my plans? Just wait. Realizing the precariousness of his situation, Qin Shiji hastily gathered his clothes and attempted to flee. Yet, Shenhua was not about to let him escape so easily. You think it's that simple to leave? Without uttering another word, Shenhua grabbed a nearby iron chair and swung it violently at Qin Shiji's head. His strike was swift and brutal, leaving Qin Shiji no time to evade. The chair connected with a resounding thud, splitting his scalp and causing blood to flow freely. Stop. Please, no more. You'll kill me. Only moments ago, Qin Shiji had exuded arrogance, but now he lay on the ground, bruised and battered, curled up and pleading for mercy. His body was a tapestry of bruises, and blood coated his face. Yet, Shenhua showed no signs of halting, relentlessly bringing the chair down upon him again and again. You were so boastful just now, weren't you? Shenhua swung the chair forcefully against his waist. Ah! Qin Shiji screamed, his voice echoing loudly enough to activate the motion sensor lights in the adjacent floors. Please, stop. I beg you. If I die, you'll end up in prison too. Let us talk this out. Spare me. Just as Chunhua prepared to deliver more blows, Qilin, lying on the bed, suddenly intervened. Although she harbored intense resentment toward Qin Shiji, she recognized the validity of his words. If this escalated to a fatal outcome, Chunhua might spend the rest of his life behind bars, and she certainly did not wish to see him suffer because of her. Indeed, I did nothing just now, not even shedding my clothes. In truth, my body is incapable. If you do not believe me, I can remove my trousers to demonstrate. I am utterly unable to rise. In this moment, Qin Shiji was willing to do anything for his survival. As he spoke, he genuinely began to unfasten his trousers, exposing himself before Chunhua. You see, I truly cannot move. I am not deceiving you, am I? Qin Shiji's desire to survive reached an extreme, as he sacrificed his dignity as a man to convince Chunhua of his innocence. You are quite ruthless, Chunhua remarked coldly, casting a fleeting glance at the nearly incapacitated sight before him. His anger began to dissipate. Upon witnessing Qin Shiji, battered and bruised, resorting to such a humiliating act, he decided to spare the fellow. Leave now. Do not let me see you again. With that, Chunhua carelessly tossed aside a chair. All right, I shall leave at once. Qin Shiji exclaimed, filled with joy, and hastily fled. Yet, as soon as he burst through the door, a sinister expression enveloped his face. I shall remember this grudge. How dare you humiliate me so? I will ensure your entire family pays dearly. Bloodied and bruised, Qin Shiji dashed out. Why is this person covered in blood? The young couple arriving at the hotel were taken aback by the sight. The young man hurriedly covered his girlfriend's eyes and reassured her, do not be afraid, darling. This man must have been caught in an affair with someone else's wife and was beaten by the husband. Such adulterers deserve to be punished. But if we are caught by my husband in this hotel, wouldn't he beat you as well? She questioned. That should not be a concern. Your husband is over 70. If he dares to come, who knows who would emerge victorious? Indeed, the young couple replied, feeling quite pleased as they retrieved their room card and entered. Almost instantly, they began to kiss passionately, shedding their clothes within mere seconds, revealing themselves to one another. Father, I have been attacked. A disheveled Qin Shiji hurried back to his car and swiftly dialed his father's number. You fool, could you not fight back? I was no match, he was too strong, and I had no means to retaliate. Were it not for my quick wits and speed, the Qin family would face extinction this time. Damn it! Who possesses such audacity to strike my son? Where are you? Keep an eye on the one who attacked you. I shall bring reinforcements to exact revenge. Qin Shiji wiped the blood dripping from his forehead onto his face, his expression despondent. Father, do not rush for revenge. First, please take me to the hospital to get stitched up. Where are you? At the Blue Ocean Hotel, Qin Shiji replied, his visage marred with blood. All right, wait there. Your mother and I will come immediately. Upon hanging up, Qin Tian was engulfed in fury. The Qin family's standing and power in Yunhai City were formidable. No one dared to utter a word against them. The audacity of someone to strike his son was utterly intolerable. Father, what has happened? Qin Jihua, sensing the gravity of the situation, inquired hastily. Your brother has been attacked. Qin Tian gritted his teeth, filled with an overwhelming desire to avenge the assault on Qin Shiji. What? Shiji has been attacked? Where is he now, and how is he? Upon hearing this, Qin Mu's expression changed dramatically as she looked anxiously at Qin Tian. He should still be able to call me, which indicates that it isn't too serious. However, it appears that his head has sustained significant injury. We must hurry and take him to the hospital. Qin Tian turned to his sisters, Qin Jihua and Ru Shui, and said, Jihua, Ru Shui, accompany me. All right. The two exchanged glances, quickly changed their clothes, and left with Qin Tian. Chenhua, how did you know I was here? At the Blue Ocean Hotel. Qi Lin, having benefited from Chenhua's attentive full-body massage, sat on the edge of the bed, looking at him with a puzzled expression. It was Jiang Ro who informed me. Chenhua spoke candidly, revealing the truth. Jiang Ro, the woman from that day? Qi Lin furrowed her brow. Yes. How did she find out? She happened to be dining downstairs and saw it by chance. Currently, Su Wenwen and Jiang Ro were negotiating with the hotel to allow Lin Xiona to bring Qi Lin inside, while the surveillance footage of Qin Shiji following them had been extracted. Despite Chenhua having dealt with that individual, he had no intention of letting Qin Shiji off the hook easily, especially since Qi Lin's close friend, Lin Xiona, was also involved. So that is how it is. I must thank her properly another day. Qi Lin nodded thoughtfully. Although she was not well acquainted with Jiang Ro, she recognized the assistance she had provided in this matter and bore no ill will. Let us go back for now, Chenhua said without elaboration, quickly escorting Qi Lin back to her home. Once he confirmed her safety, he intended to seek out Su Wenwen, but just as he was about to open the door, Qi Lin called out to him. Chenhua, what is wrong? He turned back to face Qi Lin, who was seated on the sofa. Where are you going? Qi Lin bit her lip, feeling a surge of gratitude for Chenhua's timely arrival that had saved her from peril. However, she felt shy about expressing her feelings. I'm going to find a place to sleep, he shrugged. It wouldn't be appropriate for me to stay at your house since we're getting divorced tomorrow. Who said I wanted to divorce you? I haven't agreed to that. Qi Lin's voice rose with agitation. Regardless, it's only a matter of time. What difference does it make whether I agree now or tomorrow? Chenhua smiled faintly, recalling the events of that evening vividly. This marriage was a hasty decision. It was bound to end sooner or later. It's better to cut ties swiftly. No, I didn't say I wanted a divorce. Qi Lin felt a twinge of grievance, her rosy lips pouting slightly as she murmured, about that fake liquor incident tonight. Can't we consider that I wronged you? This realization dawned upon her only after Chenhua rescued her from Qin Shiji. If Chenhua had truly intended to harm her, he could have done so when she was utterly defenseless in the hotel. He would not have taken the trouble to return her home safely. Yet, her prideful nature made it difficult for her to admit her feelings. Thus, she stubbornly refused to apologize to Chenhua until he once again broached the topic of divorce. At which point she felt a twinge of urgency. Was this woman genuinely offering me an apology? Chenhua was momentarily taken aback. Could it be that she would voluntarily acknowledge her mistakes? I understand that you are still angry and unwilling to accept my apology. If you are resolute in your decision to leave, I cannot detain you. However, I have one request. Could you stay with me for just one night? Otherwise, I fear I may not be able to sleep. The incident involving Qin Shiji had cast a considerable psychological shadow over Qi Lin. Not to mention that her body had yet to fully recover. She felt dizzy and weak. Yet, for reasons unknown, she felt an extraordinary sense of security whenever Chenhua was present. Very well, I shall remain for another night. Chenhua cast a meaningful glance at Qi Lin and then said, You should return to your room and get some rest. I will manage on the sofa for the night. But I'm afraid, Qi Lin implored, her eyes filled with earnestness. Can we sleep in the same room? Isn't that rather inappropriate? You might suspect me of ulterior motives, Chenhua replied, wrinkling his nose. There is nothing inappropriate about it. I'll go take a shower first. Qi Lin's cheeks flushed a deep crimson, and she hurried toward the bathroom. Shower? Observing Qi Lin undress without hesitation and step into the bathroom, Chenhua raised an eyebrow. Was this an invitation? There had only been a thin veil separating their relationship until now. In such circumstances, how could he not entertain such thoughts? Perhaps it would be prudent to exercise restraint. He certainly did not wish to act against a woman's will, lest he find himself in a troublesome situation. Qi Lin's shower was surprisingly swift. Within 5 minutes, she emerged from the bathroom clad in a loose pink nightgown. I'm done. You should hurry and wash up. I'll be in the room waiting for you. With that, she dashed back to her room. Whether out of shyness or something else, her face was as red as a perfectly ripe peach. Chenhua couldn't help but glance at her, noting her alluring figure. Was this a subtle hint? He still found it hard to believe. Was she truly suggesting something? Never mind. He would let things unfold naturally. First, he would take a shower. And then he could seize the opportunity presented tonight to inquire about the jade pendant matter, which could no longer be postponed. He shook his head in resignation. The issue concerning the pendant remained unresolved, and Chunhua felt a growing impatience. However, he was left speechless when, upon finishing his shower and entering Qi Lin's room, he discovered her fast asleep on the bed. Really? Chunhua scoffed. She tells me to wash up, and yet she has already fallen asleep. But why does her sleeping posture seem so revealing? There lay Qi Lin sprawled on the bed in a relaxed position. Her pink nightgown slightly hiked up to reveal her flat, fair abdomen. The garment had slipped halfway off her shoulders, causing the strap of her white undergarment to slide down, accentuating her delicate, fair shoulders. Moreover, she wore only a pair of very short pink shorts, exposing her long, slender legs before Chunhua's gaze. He could not help but feel parched. Which official could resist such temptation? Chunhua glanced once more at the white strap of Qi Lin's slipping dress. She must have been truly exhausted, for she had fallen asleep in her undergarments. Thus, he resolved to postpone the matter regarding the jade pendant until the morrow. Chunhua found himself at a loss. With no other option, he gently covered Qi Lin with a blanket before quietly exiting the room. This night, he was resigned to the fate of sleeping on the sofa. When Qi Lin awoke the next day, she was startled to realize she had slept in her lingerie. It dawned on her that she had dozed off right after returning to her room from her shower. She found herself momentarily stunned. Where was Chunhua? A glance to her side revealed the bed empty. Had he not stayed with her? Could it be that he had already left? The thought sent her into a flurry, and she disregarded the unbuttoned front of her nightwear, rushing out in haste. Chunhua, she called as she dashed into the living room, only to find it deserted. A pang of disappointment struck her heart, and her expression darkened. This man was insufferable. How could he leave without a word? Did he truly desire a divorce? In her frustration, she stomped her foot on the floor, startling the couple downstairs who had just awakened from their slumber. The husband, caught off guard, provoked an immediate frown from his wife, who scolded him with ire. You useless man. Just as I was starting to feel something, you finish. I didn't mean to. It was the noise from upstairs that startled me. He protested. You're such a waste. What has gotten into you? I thought a donkey was digging up the floor. At that moment, Chunhua emerged from the kitchen, looking perplexed as he regarded her. You didn't leave? Upon seeing him, Qi Lin's face brightened momentarily, but it quickly reverted to a frosty demeanor. Why haven't you gone yet? Chunhua furrowed his brow, casting a glance at her, pondering silently that it was she who had insisted he stay last night. Realizing perhaps that her words had been a touch excessive, Qi Lin hastily shifted the topic. You didn't treat my grandfather yesterday, did you? After breakfast, come home with me. He seems to have something to discuss with you. In the whirlwind of yesterday's activities, Chunhua had indeed forgotten to inform the elder. You can tell him yourself later, he replied. Noticing Qi Lin's icy demeanor, he felt a wave of exasperation wash over him. Can you not be so uptight all the time? Would it hurt to relax a bit? Yet, her expression remained unchanged as she continued her breakfast, indifferent to his words. Eating the breakfast he had prepared while giving him the cold shoulder. How remarkable. It seemed that once she donned her attire, she no longer recognized him. Chunhua inhaled deeply, resigned to sit down and join her for the meal. You can't silence me with food, Qi Lin finally retorted. You should really fasten your buttons. It's quite revealing. Chunhua Zhao cast a fleeting glance at Qi Lin's ample soft jade, casually offering a remark. What? Qi Lin paused, instinctively lowering her gaze, only to be startled by the revelation that the buttons of her nightgown were undone to a considerable extent. Alarmed, she gasped and hastily clutched her garment, shooting an indignant glare at Chunhua. You pervert, where are you looking? It's not as if I wished to see. You displayed it before me. Chunhua retorted nonchalantly. What did you say? Qi Lin's brows knitted together in disbelief. This fellow had the audacity to utter such words. I merely stated a fact, Chunhua admitted, relishing the sight of her flushed face. You have no shame, Qi Lin exclaimed, her cheeks reddening even further, a deep blush creeping to the roots of her ears. Memories of the previous night in the bathroom flashed through her mind. No shame. Chunhua raised an eyebrow, stealing another glance at her. Suddenly, he sprang to his feet, wrapping his arms around her slender waist. Today, let me show you what true shamelessness is. Chunhua, what are you doing? Qi Lin was momentarily bewildered, her expression transforming into one of shock, her body stiffening, unable to move. Let us finish what we started last night, he declared, leaning in to press his lips against her rosy ones. Chunhua, you, Qilin gasped, her eyes widening in astonishment. Initially, she felt a twinge of discomfort as he caressed her, but within mere moments, an unexpected warmth washed over her, and she found herself devoid of any desire to resist. "Be gentle," she murmured softly. "Not a chance. I want you to understand what it means to be with a real man." Yet, Chunhua disregarded her request entirely. Sweeping her into a princess carry and transporting her to the bedroom. Lying on the bed, Qilin's nightgown was completely unbuttoned. So clumsy, can't even undress properly. Yet claims to be a real man, she thought with a hint of reproach. With a swift motion, she reached behind her back and unclasped her bra. In one fluid movement, she discarded it towards Chunhua. Quite proactive, he acknowledged, catching the garment, which still radiated Qilin's warmth and carried a delightful scent. "I told you, wearing clothes and being bare are two entirely different matters. Are you willing to admit it now?" Chunhua, a man of action, wasted no time. One hand alone proved insufficient to manage the sensations coursing through him, igniting a fervor within. "To think you would complain after taking advantage of me." Qilin's face flushed deeper at his words. This little enchantress seemed even more eager than he was, Chunhua mused inwardly. "Take it easy." Qilin felt a surge of anxiety as she noticed his roughness. It is said that a girl experiences considerable pain during her first time. If Chunhua were to exert excessive force, it would surely be unbearable, especially in a moment of extreme tension. Suddenly, she felt a warmth in her lower abdomen, as if something were flowing out. Instinctively, she looked down, and to her astonishment, she saw a vivid crimson stain on the sheets. Blood. "Chunhua, I told you to be gentle. I am bleeding," Qilin exclaimed, her face paling as she sat up abruptly. The notion that one bleeds during their first time proved to be true. Yet, she had not even engaged in a profound exchange. Chunhua fell silent, staring at the red mark on the sheets. If this truly was her first time, bleeding was indeed expected. However, this was before any significant intimacy had occurred. Surely, this defied logic. Wait, could it be that I have just started my period? Just as Chunhua was grappling with uncertainty, Qilin suddenly froze, staring at the bloodstain in bewilderment. "Huh." Hearing this, Chunhua's eyes widened in surprise. "Your period just started? What a timing." Nevertheless, with no options left, Chunhua quickly got out of bed. "Do you have any sanitary pads at home? Where are they? I'll go get them for you." "It seems we have run out," Qilin replied, her gaze awkwardly meeting Chunhua's. At that moment, she felt immensely embarrassed. They had finally reached the critical stage. And now her period arrived. What a twist of fate. "You don't have any?" Chunhua was taken aback. "Then wait here. I'll go buy some right now." "Okay, thank you," Qilin said, her expression somewhat grim. It was unclear whether her discomfort stemmed from the untimely arrival of her period or from feeling guilty towards Chunhua. Having started down this path, there was no turning back, yet they were so close to the finish line. This situation was undeniably uncomfortable for anyone. "I will return shortly," Chunhua assured her, hastily dressing before leaving the room. At this point, he felt utterly helpless. With Qilin on her period, continuing was out of the question. Yet, after 3 near successes, Chunhua was left feeling both resigned and frustrated. It seemed his fate was destined for hardship, and his companion was unwittingly caught in it. Quickly, he made his way to the supermarket downstairs to buy sanitary pads for Qilin. With a black bag in hand, he lowered his head slightly and sighed. "But don't worry, my friend. We will eventually reap the rewards of our efforts." Chunhua refused to be disheartened, gathering his resolve once more. "I refuse to believe that this step is insurmountable. If life is a play, then the playwright must be utterly foolish to have toyed with me 3 times. I wasn't sure which brand you preferred, so I bought one of each. Take a look." Upon returning home, Chunhua handed the black bag to Qilin, who had already dressed. The soiled sheets had been tossed into the washing machine. "Thank you," Qilin said. Her cheeks flushed with embarrassment as she averted her gaze from Chunhua's eyes. She opened the bag to inspect its contents. "Sophie, 7 space, Hushabo, Jetting, and JOGAC. Why have you purchased so many?" Qilin was taken aback as she gazed into the black bag filled with various brands of sanitary pads. "You chose these based on comfort, didn't you?" Chunhua replied with a faint smile. It was his first time procuring such feminine products, and being unfamiliar with the brands, he had opted to buy a variety. "Thank you," Qilin said, her eyes shimmering as she looked at Chunhua's handsome face, feeling deeply touched. It was the first time a man had bought her sanitary pads. "What is there to thank? I am your husband. This is only expected," Chunhua boldly asserted. playfully resting his hand on her slender waist. That's merely in name. You haven't actually shared my bed yet. Without the essence of marriage. It doesn't quite count, Qi Lin retorted, rolling her eyes at him before she playfully swatted his hand away and hurried off to the restroom to change her pad. So this woman can joke when she's not being aloof, Chunhua mused, somewhat astonished by Qi Lin's graceful figure. However, he soon clenched his teeth, secretly vowing to himself, once your period is over in 7 days, just wait and see how I'll handle you. Let us go home and attend to Grandpa's health. After everything was settled, Qi Lin resumed her icy demeanor, a sight that irked Chunhua, though he knew this wasn't the moment for complaints. He would have to deal with this little enchantress after the week was over. Before long, they returned to the Qi residence. Perhaps anticipating their return, a large gathering awaited them in the hall, including Qi Diyu, Qi Mei, and her daughter Yu Qiao Qiao, whom Chunhua had met on his first visit. Finally, you're back, cousin. We've been waiting for you forever. Yu Qiao Qiao shot a disdainful glance at Chunhua, her attitude decidedly unfriendly. Waiting for me? What's the matter? Qi Lin frowned. Lin, why are you still with this boy? Haven't I told you to sever ties with him? Qi Lin's mother, Li Huiwan, scolded from the side. Qi Diyu and Qi Mei exchanged triumphant looks, smirking. This kid dared to ruin our plans. If it hadn't been for your meddling that day, the old man would have been long gone, and the Qi family's fortune would have been ours already. It's all because of you that this calamity has befallen us. Chunhua and I have returned to treat Grandpa's illness, not to argue with you. Qi Lin replied coldly, taking Chunhua by the hand as they made their way to the elder Qi's room. Chunhua remained silent, following her quietly. He too wished to resolve the elder's ailment swiftly so that he could inquire about the jade pendant. Prolonging this matter was not ideal. Stop. Just as they took a couple of steps, Qi Diyu suddenly called out to them, his cold gaze fixed on Chunhua. You claimed you could cure my father in no time, yet it has been several days, and he remains bedridden. How dare you show your face here claiming to treat him? Indeed, if I were in your position, I would have lost all sense of shame long ago. I must admit, your audacity is quite remarkable. Qi Mei also chimed in. From the very beginning, they had no intention of allowing Chunhua to treat the old gentleman. Upon hearing this, Qi Lin furrowed her brows and instinctively glanced at Chunhua. Upon reflection, they did have a point. Chunhua had been treating her grandfather for several days now, and one would expect some signs of improvement. Why, then, was he still unable to rise from his bed? Chunhua, my uncle seemed to have a valid point. What is going on? After some contemplation, Qi Lin could not help but inquire. That is a question for them to answer, Chunhua replied, unfazed. Although the old gentleman's condition had not fully recovered, it was hardly severe enough to confine him to bed. The reasoning behind this could either be the old man's own design or the meddling of these two individuals. After all, they had a history. Though the old gentleman had not explicitly mentioned poisoning, one could easily deduce that it was the doing of Qi Diyu and his accomplice. My uncles? What does this have to do with them? Qi Lin was momentarily taken aback. What do you mean by that? You assured us you could cure my father. And now that you have failed, you shift the blame onto us? Quite laughable, Qi Diyu scoffed, unable to believe the boy's lack of sense. Lin, I have always said this boy is unreliable. Look at him now, passing the buck. Your mother was right. You should distance yourself from him, Qi Mei added, her tone dripping with sarcasm. Unbeknownst to them, Chunhua had already seen through their ruse. Did you hear that? I am not the only one saying this. Even your second uncle and aunt have voiced similar sentiments. Lin, how long will you remain obstinate? Li Huiwan interjected, attempting to offer some well-meaning advice. Chunhua discerned their intent. Their family had come today to persuade Qi Lin to divorce him. Yet, it was evident that Qi Lin would not heed a single word. If she were to listen, she would not have so readily accompanied him to obtain a marriage certificate. Qi Lin furrowed her brow, remaining silent for a moment as she glanced at Chunhua, torn between her thoughts about whether he could truly heal her grandfather. Just then, clad in a blue nightgown, the old gentleman unexpectedly emerged. Who says I cannot get out of bed? Here I am, perfectly well. Father? How come? Qi Diyu was taken aback. This old fellow should have been lying in bed, barely clinging to life. Qi Mei also blinked in surprise, clearly thrown off by the unexpected turn of events. Grandfather, why are you out of your room? Qi Lin rushed forward to assess her grandfather's condition. Upon seeing the healthy color on his face, she felt a wave of relief wash over her. It seemed Chunhua had indeed not deceived her, and the treatment had proven effective. If I didn't come out, some might think I had already passed away, Qi Tianqi huffed, casting a cold glance at Qi Diyu and Qi Mei. The siblings felt a tremor of unease at his gaze. Qi Mei quickly regained her composure and smiled, saying, "Dad, what are you talking about? You've just recovered from a serious illness. How can you utter such inauspicious words?" She then instructed, "All right, you all go about your business. I wish to speak with my granddaughter and her husband for a moment." Qi Tianqi waved his hand, clearly uninterested in continuing the conversation. Observing this, the two were momentarily taken aback. Qi Diyu, feeling increasingly guilty, hastily signaled to Qi Mei and then addressed the elder. "I just remembered there are matters at the company that require my attention. Please continue your chat. I shall take my leave now. Coincidentally, I believe there are also affairs at my company that need my intervention. I will accompany you." Qi Mei, quick-witted as ever, noticed her elder brother slipping away and promptly took Yu Qiao's hand, hastily departing from the Qi residence. Judging by the elder's earlier demeanor towards them, it seemed he was aware of something, and they feared that remaining any longer would lead to their exposure. "What has happened to them?" Qi Lin observed the two, fleeing with a frown. Shenhua, however, smiled faintly, fully aware that these two were feeling guilty as thieves. Yet he was puzzled. Despite Qi Leizizi clearly knowing everything, he still refrained from addressing the matter directly. Did he not harbor resentment towards these unfilial children who had wronged him? Let them be. They may go. "Come, Lin, Shenhua, please take a seat." Qi Tianqi beckoned them with a broad smile, his demeanor a stark contrast to his earlier indifference. This left Li Huiwan in a state of confusion. What was going on with the old man? He displayed such hostility toward his own children, yet smiled so warmly at this outsider. After Qi Lin and Chen Hua sat down, the elder turned to Li Huiwan, saying, "Xiaowan, could you please brew a pot of tea?" "Huh." Li Huiwan was momentarily taken aback. Did she hear correctly? He wanted her to serve tea to this young man? What are you waiting for? Quickly go. Seeing her hesitation, Qi Tianqi urged again. Li Huiwan paused, though reluctant. She gritted her teeth, shot a resentful glare at Shenhua, and turned to brew the tea. Shenhua remained unfazed, possessing no particular fondness for his nominal mother-in-law. He thought little of her, as long as she did not provoke him. "Grandfather, do you have something to discuss with me?" Qi Lin understood that her grandfather had intentionally dismissed the others. "Indeed, I specifically asked you two to stay because I wish to share a few words." Qi Tianqi smiled warmly at Shenhua. "You two have been living together for several days now. Has there been any progress regarding my great-grandson?" This caught Shenhua off guard. He had not anticipated such a provocative inquiry. Unsure how to respond, he could only smile at Qi Lin, who, with flushed cheeks, indignantly replied, "Grandfather, please refrain from saying such things." All right. I shall say no more. You both know your own hearts well enough." Qi Tianqi chuckled lightly, exchanging a knowing glance with Shenhua, who comprehended the implication almost instantaneously. It is merely an act of encouragement towards him. However, Shenhua feels quite helpless about this situation. It is not that he does not wish for success, but with the twists and turns. Just as success appeared to be within reach, an unexpected setback occurred. Ahem, let us return to the main topic. Qi Tianqi coughed a couple of times and said earnestly, Lin, Shenhua, now that you have obtained your marriage certificate, I can confidently entrust the management of the company to you as a couple. The purpose of today's gathering is to inform you that I intend to transfer all my shares in the company to Shenhua. What? Qi Lin was taken aback upon hearing this. With a clatter, Li Huiwan, who had just approached, was so astonished that she dropped the teapot she was holding. In disbelief, she exclaimed, Dad, what did you just say? You want to transfer your shares to this wild brat? How can that be? He is not even a member of the Qi family. What right does he have? Li Huiwan, having just brewed tea, was enraged to hear the patriarch declare his intention to transfer his shares to Shenhua. Who does he think he is? He has not even crossed the threshold of the Qi family. How dare he covet the family's shares? Preposterous. Shenhua is Lin's husband and my granddaughter's spouse. How can he not be considered a member of the Qi family? Qi Tianqi's expression darkened instantly. Shenhua is, after all, his savior, and Li Huijuan's attitude greatly displeased him. No, Dad, that is not what I meant, Li Huijuan stammered, sensing her father's anger. What I meant to say is that Lin's father is currently on a business trip and has not returned. Shouldn't such a significant matter be discussed with him first? Have you ever seen a father needing to consult his son before making a decision? This matter is settled. I will have the transfer contract drafted today to officially transfer the shares to Shenhua. Qi Tianqi had evidently made up his mind. and no amount of persuasion would change it. But Dad Li Huiwan became anxious, yet she dared not speak further. She could only glare resentfully at Chenhua, thinking to herself how this reckless young man had managed to charm her father to such an extent. Rather than transferring shares to a family member, they were being given to someone she deemed unworthy. Chenhua was equally astonished by the elder's decision and hurried to decline, saying, "Old master, this is far too generous. I cannot accept it. Moreover, I am not adept at managing a company. If you truly transfer the shares to me, I fear I would lead the company to ruin in no time, and then I would be a historical villain." Upon hearing his words, Qi Lin was somewhat surprised. She had assumed Chenhua would be elated to accept, but was instead met with refusal, which led her to regard him with newfound respect. Perhaps this young man possesses a modicum of self-awareness. Li Huiwan shot Chenhua glare from the side. Qi Tianqi, however, ignored her and smiled warmly at Chenhua, saying, "It is all right. Managing a company is not something anyone is born knowing. You can learn gradually, and Lin will assist you. Ultimately, the Qi family will rely on both of you going forward." Hearing this, Chenhua's face revealed a hint of bitterness. "Very well, do not make excuses any longer. I have already transferred the shares. If you are unwilling to fulfill even this modest request of mine, then I shall depart this world in unrest," declared Qin Tianqi, his eyes suddenly losing their luster. Observing this, Chenhua furrowed his brow. Did the old gentleman realize his days were numbered, prompting him to transfer the shares to Chenhua? If that were the case, it would make sense. The old man evidently harbored doubts about Qi Diyu, Qi Mei, and even Qi Lin's father, Qi Dan. He feared that Qi Lin would face hardships after his passing, which led to his decision to bestow the shares upon Chenhua. "Chenhua, since grandfather has spoken thus, you should acquiesce for the time being," interjected Qi Lin, just as Chenhua was engulfed in indecision. Lin, your grandfather is merely confused. How could you?" Li Huiwan chimed in, visibly displeased. "Who is confused?" Qin Tianqi's expression darkened. "Father, you misunderstand. That is not my intention." Li Huiwan stammered, at a loss for words. "Enough. Return to your room. I have matters to attend to." Qin Tianqi waved his hand, clearly losing patience with her. "Very well," Li Huiwan replied, feeling helpless. She shot a fierce glance at Chenhua before retreating to her room. Once inside, she immediately called her husband. "Dan, if you do not return home soon, there will be chaos." "What has happened?" Qi Dan asked nonchalantly while enjoying a foot massage at the club. "Father has gone mad. He is intent on transferring all his shares to that rascal Chenhua." "What? Such a thing is happening? I'm on my way back." Initially, Chenhua thought the matter of transferring shares was no trivial affair and contemplated refusal. However, the old man's resolute stance, coupled with Qi Lin's nod of agreement, left him with no choice but to acquiesce. If it were anyone else, they would have rejoiced at the prospect of such immense wealth finally falling into their lap. Yet, Chenhua felt no joy at all. Accepting the shares meant inheriting the burdens of the Qi family. Despite the apparent harmony within the family, Chenhua understood that a multitude of troubles lay beneath the surface. If Qi Diyu and Qi Mei were capable of poisoning their own father, what else were they capable of? "Chenhua, what are your thoughts on grandfather's decision to transfer the shares to you?" Not long after, Chenhua finished administering acupuncture to the old man. As he stepped out, Qi Lin inquired, "What else can be done? Whether standing, sitting, or lying down, I am amenable." "It simply depends on your preference," Chenhua jested, glancing at the frosty Qi Lin in the passenger seat. "I'm speaking seriously. Stop with the nonsense," Qi Lin retorted, rolling her eyes at him. "This is serious." Chenhua chuckled lightly before continuing, "You advised me to agree for now, so I shall do just that. We can address future matters later." No sooner had he finished speaking than his expression darkened. "Alas, I forgot to inquire about the jade pendant from the old gentleman. This matter is rather troublesome. Upon my arrival, you shall accompany me to the company." Qi Lin refrained from elaborating on the stock transfer issue and instead expressed her intention to bring Chenhua to the company for a visit. "Am I going with you?" Chenhua momentarily hesitated. "No more chatter, just follow me," Qi Lin commanded, already stepping out of the car and striding ahead. Observing Qi Lin's graceful silhouette and recalling her gentle demeanor, akin to flowing water when she shed her garments, Chenhua couldn't help but smirk. The contrast between the enchanting siren in her undress and the icy queen clothed was stark. "Just wait. Once Annie leaves, I shall deal with you. What are you dawdling for? Hurry up," Qi Lin called back coldly, noticing he had not followed. With a sigh, Chun-Hua was relieved they were in public. Otherwise, he might have been tempted to remove her attire and playfully spank her. Quickly catching up to Qi-Lin, they entered the company building together. The employees, noticing Chun-Hua trailing behind Qi-Lin, exchanged curious glances, some even speculating whether he was her boyfriend. Others dismissed the notion, asserting that someone as young and beautiful as Qi-Lin would not be interested in a man clad in such inexpensive clothing. It was simply absurd. Wait for me here. Enter only when I summon you, Qi-Lin instructed as they reached the office door. She stepped inside, reminding Chun-Hua once more. All right, Chun-Hua, not overthinking. Felt a pressing need to relieve himself and intended to locate the restroom first. However, being a newcomer to the company, he was unaware of its whereabouts and searched for some time before finally finding it. Just as he approached the men's restroom, a woman in a form-fitting white dress unexpectedly emerged from the adjacent ladies' room and collided into him. Ah, the woman gasped, quickly grasping Chun-Hua's arms to prevent herself from falling. Once steadied, she immediately apologized. I'm so sorry, I didn't see you and accidentally bumped into you. I hope I didn't hurt you. As she spoke, she nervously reached out to touch Chun-Hua, not out of malice, but out of concern that she might have harmed him, fearing the financial repercussions. Chun-Hua felt a tinge of embarrassment at her flustered touch. He had merely wanted to use the restroom when he found himself accosted by a stunning, voluptuous woman. Please, stop touching me. I'm fine. He took a step back, creating some distance between them. In that moment, he finally noticed her exquisite features. Her makeup was tasteful, and her lively, expressive eyes radiated an intellectual beauty. She appeared to be around 29 or 30 years old. I'm relieved to hear that. I truly apologize. I was in a hurry and didn't mean to bump into you. It was only then that Sun Wanshuang realized her behavior was somewhat inappropriate, and she hurriedly withdrew her hand. Before Chun-Hua could utter a word, she retrieved a small card from her handbag and handed it to him. This is my business card. If you feel uncomfortable at any point, please give me a call, and I will take responsibility, she stated, her urgency palpable as she added. I must be on my way now. With that, she swayed her slender waist and briskly departed. Her alluring figure, accentuated by a fitted skirt, was mesmerizing, captivating Chun-Hua's attention as he hesitated for a moment, then focused on the card in his hand, which bore her name and phone number, Sun Wanshuang, a rather pleasant name. What struck him as amusing was that this woman, having merely bumped into him, left her contact information for any future matters. Such a gesture stood in stark contrast to those reckless drivers who would flee the scene. Yet, it seemed she was rather carefree, so easily revealing her name and number. Just as Chun-Hua was about to enter the restroom, he noticed a bank card lying on the ground. Could it be that the woman had dropped it? He picked it up, bemused by her apparent carelessness, having lost something as significant as a bank card. It appeared she had already walked away, and he planned to call her after using the restroom, asking her to return for it. While performing good deeds was undoubtedly important, tending to one's own needs was equally so. However, upon finishing his business in the restroom and preparing to call Sun Wanshuang, he received a call from Qi-Lin. Where have you gone? Didn't I ask you to wait for me outside for a bit? How did you vanish in just a few minutes? I went to the restroom, Chun-Hua replied honestly. Those who are lazy tend to take longer, Qi-Lin coldly remarked before abruptly hanging up, leaving him no chance for further explanation. Just wait. In 7 days, I will see how to deal with you. Chun-Hua found himself at a loss against Qi-Lin's capricious demeanor, especially considering her current state. At the bank entrance, Sun Wanshuang was about to withdraw cash when she opened her bag to locate her bank card. However, after searching for quite some time, she realized the card had inexplicably vanished. How strange. Where is my bank card? I distinctly remember placing it in my bag, she murmured, rifling through her belongings. Lipstick, eyebrow pencil, lip balm, credit card, keys, and loose powder, but the bank card remained elusive. Where's my bank card? Sun Wanshuang's expression changed abruptly. She had a total of 20,000 yuan in the account, which she intended to withdraw for her son's hospitalization fees today. Yet, now that she was at the bank, the card was nowhere to be found. Could it possibly have been dropped somewhere earlier? She paused to recollect her thoughts. Sun Wanshuang furrowed her brow in sudden concern. The card had always been in her bag. She had not opened it throughout the journey, so if it were to fall, where could it possibly go? At this moment, anxiety gripped her heart as the hospital urgently awaited her payment, which must be submitted before noon today. Could it be that she had dropped it in the restroom when she bumped into that person at the company? The thought instantly cast a shadow over her expression. Taking a taxi from the bank to the company would take at least 30 minutes, and with the return trip, she would waste an immeasurable amount of time before rushing to the hospital. Moreover, the most critical issue was that she was still uncertain whether the bank card had indeed fallen at the company. She had no choice but to return and check. Hoping to find it, Sun Wanshuang bit her red lip. At this juncture, there was no other recourse. With determination, she turned and hurried out to catch a taxi, racing back to the company. Meanwhile, under Qi Lin's insistence, Chunhua arrived at her office. The office was spacious, and as he entered, he coincidentally encountered Qi Lin's assistant exiting through the door. "Hello," the young assistant greeted him, clad in professional attire and high heels. Chunhua smiled faintly and nodded in response. The assistant then flashed a charming smile and walked out with a somewhat dreamy expression. Chunhua mused to himself that the assistant had quite an appealing figure, especially those long, slender legs accentuated by black stockings. Had he seen enough? If not, he could certainly follow her for a while longer. Seated in her chair, Qi Lin raised an eyebrow, visibly irritated. This man had grown quite audacious. Daring to admire beauty in her presence? Cough, cough. I merely greeted her, Chunhua replied awkwardly, noting her jealousy after her menstrual cycle. Keep your flattery to yourself. I know full well what men are like. Qi Lin scoffed, rolling her eyes. All right, let us discuss business. You speak, I shall listen. Chunhua settled into the chair opposite Qi Lin. Since we have now registered our marriage and my grandfather is prepared to transfer his shares to you, I hope you will stand by my side to manage the company effectively. Currently, we must confront my second uncle and little aunt. Qi Lin calmly analyzed the situation. I believe they will soon learn of your grandfather's decision to transfer the shares, and they will undoubtedly attempt to obstruct us. Even if the transfer is successful, they will find ways to create difficulties. I hope you are mentally prepared for this. What do you mean? Chunhua was taken aback. What did this have to do with him? Why was he suddenly entangled in this web of troubles? The meaning is quite simple. Qi Lin spoke after a moment of contemplation, then waved her hand dismissively. Never mind. You wouldn't comprehend. Just follow my lead. Now, you may leave. Chunhua raised an eyebrow, feeling perplexed. So, she summoned him merely to riddle him with enigmas? Why are you still standing there? Shouldn't you be leaving? Qi Lin glanced at him with impatience. I can no longer endure this. Are you toying with me? Without uttering a word, Chunhua traversed the table and approached Qi Lin. What do you intend to do? Qi Lin stiffened at this sudden advance, an ominous premonition washing over her. Yet, in the next moment, Chunhua encircled her waist with his arm. Before she could react, he pressed his lips against her rosy cherry-like mouth. Qi Lin was entirely unprepared for this unexpected kiss. Fortunately, her assistant had already stepped out, and no one was paying heed to the office. Otherwise, should they witness the usually frosty general manager Qi engaged in such intimate behavior with a man, the facade of her aloof goddess persona would surely shatter in an instant. Initially, Qi Lin contemplated resisting, but as the kiss grew more enchanting, she gradually succumbed, gently closing her eyes and entwining her arms around Chunhua's neck, finding herself increasingly immersed in the moment. This is the office, she thought. Yet, just as Chunhua's hand instinctively ventured beneath her clothing, she suddenly jolted awake, blushing with indignation as she gently pushed him away. Ahem, I forgot, Chunhua muttered, rubbing his nose in embarrassment. His actions were not intentional. It was merely that during the kiss, he was uncertain where to place his hands, and instinctively sought certain places, primarily to ease the tension. Humph. Qi Lin shot him an exasperated glare, adjusting her clothing and rebuttoning the shirt that he had carelessly unfastened. Her cheeks were now aflame. What was happening to her? She found herself enjoying the kiss with this man, even feeling an impulsive desire to take things further. All the lipstick I applied this morning has been devoured by you. Qi Lin glared at Chunhua in a mix of embarrassment and anger before retrieving a lipstick from her drawer to reapply. The sight of her vividly painted lips only intensified Chunhua's longing for another kiss. My fault, but if you dare to toy with me again, I will retaliate. Chunhua realized that Qi Lin was a woman who appeared cold on the outside, yet harbored warmth within. The key to dealing with her was to be unabashed, as he had nothing to lose. All right, you should leave now. I need to work. Qi Lin's face was as red as a ripe apple. Fearful of another surprise attack from Chunhua, she waved him away hastily. By the way, I have a question I've been meaning to ask you. What do you know about the jade pendant you mentioned that day? Chunhua understood he should not disrupt Qi Lin's work. The punishment had been sufficient. However, just as he reached the doorway, he suddenly recalled the jade pendant. Let's discuss this at home, he suggested. Yet, Qi Lin did not lift her head. Engrossed in her documents, completely absorbed in her work. Fine, Chunhua sighed, realizing how quickly her demeanor had shifted. Just moments ago, she had been so affectionate. And now she was urging him to leave. Was there any difference between this and a fleeting encounter with no recognition afterwards? In a state of helplessness, Chunhua had no choice but to depart. Yesterday, he had made arrangements with Zhang Zheng and Zhang Ro to meet at the same location today to formally sign the contract. The time was drawing near, and he prepared to head over. Having glimpsed Zhang Ro's figure numerous times, he considered it a slight recompense. Moreover, the 20 million could be regarded as an investment, potentially yielding significant returns, a double benefit. Most of Chunhua's finances were derived from Bing Xinro. To be precise, nearly all of it was wealth bestowed upon him by her. Although he had not calculated the exact amount, it was undoubtedly a considerable sum. However, not long after he left the company, Sun Wanshuang hailed a taxi and rushed back to the entrance. After paying the fare, she hurriedly entered the elevator. The flawless silhouette accentuated by her form-fitting skirt captivated the taxi driver, who could not help but lower his window, gazing at her retreating figure for an extended moment. This young woman exuded allure. Her voluptuous form made him ponder how delightful it would be to hold her. If only he had thought to inquire about the price for her company during the ride. Alas, he wondered who might be fortunate enough to be with such a gem. As the driver's eyes glimmered with desire, he could hardly contain his fantasies of overpowering Sun Wanshuang. Meanwhile, she frantically searched the restroom. Yet her missing bank card was nowhere to be found. She even retraced her steps along the way, but to no avail. Could it have been picked up by someone? At such a critical juncture, why was she so unfortunate? An expression of distress marred her features. While it was indeed possible to replace a lost bank card, it would require considerable time, not to mention the additional expense, a luxury she could not afford, especially when every penny was vital for her daughter's medical needs. As if misfortune had conspired against her, just as her anxiety peaked, a nurse from the hospital called. "Hello, may I speak with Miss Sun?" "Yes, this is she." Sun Wanshuang replied. "It appears that your account currently owes our hospital 35,308 yuan. Due to the continued delay in payment, I regret to inform you that your child's medication will have to be halted today, and we may also have to discharge her, as we need the bed for patients in greater need." The nurse's tone shifted, revealing an apparent familiarity with Sun Wanshuang's plight. Upon hearing this, Sun Wanshuang's anxiety intensified. Her daughter was still ill. If the medication ceased, it could prove fatal. "I understand. Thank you, nurse. I will make the payment as soon as possible. Please communicate with the hospital on my behalf. I will retrieve the funds and settle the bill immediately." Tears threatened to spill from her eyes as she grappled with the loss of her bank card. Even if she were to go to the hospital to reissue the documents, she certainly wouldn't make it in time. If she missed the deadline, her daughter would likely be expelled from the hospital. "All right. I will speak with the director and see if we can extend the time by a few hours." The nurse, a young woman in her early 30s who had recently become a mother herself, understood Sun Wanshuang's predicament and immediately softened her stance. "Thank you, nurse. I am truly grateful," Sun Wanshuang exclaimed, tears welling in her eyes. "However, today is the absolute latest. I cannot delay for too long," the nurse said, somewhat troubled. "I will definitely settle the payment today," Sun Wanshuang responded eagerly. Yet, despite her promises, she knew in her heart that even if she withdrew all 20,000 yuan from her bank account to pay the hospital, she would still owe over 10,000. Her credit cards were maxed out, leaving her with no means to procure any money. What should I do now? Sun Wanshuang's tears had already ruined her meticulously applied makeup. As a single mother serving as the financial director at Qi Lin's company, she earned a monthly salary of around 20,000 yuan, which should have sufficed for her and her daughter's needs. However, her daughter had recently been diagnosed with leukemia, and the situation had deteriorated rapidly. Not only had her savings been drained, but she was also buried in debt. "Director Sun, are you short on cash lately?" At that moment, a man in his 30s, wearing glasses and with thinning hair, emerged from the men's restroom. His name was Lu Sang, an employee under Sun Wanshuang. "Lu Sang, what are you doing here?" Sun Wanshuang paused, quickly wiping her tears away upon seeing him. "Director Sun, this is the restroom. I came here to relieve myself." Lu Sang replied with a smile that seemed somewhat peculiar. Before she could respond, he continued, "I overheard your phone call. You are indeed in need of money, and I believe I can assist you." "Really?" Sun Wanshuang felt a flicker of hope, but her brow soon furrowed, He did not strike her as a benevolent individual. Of course it's true. As long as you are willing to accompany me for a night, you understand what I mean, right? Lu Sang leered at her, his gaze lingering on her ample bosom. What do you want? Sun Wanshuang instinctively shielded her chest, feeling alarmed. Lu Sang had always harbored inappropriate thoughts, and she had previously caught him sneaking glances under her skirt. Now, his intentions were brazenly overt. Director Sun, please don't look at me like that. I am here to help you. Just one night with me, and I can provide you with whatever sum you desire. Your daughter's hospital fees would be resolved, wouldn't they? Lu Sang's grin grew increasingly lascivious, as if he had hit upon her financial desperation. How do you know about my daughter's hospitalization? Have you been investigating me? Sun Wanshuang's expression shifted. She had not disclosed this matter to anyone, yet he seemed to know all about it. Aside from the possibility of being investigated by him, there are no other explanations. This is certainly not something that could be deduced merely from overhearing the earlier conversation. Director Sun, is this significant? Lu Sang sneered. You are harassing me. Sun Wanshuang furrowed her brow, her expression darkening. What constitutes harassment? I neither touched you nor uttered anything inappropriate. I am but a lifeline for you in your moment of desperation. Lu Sang was exceedingly confident, believing that given sufficient financial incentive, he would not fail to win over this woman. Don't come near me. Sun Wanshuang retreated in fear, distancing herself from Lu Sang. Rest assured, I will not act against you until you have made up your mind. I have all the time in the world, but I wonder if your daughter has the luxury of waiting. Lu Sang cast a wicked glance at Sun Wanshuang's ample figure, then strolled away with his hands in his pockets, exuding an air of self-assurance. I refuse to believe that your daughter's life is more precious than your worthless chastity. Damn it, how could this repugnant man have set his sights on me? Sun Wanshuang was engulfed in anger and frustration, yet her expression soon turned troubled. However, the medical expenses for Miao Miao. Sun Wanshuang's brows knitted tightly, her demeanor grave. She could not shake off Lu Sang's last words, in the face of her daughter's life. What was her own body worth? The contract has been signed. You may handle the subsequent matters as you see fit. I am not well versed in the specifics. Chun Hua and Zhang Jing sat in a CAF, having officially signed the contract 5 minutes prior. Rest assured, Boss Chun, I have complete confidence in this production. Especially with Miss Jiang in the lead role, it is bound to be a surefire success, Zhang Jing said with a broad grin. I haven't acted in 2 years. To be honest, my self-confidence is rather lacking. Jiang Rou smiled gently. While her words were directed at Zhang Jing, her gaze lingered on Chun Hua. Thank you. If it weren't for your assistance, I might never get the chance to act again. I have faith in you, Chun Hua replied with a nod. A beauty like Jiang Rou, with both an admirable figure and commendable acting skills, is certainly leagues ahead of those actresses who merely furrow their brows and glare. Boss Chun, here's to a pleasant collaboration. Zhang Jing stood up to shake hands with Chun Hua. To a fruitful partnership, Chun Hua echoed, extending his hand in return. Then added, by the way, regarding that Vice Director Wang we met yesterday, it would be best to replace him. His intentions seemed dubious. Chun Hua had noticed something off about that fellow's gaze yesterday. Not only did he have a shifty demeanor, but he also kept his eyes glued to Jiang Rou's posterior. Jiang Rou would continue to work on set, and having such a character around could pose a persistent risk. Who knows what unsavory thoughts might cross his mind? You echo my thoughts precisely. I've heard rumors of that lad taking advantage of actresses in the past. Collaborating with him is indeed a predicament, especially since he has a good rapport with Zhao Dizhus. I am at a loss as to how to deal with him. Zhang Jing chuckled. But now that the financial backers have spoken, it would merely take a word from me to send this fellow packing. That settles it, Chun Hua nodded, feeling a profound trust in Zhang Jing's character. Meanwhile, Jiang Rou listened quietly, her thoughts swirling. She vaguely surmised the reason behind Chun Hua's desire to replace the assistant director, and her heart swelled with gratitude. All of Chun Hua's actions are for my sake, she mused. A sense of unprecedented security enveloped her. Yet questions nagged her mind. Why was he so kind to me? How could I possibly repay him? Perhaps the only way was to offer him my most treasured possession. Zhang Jing soon departed, and it was only then that Chun Hua noticed Jiang Rou, who seemed lost in thought. He furrowed his brow and inquired, Jiang Rou, are you feeling unwell? You didn't respond when Zhang Jing greeted you. I have some knowledge of medicine. Would you like me to take a look? However, Jiang Rou remained in her reverie, contemplating how she might express her feelings. What if he was unwilling? After all, he was engaged. Wouldn't this make me seem too forward? Her heart raced at the thought, and she unconsciously clenched her skirt, appearing visibly anxious, her cheeks tinged with a faint blush. Why is your face so flushed? Could it be that you are truly unwell? Chunhua observed her reddened complexion, his concern deepening. He placed his hand gently on her wrist, intending to check her pulse. Yet, the moment his fingers brushed her fair skin, she jolted as if electrified, her body trembling slightly. She gazed at Chunhua, a mix of anxiety and determination in her eyes, and exclaimed, "No, Chunhua, I am not ready." His startled expression mirrored her own unusual reaction. "I merely wish to take your pulse. What is there to prepare for? Are you all right?" Chunhua raised an eyebrow, perplexed by her behavior. "Ah, no, it's nothing." Jiang Rou stammered, recovering from her moment of embarrassment. Just moments before, she had been contemplating how to offer her precious first time to Chunhua, thinking she would surrender herself the instant he initiated. Yet now, his touch had startled her, making her feel unprepared. "You certainly do not appear to be fine," Chunhua observed, taking a sip of his coffee, utterly baffled by her thoughts. However, he chose not to pry further. "Let us go find senior sister." She mentioned she had handed over the surveillance footage from last night to the police. "I am curious to see how Lin Xiona will wriggle out of this one." He suspected Lin Xiona had colluded with Qin Shiji the previous night, although he lacked concrete evidence to discuss it with Qi Lin. Now that he had proof, he was determined to uncover the truth and would not let Lin Xiona escape unscathed. Soon, he was driving Jiang Rou's car, and together they made their way to the Su group to meet Su Wenwen. During their journey, Jiang Rou maintained a silent demeanor, her head bowed, as if burdened by unspoken thoughts. "Is there something you wish to convey to me? If you have something to say, just say it. Your restraint is affecting me," Chunhua remarked with a playful glance at the passenger seat where Jiang Rou sat. This girl was utterly inept at concealing her emotions. Her inner turmoil was practically inscribed upon her visage. "How do you know I have something to say?" Jiang Rou asked, momentarily taken aback. "It's evident," he replied. With a wry smile, Jiang Rou admitted, "You are quite perceptive. I indeed have something to discuss with you, but no buts." "Speak your mind," Chunhua interjected, unable to tolerate half-hearted conversations, especially when someone clearly had something to express but chose to withhold it. Akin to those infuriating authors who leave their readers hanging at the most crucial moments. "All right, then I shall speak," Jiang Rou said, gently biting her crimson lip, as if she had finally steeled herself for what was to come. "Chunhua, you have granted me a chance to act anew. I am at a loss for how to repay your kindness, but the only way I can think of to express my gratitude is to offer you my first time. Will you accept it?" Chunhua was momentarily stunned. "What? Did I hear you correctly? You mean to repay me by sleeping with me?" He was utterly bewildered, having just been in a mindset to alleviate Jiang Rou's worries, only to be confronted with such provocative words, leaving him unsure of how to respond. "Do you find me undesirable?" Jiang Rou, noticing his silence, mistakenly assumed he looked down on her. "Wait, let me gather my thoughts." Chunhua inhaled deeply. Her line of thinking had leaped too quickly to such intimate matters, leaving him momentarily disoriented. "It's all right, Chunhua. If you dislike this method of repayment, I can consider alternatives until you are satisfied." Jiang Rou's cheeks flushed crimson, revealing the gravity of her resolve in broaching such a topic. Naturally, her underlying desire for Chunhua played a part, though she would never voice that directly. "I lack self-restraint, Jiang Rou. I must ask you not to tempt me. If I were to falter and act upon this, it would be you who stands to lose." Chunhua jested, hoping to sidestep the matter. He questioned whether Jiang Rou's proposition was merely a fleeting whim. "I am indeed tempting you. Let us see if you dare," she chuckled, gradually relaxing as the words hung in the air. Having expressed her thoughts, the decision lay with Chunhua now. "We can discuss this further another day," he said, raising an eyebrow, pondering whether she truly intended to pursue this. "Very well, where shall we engage in this endeavor?" Jiang Rou boldly inquired. Her sparkling eyes filled with mirth as they met Chunhua's gaze. "What?" Chunhua was momentarily taken aback. "No, I haven't agreed yet. Are you trying to force this?" he retorted. Jiang Rou smiled. Chunhua rolled his eyes at her. "You can drive away, huh?" "Nonsense, you're the one driving. How could I drive while seated in the passenger seat?" After a brief exchange of playful banter, Jiang Rou gradually emerged from her previously tense thoughts. She reasoned that she had already granted Chunhua the opportunity, whether he desired her first time, and when or where he chose to claim it, entirely rested upon him. As long as he wished for it, she was ready at any moment. Indeed, her first time was reserved solely for him. Jiang Ro had resolutely made up her mind. In this lifetime, aside from Chunhua, she would never allow another man to touch her. Arrived. The senior sister might still be busy, so let us not call her. Let us head up directly. Chunhua dismissed the recent events as a mere interlude, not dwelling on them. However, he discerned a subtle change in Jiang Ro. Her driving skills seemed to have improved significantly. All right, Jiang Ro nodded with a smile. Soon, Chunhua and Jiang Ro approached the Su group's towering edifice. The security guard, having learned of Chunhua's acquaintance with Su 11, had become notably more respectful. Not only did he allow him entry without hindrance, but he also eagerly offered him cigarettes, boasting about knowing numerous beautiful women and assuring Chunhua of comprehensive services if needed. This made Jiang Ro blush crimson. These two security guards seem a bit unprofessional, Jiang Ro remarked, unable to contain her thoughts as they entered the elevator. Ahem, that is not important, Chunhua chuckled awkwardly. Jiang Ro rolled her eyes. You wouldn't happen to frequent such services, would you? How could you think that? Do I look like that kind of person? Chunhua replied earnestly. Ding. Just as Jiang Ro was about to express her disbelief, the elevator doors slid open. We're here, let us go? Chunhua felt the atmosphere grow a tad awkward, hastily stepping out. However, upon exiting, he was confronted by two unexpected visitors. Upon closer inspection, one of them was none other than Su Wu, who had attempted to confront Chunhua a couple of days prior, but ended up being soundly dealt with instead. It's you. Su Wu recognized Chunhua, his expression shifting instantly. Get out of the way. Chunhua glanced at him. Who is this? I've never seen him before. Is he new? The man beside Su Wu, dressed in a black suit with a neatly styled haircut, raised an eyebrow. Appearing to be around 30. Zhao. This is the guy I mentioned the other day, the one who assaulted me downstairs, Su Wu whispered to Zhao Jun. I've heard this fellow has a good relationship with General Su. I think he even held hands with her the other day while heading home for dinner. What? Such an occurrence exists. Zhao Jun's expression darkened upon hearing this. His gaze towards Chunhua brimmed with hostility. What is your connection to Su 11? Beside him, Su Wu smirked, his face adorned with mockery as he gazed at Chunhua. The entire company was well aware of President Zhao's fondness for President Su. Aren't you quite close with President Su? Having offended President Zhao, it seems you are in for some trouble. Chunhua retorted coldly. What I am to her is none of your concern. Why are you asking such questions? Are we that familiar? At that moment, Jiang Ro furrowed her brow. Her intuition as a woman sharply detecting an underlying hostility from Zhao Jun towards Chunhua. She surmised that this man likely harbored feelings for Sister Wenwen and perceived Chunhua as a rival in love. You have quite the audacity to speak to our President Zhao in such a manner. Su Wu, feeling a surge of delight, intentionally escalated the situation. Get lost, was Chunhua's sole response. With that, he turned to leave with Jiang Ro, entirely disinterested in the two provocateurs. How dare you act so arrogantly on my turf? Zhao Jun, incensed by Chunhua's silence, shouted. You stop right there? Chunhua's indifference only served to fuel Zhao Jun's anger further. Few within the Su group dared to disregard him so brazenly, and with Su Wu adding fuel to the fire, his fury reached a boiling point, leading him to bellow. I'm talking to you, are you deaf? Stop right there. Seeing that Chunhua showed no signs of halting, Zhao Jun contemplated a physical confrontation. Just then, Su Wu pretended to intervene, cautioning, President Zhao, don't be impulsive. This kid has some skills. He even managed to land a hit on me the other day. And I still bear a bruise on my face. He gestured toward the discoloration on his own visage. Humph. I don't believe this kid would dare to lay a finger on me. He ought to be aware of whose territory he is in. Zhao Jun scoffed, disregarding Su Wu's advice, and promptly pursued Chunhua. Observing the unfolding drama, Su Wu grinned slyly, relishing the prospect of Zhao Jun's wrath descending upon Chunhua. Stop right there. Zhao Jun swiftly caught up with Chunhua, placing a hand on his shoulder. However, the moment his fingers made contact, Chunhua reacted instantaneously, locking Zhao Jun's wrist before executing a shoulder throw, sending Zhao Jun crashing heavily to the ground. President Zhao, are you all right? Su Wu feigned concern as he rushed over to inspect Zhao Jun's condition. Zhao Jun lay on the ground, wailing in pain, having never anticipated that Chunhua would dare to retaliate, let alone with such force. Security! Security! Hurry, get this troublemaker out of here. As Su Wu helped Zhao Jun to his feet, he loudly called for security, clearly intent on amplifying the chaos. Staff members, drawn by the commotion, swiftly converged on the scene. What happened? Why is President Zhao on the ground? They wondered, glancing at Su Wu, suspecting that President Zhao might have been assaulted by this individual. A crowd gathered, their attention fully captivated by the unfolding spectacles centered on Chunhua. However, Chunhua remained unfazed. Even if you wish to obstruct my path, there is no need for you to lie on the ground as an impediment. The ground is cold. Extend your hand, and I shall assist you in rising. As he spoke, he extended his hand to Zhao Jun with a benevolent expression. Zhao Jun, taken aback by Chunhua's beaming countenance, retorted, "Get away from me. Do you think I am unaware of your intention to throw me down again? Do you believe I would fall for your trick?" His perspective was rather limited. Chunhua merely smiled, as he truly found such antics beneath him. "I have already messaged Sister Wenwen. She should be arriving shortly." Jiang Ro furrowed her brow and whispered into Chunhua's ear, clearly perceiving that the two were deliberately stirring up trouble. "Zhao, it seems that the woman has informed President Su about this incident. This could escalate." Su Wu quietly cautioned Zhao Jun. "What is there to fear? This brat initiated the confrontation. We are in the right." Zhao Jun's fury intensified at the mention of President Su. Shortly thereafter, Su Wenwen arrived, completely disregarding Zhao Jun's attempts to greet her, and approached Chunhua with genuine concern, asking, "Has this fellow troubled you in any way?" "I am fine," Chunhua replied, shaking his head with a smile. "What can be done against such a foolish individual?" "President Su, is this your friend?" Zhao Jun, witnessing the closeness between Su Wenwen and Chunhua, felt a surge of resentment and coldly remarked, "Your friend has quite the temper. I merely greeted him, and he retaliated by throwing me to the ground. Indeed, I can attest that President Zhao did nothing. And this brat assaulted him without provocation." Su Wu chimed in. Su Wenwen ignored their grievances and turned to the onlookers, admonishing, "What are you all doing standing around? Is work no longer required?" At her words, the crowd dispersed in a daze, fearing to linger lest they provoke her ire. "President Su, my back is still aching. I am refraining from retaliating out of respect for you. Yet your friend has yet to offer even an apology, which is quite troublesome for me," Zhao Jun remarked, believing that Su Wenwen was concerned about escalating the situation. This thought swelled his pride, thinking, "Since you are worried about making a scene, watch how I manipulate this." However, Su Wenwen shot him a frosty glare, declaring, "That is your own fault. Let us go." Without sparing Zhao Jun another glance, she linked arms with Chunhua and turned to leave, with Jiang Ro quickly following suit. Only Zhao Jun and Su Wu remained, staring blankly in shock. Zhao Jun struggled to comprehend her recent words. "What did President Su just say?" "She said you deserved it," Su Wu murmured weakly. The turn of events delighted him immensely. The angrier Zhao Jun became, the worse Chunhua's fate would be. "Damn it, I will remember this grudge." Zhao Jun's expression darkened as he coldly commanded, "Come. We must pay someone a visit. I intend to ensure that brat does not see the light of tomorrow." "President Zhao, is this your intention?" Su Wu thought, elated. "Go to the Tianlong gang and ask my cousin to deal with that brat tonight." Zhao Jun narrowed his eyes, harboring murderous intent. Throwing him around is trivial. The real issue is that he cannot bear to see Su Wenwen so close to another man, especially when she left just now, holding that fellow's hand, which ignited an inferno of rage within Zhao Jun. Su Wu, astonished, remarked, "The Tianlong gang? Mr. Zhao, you actually know people from the Tianlong gang?" Zhao Jun sneered. "My cousin is Su Kuan, the second in command of the Qinglong gang, a formidable presence in the entire Yunhai city. Moreover, have him investigate this fellow's background to understand how he could be so intimate with Su Wenwen. He is no fool. He is well aware of Su Wenwen's identity as the esteemed daughter of the Su family. Their recent display of affection indicates a complex relationship, suggesting that Chunhua's origins are equally intricate." Zhao Jun was eager to discern what manner of frog this fellow truly was. "Sister Wenwen, that person was clearly looking for trouble. I have a feeling he won't let this matter rest easily." Jiang Ro expressed her concern within Su Wenwen's office, worried that Zhao Jun would confront Chunhua later. "Ignore that guy," Su Wenwen waved her hand dismissively. "He merely relies on his father being the bank president, which has led him to feel inherently superior." "Then why is he working at your company?" Jiang Ro questioned, puzzled. "He seems to have an interest in me and insists on lingering here. He even spoke with my father, so I can't simply dismiss him." Su Wenwen shrugged her shoulders, helplessly stating, "What can I do when his father is a bank president?" Meanwhile, upon hearing the word bank, Chunhua's brow furrowed as he suddenly recalled the bank card he found that morning. He had completely forgotten to call the woman named Sun Wanshuang. "Continue your conversation. I need to make a phone call," Chunhua stepped out of the office, preparing to contact Sun Wanshuang. After finding the card, he intended to return it as a good deed, yet he felt a tinge of embarrassment for having kept it so long without returning it. Hello, is this Sun Wanshuang? Chunhua dialed the number from the business card. Who is this? Came the soft voice on the other end. The person you bumped into in the restroom this morning, he replied. Upon hearing this, Sun Wanshuang instantly became anxious, assuming Chunhua had come to demand compensation. Her expression shifted. I'm sorry, I don't have any money right now. Can I owe you for the compensation until I have funds? Compensation? What compensation? Chunhua was taken aback. I just wanted to inform you that I found your bank card today. When can you come to retrieve it? Oh, so you're not here to ask for money? That's a relief. Sun Wanshuang sighed in relief, as her current predicament was a lack of funds. I'm afraid I can't spare even 10 yuan at the moment. If Chunhua truly intends to extort money from me, I may have no choice but to resort to selling blood. Chunhua furrowed his brow and inquired, do you still need this bank card? Yes, but I currently lack the time. Would you be so kind as to keep it for me a bit longer? Sun Wanshuang was no longer in a rush to retrieve her bank card, as she had managed to borrow money from elsewhere. It wasn't that she didn't wish to reclaim it, but rather that she had no funds to pay for a taxi at this moment. All right, please provide me with a specific time. Chunhua pondered. After all, he couldn't hold on to the card indefinitely. Tomorrow, at the Qi Group. Sun Wanshuang believed that since she had encountered Chunhua at the company, he must also be an employee of Qi Group, which would make things more convenient. Very well. Chunhua nodded. Thank you. Sun Wanshuang expressed her gratitude just as the door to the hospital room swung open. Lu Sang entered with a mischievous grin, his gaze shamelessly lingering on Sun Wanshuang's alluring figure. Director Sun, I have already settled your daughter's hospital expenses, but do not forget your promise to me. His eyes gleamed with mischief, lingering on her for several seconds. Only when Sun Wanshuang anxiously turned around did he shift his gaze, but it quickly returned to her ample bosom, his desire evident. Mommy, why does that uncle look at you so strangely? I don't like him. He's a bad person. At that moment, a little girl, appearing no older than 5 or 6, spoke up from her hospital bed in a soft voice. Shoo, Sun Wanshuang gently shook her head, signaling the child to remain silent. Little one, that uncle is your savior. How could he possibly be a bad person? You've misunderstood him. Lu Sang chuckled, pushing up his glasses, seemingly relishing the little girl's resistance. Suddenly, the girl was frightened by his expression, bursting into tears. Lu Sang, what are you doing? You've scared my daughter. Sun Wanshuang rushed to embrace her child, soothing her with, meow meow, don't cry. Mommy is here, there's no need to be upset. Due to her bent posture while holding her daughter and the form-fitting blue dress she wore, her alluring curves were prominently displayed before Lu Sang, even revealing the outline of her charmingly petite underwear. Such a generous figure, it must feel delightful to grasp. Lu Sang's heart raced at the sight, yearning to see Sun Wanshuang and indulge in her form. However, he understood that he must exercise patience. Director Sun, then I shall see you tonight. Lu Sang adjusted his glasses with a lascivious grin. I know where you live. Make sure to take a bath and wait for me at home. Rest assured, I will ensure your utmost comfort. In this hospital room, there are 2 beds. The elderly woman, who was still asleep, suddenly opened her eyes upon hearing those words, casting a peculiar glance at Sun Wanshuang. Get out. Sun Wanshuang's expression changed dramatically, and she angrily cursed. It is undeniable that Lu Sang had helped her, but to utter such words in front of a child was utterly revolting. See you tonight. Lu Sang, still somewhat reluctant, glanced at Sun Wanshuang's figure as he exited the room. Hee, wait until tonight. I shall make your voice echo louder than it does now. Just wait and see. Mommy, what did that bad man just say? Is he coming to our house tonight? Why does he want you to take a bath for him? At that moment, Meow Meow had ceased her tears, gazing at her mother with her adorable big eyes. Sweetheart, grown-up matters are beyond your understanding. Are you hungry? Mommy will go buy you something to eat. Sun Wanshuang fought back tears, determined not to let her daughter witness her sorrow. She was her daughter's strongest support and could not afford to show any weakness. However, this only made the elderly woman beside them wear an even stranger expression, silently muttering, Foolish child, your mother is going to sleep with that shifty-eyed man. Mommy, I want to eat a big steamed bun. Meow Meow said hopefully after a moment of thought. All right, Mommy will go buy one for you right now, Sun Wanshuang replied immediately, tucking her daughter in and instructing, Meow Meow. Be good and wait for Mommy to come back in bed. Do not get out of bed by yourself, understand? Understood, I will wait for you in bed. Meow Meow nodded innocently. Good. Sun Wanshuang quickly exited the hospital room, but as soon as she stepped outside, tears streamed down her cheeks. The thought of compromising with Lu Sang over the loan made her feel a wave of grievance. Yet, for the sake of her daughter's medical expenses, it was a necessary sacrifice. She blamed no one but herself for not being capable enough to care for her daughter. The surveillance footage revealed just that. Confirming Jiang Rou's account from yesterday, Lin Xiona had first brought Qi Lin to the hotel room, then opened the door for Qin Shiji and left the room herself. Moreover, as I understand it, that room was booked by Qin Shiji. The video clearly showed Lin Xiona using the room card to open the door, indicating that Qin Shiji had given her the card in advance. These two had evidently colluded beforehand. Su Wenwen showed Chunhua the hotel surveillance video while sharing her perspective on the incident. This woman is utterly despicable, collaborating with outsiders to harm her own best friend. Even getting Miss Qi drunk and sending her to that man's bed. Jiang Rou watched Lin Xiona in the video, her teeth gnashing in anger. How can there be such a vile woman in this world? Does Qi Lin know that her best friend did this? Su Wenwen turned to the silent Chenhua and inquired. I don't know. I haven't mentioned it to her. Chenhua shook his head, confirming that he had not brought up the events of last night. Firstly, there is a concern regarding insufficient evidence, and secondly, one does not wish to allow Qi Lin to perceive that they harbor resentment towards Lin Xiona, thereby intentionally slandering her. However, the truth is now laid bare before us. Chenhua will not permit Lin Xiona to continue basking in her triumph. What do you plan to do now? Su Wenwen inquired. Shall we report to the police? We have ample evidence at hand, so it would be prudent to let the authorities handle this, Jiang Rou suggested, apprehensive that Chenhua might resort to violence. Yet, Chenhua shook his head, his eyes narrowing slightly, and replied, no need. Since this woman has resorted to such despicable tactics, I shall return her actions in kind. Senior sister, please assist in escorting Jiang Rou home. I shall step out for a while and likely won't return tonight. With that, Chenhua strode out of Su Wenwen's office, his demeanor icy. Junior brother Chenhua. Su Wenwen's voice trailed off as she absorbed his words. Both she and Jiang Rou trembled slightly, exchanging anxious glances, their faces etched with disbelief. Did Chenhua intend to retaliate against Lin Xiona using the same underhanded methods? At the Lin family villa, Lin Dihai was busy catering to Chenhua, fearing any oversight towards this prominent figure. Young Master Chen, you could have informed me prior to your visit so I could arrange a feast. Rest assured, I have already instructed the staff. It will be ready shortly. I sincerely hope you will honor us with your presence, he began. However, before Lin Dihai could finish his sentence, Chenhua raised a hand to interrupt, saying, there is no need for a meal. I am here to see your granddaughter. Nana, what business does young Master Chen have with her? Lin Dihai was momentarily taken aback, wondering if his granddaughter had inadvertently offended Chenhua. If that were the case, he hoped young Master Chen would show mercy and not hold it against her. He was genuinely concerned, as there had been some friction between his granddaughter and Chenhua. Just days prior, he had cautioned Lin Xiona not to provoke Chenhua, a man whom the Lin family could not afford to offend. Yet, he had not anticipated that so soon after, Chenhua would come seeking her specifically. This matter cannot be conveyed through words. Bring her to me, and I shall speak to her directly. Chenhua had no intention of placing Lin Dihai in a difficult position. After all, grievances should be addressed with the individual responsible, Lin Xiona. Lin Dihai hesitated, his face etched in worry, and eventually managed a bitter smile, saying, to be honest, I haven't seen her much in the past couple of days. She is likely not at home at the moment. Upon hearing this, Chenhua's brows furrowed deeply, and he fixed a cold gaze upon Lin Dihai. The latter felt a chill creep up his spine under such scrutiny and quickly waved his hands in defense, explaining, young Master Chen, you misunderstand. I am not covering for her. I genuinely do not know her whereabouts, but please rest assured, I will send someone to find her immediately. She will be before you within the hour. He was unaware of the exact circumstances, but understood all too well that incurring Chenhua's wrath would be disastrous for the entire Lin family. Very well. I shall wait here for an hour, Chenhua replied, his expression impassive. Lin Xiona's manipulation of Qi Lin had crossed a line for him. This matter could not simply be brushed aside with a few words. He felt compelled to seek an explanation from Qi Lin. Rest assured, young Master Chen. Lin Dihai was drenched in cold sweat from fear. After assuring Chenhua, he immediately stepped out to call Lin Xiona, but no one answered. He then reached out to other members of the Lin family, instructing them to locate her within an hour and bring her back to the Lin household. He even ventured out personally to search, illustrating the immense pressure Chun Hua had exerted upon him. Old Man Lin was indeed adept at managing affairs. Reposing on the sofa, Chun Hua remained unperturbed. Initially, he had no desire to escalate the situation to such proportions. However, he intended to use this opportunity to admonish Lin Xiona. There were certain matters beyond her purview. Since he had to wait, he decided to recline on the sofa and doze off, anticipating that Lin Dihai would present Lin Xiona before him in an hour. Strangely, just moments ago, he had heard his grandfather conversing with someone in the living room. Yet now there was silence. A few minutes later, clad in a violet nightgown, Lin Xiona descended the stairs, her eyes still heavy with sleep. She casually scanned the living room, noting the absence of any presence, which struck her as peculiar. She wondered if she was still dreaming, having misheard the earlier voices. After waking up, she felt a sticky sensation on her skin. Never mind, I'll wash it off first, she yawned, then proceeded down the staircase toward the bathroom. Perhaps Chun Hua had indeed drifted off, as he did not hear her footsteps, or perhaps Lin Xiona, still groggy from sleep, failed to notice him reclined on the sofa. It was understandable. The sofa's backrest obscured his figure unless one approached closely. In the bathroom, Lin Xiona shed her garments, slowly applying shower gel to her entire body. A rich lather enveloped her smooth, delicate skin, droplets cascading down her exquisite curves, cleansing her alluring form. If only this place were a bit more spacious. She mused as she washed, her hands kneading her ample bosom, her lips forming a slight pout of dissatisfaction. Even her palms could scarcely encompass half of her chest. She still felt her bust was insufficient, yearning for at least double its size and several additional cup sizes. It was said that frequent touching could enhance growth. Uncertain of its efficacy, she decided to experiment. While washing, she recalled the phrase about enhancing one's figure and, filled with aspirations for a more voluptuous chest, began to self-massage without hesitation. She continued until her once fair and delicate bosom flushed with a rosy hue, stopping only when she felt a sense of fulfillment. Perhaps it has indeed grown a little. Lin Xiona gazed down at her voluptuous chest, her face alight with joy. I must share this delightful news with Qi Lin. She will undoubtedly be overjoyed. I wonder how her evening with Qin Shiji unfolded last night. After a night of revelry, she has surely become enraptured. Forgetting all about that rustic fellow, Lin Xiona is oblivious to the aftermath of the previous night's escapades. In an effort to cultivate the illusion that she was inebriated, she switched off her phone after leaving the hotel, thus remaining completely unaware of Qi Lin's circumstances. Yet, deep down, she suspects that Qin Shiji must have attended to Qi Lin with utmost devotion. This time, Qi Lin will surely part ways with that wild boy. With this thought in mind, Lin Xiona felt a swell of self-satisfaction. Believing she had performed a noble deed by guiding her friend to a worthy companion for life, while discarding an unrefined ruffian. After showering, she decided to call Qi Lin to inquire about her well-being. Turning off the water, she removed the towel and dried her damp body. It was only then that she realized she had forgotten to bring her clothes. With no other option, she wrapped herself in a bath towel. Although it only covered her upper body and part of her lower half, offering scant modesty. However, she dismissed the thought, as she was alone at home. Even walking around in the nude would pose no dilemma. Silly me. If I am the only one here, why should I cover up? I could simply step out as I am. Lin Xiona tapped her forehead, then tossed the towel aside onto the bathroom rack and, with a towel in hand to dry her hair, confidently strode out. At that moment, Chun Hua, who had been dozing on the sofa, heard the footsteps and assumed Lin Dihai had returned. He turned to sit up, but as he did, he unexpectedly caught sight of Lin Xiona, who was strolling into the living room in her natural state. Lin Xiona was equally startled, exclaiming, how did you get here? When did you arrive? Their eyes locked in mutual astonishment. Lin Xiona gazed at Chun Hua with a face full of terror, while his gaze instinctively fixated on her generous curves. Chun Hua, upon awakening to such a scene, found himself momentarily entranced, unable to tear his eyes away. Lin Xiona was the first to regain her composure, shrieking as she hastily covered her chest with the towel. You, get out. Confounded. She could not fathom how Chun Hua had intruded upon her home and chanced upon her in such an undressed state. Rather than asking me to leave, you should put on some clothes, Chun Hua shrugged, his purpose for visiting the Lin household being to find Lin Xiona. There was no way he would leave now. Panic surged within Lin Xiona. What sort of person was he to trespass into her home? Not only witnessing her in such a vulnerable state, but also refusing to depart with such audacity? Do not misunderstand. I merely wish to discuss a few matters with you. I have no intention of prying into your thoughts. If you prefer to converse in the nude, I shall not object. The choice is entirely yours. Chenhua added, implicitly informing Lin Xiona that he would not depart until the matter was resolved. Damn it, Lin Xiona cursed, momentarily disregarding everything else. She hurried back to her room to don some clothing and then, wielding a pair of scissors with great caution, approached Chenhua. You audacious fool! How dare you trespass into my home? Do you believe I won't call the police on you this very moment? She was certain that someone like Chenhua, lacking any substantial background, was merely a penniless thief who had snuck in, thinking her house was unoccupied and intending to steal. Feel free to report me. Let us see whether the police apprehend you or me, Chenhua replied with a slight smile. Trespassing? Is it truly necessary? It was Lin Dihai himself who opened the door to invite me in when I arrived. The surveillance outside the Lin residence serves as irrefutable evidence. I can assure you, should you dare to call the police, they will undoubtedly be coming for you. The incident from last night, wherein she conspired with Qin Shiji to harm Qi Lin, was yet to be accounted for. How brazen, Lin Xiona retorted. Very well, I shall call the police right now. I am eager to see if you will maintain that bravado when they arrive. As she reached for her phone, she discovered it was powered off. Just as she attempted to turn it on, Chenhua, reclining on the sofa with his legs crossed, coldly regarded her. Now, do enlighten me. How did you and Qin Shiji conspire, and who devised the plan? What? How could you possibly know about this? Lin Xiona exclaimed in surprise. You have indeed colluded with that man, Chenhua scoffed. It was at this moment that Lin Xiona realized she had inadvertently revealed too much. Her demeanor shifting to one of panic as she averted her gaze, unable to meet Chenhua's eyes. What Qin Shiji? What collusion? I do not comprehend what you are speaking of. I shall grant you one final opportunity for honesty. Should you continue to be obstinate, I will not hesitate to inform Qi Lin of this matter and present the hotel surveillance footage to the authorities. Do not accuse me of lacking respect for your grandfather. This is your sole chance, Chenhua warned, narrowing his eyes slightly. He sought to gauge Lin Xiona's attitude towards the persecution of Qi Lin. If she remained unrepentant, he would not hesitate to ensure she faced the consequences. At that moment, Lin Xiona was thoroughly alarmed. Although she did not comprehend how Chenhua had acquired this knowledge, his words struck terror into her heart. Had he not possessed the hotel surveillance footage, she might have attempted to defend herself. But the crucial fact remained that he did have it. With no other recourse, she steeled herself, inhaled deeply, and thrust out her chest, unencumbered by a bra. Yes, I admit it, I was involved. So what of it? At least she had the courage to acknowledge her actions. Chenhua raised an eyebrow. Indeed, you have admitted it. What do you suppose you can do about it, miss? Lin Xiona exclaimed with indignation. I do not believe I have done anything wrong. My actions were entirely for Qi Lin's benefit. You are merely a country bumpkin. Qin Shiji is the young master of one of the 3 prominent families in Yunhai City, the heir to the Qin group. In terms of status, background, appearance, and education, how can you possibly compare? He far surpasses you in every aspect. Qi Lin being with him is undoubtedly a far superior choice compared to being with someone like you, who lacks lineage, credentials, and wealth. As the truth came to light, Lin Xiona ceased to conceal her intentions, boldly confronting Chenhua. Upon hearing her words, Chenhua chuckled and asked slowly, So you believe all of this is for Qi Lin's sake? Indeed. Is it not so? Lin Xiona retorted with a scoff. Very well, let me ask you. Chenhua said, rising to his feet and fixing a piercing gaze upon Lin Xiona. Speak your piece, but remain still. Seeing him stand, Lin Xiona panicked, quickly aiming the scissors in her hand towards him and retreating 2 steps in fear. She was genuinely apprehensive about provoking Chenhua, worried that he might resort to forceful measures against her, recalling the day she witnessed his prowess. Even her own brother, Lin Feng, the champion of the city's taekwondo, was no match for him. As a fragile woman, how could she withstand such power? Rest assured, I have no desire to harm you, Chenhua replied with a cold smirk. Let us hope so. Lin Xiona still trembled with apprehension. You claimed your actions were for Qi Lin's benefit. Now I pose a question. You regard Qi Lin as a sister, yet you conspire with another man to send her to Qin Shiji's bed, intending for him to violate her. How is this in her best interest? Lin Xiona was momentarily taken aback, her eyes filled with confusion. What you are suggesting is no different from drugging and assaulting her. That is not the case. I did not administer the drug. Qin Shiji did. Lin Xiona exclaimed, agitatedly defending herself. I merely assisted him in persuading Qi Lin to take the medication, which is not a date rape drug, but rather a sedative that poses no harm to her health. Thus, you still maintain that you are in the right. Chen Hua's eyes narrowed, disappointment etched across his face. He had initially chosen to give Lin Xiona a chance, partly out of respect for Lin Dihai, and partly to spare Qi Lin's feelings, considering their close friendship. If Lin Xiona could recognize her errors in time, perhaps there was still a chance for redemption. However, it appeared that she was sinking deeper into her misguided convictions, showing no sign of remorse. Feeling despondent, Lin Xiona furrowed her brow, cradling her head in her arms as she squatted on the ground. Indeed, I have unwittingly placed my closest friend in Qin Shiji's clutches. Was this truly the right course of action? At that moment, a horrifying image surged into her mind. Qi Lin, unconscious, being stripped of her garments one by Qin Shiji, pinned to the bed and subjected to degradation. A wave of terror washed over her, causing her to involuntarily shudder. It was as if the person lying on the bed, tormented by Qin Shiji, was none other than her. No, it was not like that. Lin Xiona struggled and shouted vehemently. Chen Hua stood expressionless by her side, quietly observing. Suddenly, a sharp whistling sound sliced through the air. Years of training had honed his instincts, allowing him to react instantaneously. He swiftly evaded a crossbow bolt that had shot in through the window, which ultimately struck a vase worth over $1 million in the living room, shattering it into pieces. Get down. Before Lin Xiona could fully comprehend the situation, she instinctively rose from the ground. However, just as she stood, her eyes widened in horror as she noticed another bolt hurtling directly towards her forehead. In a split second, Chen Hua leaped forward, tackling her to the ground just in time. The bolt they had narrowly avoided lodged itself firmly into the wall behind Lin Xiona. Lin Xiona, pinned beneath Chen Hua, was taken aback, her cheeks flushed slightly. Ironically, when he had toppled her to the ground, his hand had inadvertently landed on her ample bosom, and notably, she was not wearing a bra at that moment, making his palm acutely aware of its softness and warmth. What are you doing? Lin Xiona exclaimed, her expression a mixture of embarrassment and indignation. Especially when she realized his hand was resting on her chest, her face turned crimson, and she pushed against him with all her might. Yet, Chen Hua swiftly covered her mouth, gesturing for silence. Do not speak. Lin Xiona's eyes widened in astonishment. You scoundrel. First, you pinned me down, and now you have the audacity to touch me. What do you intend to do? She asked cautiously, her voice trembling. You foolish woman. Can't you see someone is trying to kill us? Chen Hua replied, exasperated. An arrow had nearly struck them, yet she was still questioning him. What? Lin Xiona paused, recollecting the 2 arrows that had just been shot, and when she turned her head to the ground, her eyes fell upon the crossbow bolt embedded in the wall. Her mouth fell agape in disbelief. What on earth is happening? As an ordinary person, she had never witnessed such a scene, and a wave of terror surged within her. How should I know? Is there no security near your home? Chen Hua inquired, glancing down at Lin Xiona. Don't be so close to me. Their bodies were nearly pressed against one another, their faces mere inches apart, their breaths mingling in the air. Do you think I want this? The scent of your perfume is overpowering. It makes me want to sneeze. Chen Hua genuinely had no intention of taking advantage of Lin Xiona. The reality was that the assassin outside was watching them closely, and they were merely using the sofa for cover. What do you know? Do you have any idea how expensive my perfume is? You couldn't even afford a bottle if you sold yourself. Lin Xiona angrily exclaimed, insult me all you want, but do not dare to speak ill of my perfume. If you wish to live, behave yourself. Chen Hua cast a piercing glance at her before shifting his gaze to the crossbow bolt embedded in the wall. After a brief moment of contemplation, his attention wandered to Lin Xiona's pink shorts. Where are your eyes wandering? She retorted, hastily covering herself with her hands as she lay on the ground. Surely, he does not intend to take advantage of me at this moment. Remove your shorts, Chen Hua coldly commanded, fixating on her attire. What did you say? Are you out of your mind? Who do you think you are to demand that I take off my pants? Lin Xiona's anger flared, believing Chen Hua had ulterior motives. Just then, a sharp whoosh pierced the air as another crossbow bolt flew through the room, narrowly missing Lin Xiona's face before embedding itself in the wall. Fortunately, Chen Hua had already gotten off her, or the bolt would have struck him instead. There is indeed a killer. Lin Xiona's eyes widened, her heart racing. Had that arrow been just a tad lower, it would have struck her head. Goodness, the arrow nearly hit your face, and you're still dawdling. Chen Hua scoffed. finding her reaction to the imminent danger utterly ridiculous. In this moment of peril, Lin Xiaona's anxiety peaked, and she turned to Chenhua, her voice shaky. How could there be a killer in my house? How would I know? This is your home, not mine. Chenhua responded, exasperated. He had done nothing wrong. Nor had he offended anyone. He had merely come to have a conversation with her, and yet he found himself nearly turned into a pincushion. Was this fair? Stop with the sarcasm and think of a solution. You're a man. I'm a woman. You have an obligation to protect me. Lin Xiaona now realized the gravity of the situation, clutching Chenhua's arm tightly, oblivious to the discomfort of her own figure being squashed against him. In her state of fear and confusion, she could only place her hopes on Chenhua. Now you want me to protect you? Chenhua raised an eyebrow, smirking. Weren't you just berating me for taking advantage of you? I didn't mean it. Why are you quibbling with me over this? You're a man, after all. Lin Xiaona replied, her face paling. If you wish for my help, you must comply with my demands, Chenhua stated, realizing there was no time to argue. Survival was paramount. Fine. As long as you can save me, I promise to heed your every word. Lin Xiaona hastily agreed, her heart resolute. In this moment, the value of her life eclipsed all other concerns, and she thought, even if it meant being at the mercy of this man, what did it matter? Remove your shorts. Chenhua cast a fleeting glance, once again redirecting the conversation to her shorts. Huh. Lin Xiaona was momentarily taken aback, struggling to comprehend why Chenhua was so fixated on her shorts. Did he genuinely find them useful, or was he merely seeking an opportunity to take advantage of her? What are you hesitating for? Didn't you just say you would listen to me? He pressed. Can you tell me the purpose of me taking off my pants? Lin Xiaona hesitated, still somewhat reluctant, as once her pants were off, she would be left with only her underwear. She had already been seen without any clothes by Chenhua moments ago, and now he would witness her in just her panties. Whoosh! Before Chenhua could respond, another crossbow bolt shot through the sofa, striking the wall with precision. This time, the bolt flew from the opposite side of the sofa, towards their legs. Seeing this, Chenhua immediately urged Lin Xiaona, what are you waiting for? If you don't take them off, I'll help you. As he said this, he reached out towards her shorts. I'll do it myself. Lin Xiaona exclaimed, hastily removing her pink shorts, revealing her black underwear beneath. Her cheeks flushed with embarrassment as she glanced at Chenhua, handing him her shorts. Here. She quickly covered her most private areas with her hands. It was her first time undressing so completely in front of a man, and she had done so of her own volition. What are you staring at? Lin Xiaona, already on edge, felt her face heat up even more when she noticed Chenhua's gaze fixed on her. You're a bit, Chenhua remarked casually. Accepting her shorts, holding them in his hand, he was met with a lingering warmth and a faint, alluring fragrance, perhaps the scent of her body wash, or perhaps a hint of her natural scent. However, at that moment, he was too preoccupied to dwell on such thoughts, focusing instead on their current predicament and preparing to respond. Meanwhile, Lin Xiaona's attention was fixated on Chenhua's earlier remark, murmuring softly, what does it mean for underwear not to fit snugly? She paused, instinctively looking down, and suddenly realized, her face paled, and she swiftly understood what Chenhua had meant. The reason it had slipped out was precisely because it did not fit closely. Why is your face so red? Chenhua glanced at Lin Xiaona, whose cheeks resembled ripe apples. It's just taking off a pair of shorts. You're acting as if I've done something to you. Mind your own business. Lin Xiaona rolled her eyes, thinking to herself, you've seen everything. How can I not blush? Stay down and don't move. When I tell you to run, don't think about anything else. Just run and find a place to hide. Understood? Chenhua instructed. Lin Xiaona knew the gravity of the situation and dared not joke further. Nodding earnestly, I'll count to 3, and then you start running. Chenhua slightly crouched down, signaling to Lin Xiaona, who followed suit beside him. However, at that moment, she was only clad in a pair of delicate black lace panties, and the position accentuated her already curvaceous figure enticingly. However, this is not the time for admiration. Chenhua slowly raised the pink shorts in his hand, acutely aware that the assassin lurking in the shadows was fixated on them. Any slip of the tongue could result in instant retribution, so he intended to use Lin Xiaona's shorts to divert the adversary's attention, thereby creating an opportunity for their escape. Lin Xiaona felt a knot in her throat. While her ears were attuned to Chenhua's rallying cry, her eyes were glued to the pink shorts he held. Viewing her own shorts in such a manner was, for some inexplicable reason, rather unsettling. Hurry up and deal with that brat. I need to return to Akoin for my reward. On the rooftop of an uninhabited building outside the Lin family villa, two burly men clad in leather jackets were keenly observing the movements of Chunhua and Lin Xiona within. Their line of sight was partially obstructed by the sofa, rendering them unable to discern the situation clearly, yet they remained vigilant. Rest assured, the moment that brat shows his face, I'll blow his brains out with a single shot. A man with a scruffy beard, appearing to be a foreigner, aimed his sniper rifle at the sofa in the living room, exuding confidence in his marksmanship. After all, he had received professional training abroad. It's best that way. I trust you to handle it. The other man, wearing sunglasses, yawned in boredom as he stowed away his crossbow, evidently the one who had fired the previous 4 shots. However, compared to the crossbow, the lethality of a sniper rifle was undeniably greater. "Oh Jack, my old friend, can't you trust my shooting skills?" The bearded man scoffed, dismissing Chunhua's presence as no more than a trivial matter that could be resolved with a single bullet. At that moment, Chunhua and Lin Xiona had made their final preparations. Exchanging a glance with Lin Xiona, Chunhua abruptly threw the pink shorts into the air. Almost simultaneously, the sound of a silenced sniper shot echoed from the building across the way, a bullet tearing through Lin Xiona's shorts before striking the wall directly. "Run," Chunhua commanded. Lin Xiona darted toward the staircase and ascended to the 2nd floor to hide. The bearded foreigner turned his head in disbelief, staring at the villa with a look of utter confusion. "Is it resolved?" The sunglasses-wearing man asked nonchalantly. "What was hit was a pair of women's shorts, pink ones," the bearded man replied, his brow furrowed and his expression dark, clearly perplexed as to why his attention had been drawn by a pair of pink shorts, seemingly allowing a woman to escape. "Are you saying you were deceived by a pair of women's shorts?" The sunglasses man mocked. "They're not women's panties, they are shorts. There is a difference between shorts and panties, they are both the same." The bearded foreigner, his face flushed with rage, narrowed his eyes as he gazed across the way, vowing, "This time, I will ensure that this fool who toys with women's shorts pays the ultimate price." "Good luck, my friend," the sunglasses man replied with a slight smile, seemingly unfazed. The crossbow arrows could be overlooked, but to discover a sniper rifle as well raises concerns about the origins of the adversary. Chunhua crouched behind the sofa, his gaze fixed upon the bullet hole in the wall, furrowing his brow. He had initially presumed that the enemy wielded only specialized crossbow arrows, but the presence of a sniper rifle indicated a formidable opponent. Judging by the recent actions, there were at least 2 individuals involved, one armed with a crossbow, and the other with a sniper rifle, whose threat far surpassed that of the crossbow arrows. It was imperative to neutralize the sniper first. At this moment, Chunhua remained remarkably composed, quickly directing his attention to a crossbow arrow embedded in the wall. Lacking an appropriate weapon, he resolved to improvise. "Hurry up and come here. Why are you still standing there?" Lin Xiona, not having moved far, stood at the top of the staircase, desperately waving to Chunhua from the safety of the blind spot. Upon hearing her voice, Chunhua glanced up, momentarily captivated by the sight of her long, slender, and fair legs. He was taken aback, thinking she would seek refuge instead of returning to check on him. "TCH, I may not think highly of you, but you did save my life just now. I can be reasonable at times," Lin Xiona stated with an air of pride. Her words prompted Chunhua to regard her with renewed interest. Perhaps the woman was not entirely heartless. "What are you waiting for? You need to run," Lin Xiona urged. Sensing Chunhua's hesitation, "I need to borrow those shorts again," he replied, gripping the crossbow arrow tightly. "What?" Lin Xiona froze, instinctively glancing down at her only piece of black underwear, her cheeks flushing. "If you take that, I will have nothing left." However, before she could finish her sentence, Chunhua had already picked up the pink shorts from the ground and tossed them into the air once more. A gunshot rang out, and the bullet struck the shorts with pinpoint accuracy. Only then did Lin Xiona comprehend that Chunhua's intention was not to have her remove her underwear, but rather to use the pink shorts as a distraction. She realized her thoughts had strayed too far. "Damn those women's shorts," the bearded foreigner cursed in a local dialect, frustratedly slapping the ground. Now as the opportunity. Seizing the moment, Chunhua sprang up and, with a powerful motion, hurled the specialized crossbow arrow towards the opposite building. The arrow sliced through the air with a sharp whistle, shattering the window and striking the bearded foreigner squarely in the head. The foreigner's eyes widened in shock as the arrow pierced his skull, blood streaming down his forehead, and he collapsed, staring blankly with eyes as wide as lanterns. "Damn those women's shorts." Art. At that moment, The man in sunglasses finally grasped the situation. Disbelief etched across his face as he gazed at the corpse of the bearded foreigner. In shock, he pushed the body aside and peered through the sniper scope into the villa, only to find that Chun Hua had vanished. "Where is he?"